that we're getting extremely close to it. Okay. Now, when that happens, if you are in the club that has been constantly bashing and berating and insulting all the people that
Never
helped
bashed
make that
anyone,
happen,
dickhead.
you're going to
Shut your
get
mouth.
left behind in the dust because now there's going to be a huge number of
I don't
people
give
that
a
are
fuck.
just cool, high vibration, loving, trying to help lift each other up, trying to gain more knowledge about where we live, and actually making progress for the betterment of mankind. And then there's going to be this other group over here that wants to be the special boys. It's called being a gamma male that just want everyone to follow them, but no one wants to follow them and tears everyone down, and you will be forgotten about. It's very detrimental on the way, though. That's why I get frustrated. It's making our job more difficult.
You're just diminishing me, and you're after turning ugly there with it. 1 second,
Well,
please. You're after turning. Shut up out of it. You're after turning ugly there with it because you don't know a man's story. Now, what I'm reporting, you're putting all the fucking sins of the contrary flat earthers, these people that you put who are going to be left behind in that category. But I'm saying to you, there was a whole fucking controversy, there was a whole story leading up to before you considered flat earth, and even during when you were a flat earther and beyond, you didn't engage. Right, so there's a whole story here. I'm not taking away from anyone, and don't you fucking dare paint my fucking picture. Yeah,
well,
what are the proper colors?
hey Pete, to give you the ultimate, benefit of the doubt, what I think he's at least talking about is that with using the truth as a network thing, where okay, now that flat Earth is out there, now what's the ultimate goal? Are they going to use flat Earth to sell us more lies? Those kind of thoughts have to go into any of our thinking. Like if this is being allowed, even if a lot of people might even see the ballers as being a part of getting it out there because they're arguing with us, which makes it a thing. Without them, we might be an echo chamber. The fact that it's like this truth that's coming about that could be a good thing. I mean, the truth is always a good thing, but they could use it in a way that we don't know. Like
That's
I've talked about
exactly
before.
That's exactly what I say to Gem Panda, and I'm a member of Gem Pandas, and I get to talk more freely and openly over fucking there than I do here. But that's what I say to them. They're either enemies of
Dude, you've
mankind
been
or they're
rambling
playing that
on
role,
freely for
specifically
hours.
a new perspective, which is a sort of an equivalent, equal and opposite role that the likes of what do you call it, Mark Sargent, the
Go over
Potato
there.
Crew, the Oakley. So someone is trying to get in now, and I was nearly finished.
Yeah, go over there then if it's so much better over there.
Oh, and it was Witsit trying to get in. I was sure it was someone else.
Well, just kind of, bro. We've exhausted this. This is my point. If I bring up
Exhausted
any
nothing, and
Pete,
you're
I'm trying to.
repeating
Pete, I
yourself,
don't
bud.
dislike you or anything. I think you're pretty cool. I'm not trying to talk down to you or anything like that. I'm talking about the overall idea and how it's detrimental to flat Earth. Okay, we don't got to be enemies or something. What I'm trying to explain to you is, if I named any flat Earth producer, content producer that has any success right now, and I said were they put in place, you would say yes. Right?
Name
There's not
them.
one that I could name that has had actual success in getting the word out there. So it's just frustrating, bro, because
Can you
dude,
name
we
someone?
sacrificed our life for this, bro. It seems like you don't care about that part of it. It seems like you want to skate past the part that it like drastically screws over our lives. Okay? It's really
I
easy to
lost
be
everything,
anonymous
Witsit.
and to critique people. Dude,
Hey,
it
Witsit.
ruined my life.
Witsit.
Okay?
I lost everything. I haven't seen my beautiful son Stephen in 8 years. He's 20 now.
That's not because you talk about flat earth on the internet though.
What do you know
So
about my life?
I know that it's not because of flat Earth. So my point is that when people
It's
take
because
the
of
dude,
conspiracy in general, and because of my love for my child, and the value of the truth, and the love of, well, my child who is the truth.
yeah, you're diverting to an appeal to the emotion. I empathize with that
No,
whole
I'm not. You
situation. I
don't
don't.
hear my story.
Oh
You
my
don't know
god.
my story.
Okay, maybe we should make a Pete room, and everyone that wants to hear Pete's entire life
Yeah, maybe we
story
should
can
hear
go.
you because when you come along, you're such a great brain. Everyone else has to go on silence.
That's not
Try
true. I
that
don't
over
care. I
Nathan
sat in
Oakley.
here for
Look
like
at how much
8 straight
patience you
hours and didn't
received over
talk at
Nathan
all.
Oakley's. I don't hear you talking to Nathan Oakley like you're talking to me, and he's a fucking actor. He's an actor on
He
the
mutes
stage.
me.
Call out Quantum Eraser for being an army
I
man.
have.
Call him out.
I've
Quit.
called both of them out. So
Quit.
great point there. So anyway, all I'm trying to say, and we can move on. I think it's probably the room started of hearing it and stuff. But Pete, I'm trying to give you good advice here, man. Right? Like from our perspective, I understand that you can't fully understand like my perspective because you're not me, right? But I'm trying to explain that like when Dave and I chill on his boat and we're talking about what can we do to really get flat Earth out there, and then we start talking about stuff like this, it's like, yeah, dude, it's crazy frustrating that we do all this, and then you have all the people just tearing you down. It's you're being detrimental to flat Earth. You can take it or leave it. I'm done.
It said, I told you, you're already famous.
Look, man, I said
Already
take it or
famous,
leave it, man.
Want? What more do you want?
I just want you to kind of reconsider bashing people because it's
I'm
making it
not
harder for the
bashing
truth to get.
anyone. If you hear my true fucking story, where all of these clues lead, it's to Alice in Wonderland, Alice through the Looking Glass. You don't know this stuff though. It's our story that's been told here, and all of the different characters are put in place to keep their stalls as we exit Plato's cave. That's what it's about. Our life has to be about something. Life is if L or I fell. We are born as beasts, like Jesus in the stable, to rise to best. That's what it is.
All right,
Now,
man.
I
Cool.
can't pretend that, I let me finish, I can't pretend that my own pathway isn't clear and my own thoughts on my pathway and all of these different characters I encounter, I can't just acquiesce and go, well, I'll go along for the sake of flat earth and popularity. No, that's not the nature of this game. Let me just say this finally, Wit all there is you in this life. All there is you in this life. And if you haven't been led into any previous secrets, then, well, it's about you figuring out your true potential, your true nature, and your true destination. That's what I say. I
What
love
did
all
all
these
of that?
characters. Fantastic characters. You're all fantastic characters.
And you
Yeah,
are
but what did all?
definitely a character, Pete. You're definitely a character. I tell you that.
Yeah,
And people do actually suspect you for just because you're calling out other people that you could be the agent trying to make everyone else look like agents. So I mean, it goes back and forth. That's the problem.
yeah, but Pete, what did that if I fell and whatnot stuff mean? What was that?
What did you say? What did you say, Shirality?
He wants you to go through your word games where you make up words with letters.
Yeah,
No,
what?
listen, I don't want to. Okay, listen, I told you, Mark Sargent. Mark Sargent told us he's a prepper, right? The most unlikely prepper you'd meet. He gave up his life for Flat Earth. He was inspired by his clues, right? So we follow the clues. Mark Sargent Prepper is a reference to Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band by the Beatles. Right? So that's our next stage. Include Patricia Steer herself, Magical Mystery Tour, another album by the Beatles. David Weiss, Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, is a reference to Alice in Wonderland, and the Beatles' Sergeant Pepper is actually about Alice in Wonderland. So we're being drawn back to Alice in Wonderland. All of us are in Underland, Wit said. All of us are in Underland.
Yeah, I definitely got to
You
say,
know it.
Is
You
it
know it.
is it
your
People know
brain
isn't
it.
the
is
word
really
for
good
that,
at
is
like.
it
I'm sorry.
isn't
Go
the
ahead.
word for that pareidolia, where you think you're seeing something that's not really there?
What was that? Say that again, please. Say that again, please. Are you?
Pareidolia.
Okay, I knew. Okay, I knew it was
That's
some sort of
that's usually a visual thing.
comment of my past that I haven't. Did you know? Just we Dodo here. Did you know the author of Alice in Wonderland is Charles Dodgson, but he was nicknamed Dodo because he was said to have as a stammer. So every time he introduced himself, it was Charles the Dodgson. Come on. The most famous character, or the most respected and revered character of his, according to his own testimony, was the dodo bird, which is most strange because the dodo bird has only a seemingly insignificant role, in a sense, within the greater works. Come on, that's why I'm saying there's a greater story. Did you know Michael Jackson faked his death and came back as the Five Alive Dodo? Did you know 9/11 was a movie and Kid A was the soundtrack to the greatest blockbuster of our time? Song number 10, motion picture soundtrack, lead singer Thom Yorke, New York, nicknamed Dodo. Did you know that? I bet you didn't.
It's not enough for me, man.
Yeah, but well, what can I do? Stick your dodo up your arse.
Having a chance to talk to these people one on one squashes all those suspicions. Why would they come and talk to us if they had something to hide?
remember Pete was telling me something about the Kennedy assassination, which was the first conspiracy that I got into, and it was like back in like Flat Earth debate, in like 2015, and he was like, "Why aren't you backing me up on this, Hank? You're a truther." And I remember thinking, like, Pete, I haven't done that research, so how are you asking me to like make a decision based on something I haven't researched yet? I was like, that would be a folly, right? If I did that, like if I automatically got your back just because you're a flat earther. Like I remember you got mad at me, and I was like, why is this dude mad at me? Like just because I'm not backing him up because I haven't done the research. So not only did you not offer me, your source where you got the research so that I could, I just remember you being like really pissed off that I didn't get your back on that. So what you were saying was that uh let's see, how did you say it? His wife helped him fake the event, and she had like a blood bag, and she yanked the cord, and it made the blood go everywhere, and that's how they were faking it. And you were citing the Zapruder film, which I don't hold that to be any kind of evidence whatsoever, because after it came out, like several years later, they had like what, like half a decade to Mary Poppins the shit out of it, right? So you're using that as your source, and I'm thinking like this, this means nothing to me. That film doesn't account to a hill of beans as far as I'm concerned, because we can't say that this was the film from that day, right? 100%, because what is it? Chain of custody, right? And when I was telling you about this, and explaining to you, I can't just get your back on every little conspiracy theory that you come up with. I have to do my own research. You get pissed off at people that don't agree with you, Pete, but they haven't done the research that you've done. So why would you expect them to agree with you?
Who are you talking to, though, Hank? Who are we talking to over the years? Who are we trying to convince of what?
I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything other than to think for themselves, question authority, and if they were so inclined to do so, go try to measure some curvature.
We're trying to convince ourselves of the nature of our own being and our place within time and space.
What? All right, what about time and space?
I found it funny, Hank, that you were a pizza man coming into Pizza Earth, the biggest, sloppiest insult that the ballers would present to you. Yeah. So they've given you their beautiful blue marble image, and then all there is for a flat earther is just a pizza in the middle of nowhere. It's so disconcerting.
What it has to do with time and
I
space,
don't know
I
what you're
wonder.
talking about.
This is like a Sherlock Holmes fucking investigation. This is like, so anything obvious, a new perspective, you know this, but I know you know, not hyperlize, Snack to the Future, but you know IPS. So yeah, this is like a Sherlock Holmes mystery sort of adventure tour. Especially now. Whatever came beforehand, I reckon we have to live at least twice. So female once, and then male again, but maybe it's multiple times. Who knows? If you haven't learned enough, I certainly don't want to live again in that way. Hopefully, I've lived as a female before, but anyway, I can't remember it. But yeah, if it's a greater mystery tour, magical mystery tour, isn't it funny? Isn't it funny that the thing that Antonio Subratz, he tried to overthrow Mr. Flat Earth was Matt Sargent, that romantic notion, Miss Flat Earth, Patricia Sierra, Mark Sargent, Mr. Flat Earth would get together, but he tried to overthrow the usurper, in a sense, on the throne. But isn't it funny that he had, first of all, the Book of the Sun, most interesting. Subratz backwards is star I B us. R-I star C-H us. The association is a bit awkward, isn't it? But isn't it funny that we were forced into a sort of a dichotomous mindset? Isn't it? We were so alone in this venture that our only friends were on the internet, and suddenly we were being divided we are being forced into certain
Yeah,
passage.
there's something to be said for, witnessing or even going back and getting some context for how this all started, and some of the it's back and forth between Eric Dubay and Mark Sargent, and worried about who was it that that restarted the flat Earth movement, and who cares really? It's about the information, right? So it makes you suspicious of these people that are dividing people, like getting all these people on one page and then separating them by having fights between the other, the quote unquote leaders or whatever. And even Whitsitt mentioned this when he was having his deal with Nathan Oakley and QE, because like somebody could look in on that and say, oh, it's trying to divide us, and they're all actors trying to do this. But I know for sure that that's not the case. Having been kind of, talking to Whitsitt at the time and seeing it, it was beyond like the ridiculousness and the way he was attacked. It seems like it's more about a bigger truth, the ether, and that might be something that's not on the table to talk about. And it's interesting.
Exactly, and consider this, bud. It's everything's about fucking decoding. I don't care. Listen, whatever I think about you and your perspective and your associations, there are people listening, and they're on a straight and narrow and honest path, and that's all they want. But here's a decoding of Quantum Eraser. All the Ball Earth returning antagonists over the years have shit to say. There's shit all over Nathan Oak Quantum Eraser because they're the most predominant. I don't know what show he's into now, maybe 10,733 or something like that. But you can be sure that it's pretty much the same thing as show, let's say maybe 200 or 300, something like that. Anyway, so every baller shits on Nathan Oakley, shits on Quantum Eraser, more particularly because Nathan Oakley says Quantum is his mentor. Now, here's the thing: two things they agree on. That is, quantum mechanics is above board, kosher, and ether. All talk of ether is bollocks. Isn't that most curious? Out of everything else, where you have a fucking sworn enemy, a sworn shill, a sworn sellout, a sworn dick out. Well, but then you have these two.
Yeah, and so that's just it's a better example of what you're talking about, as far as like you're suspicious of people even if they are telling the truth, like Nathan Oakland and QE are. But then if they have something that they can't talk about for some reason, that makes you suspicious of them, and you might say the same for other topics that you brought up with 9/11 or whatever. But interesting enough, the way that the media controls our minds is not only through the deception, but through telling us the truth. And I think they do that on purpose. And they also give us, little side paths to go down, like with the JFK thing, like Hank was talking about. That seems like it was. I mean, now that we all look at it and we take everything into account, it seems like that was a truth conspiracy put out there for the confusion and for the paths that everyone went down. And if it is the case that he wasn't even shot, which I think might be the truth, that he actually it was all just an act for us to start using the truth as something to control our minds with, and seeking the truth as a way of controlling us as well.
Here we go. New perspective. Enter Tim Osman, Ozman, who talks about the symbolic breakdown of this. And I have my own thoughts on all of this.
Yeah, the metascript.
Go and look at Arlington Cemetery and JFK's Eternal Flame Memorial. Not you particularly, if you want to do that. I have looked into this years ago. I already been through Coulto's thread over in Let's Roll forums in about 2012 onwards. It's still probably active today. I think the whole forum is taken down as well. But anyway, but yes, getting beyond the literal is a sort of a basic step. So we understand that all of these fake events are all connected and obviously all orchestrated by people in the know. Is there?
And we all went to see Oliver Stone's JFK.
Tim Osman, I am Mark Sargent, enters the scene as the chief clue giver. And as I told you, I love Tim. But I also told Tim where I'm at, and he knows where I'm at with him. But
well, the whole thing with
And
You
it's
know,
up
I
to the
I
listener
remember
then to
seeing
put the pieces together. But yes,
we
they just in
we
case
all
you
remember
you
seeing the.
didn't
Are you? Can
sort
you
of
hear
scroll
me?
back years as well. But go and look up Arlington Cemetery, JFK Eternal Flame Memorial. What does it remind you of?
Pete has
What does it remind
admitted.
you? I know what it reminds me
Hold on,
of.
yeah. Pete has
It
admitted he
reminds me of
can't
a
hear anyone
crater. It
else when he's
reminds me of a
talking.
crater,
So
Hey hey
motherfucker.
Pete, real quick, can you hear me? What I was going to say is we all went to see JFK the
I'll actually
movie
post a
and thought
picture here while I'm.
hey
But
Pete,
I
can
don't
you
want to
hear me
get
or do you have me
involved in
muted,
this
Pete?
sort of.
Can somebody ask him?
Pete, I muted you because you're just talking over everyone. It sounds like you can't hear anyone. Go ahead, Dave.
Hey, ask him if he's got me muted because I don't think he heard anything I
Yeah,
was saying.
Pete, do you have Dave muted? New perspective, do you have him muted?
No, I do not, of course.
Can you hear me, Pete?
Let me just reconnect here, Gio. Sorry about that.
I don't think he can hear
Thought
me,
the
but that's
conversation
okay.
was flowing. Let me just
Hey,
reconnect.
Pete, can you hear me? I don't think he can. He must have muted me on accident. What's up, Gio?
Okay, sorry
Yo,
about
what's going
that.
on?
Okay, sorry about that.
Hey, Pete, can you hear me right now?
Yes, I can. I'm sorry about
Okay,
that.
yeah. It seemed like you had it muted. I was just trying to chime in on what you were saying because we all went to the Oliver Stone JFK movie and thought we were getting this big truth reveal, and it gave us this idea that like we have freedom of speech. We can, yeah, a man like him can go out and tell the truth and put it in a movie and put it out there. And now we know the truth. But if he had told the story of the whole thing being a farce and he was never even shot, he wouldn't be allowed to do that. So it's like there's limits to the truth, and that's kind of what you're getting at to give you the ultimate benefit of the doubt as far as
Right,
your stuff
right. Now, here's
that
a
you were
brilliant
saying
one.
earlier.
Here's a brilliant one. And no, I didn't. Of course, I wouldn't mute you, man. Of course, yeah, okay. I just reconnected. So, yeah,
I
sorry about
said you
that.
might have done it on accident. That's all right.
Okay, I didn't know. I didn't even. I just didn't hear you. The connection went wobbly for some reason. But on the same topic. Here's a brilliant one. Find out where James Cameron was on 9/11. Find out where Oliver Stone was on 9/11. It's a brilliant venture. I can tell you if you want. I can tell you immediately if you don't want to go look.
Just tell us.
But
Just tell us.
okay. James Cameron was at the wreck of the Titanic, where of course we know one became two, right? So the Titanic, one became two and sank to the bottom. He was at the wreck of the Titanic, and he was in his submersible or whatever. And the people on the ship, when it happened, obviously everyone realized after the second plane crash, it was definitely intentional attack or something. The conundrum was whether they were going to tell him or bring the ship up prematurely, or just let the mission go according to plan and tell him when he arrived up. Well, they went for the latter, and that's where he was. And there's a video on YouTube, it was years ago anyway, but you can find it so easily, I'm not so sure. Oliver Stone was in a particular, I can't ask me where it was now, but it was a particular university giving a lecture on the movie JFK when 9/11. And one of his particular quotes on the day was, if something along the lines, if you pay attention, enlightenment will come. If you something like that. But the point was that he was given a lecture on the movie JFK. So both of those affairs concerned and connected with 9/11. And if you think I'm saying something stupid, fuck off out of it. IPS has been talking about these things for years and ages. You know what I mean? And he's much more eloquent than I am, even though I have my own take on things. But that these connections are made, well, are we paying attention? And it's as obvious, like in a Sherlock Holmes fucking novel.
But don't you think that IPS is a little bit like I hate to say Alex Jones, but kind of like the neo Alex Jones in a way, because what he's talking about, a lot of truth. A lot of times though, or not a lot of times, but sometimes he'll talk about things that seem like disinfo, and he'll admit to this. He'll admit to that he mixes in a little bit of disinfo to keep himself,
Yeah.
um, on air or whatever it is. And he's playing his part, obviously too, right? Even though
Yeah.
you're promoting him, talking about him, and it's like that with a lot of these characters that it doesn't necessarily matter that they're playing their part, because if you don't play the part to some degree, you don't get anywhere because they find a way to get rid of you. And I don't know how
Yes.
that works out or what the requirements are, but it doesn't mean that everybody that's quote unquote playing their part is is untrustable completely.
Well,
That's the
exactly.
problem.
Yes, but I've said all this to him. My ultimate decoding of Tim is he's the Wizard of Oz. He's the man behind the curtain.
Yeah.
And
And a lot of times they're just
Obviously,
telling us who our daddy is. They're not telling you any solutions.
yeah,
They're
but
just
that's
telling
our
you
own.
how bad things are rather than how good things can be.
This is our own story, our own venture through life. We are Dorothy, which is thanks to Kate of Gaia. I'm sure you remember Kate of Gaia, Dave. I actually don't feel free or
Who?
comfortable calling you Dave, as we haven't. I'd
No,
call you
it's
New
fine.
Perspective. Okay, well,
People call me Dave.
yeah. All right, bud. Yeah.
Wh-
Kate
Who
of
are you
Gaia,
saying?
with the Dorothy is the door to Theo. So yeah, once you
Kate
expose
of Gaia. What is it? Kate of Gaia. What'd you say?
yeah, Kate of Gaia, legal name fraud, fame.
I didn't know that. Kate, you said Kate of Gaia or Gate?
Yeah, Kate, just type in Kate,
Uh huh. Uh huh.
KATEOFGAIA.
Gaia.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Interesting.
I talked to Kate about 10 years ago. I went head first into talk about Witsit losing everything or losing potential. I lost everything. I'm not saying that in a bad way. Maybe we have to fucking lose everything to realize that, well, what we're experiencing here is just a tiny part of what really everything entails. Or not everything. The word thing is so interesting as well. There's the th. So Dorothy is the door to Theo, but Kate talked about this, and Toto was the dog, we're in verse of God, who pulled the curtain back, who facilitated the sort of awakening to the greater illusion that was in play. We are Dorothy, in a sense. We are Alice. Alice and Dorothy dress very similar. Alice is all of us. Mount Maru, me are you. You just got to decide who you are, I reckon, because we are half the story. Without your female counterpart, or the female without the male counterpart, well, we're exactly that, half the story, and we're missing bits,
Hey,
missing
real quick.
pieces.
Hey, Geo. Real quick, Pete. Geo. I messaged you that we're not live on YouTube for some reason.
No, I
I don't
got
know
it
if
back
that.
live, but yeah, it
Okay.
went down for a little bit. Sometimes YouTube just kicks it off.
I got a question for Pete.
Can I post this? Can I just post this briefly? And honest to God, it's everything interconnects. This is missing pieces from 2001. That's why I mentioned it. So I remember I asked where was James. Find out where James Cameron was. Find out where Oliver Stone was on the morning of 9/11. This was also released in 2001 as a compilation of Talk. Capital T is letter pi, actually. If you just think about it in your brain, capital letter T, adjacent to capital letter T, pi. And pi is the number of God. But yeah, missing pieces. Look at it there. It's all the pieces are laid down. The actors are put in play. And here's the thing. I guess it's the consolation in a sense. If there's so much wonder to come, us coming to reckoning with our own true natures, our true connections, life itself is minimal. Life itself is minimal. 70 years in over eternity. Give me that percentage.
Hey, Pete. Peter. Pete Shea.
Hello, bud. I can barely hear you.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Oh,
Hope
Hank,
that's
how
better.
are you? You're a bit low, bud. I think my volume
Yeah,
is okay.
hope that's better.
56.
I want to ask you a couple questions if
Okay.
you don't mind.
Yeah, no
So,
worries, bud. Of course. Yeah.
right. So, what do thunderstorms and bumblebees have in common?
Is this a sort of did you say what do thunderstorms and wildebeest have in common?
Bumblebees.
Bumblebees.
Yeah.
Are you asking that? Is there a joke answer to that?
You
No,
have
no,
to
no.
you have to tap your internal bumblebee to understand.
To bumblebee or not to bumblebee? That is the question. Uh, that's a what? How am I supposed to answer that, Hank?
Well,
In the
is there any
most
connections there? The bumblebee
uh,
and the thunderstorm?
I should think there is absolutely. Yeah.
Well, what are they?
Okay, it's ether. It's all got to do with ether. So it's a prevailing
Okay.
energized
Excellent.
force.
You got it. Okay. So, what does laundry detergent and Applebee's have in common?
Okay, I'll go along with you with this, like, and I'll answer. So, what does laundry detergent and what did you say? Apple?
Applebee's, it's a restaurant chain, kind of like Chili's.
Okay.
I don't know if
I
they
don't
have those in
know.
Ireland.
I don't know. Your guts get washed out. The core of you gets washed out with both in both occasions. The clothes cover the man. The chili pepper evacuates the inner man. Not
Are there any
necessarily though.
two?
That's my best answer on the spot though. I mean,
Good, good. There's no wrong answer, right? Now, the third question, is there any two things in the world that aren't connected somehow?
no,
So
no.
what does my toenail clippings have to do with your armpit hair?
Your toenail clippings are not what they seem. Imagine if you allowed your fingernails to grow out to a length like Arwen. Remember Arwen? Fearwin, I call them. I haven't heard from him in ages. But imagine you allowed your fingernails to grow out to, let's say, a comfortable 6 inches, if not a foot. Imagine that. Imagine allowed all the hair on your body by eating the proper foods just to grow out. I think you can get wings in a certain way. So everything is ultimately connected. Your fingernails are not what you think they are. The words you use, you don't know um, how or why you're using them. That's what I would say. You think that everything isn't connected, then you deny God. You deny the Creator. Because everything is accidental according to heliocentrism and beyond. Do you know the father of heliocentrism is Aristarchus of Samos? Samos, S. Let's read the word, break it down like you do with a child. S am. I know the word am. Yeah, I know the word am, Daddy. Yes, S am. O S. So I am SOS or am SOS. Well, SOS is the emergency signal, and the Titanic's and it's SOS. So yeah, I think a greater childlike consideration of the words that we use to represent the things that we perceive or that we are maybe is called for. Now, whether I gave wrong or right answers, Hank, I fucking answered you directly.
Thanks.
When we think of thunderstorms, the clouds are lower to the ground. Why do we have the aurora borealis and the aurora australis? Why do we have inclement weather at these extreme sort of peripherals, if you want? Is it because the clouds are lower? Is it because there's a greater impression on the ether on the atmosphere? I heard Snacks talking about nitrogen. We forget that nitrogen is 71% as according to official science, and it's bullocks, but there's a clue in it for us. So 70% of the air that we breathe. I asked Rumpus many times, who's one of the chief the defenders of the ball in history. He has all prior information, and he even develops his own information according to some of the arguments he's encountered. Not understood by me, but by me and others. Let's put it like that. But he has no explanation. He can't answer these questions. They can't answer basic questions. What a cloud is, how the cloud stays in place. But via the mainstream story, the truth is known because there's nothing fucking new under Aristarchus. What are we supposed to think of ourselves the most intelligent men in history? Get out of here. Get out of here. We're definitely chief players in this greater game, right? As we're all playing, we're all one players inside it. One players, one IPS. We're all one players. But yes, that the greater story isn't written, scripted. Be silly.
Hey,
Don't be
what do the
silly.
Globers think about this picture? Yeah, I just dropped in the chat. What do you guys think about that? Does that look real to you? Any ballers? Dang, left lane, bro. Do you think that this picture looks real?
Did you take that yourself? What's it?
No. I haven't been to space yet.
It's funny. Can you see the S straight away? What do you reckon about the sex and the clouds, bowlers? Was that just, or the clone cloud patterns around the Earth?
We all know that the ballers are coincidence theorists, and they just think that it's a coincidence.
Nate, do you think this picture looks real, dude?
Say what, man?
Do you think this picture looks real? I just dropped.
What's that? The Earth?
Yeah.
Well, he knew what it was straight away.
Maybe,
Actually,
I
a
don't know.
picture of some clouds.
Like, what do you think? If you had to guess, do you think it looks real?
If I had to guess, just looking at it, no, it doesn't look real.
It looks so fake. It must be real.
It might be real, I don't know, but just looking at it, just taking a glance at it, it doesn't look real.
All right, here's the full picture.
Why? Whose TikTok is that?
Snapchat.
I mean, not TikTok. Yeah, Snapchat. Got my apps mixed up.
Dude, I had a bunch of people in Gym Pandas one time, like, say that it was for sure real. Because I was like, basically, I use reverse psychology. I'm phrasing it like, dude, please tell me this is real. Look how stupid this looks, you know. So like, you're it is obviously real. Yeah, we've been to space with it. You're an idiot. And then I just dropped a picture of the cartoon.
Well, Witsit, what do you think then of the Sex in the Clouds? I'm sure you've seen that. Is this accidental, incidental? We know the ball isn't real as flat earthers, so anyone who probably that picture, maybe like the same picture that you posted there, they've just created whole cloth, but maybe they've encoded certain things into it. What do you think about the Sex in the Clouds?
I would guess, if I had to guess, I would guess that it wasn't a coincidence, but I definitely think it could have been.
How could it have been? What do you mean?
I
How
don't
could
know.
it have been?
You know, just could have been random. Like you kind of. It's not like you have to look for
Randy
it.
Dumb. Yeah, Randy Dumb.
Seems unlikely that it would be random to where you have all those 3 sequential letters.
Why do we have? Why can one not say when you teach your beautiful child who arrives the language? I'm sure, well, whatever true language, but English language anyway. Ask him why can not say SpaceX without saying space sex. Because why is there all these penises? Why is there all these sex references throughout NASA deliveries and beyond? Blue Origin, for instance, with the Dick what I was going to say the Dick Bezos. What's his name? Jeff Bezos' dick penis.
Yeah.
What's
Because I think they have an occultic belief about Nimrod and his phallus.
Nimrod.
My opinion.
Sorry about that. That's
male
funny,
anatomy
though.
of Nimrod is big in the cult.
Yeah,
That's what the
but
Washington Monument is.
well, Witsit. Remember? Yes, exactly. There's so many references to it, but remember this, Witsit. Your world is about to change. If what you're saying is true, and you and your wife are expecting the baby, you're not expecting, of course, the baby's already there, but you will now be responsible for this most miraculous of creations in conjunction with your wife. Well, doesn't the rod come into it? His rod, Nimrod. Doesn't the rod come into it? Doesn't the penis come into this? What are you going to say? Exploration. Explosion. And is that what they're referencing in our own lives? The importance of our own introspection makes us up. What gives us the ability to great word, manufacture. But of course, it's not us. The child picks you. Your child has picked you. What's it like? You have picked your parents, etc. But what gives us that ability to create such wonder? Yeah. And back to the core and the heart of matters.
The creator. Yo, I've had a baller for the Sex in the Clouds. I've had a baller tell me it was probably just someone that worked at NASA, like playing a prank. Like they like not like as in they tried to play a prank on like basically just that. Yeah, they have to do like editing, CGI or whatever, and just like this one guy at NASA was like, "Yo, I think this will be funny." I'm like, "Oh man, that seems pretty irresponsible." You like risk your whole job for them.
I mean, we have seen this before within Disney. For example, in Bernard and
Right.
Bianca, where they are
Right.
flying into town. If you're looking at one of the windows in the original video that was released, there is this naked woman, for example, a woman.
Yeah.
You see
Well,
this a lot.
Oh,
I don't think that's
oh,
like someone playing a prank. I think that Disney intricately and purposefully put that all throughout their cartoons. Like if you look at
yes, they do.
where they're
Yes, they
getting
do.
married on the ship, the guy like gets a boner in one of the Disney. Literally starts to get
So
a boner.
why? That's the
And-
question. Why? Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, because they want to hypersexualize the subconscious of children, in my opinion. But they believe in, if you look at occult texts, they believe that there's actually power they get in sex magic with children under 7, as incredibly ridiculous and disgusting as that is.
It is a
Uh,
bit. It is controversial, isn't it? But
so
when
then,
that's why I
what you
mentioned
guys? There's tons of them, right? Like there's like in Aladdin,
Toy
he
Story.
whispers like,
Toy
"Take your
Story is
clothes
definitely.
off." In Aladdin, he whispers, "Take your clothes off," and then you have the picture of Lion King being like a girl in a bikini.
Yeah.
You have all kinds of stuff. You have sex spelled out once the dust flies up from the ground in Lion King. It spells sex in the clouds. I mean,
We've
in
all
the
been
sky.
there.
I mean, also all the Mickey Mouse pictures with microphones.
Yeah.
Or it's not even a microphone. He is actually holding Minnie's body, and she is giving him a hug, but it looks like a shaft. And yeah.
It's
Yeah.
but look,
And
we've all been there. We've all been back on the conspiracy forums 10 years ago. I'm 50 now, with it, by the way. I feel younger than ever. I don't. Now that I realize I have the potential to live forever. 50 is nothing when I think about Abraham, Moses, or Methuselah, or Adam, or something like that. They had a fucking big advantage of me, but I bet they wouldn't be able to handle me in a game of chess. I don't mean that in any way. I'm sorry, that's stupid of me to say that, because I know that Adam was much more imbued than I am. We are so much divided. But anyway, when it Toy Story.
I don't know how much
Toy
longer I
Story.
can be in your
Hang
mind,
on,
Pete.
please. Toy
We
Story.
gotta
I've
move
looked
on,
into
bro.
this. I've looked into this.
This is
Toy
cringe.
Story, and I have my own things to say about lots of things, because remember, I'm coming first of all from an auto hoaxer's point of view. I
Oh,
learned about 9/11 back in 2010, and from there on, I understood that there's a greater theme in play in life. But I looked into all the Disney stuff, which is most controversial if people knew what they were doing. But I've also looked beyond that as well. That's why I mentioned to you what's it, your next beautiful arrival, hopefully around Christmas Day. Hopefully you'll take on board some of the things I've said anyway, for the most easy, what do you call it, transition from where they are to where they're at. Toy Story will be one of the greatest influences in children. It obviously has a big franchise, etc. But it's so filthy. It is so filthy where it is dicks and sex references everywhere. Now, you can take it as what you said is to harvest somewhat, or to sexualize children, which I've been on board all of this. I know that something like that happened. Or else, I think that the children now are experiencing an accelerated rate of education, of growth, of understanding. So our sexuality, as we know, plays an integral part in all of this. So I don't see the bad in it. I just see the greater encompassment of it. In terms of us understanding our surround, our place here. That's the way I do see it at this stage.
yeah, my daughter
But
won't be watching.
not that I agree with any sexualization of any children. It's abhorrent. It's desperate. Why about Jeffrey Epstein, Prince Andrew? What about all of this? Bill Clinton? What about all of these conspiracy, dark stories? Terrible dark stories. What are we supposed to make of them? But that's what I'm saying. In my bottom line, that's what I think. All of these peripheral influences ultimately detailing the true nature of our own reality. We are in a divided state, and it's only by the unification of our divided state, under the right circumstances, even under the wrong circumstances, you still get this core, wonderful emanation, which is the beautiful child. When did you stop being a beautiful child? I'm not asking you, Whitsid, but all of us. When did Hitler stop being a beautiful child? When shit happened, I guess, maybe. Anyway. And I tell you my deeper decoding of the clone clouds, Whitsed. Austin, it is, yeah, honest to God. You haven't been paying attention. As flat earthers, there's three divides, I guess. We have the ground, we have the cloud layer, and then we have the cloud, yeah, strata, and then we have the whatever's beyond the barrier, whatever you want to say, some sort of divide. Of course, we know that the sky turns blue. Core truth everyone will represent. Well, tell me one thing that's true. The sky is blue. Well, it's not. It's not, because if you go high enough, in short time, you can see the sky is black. The blue skies after disappearing. But we do have these three layers. We have what we're on, terrestrial, Terra. Then we have the cloud layer, and then we have the encompassment, the enclosure. This is what I'd say, the repeated clone clouds, which were pointed out by Simon Chack and Hoi Polloi over in Clues Forum back in 2012, 10 years ago maybe, and beyond that, and forward in that. But anyway, the point is that my decoding is that, yes, if we pay attention to this intermediate layer between heaven and earth, if you want, then we'll be able to see these repeating cloud patterns in the sky. Because why? They all conform to the prevailing energy that is stemming from this. If you want to call it a counter space, I call it from the other side. There's something going on beneath. I prefer to think it in terms of a tree. So two trees, two towers. The tree has just been cut this side, but that energy is prevailing, and it's this energy then is creating all of the patterns of life. All of the patterns of life, which is expressed everywhere throughout. That's why I said everything is connected to Hank. He mentioned what these toenails and a kookaburra in Australia. Well, definitely some vague connection can be made, but they won't satisfy your mind, because maybe your mind isn't in the right place.
No, Pete,
But
you didn't even.
that's my point. I'm done now. Thank you, Gio. I know what's going on. I'm done.
What the fuck?
It was semi-coherent anyway.
But he said thunderstorms and bumblebees.
Let me just make the point that
You're not
clone
done.
clouds, the clone clouds. So it said the clone clouds represent the clone clouds in our
I'm
reality.
not done.
I'm done now. Okay,
It's
that's my
just,
point.
I mean, it's not even a conversation, Pete. It's just like the you show. Like, you should do your own show, and you should do this.
I'm sorry, Gio. I really do apologize. I just wanted to make my point, which was to say that the decoding of the clone clouds in the next blue marble image after the original one represents us looking at the clouds of our own sky to see that they are repeating, and there's repeating patterns on a daily basis because they're responding to the core energies. Thank you, Brad.
Inertial planes, am I right?
You already said that everything is trying to achieve equilibrium. It's trying to get back to a prior state. I think magnetism, electricity it's like you take the cable that's fully constructed, delivering the energy, and it's cut. And now you have this splaying energy going everywhere, and this is what we're under, like a fountain. And we're living underneath these energies. So it's an unnatural state, and everything is surely trying to get back to its core. I think this is why there's war in heaven, just as there's war on earth, because we're divided above as we're divided below.
So for the room, for any ballers, can you guys help me out with this? So we have a magnetic field in the earth, and all magnets have an inertial plane. So where would the inertial plane be on the globe?
What do you think, Nate?
It's in the center of the bowl.
What about carnivore? Carnivore's in the chat spamming all kinds of globe stuff, but he never talks in VC. What do you think, Carnivore? Where's the inertial plane on a globe?
Yeah, well, if he's not going to answer personally, I wouldn't associate the magnetic field of the Earth with a permanent magnet. I would associate it more with a field magnet, not like that around an electric motor or something like that.
Can you show me any magnetic field that doesn't have an inertial plane? And by the way, what they say is that your model claims it's not a permanent magnetic field, but it looks like it is because the change is so gradual it would take like billions of years. So either way, in the scenario, it's not a permanent magnet, but the progression's so slow that it takes that long, you're still going to have the effects of a permanent magnetic field. So the question still remains, all magnetic fields have an inertial plane. So where would that inertial plane be on the globe?
I have
I'll
an
throw an
answer
answer on.
for
How
you.
What is
about
what's
at the
an
equator?
inertial plane?
How about at the equator, through the equator?
Yeah, that's what I was going to
Through
say.
the equator.
But I think Nate was going to say something. I was just trying to give a possible answer.
Yeah, I was just asking, like, with regards to a magnetic field, what is an inertial plane?
It's also called like a block wall. BLOCH wall, or block domain wall. A block wall of a magnet. So if you put like a filter over a magnet, you'll see, I'll drop a picture, but you can see the plane through the middle, the line through the middle. Of course, inertia being at rest. So you have the pressure mediated on both sides, and
It's just a domain wall.
yeah, cut right through the middle. It's a plane, the plane of inertia.
Plane of inertia. Why do you guys call it a plane of inertia, though?
Because that would be an accurate denotation of what it is. It's a horizontal plane, and it's inertial.
It's also non-conductive dielectric, so it's like functions as the ground, the way the ground functions. So how does that work on a globe?
Yeah, there's one of the pictures from my presentation.
Okay, check this out.
So what I have here is the dielectric or convergent. Accelerating towards inertia is what gives a magnet its power. The stronger the magnet, the stronger the dielectric. Magnetism is more accurately denoted as dielectric acceleration. And then you have the block wall of a magnet, or the plane of inertia, right there depicted in 3 different pictures. I've done this myself. I got one of those little filters. It's pretty crazy. It doesn't matter what magnet you use.
Hope you're not expect. Hey, what's it? Is your heart sink? You always expect some challenging, engaging responses, but even from your own side, you don't get it. You don't get it. Does your heart sink?
No.
Does it
There's no
encourage you
answer
to
for the
keep
globe.
going? Yeah, but the globe might be the answer to your reality, bud.
The equator wouldn't work, right? Because if you look at their globe and then how they depict the magnetic field works on the globe, you'd have to draw a line right through the middle of that magnetic field. So that'd have to
All
be
circular
vertical or
maps are
horizontal.
wrong. All circular maps are wrong. This is why the Gleason's map. The actors in play put the Gleason's map above their presentations back in 2016 or 15, 16, and beyond. But yeah, it's not circular. But
Well,
defines
visualization's pretty useful though.
yeah, but Hang on, bud. What defines our version of reality is the sky itself and the motions in the sky. Obviously, the Earth's surface we're on is emotionless, but something moves. If those emanations are centered at the Earth itself, something has been cut off, and yet circular pattern is not adhered to. This is why they say it's pear-shaped or it is an oblate spheroid, because the barrier itself against which all of these skylight emanations are reflecting against, in unison, by the way, is because it's going along a certain path or track. It has to be. Why?
So
How else can it be?
we kind of take this back. I mean, I guess you could say that inertial plane would go through the globe. Here, I'll drop a picture.
I think you have it the wrong way around in a sense. So you're taking electricity and magnetism as natural, and the truth as being secondary in a sense. Whereas these are
so if you see the problem here, if you look at both pictures that I dropped, right, you see that how they have the magnetic field here depicted. The inertial plane, if it was the equator, it'd be the wrong way, right?
Yeah.
See there, you see right there. It should be where those loops are. The line should be going vertically through the middle of those loops.
Yeah, but we're not trying to fucking debunk the globe. The globe is.
Well, I am. I'm trying to show the Globers they can't even explain the magnetic field. So it's even worse than that. I mean, of course, if it was the equator, it'd be the wrong way, but you could just flip it over or whatever. But the problem is that of what an inertial plane is. So how could you have an inertial plane extending, beyond the surface and all the way out into space, and then all the way through the Earth to the next surface? How could you have material there? How could you have matter of the Earth inside the inertial plane, like a consistent distribution of matter all the way throughout? Makes no sense.
That's what I'm saying to you. That's why you're famous, bud. The best what the globe has to offer. I don't give a fuck who they are. You have them under your thumb. There's no denying that. There's definitely no denying that at this stage. They have no defense of their position, and that's why they don't engage. But
we'll definitely deny it.
Can I just say? Let me just say this. You know what? The last. So you posted the last image there. I'm looking at the lower half of it. My mind is about an inner barrier here that we are under, which begins low at the north, highest at the equator, lowest at the southern peripheral. So we're always getting a sort of a mirror image. I do hold, and I have held for the longest times, that the southern stars are a reflection of the northern star rotation. And I think we talked about this briefly before, but I think the problem is that the ballers don't know what stars really are. They've only considered one option. And of course, that's a ridiculous option.
Like even Ken Willer can't answer this question. Like when I'm in his chat, I ask him, where would the inertial plane be on the globe? And he never answers it. Of course, seemingly that's the only place that could sustain life, right? I mean, you would have a state decently close to equilibrium there, where you could sustain life. So, yeah, I've never heard a baller answer this. Honestly, I think the magnetic field is one of the quickest death blows to the globe, because of course we know the basics of like the Curry point and all this, but I can drop a PDF right now. I think it's from Harvard. Maybe it's actually not from Harvard, but anyway, it's a professor explaining like the last 150 years or so of the failed attempt to explain the magnetic field on the Earth and the globe in detail. And like Harvard admits they don't know how it works.
That's amazing. Listen, that's amazing, Whitsett. And follow your course, bud. With a true heart, follow your course. I've explained things that no one in history has been able to explain. Not because I'm anything fucking great, just because I'm a flat earther and I follow the clues as well. I've explained fall street clouds. My Milky Way on the moon find killed all of astrophysics. Do you think I'm joking about that? No. As flat earthers, we're dealing with a reflective barrier above, probably water, with energy source, emanation, and interaction. We get to see all of the emanations through the intervening atmosphere, particularly the water. But if we see these repeating patterns, then is there a connection, a correlation? Yes, there can be within a flat Earth. There can't be at all within a globe Earth or a heliocentric or a greater galactic Big Bang setting. That's why I say that find killed all of astrophysics. But I'm not stuck in that find. I've moved a long way beyond since 2015 or 16, but I still stick by that find. We're dealing with a mirror sky, we're dealing with a central core emanation, and we're dealing with a projection of the same thing from different perspectives we're viewing. I'm done.
None of the ballers can tell me where the inertial plane would be.
The ballers have nothing, bud. The ballers have nothing.
But isn't it weird to think that they can sit here and think that they know for sure the Earth's a ball at the same time?
They were let into the story. What's it? Flat Earth is an open secret for years. Johnny B, who's been a regular, I don't care what you think about him, I love Johnny B, King of Iceland, and he has his own historic sort of connection to Asgard, as he claims. Everyone laughs him off as a drunken Icelander. I don't love Johnny, but the point is that he was let in on a stationary flat Earth when he was a young fellow by his grandfather, who learned it from somewhere, who was a rich man in Iceland. So all of these secrets have been preserved and passed down throughout the ages. We are just coming out of the cave, and that's why I label some of these people as actors. I don't judge them. They're playing their roles because they're probably in possession of greater knowledge. But yes, they have their limitations, and that's where the honest heart has to move beyond. Recognize the limitations and take up your own path. That's
So
all
another
it is.
slide I have here in my presentation is when a dielectric medium reaches its threshold of capacitance, which of course just means storage of electricity effectively, it discharges or grounds into counter space. It goes back to the quote-unquote realm of rest or state of pure potential. And then I have a picture of lightning beside it, and it's because this is called dendritic Lichtenberg figures, and they are found all throughout nature. Have you guys ever looked into that? So it's like the pattern of lightning, or your veins, or lungs, or brain, or heart. There's these patterns are found all throughout nature with trees and on the earth and terra firma, and it's pretty fascinating, right? It shows you that there's constantly this threshold being reached of capacitance throughout all things, and then it discharges to attempt to attain equilibrium. As in, everything is literally electric and trying to seek equilibrium all throughout all of nature. It's really pretty fascinating. I'll drop some pictures.
What's it? El is the destroyer. El is the Jewish Lord God. He's the Lord over the destroyed fire form. Electricity is like your hand. Imagine holding your hand up and just severing it. The blood would shoot upwards. You'd have a fountain-like emanation until you bled out. But I don't mean to be graphic here, but imagine we were living somewhere in a plate in between, and we would be under these influences, but it is an influence under a divided aspect. I guess this is in a sense why you have to divide yourself or separate yourself from yourself in order to create something new, which is your child. I don't mean to any disrespect to keep mentioning that, but because it's pertinent and because it's in play, I think this is the key. Remember in Genesis 2, Lord God lords over all the precious jewels of the earth. Gets them out immediately. And I think this is the L. And we are beyond the L. heliocentric. So
Hey, excuse me, can I interrupt real quick? Is Brian here? You here, Brian?
I'm Piche, bud. If you were talking to me, is
No,
that
not you.
Bacon?
No, I'm asking Brian if he's here because I want to talk to him.
You
But
Bacon?
yeah, I'm Bacon.
Yeah,
Okay.
Bacon.
You smoking? You smoking right now, Bacon? Smoking
What?
Bacon?
Hey, Brian is here.
I'll be able to talk here shortly, Bacon. But I can listen if you have something to say. But I'll be able to chat here shortly.
Oh, I will call you to live stream too, so we don't interrupt the conversation here.
No, please, something new here, please.
Okay,
I
Gio.
was trying
I
pretty
let it go.
desperately, honestly.
Hey, Wit, can you see my my screen share?
Yeah.
Okay, you asked me a question yesterday, and I didn't have an answer in a way that was easy to explain. You asked why GPS could only work on a globe. So I've drawn up some diagrams to try to illustrate that. So here on the left, I've got 3 observers, a blue observer, a green observer, and a red observer. Those represent the locations of GPS receivers. And I've simplified it for just 2 GPS satellites because that makes it simpler. You can see this is a GPS satellite up here, and this is one here. And so each receiver knows its distance to each satellite based on the delay of the signal. And you can see I've drawn concentric circles, so the blue receiver has 2 blue concentric circles, one at the distance of each satellite, so it knows there's one at this distance and one at this distance. And I've done the same thing for the green observer. He has 2 concentric circles, one at the distance of each satellite, and the same thing for the red. He's got 2 concentric circles at the distance of each satellite. And you can see all 3 colors convert, they all converge at that satellite location, and all 3 colors converge at this satellite location. That simply means that each satellite has a specific distance to each observer, and that they all converge. The problem is, on a flat Earth, which is now represented on the right pane here, again, I've drawn the circles, the concentric circles around the blue and the green and the red observers. See the blue here, it's just got these 2 blue concentric circles. It just happens that one place all 3 colors cross in the same place, but there's no other possible location for that second satellite to be where all 3 colors cross at the same point. Because remember, each and these are the same lengths. I drew these concentric circles the same distance from the observer on the right as I did on the left. So the receivers know the distance to the satellite. So, for example, this blue observer, he needs to have a satellite somewhere along this line, which we could say is right here, but he needs another somewhere along this line. And you could put it somewhere here, but the problem is then, say, the red observer, if it was just the red and the blue observer, then we could say, well, then the other satellite could be here, or here, or here. But we've got this third observer which means we need all 3 colors to intersect at a second point. And you can see there is no second point where all 3 colors will intersect. And then, of course, if there were more observers, and more satellites, this would be just come that much more impossible. So it is a geometric measurement, and it really wouldn't work with the math that's used in the software that runs on a GPS receiver on a flat Earth. And the software and the hardware is all open source, so you can literally go download the software that decodes it and the software that can run on a hardware-defined radio receiver, and so you can verify yourself that these satellites are actually, there's my pointer, are actually ranging distances from these satellites, and that the geometry just wouldn't match up on a flat Earth. So that's my best explanation at this point to answer your question, why would GPS be much more plausible on a globe than on a flat?
Okay. Well, in reality, we have all kinds of satellites everywhere. They don't travel in these little concentrated beams, for starters. So you would have multiple different satellites up there. I'm not going to necessarily go down the route of questioning the distance too much, although that is, of course, built in with a medium assumption because it's duration of time and then signal travel through that. But even if I just give you the distance, which you actually don't get that, but you would just have satellites everywhere. So I don't see what I'm not understanding here is why would we not be able to intercept different signals if we have all kinds of other satellites up there relaying signals to one another and then sending them back down?
Because two people can stand 10 feet apart, or two receivers, and they're both receiving the signal from the same satellite. From the exact same satellite.
Yeah, again, they relay. There are many satellites up there that relay signals to one another. So you could receive it from the same satellite, but where did it receive its signal before it sent it back down to the observer?
Yeah. How do you not get that, Jesse?
I mean,
Jesse,
pretty easy.
you need to think about it again. Think about what he's just said. Think about it, please. You're smart enough for that. Listen to what he's actually saying.
Yeah,
are there any
just
other?
called me outside, but
Are there any
I'll
other?
just repeat my point one time. The signals are being sent to each different satellites in the sky and then being sent back down. But Kai called me outside. Just a sec.
Are there any other ham radio operators in here who have a clue about radio propagation?
I'm not a ham operator, but I know a little,
I was trying to
about radio.
Trying to bring us back to square one arguments. Is that Pigman? I recognize that voice.
Who, me? No, I'm not Pigman.
Yo, Larry, which Resident Evil is this?
No, the guy with the voice like that.
The remake?
Yeah, it's the new one. I've been playing these games for a long time, although I'm not very good at them.
Yeah, you suck, man. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, Jesse. I mean, the GPS is obviously a globe system. It's got globe coordinates within it. Doesn't mean the Earth is a globe, but it's not surprising to me that this is how they set it up.
Actually, the GPS doesn't.
It kind of goes back to the thing I've always said. You really can't verify the actual signals. You're getting timing. You're getting data that's being given to you. You really don't have a way to verify where that signal is actually coming from and how it's actually laid, how it's actually positioned above the Earth. So it's like
just demonstrated how.
But we can measure the angle it arrives at, and we can measure the differential in timing too. So, like you and I could be standing literally 10 feet apart. We're receiving the exact same radio transmission from the exact same source, and you and I can measure the difference in the time it takes to reach me as it takes to reach you. It's the same signal. It's the exact same radio transmission. If there was two of them, they'd be interfering with each other, which is what they do. But we can measure the angle that arrives from. But yeah, I learned all about it in ham radio class.
That is Pigman. Fucking hell, bud. I haven't heard from you
If
in
you
years.
if you're only picturing one receiver, then sure, the satellites could be anywhere, from any distance. But if you're crossing the data and the time difference that is reaching two different observers, this is no longer, you can no longer put whatever variables you want for the position of the satellite. And the more information you add, the less variables you have to play with. And what he's showing there is that with three observers, there's no room for any other variable to change that would allow the three observers to be on a straight line. You don't have to trust the satellites. You can trust the data that we know, which is the difference in time of the signals that is reaching each one of the three observers.
Which is what I illustrated in my diagram here. There's simply no location for that second satellite that would satisfy all three observers. You could satisfy two observers, but you couldn't satisfy all three.
What if every satellite up there is relaying information to one another, as Whitsit said? It one was, would it, if they were interconnected?
It doesn't change the argument. The signal is still reaching all the observers, and it's still reaching with a time difference. So regardless on how they're communicating to each other, they can't send the signal and determine how long the signal is going to take to reach each individual observer. As soon as he sends the signal is going to travel and cross the observers, and the observers can time that difference. Doesn't matter how they're communicating, what kind of information they're sending. Just based on the difference in time of the transmissions, you can trilaterally back the satellites and see if there's a consistent position that the satellites could be in to be sending those signals if the observers are forming a straight line, or if the middle one is higher than the other two, because that changes the time difference between the signals. So you can actually validate if those two observers are in a straight line or not, even if you don't trust what the satellites are saying. Even if you don't trust where they say they are, you don't need that information for Jesse's argument. This is why those responses that you guys gave are not addressing the argument that he's bringing, because he doesn't use it, neither of those as a information for the diagram.
Hey, Bacon, what are you talking about? Gone
GPS.
mad.
Thought it was
Gone mad. That's the only
quite
thing I
clear.
can say.
Okay, I'm back. What's going on now?
We're just waiting for you.
Yeah, what's up? There's like crazy.
I'm just saying that Bacon has gone mad. You can take it from here, but Bacon has gone mad, as far as I can tell.
Oh, I'm quite chill. Don't worry.
Okay, so you have like relayed signals up in the sky. So are you saying, and this is objective, like even NASA will tell you they do this. They do this with satelloons. You could also do it even if it wasn't tied to a balloon. So what are you saying, that the duration changes, as in say there's an observer in the middle. I'm just on my phone now, so I'm not looking at anything, but it doesn't matter. Say there's a person in the middle, then there's a person on the left and the right. Are you saying that the people on the left and the right of the person in the middle it's gonna take longer for the signal to get to them than the person in the middle because it has to go further because it's dropping down on the curve?
I think if I understand what you're saying, I think that's what I'm saying. It's like the satellite is in a location, wherever it is, we don't know, but it's there at a given point in time. That's where it is, whatever it is, whether it's a balloon or a satellite, but it's a thing in a location, and the receivers know their distance to it. All the receivers each know their distance to it. They're all receiving the same signal from it.
Okay.
How would the signal ever be the same? Wouldn't it always be different regardless of the surface of the Earth or where the satellite is located, like if people are different distances apart from one another, won't the signal always reach them at different times? Can you give me a scenario where it would reach all three of them at the same exact time increment?
And it's the opposite of what he's saying. He's saying that there is a time difference, and that's actually what we are using to determine.
That's exactly what I just said. Can you give me a scenario where the time would not be different?
Yeah.
If they're all in the same location.
distance.
Yeah, if they're all at the same distance.
If they're all in the same location, right?
If they're all in the same location, then it would be the same time delay to all the satellites. If
Or
there was
to the
only
people, to the receivers, to the people on the ground, right?
right, if there's only one satellite, then they could be arrayed in a circle around it and still all be at the same distance.
This is not a good argument. So what you would have to do to
argument,
present
actually.
your argument is you'd have to show actual data where one person's right here. Because just like you said, even on a flat plane, it's going to be different. Do you guys agree with that? First step. Do you guys agree that even on a flat plane, the time's going to be different if you're in different locations?
Absolutely.
Obviously.
Right. So then what the argument boils down to is the difference, right? Meaning like, okay, there's a difference between this observer A and this observer B and this observer C. There's a difference in the three observers with duration. But on a globe, it would be longer.
It would
No.
follow a
necessarily.
different contour.
Yeah, it's not necessarily longer. It's just that the
be
differences wouldn't be
longer.
the same depending on the distances wouldn't be the same depending on how
Couldn't be longer.
what the position of the observer. If
There's
they follow a
Why
straight
would it
line,
not be
Transmitting at
longer?
the speed of light.
Why would it not be longer if it's dropping down on a curve, but the satellite's in the same location at the same altitude? So on a flat plane, it's going to be closer than on a globe. The person on the ground on the globe is going to be further away from that satellite than the person on a flat plane.
So here's the only scenario where multiple observers would receive the signal at the exact same time. If they were in a circle around the zenith of where that satellite is, right? So
he already said that.
on a flat Earth, right? But what we're talking about is we're using multiple satellites, right? Not just one specifically. Right. So with the multiple satellites, can you give me a scenario with two satellites, regardless of position on a flat surface, where there would not be a time difference between that second satellite and all the observers that are in a perfect circle around the zenith of the other satellite?
You lost me.
So if we are only using one satellite,
Pete,
we're only using one satellite, right? That would be like having a flagpole, and then you have people with equal lengths of rope that stand in a circle around that flagpole. Would you agree, right? They all have the same distance from that flagpole. So we have a perfect circle around that flagpole. That top of that flagpole is our one satellite. Now, if we bring in a second flagpole, no matter where we put it, you're always going to have a different length of string that's needed for all the original people.
Yes.
So there would be no difference between flat and spherical when it comes to the scenarios that you're talking about.
The lengths of the ropes would be different.
Correct. And that's what Whitsitt was alluding to, right? The lengths of the rope would be different. But see, now this comes into, we're dealing with medium specific, right? Meaning that we would have to know exactly the speed in which that signal was traveling at all times, which we can't necessarily determine, right? Unless we use the speed of light in a vacuum, which it's not taking place within a vacuum. So where do you get this accuracy that leads you to believe that a sphere is the only option when I just laid out a scenario where a flat surface would give you the same result?
You laid out a qualitative scenario. We're talking about a quantitative scenario.
Yeah, so this is the truth of the matter, right? So you could drop the specific data if you want to support your point and then give specifics of what you think the difference would be. But in reality, these signals, the duration difference would be incredibly small, right? Like incredibly small. But with
Word
the
sounded
overall,
good though.
with the speed of quote unquote light, and then the difference in distance that you would be invoking, the difference in duration would be incredibly small. And then just like you said, of course, when you're talking about something that small, the medium is going to be quite relevant. Sure, it doesn't change much, but we don't have much to deal with, right? And so, we don't even make claims as to what's up there, and that's a whole different thing. But of course, it's going to be different over a plane or a globe traveling down, what medium is traveling through. But even more importantly is, like, again, you're going to have to show specific data that shows what the actual difference would be, because in reality, it would be like incredibly minuscule, right? And so I know for a fact you have no way to actually substantiate that.
I
not to
object.
mention. Oh, go ahead.
I object to your minusculity argument because
big word.
Because the speed of light is fast and the time that it takes to travel a foot is short, but that's completely irrelevant because the receivers are up to the task of dealing with that. A surveyor's GPS can literally tell you the distance between 10 feet apart with good
I never
accuracy.
said they couldn't, man.
Okay, and are these?
Go ahead, Jim.
And are these ropes, as you put them, Jesse? Are these ropes? Are they straight or are they bending?
They're pretty straight.
They're pretty straight, so they're bending. They're bendy rope.
The satellites are alleged to be 10,000 miles up.
Ooh,
bendy rope.
but it's EM frequencies. Good point. So there is the possibility of refraction there, Jeremy.
It's not a possibility. They know it's happening. Jesse might not know, but everyone else knows that it's actually happening.
Well, and that's part of the software. When you go download the open source GPS decoder software, you can see how they deal with refraction and how they compensate for that. Because a satellite that's straight overhead really won't have much refraction because it's not cutting crosswise to the gradient.
And can you use just one satellite overhead and that's it, or do you need more than that to happen for GPS to work?
No, I'm saying the refraction is a function of the deviation from straight up.
See, I think you guys are you don't have to do any of this, and my argument wasn't addressed. So, I didn't say the satellite wasn't capable of finding the difference no matter how precise. I said that it's going to be incredibly, incredibly small difference as opposed to a flat plane surface or a curve, right? And when it comes to the actual practical use case of GPS, it would make no difference. That tiny little duration would make no difference. That's the point. That's the actual point. So in real life, when we use GPS, it would make no difference, which is why it's cool to just draw a cartoon and say, look, I think it'd be different on both. So drop the actual data of what it is and then do the math and show me the difference with a certain distance. And then we will immediately refute this argument as any type of validity when it comes to actual real life use case and what the difference would be. That's my actual argument.
No, we should construct our whole life around this new reality in which Jesse has given us.
You sound like a conspiracy freak, Wit. Come on.
Look, I made a very specific argument, okay?
Well, where is he responding then? I think you can't respond to what you said.
But how can you say that it would work the same on a flat Earth when there's literally no place where all three colored lines intersect for the location of the second satellite?
Okay, see, I've already refuted that part. The truth is that the satellites relay messages to one another. So, you could have it relay a message to a satellite and then send the signal back down. So what's going on in the sky, which is what, again, NASA admits they do this. They have satelloons and they put tons of them up there, and they just relay messages to each other prior to sending a signal down. So that doesn't hurt anything. You don't need it to converge in a certain point on your cartoon. That's not how it works. You can just relay messages. And that's what we actually do in reality. We relay the messages, the signals from satellite to satellite. Now, your argument specifically has turned into that there will be a difference in duration based on the convexity of the Earth, meaning that there's a different distance on the globe because it's going to be further down than on a plane away from the satellite. Okay, well, in reality, that difference would be so incredibly minor that it would have no effect in actual practical use, which is why I'm saying you would have to show the data, show what the actual duration is from point A to B to C, and then do the math and show the difference with that distance on a flat Earth right? And prove that that would actually affect the practical use case, which it would not.
I bet you won't answer that at all with
So
I bet you won't fucking deal with that.
that still doesn't answer where would the second satellite go in such a position that it would satisfy the distance requirements for all 3 observers.
I think I can argue for Witz's point if you want.
Okay.
Oh, great.
Right. So the curve that you used on the left side is very pronounced, right? So it's like a very big difference than the second scenario. So if we shrink those 3 positions to be just within a mile, for example, then in both scenarios you would have pretty much a straight line almost. Right? So with a very small distance between the 3 observers, the 2 scenarios shouldn't be too different. I think that's what Witz is saying.
Yeah, correct. And like actual real life practical use, it would make no difference.
But I don't see why. Maybe it's a short period of time that the light takes to travel, or the radio's waves takes to travel such a short distance, but it's still well within the resolving power of the receivers.
That is not the argument. No one's disputing that you could try to precisely show the difference. The argument is that it wouldn't actually alter the outcome or result or practical use of GPS.
Well, it would, because you don't have people just using GPS in an area smaller than a mile. You have people everywhere on the world using GPS, and you can have that same signal reaching a much bigger range on the surface than what would make a straight line or a small arc look like the same thing. So GPS reaches a far enough range in which that becomes very significant. Just
Really?
like
So how far can the observers be away from each other and all send to the same satellite?
you know what?
How far away are the observers from one another and they're all sending and receiving a signal to the same satellite? Which they actually don't do that. They relay messages in the sky and then send them down. Hence why it takes so long. If it was just there and back, it would be a different duration.
No,
which I've already looked into.
They relaying messages to each other don't affect Jesse's argument, because he's only using the time difference between the transmissions.
No, he actually
Whatever they
wasn't.
mean.
He was actually talking about the intersecting of the satellite itself. That's what he was talking about.
Yes, and where they intersect, you don't have to use the information that is being sent on the signals. You're just using the difference in time of the signals themselves. The content of the message can be completely ignored.
No one's talking about the content. We're talking about the signal itself being relayed, right? So it's being relayed in the sky to a central point and then being brought down. So the first argument you made was that you couldn't be on the Earth and all these people be getting signals sending signals to the same satellite, right? But either it's sending or receiving, it's the same thing. They send signals and then it comes down. And what I'm saying is, in real life, you would have to show it. This question sums up the whole thing. How far away from each other can observers be and allegedly all send the signal and receive the signal from the same satellite?
They don't send signals to the satellite.
Okay, receive the signal from the satellite. Because you made the claim that it would be a drastic difference and it would affect the practical use case of GPS because they can do it from so far away. So how far away can the observers be and then be receiving the signal from the same satellite, allegedly, and then do the math and show the difference between a flat and a globe Earth and why it would give you a different position on the Earth using GPS? You can't do that because the duration's incredibly small difference. And we're talking about a very tiny difference within, a super fast, a little tiny portion of a very quick duration anyway.
But the receivers can definitely handle that.
No one said they couldn't. See, that's what I'm saying. That's like the 5th time the straw man has been brought up. That's a straw man effect. I'm not saying that it couldn't do that.
Yeah, I know, but I think this is important for your argument. So if that's not important for your argument, then I don't understand your argument.
Could I try?
Because yes. All right, go.
Well, when you're done, I've got an idea for an analogy that maybe will help him understand.
Right. So because all Jesse's argument requires is that the receivers know the time difference in which the transmission the transmissions are reaching them. And that time difference, even though minuscule, is well within the resolution of the receiver. So if the receiver can handle that, then we have all the information that we need for Jess's argument to work.
Once
So,
again, even on a flat plane, there would be a difference. Okay, so let's start there. Do you agree that even on a flat plane, there'd be a difference?
of course.
Okay, now we're now talking about the difference in the difference, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, now show the actual data and the actual distances and what the difference would be in the difference on a flat Earth and a globe Earth. That's what I'm saying. You're going to have to demonstrate that. A cartoon doesn't do anything. You need specificity of data as to what the actual duration is and what the outcome would be different, or the difference of the outcome on a flat and a globe Earth.
What the cartoon is showing is that there would be a difference between if the observers are on a globe versus the observer on a flat surface. So if it's consistent with one, it cannot be consistent with the other. And then to argue that it is consistent in the globe, I think Jesse is making use of the fact that all the GPS receivers are open source. So if they give you your correct location and they're open source, then they just taking the signals as they are, which means it's consistent with the globe, which therefore is not consistent with the flat Earth.
Can you read these transmissions and decipher them to prove that it only works on a globe?
You can download the software and the...
No, not with software. So the signal
He wasn't done.
You can download the software and the software for a software-defined radio receiver that's all open source to do the full process from receiving the RF signal, decoding it, and then decoding it and getting a fix. And you can read all the source code. It's all available.
So how are you getting a fix based on decoding the information? Do you have something on your screen that you have pulled up that you could just show us the raw data for one transmission?
I don't, not right now.
Have any of you taken the raw data from one transmission and gone through the process of actually figuring out where that was coming from and where it was received?
Well, that would be the second part of the argument. The first part, at least, I think you could
No. I
acknowledge.
didn't ask which part of the argument. I asked if
I
either
know.
of you have actually done this.
Yeah, I answered the question already, and then I'm commenting on it. So I said no, and I'm now adding because I want to.
That's fine.
Add,
yes
right.
or no is perfectly fine.
Yeah, I already gave you the yes or no. So this is the second part of the argument. The first part, I think you could at least acknowledge now, is that depending on the transmissions that we're getting, it would either be consistent to the globe or be consistent to a flat Earth. You wouldn't be able to be consistent with both at the same time. This
Why?
is the first part of the argument. Because of Jess's diagram illustrates that.
Because of why?
Because of what Jess's diagram is illustrating.
Jesse put some lines on there. I wasn't in the room when he did that presentation. But what? So basically, what Jesse is saying with these lines, like you were pointing out, Bacon, is if we were at some place like Salar-de Uni or the Bonneville Flats, and we were at opposite ends of these known flat locations on the Earth, that GPS wouldn't work, is what you're saying.
No.
But based on the drawing, that would be the case, right? There has to be curvature.
Can I jump in after Napalm?
Yeah.
Not
if
getting
they wanted to
your
respond to that, I could go after. Go ahead.
So what is a flat spot on the Earth? That's a fairly significant flat spot on the Earth. What does that do for GPS and the ability for these two satellites to have these crossing lines that you're talking about?
I'm not sure if I understand what you're asking.
Does it pose a problem for GPS?
He thinks the salt flats are actually flat and not curved.
Well, yeah, they objectively are, but okay.
Yeah, well, you said objectively, so you must be correct.
So you're saying there's no objectively flat parts to your globe?
Well,
I
the
mean,
whole argument is there's a significant difference on all observers on Earth being coplanar and they being spread around the globe. It doesn't matter that in small sections of the globe you can have relatively flat surfaces. That's not the point of the argument. The point of the argument is if you get the same transmissions that are reaching far observers and you trilaterate the satellites based on the time difference of those transmissions, you could rule out where they can or cannot be based on those time differences. And therefore, they can't be consistent with both a flat and a globe Earth at the same time.
Okay, I'm just curious. In Jesse's diagram or whatever he drew there, did he draw straight lines?
you mean the line of sight or the line of radio wave from the satellites to the observers?
Yeah, the line. There's something traveling from the receiver to the satellite, right?
Yeah,
you drew that line, and you drew that line on your diagram, right?
I drew those straight.
Yeah, you drew those straight, but they're not going straight, though, are they?
Well, they're going very close to straight.
Yeah, but not straight.
You mean according to the globe model or according to your model?
According to what happens, no model necessary, just according to what happens when you send an EMF frequency through the atmosphere.
Yeah,
How do you know? Without
How do
citing a
I
model.
know? Dude,
Yeah.
anyone right now? Sorry to interrupt, Jesse, but go ahead. I'll let you finish. I have an answer for that.
Well, without citing a model and with no observations of yourself, I don't know how you could make a claim that they're not going straight. But anyway.
Yeah, I can answer that. It's fine. So anyone can go look it up right now. It has nothing to do with the model. It strictly has to do with what happens with when you send an electromagnetic frequency through the atmosphere. No model necessary. I don't need to have a model of flat Earth to know that this happens.
But the source you cite is also claiming that the satellites are 10,000 miles up.
And they will tell you that there is refraction involved with it. That means not straight lines. So, I mean, what are you going to do?
So how much deviation is that?
I don't know, but I know it's not a straight line anymore, and you have straight lines on your thing.
And
it
your
would also
deviation
account.
that you're using is not much. So,
well, if I had
That's why I
drawn
like-
them,
Go ahead,
if I had drawn them curved to match, to be scaled, it would be such a slight curve you couldn't even see it on that picture.
oh, you mean like the
Okay.
difference in the duration you're invoking? A very slight difference. That's crazy.
That's why I like Witzit's minuscule argument, because this minuscule amount that it would be off on a flat Earth, and you have a minuscule amount off because of refraction. I mean, there you go.
Well,
No,
and
it
that's
will
all.
only be minuscule if the observers are close to each other. If they're
Cite the actual data.
what do you mean? It's the distance, the distance between the observers being on a straight line and on a curved line. If they're thousands of miles away, like you have on the left diagram, then that the distance between the green point and the straight line that connects the red and the blue dot is not a minuscule distance.
It's not a straight line. Go ahead with it.
Wait, so I've asked this question like 5 times. So if you have 3 different observers, how far away can the observers be to receive from the same satellite?
Each satellite is receivable from pretty much horizon to horizon, but I'm not sure what you're asking.
Yeah, I want a distance in miles of how far away the observers can be. What's the maximum distance away the observers can be and all receive from the same satellite?
I guess about 12,000.
Wow. So can you please drop the data of people being 12,000 miles away and all receiving a signal from the same satellite? Can we start with that? This is a made-up hypothetical scenario. This is why I keep on saying that you would need to show the actual data, the raw data, and then you would have to show that they're all receiving a signal, because this is a hypothetical, right? Where you're like, well, hypothetically, if all these people from super immense distances all received a signal from the same thing at the same time, no, just show that actually happens, or this isn't proving anything to do with the actual world, right? So we need the raw data to show people at immense distances. You say 12,000 miles. So let's see someone 12,000 miles away from each other receiving a signal from the same satellite. Then you do the math and you tell me what the difference would be with the flat Earth, and then we can go from there. Until then, it's not even a postulation. It's not even an actual argument, right? It's just a hypothetical.
Well, without the data, at least you should still be able to agree that you wouldn't be able to be consistent with both flat Earth and globe Earth. The data would either rule out one or the other.
No, I already told you why I don't agree with that, because the change would be so minor that it wouldn't affect the overall accuracy of GPS. That's
Not
what I'm
if you
saying.
had people thousands of miles away from each other.
Even 10 miles from each other, or
Oh,
1
now
mile.
it's even 10. Oh, 1 mile away. Really? So what would the difference be in a globe and a flat Earth 1 mile away?
About 8 inches.
Oh, so what would the duration difference be, though? Because that's what we're talking about.
The duration difference is irrelevant because the GPS is designed to fully measure the duration difference of 8 inches.
Dude, how do you think you get the duration difference? How do you think you get the How do you think you get the 8 inches? It's a duration difference that tells you that. Dude, jeez, unbelievable.
He just said that. But this is what I'm he's saying, that they're designed to be able to intricately do that. Right? That's your argument, right, Justin? But because we've already addressed that. Like, no one's disputing that they're pretty precise measurements, right? Now, what I'm asking you to do is to drop the actual specific data and to show that it would be different on a globe Earth and a flat Earth, and then specifically how far off would we be? So right now you're saying we'd be off by 8 inches. So like an observer a mile away from the other observer, they couldn't use their GPS because they'd be off by 8 inches. Is that what your claim is?
It's worse than that. There's no location for all the satellites to be that would provide the same zero elevation to both observers at the same time, much less thousands of observers at the same time.
See, we're back to the location of the satellites again, right? Which I immediately responded to as soon as this began, right? Which was, in reality, they send signals back and forth and then they send the signal down to the people. So you need to verify that they're all receiving it from the exact same satellite, because the way that you do this is actually a specific signal, right? That's how you actually do it. In reality, the way that they do it is based on the type of signal that's sent. And then they say, okay, this signal came from this satellite. Well, in reality, they send the signals back and forth to different satellites and then send them down to people on the Earth. That's how it actually works in the real world.
But it still comes from a point, right? It's
well,
like
you're claiming it's a particular single point, and that it's one signal coming from one satellite at one point being sent to all these different people. That's what you're claiming. But the way that they actually, quote unquote, determine this is based on the type of signal. So it has a distinguishable frequency. So like, okay, this is this certain signal. Right? So, yeah, it relays that frequency to different satellites in the sky and sends it down to the observer, whichever one's the most effective relative to the observer's location.
no, it uses all the ones it can to increase accuracy.
Let me. I think what we'd see, maybe not now, but what he was saying before is that, well, to correct me if I'm wrong, but that you can have the same transmission being actually sent by more than one source. They're just perceived as all coming from the same satellite. They're coming from different sources. Is that what you were saying before?
Well, the way that they determine it's coming from the same satellite, quote unquote, is just the type of signal. That's how it works. You think that there's an imaginary line drawn in the sky? That's not how it works.
The thing is, as you walk a couple meters, your GPS position updates correctly, and you can't prevent the signal from reaching one person and not reaching the next person. As soon as you send a signal, it's going to reach everyone that is in that direction.
Again, the signal is relayed to different satellites.
Okay, can I say something? Each satellite has an ID code, like 01, 02, 03, and every time they transmit, they include their ID number, 01, 02, 03. Does that help any? Are you saying that basically one guy might be getting a signal that's identified as coming from 01, and another guy 1,000 miles away is getting a signal also claiming to be from 01, but you're saying it's from two different satellites?
I'm saying that satellites relay messages, and the way that we do it in reality is that we determine it based on a certain type of frequency. So, okay, this is a certain type of frequency, therefore it came from this satellite. But in reality, they relay that frequency and then send them down. Or they converge into a singular point so that they then send them down.
No, they're all on the same frequency. They just have different ID codes.
Okay, so can I relay a frequency with a certain ID code from one satellite to another one and then down? Yes or no?
You could, but it would mess up the math if the receiver thinks that ID code 15 is in a certain place in the sky, but he's really receiving ID code 15 from a spoofed location, the satellite that's somewhere else. The receiver is gonna base all its measurements on the assumption that number 15 is who it's listening to in a different location, and so his location fix will be all off.
And not only that, but if you get
location stuff.
if you again get a couple of observers and try to see where the circles giving the time difference to intersect for that spoofed satellite, you would intersect much closer. So you wouldn't be able to fake GPS like that.
I think you could easily replicate this, right? So if we took a football field and we took drones that were acting as satellites, meaning they're sending out signals, and we take something like an RC car. So we have a known grid pattern at a specific elevation above this football field. All the drones are in a known pattern at a known elevation above this field. They communicate with each other. They know how far away they are from one another. And we put the same thing as a GPS receiver device on like a little RC car. And we drove that RC car around the football field. And let's say there was a hill in the middle of the football field. Could we effectively use the same type of concept idea as GPS to do it on a small scale with drones on a football field to basically map out where this RC car is and figure out elevation and location?
Yeah, but the math of the receiver would have to take into account how far the drones are.
I'm not asking whether the math would or would not have to take anything into account. Could we replicate something on a small scale that
the
would
whole
do?
story isn't there. That's why I'm saying that. Depend on how you fill up the whole story.
Well,
if you're using the same receiver as a GPS receiver, it wouldn't work.
I mean,
It's doing the same thing as a GPS receiver, not saying that it would be connecting into satellites and blah, blah, blah.
And that's also not what I was saying.
So what are you saying then, Bacon?
Right. So
our RC car would not be able to find its position because why?
Right. So the time difference from a drone that is much closer than a satellite, as the car walks around, the time difference increases enormously faster. The time difference change a lot faster if the car is close to the drone, instead of if the drone was hundreds of kilometers away from the surface.
Okay, so let's put our little drones at
but that's not a
1
problem.
mile.
Jeff said we've got 10 foot apparently of tolerance, even where that it can even read 10 foot of difference. So.
It wouldn't be just 10 foot. This would be like hundreds of miles.
So what is the accuracy then within GPS? What does it go down to as far as what it reads time wise?
Surveyor's GPS is down to a few light centimeters. Civilian GPS is more like 30, plus or minus 30 feet, although usually within plus or minus 8 to 9, maybe 10 feet.
What is the time difference there? What are we going down to as far as seconds is concerned?
Radio waves travel at about 300 million meters per second.
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you the accuracy, meaning what does it read down to as far as time is concerned? Is it 1 millionth of a second? Is it 2 millionths of a second? What is our accuracy?
Just divide it. It's simple. You just divide the whatever. But anyway, I want to answer your question about the drones being satellites and stuff. That would work so long as the satellites or the drones were transmitting under their own ID number. In other words, the receiver would need to know that when it received a transmission from drone number 05, that it was actually drone number 05 and not some other satellite somewhere else spoofing it.
Yep.
So it would work as long as there was no spoofing going on, which is the same thing with the GPS system, it wouldn't work if there was spoofing going on and the receiver didn't know the location of the satellite it was actually receiving from.
Yeah, so they know where they're receiving the signal. Like I said, this is being laid out basically the exact same as GPS, just on a smaller scale. And our drones can be at whatever height we want to put those drones at in order for us to have the differential that we need to be able to get accuracy.
But the receivers have to know that distance. It has to add up. You couldn't.
Yeah. Why would we create a scenario where they wouldn't know that information? That's the whole point.
So I think here's what Bacon was
Yeah,
getting
why
at
are you two being like,
earlier.
wait,
Is
no,
that
why are you
basically
resisting this?
hold on just an hour. Basically, if the GPS, if the little remote control car with the receiver believes that those drones are 10,000 miles away when they're really 100 yards away, its math will be totally messed up and it won't work. It has to know.
Why would you even consider coding it to do that?
Well, because basically that's what Witt is saying, is that somehow the GPS satellites are lying about their position to the receivers, and the receivers don't actually know the distance, and yet somehow they can still magically calculate an accurate position.
No. What actually happens in reality, okay, is we have a whole bunch of quote-unquote satellites in the sky that relay signals to one another, and the vast majority of communication and coordinates that are determined come from ground systems, right? Coordination with ground systems and relayed messages relative to the observer. That's what happens in reality, right?
No, not relative to the observer. The position updates that are sent to the satellite system have no relation to the observer. They have only a relation to the center of the Earth and the prime meridian and the North Pole, just to keep the coordinate system Earth-centered, Earth-fixed.
Maybe you guys are too young to remember how like bad GPS was back in the day before we had a bunch of cell towers everywhere. And maybe that's why you think that there's no relation to any ground-based towers. Or maybe you're not old enough to grow up in a world where the average person, one, didn't have a cell phone, and two, didn't have access to a GPS device at all whatsoever. And you probably weren't around to see both of these technologies grow up with one another.
The guy that actually fixed the GPS thing, I've heard Grim say this about 100 times. The guy that made the satellites, the GPS better, actually wrote a book called Escaping Einstein.
Yeah, like they use ground satellites to relay messages. This is objective. There are some things that we call satellites in the sky, and the use case of these are very rare. We use underground or undersea cables for transmission. We use ground towers placed all throughout the Earth, and this is what relays messages for your GPS, our signals. And this is just objective. This is especially with your iPhone, right? This is why you lose GPS service. Okay. Because it relies on your phone service. Now, you can talk about using a separate GPS, but they also take signals from ground stations.
I object to that because I've been twice first mate on ships sailing from Seattle, Washington to Alaska. And when we cut through the Gulf of Alaska, we were way out from the land. We had no cell service, no nothing. But the GPS receivers were working perfectly.
They relay signals in the ocean too. You didn't know that?
How?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have like floating.
Buoys.
They have like floating little. I forgot what the name of them are, but that send the signals.
Yeah.
This is objective.
Yeah, there are buoys. Jesse, there are buoys on the ocean, and not only that, like, and this is done, and I believe you probably know this full well, that there's a good reason why there's no cell phone service out to sea, right?
Because it's too far.
You think that there wouldn't be out there if we put cell phone towers in the sea? Do you think we would have cell phone coverage then?
So listen, every GPS receiver records the signal strength of
what are you doing?
Satellite transmission, and it shows the signal strength for each satellite. And if I was actually receiving a signal from a
Mic
buoy,
check.
then no, your mic's working, your mute's just not working. Then the signal strength would get extravagantly stronger as I got nearer to it. So this buoy argument is not true, and you can't support it either. You have no evidence for it.
We have no evidence for buoys that send signals in the ocean.
No,
And
you have no
by
you
the
have no
way,
evidence for buoys which send signals to GPS receivers.
hey,
Really?
homie,
So have you ever
you
researched it?
you realize there was something called the Loran system that was used well before GPS to
I
be able
got
to track
I've,
and position ships, right?
I've got
From
a
the ground.
LoRaN C receiver that
Yeah,
ran on like
exactly.
100 kilohertz.
Yep.
I'm not saying you couldn't have a ground positioning system, but they didn't work all over the world. They only worked if you were within reach from that transmitter. So they worked along shorelines, but they did not work way, way, way out.
They worked all the way from like the U.S. to England.
Well, they peppered them all along the shores.
So GPS works everywhere, right, Jesse? Everywhere on the Earth, right?
It's worked
That's what
everywhere
he
I've
said.
been.
That's what. Yeah. That's what he says. He says it literally
Yeah.
works everywhere.
No, it doesn't. Try it in the southern hemisphere a little bit. Go
It
sailing
works
up.
it works in the southern hemisphere as well.
Go to the
Oh
jungle.
yeah, because he's gone and tried it all in the southern hemisphere, right? Yeah, for sure.
Bacon lives down there.
Oh yeah, Bacon's gone all around the whole southern hemisphere and the oceans and everything, and made sure GPS always works.
Oh, so now it's not that it doesn't work in the southern hemisphere, just in
He didn't say
specific
it doesn't
locations
work in
where
the
we don't.
southern hemisphere. That's called a strawman fallacy.
That's what I heard. I
He said it doesn't always work. It doesn't always work, and you guys are claiming it always works.
It's
It
always
always
worked.
worked for me. It even worked for me when it was flying over the Amazon forest, way beyond the signal of towers.
How far can signals go? How far can we send a signal from a tower?
Well, phones don't pick it up from the airplane.
How far can we send a signal from a tower?
Well, on a globe, they have to bounce it off the ionosphere, but on a flat Earth, they can obviously go a little bit further, like straight line of sight, right?
It depends on the frequency and the height of the tower and the power.
All that still misses the
Signals
point
thousands
that
of miles.
all of that still misses the point or ignores the point that Jesse brought. That even if that was the case, we wouldn't be able to, using the same math, work the same position if the satellites are laid down as we claim they are, orbiting on the Earth, or if they were in towers close to the surface. That would give you different results. So you need different math to arrive to the same result. And given that the receivers are open source, then there's a problem there for you guys.
Oh, this is the illustration I wanted to give.
Is this like your Stellarium argument, where you said if flat earthers just went and read the source code on Stellarium, they'd realize that it relies on a globe?
I didn't say that. Never claimed that. This is
I
a
think you're
complete
doing the
straw
same
man.
thing for GPS right now, homie.
No, that's a complete straw man. I never said that if you read the code, you would realize it was globe-based. People claimed it wasn't globe-based, and then I asked them if they have read the source code. That's all that happened. I didn't claim anything. I just asked them if they had read the source code. And then people started asking me if I read the source code, as if I was making any claims about it.
What's the source code written in?
Mostly C++, if I'm not mistaken.
Can you send me the link to it?
Just Google Stellarium source code. You're going to find it on GitHub.
Source code for what?
Stellarium.
Okay, I'll find that.
Or Google GitHub Stellarium. Anyway. Oh, you know C++? Elbow?
Yeah, sorry, I do.
You say you do?
Yep. C++, C Sharp.
Nice.
A little bit of PHP.
Yeah, I don't have to play with PHP anymore.
So the illustration I was wanting to bring up earlier was, try to picture you've got two fence posts put in, just no fence, just two fence posts about 100 feet in front of you, about 100 feet apart each. And then you have a row of people with long tape measures to your right and your left. And these people each measure their distance from the one fence post and to the other fence post. And they can kind of, is that trilateration or half of trilateration? Anyway, they can measure their position relative to those two posts, right? Are you following Witsit?
Jesse, are you making statements or are you asking questions?
I'm trying to help Witsit understand what I'm trying to explain. But I think we lost him.
So you're only speaking to Wit, so you can say the rest of the other people in the room.
I beg your pardon?
You can continue to say it to everyone else in the room.
Okay, so are you following? You've got two fence posts 100 feet away and about 100 feet apart, right? And then people have this long tape measure they can poke out, and they can measure the distance to the two fence posts. Now everybody knows where the fence posts are, and so they can measure their position relative to the fence posts, right? If it was like on an XY grid, right?
Okay. Yep. I got you.
Okay.
Continue.
Now, if the row of people were in a curve, and they all measured their positions, and then they were in a straight line and they all measured their positions, they would get different distances to those two posts, right?
Yep. Yep.
So it can be the one or the other. And if then another person comes along and looks at all those distances, they're going to be able to reconstruct whether that row of people was in a straight line or in a curve, right?
Technically, yeah. Yep.
And that's the dilemma that Flat Earth has with GPS, because the measurements form a curve. And if you try to fit that onto a straight line and use the same distances that were actually measured, then most of them won't be able to coincide with those two poles anymore. You'll have to start adding a bunch of phantom poles.
Not a problem at all.
And make up some funny rules about some people can't see any of the poles except the ones they need to, and a whole bunch of weird stuff.
Not a problem at all. So what you're saying is these GPS satellites, what is their altitude?
10,000 miles, roughly.
Roughly, right? Are they all roughly the same altitude?
Yeah.
Right. So if they're all the same altitude over a flat and stationary Earth, it's the same exact thing as if they're all the same altitude over a curving ball.
But it's not, because each receiver measures the distance to them.
Yeah.
And signals wouldn't reach them with the same time differences.
What do you mean? Of course they wouldn't reach each other with the same time differences because they're different distances apart.
This is not what I said. This is not what I meant. There's the time differences that each receiver would get if they're on the globe, and there's the time differences that each receiver would get if they're over a flat surface. And the differences that they get on a globe is not the same differences as the difference they get on.
It's negligible. It would work on both.
Obviously not, if they're far away from each other.
You guys couldn't even tell me. You guys couldn't even tell me the difference that's being measured in the time difference, right?
Okay, let me calculate. If that means that much to you, of course, if you don't know how to calculate that, I don't know why the answer would mean much, but let me calculate it for you. What was your question? Sure. The time delay in how much distance?
Yep. So when you're doing this calculation, how fast is that signal traveling? What are you using?
300 million meters per second.
Which is based on what?
The speed of light.
In a vacuum?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
No,
So the
no,
signal is coming through a vacuum.
no, well, most of it is. The first
Most
10,000
of it
miles
is.
of it is, and then the last
First of
little
all,
bit.
first of all, you don't have any determination as to what portion of that travel would be in a vacuum because you haven't determined whether or not where these things are located is actually a vacuum for yourself. You don't know that. You don't know the time difference that it would incur if it's going from a vacuum to a non-vacuum, and if that minuscule difference could account for the difference that you are thinking is the difference between a curvature and non-curvature. So there's tons of different factors that you
And
guys are saying, well, it just wouldn't work because we've got the source code and we know, but there's
Yep.
tons of assumptions that are made.
You have the assumption that it's also traveling through a medium that has zero refraction, then into a medium that has refraction. Then you have your differential refraction equations for the differential, plus the assumptions of the mediums themselves without verification.
A third of a nanosecond for 10 centimeters.
Okay, is that in a vacuum or is that through a gaseous medium?
That's just 10 centimeters divided by the speed of light. So that would be in a vacuum. Actually, I approximated the speed of light.
Which
you see,
we all know the speed of light is just an agreed upon average to begin with, right? We all
What are
know
you
that.
doing with the speed of light, Jesse?
What's that?
Said, what are you doing with the speed of light? Like,
Napalm asked how far or how long it took a radio wave to travel 10 centimeters earlier, and he wanted the number.
Oh.
No, I wanted to know the differential, right? So the accuracy that you're coming down when you guys are saying, well, it would be traveling a different distance allegedly if these satellites were all on the same altitude above a curving surface, right? Meaning they're all the same altitude above a curving surface, or if they were all the same altitude above a flat surface. You're saying that the readings between two individuals would be vastly different to where you would be able to tell whether were on a ball or a flat surface, because all we're changing in the scenario would really ultimately be the distance between the two satellites in the sky. Nothing else would be changing. Because in the flat scenario,
right.
you would have the satellites being the same distance from one another. Now, if we curved the surface, right? Well, I guess it wouldn't. That would literally be your only difference. It would be in the satellites, not on the people, because we're using known distances between people, things that we can measure down here. So if you're saying if we are
I
on
think
a ball,
electric. What he's trying to say is that on a ball we would be at different altitudes, right? On a flat plane, our altitudes would all be horizontal to one another. Thus, there would be, like think about a ball with crepuscular lines going out to everywhere on a flat line below it, right? If you put those lines now onto a curved line, the lines on the outer edge on the left and right hand side, the far sides, would be longer than that in the middle. On a flat plane, we technically have the same thing, right?
Yeah. Yep.
But it's obviously ever so slightly different. But my point then would be, okay, well, if this is the case, like with your example earlier, where we create a grid reference type system, and then based upon that, over an area of, let's say, 4 square miles, for instance, they would be able to predict exactly the differential in these so-called signals, the altitude and the difference in altitude, should I say, of the relative locations on the ground that you wanted to know. So that would be the curvature of the Earth in all directions, mapped out perfectly according to them. Why didn't they have that? They should already have this then, right, Jesse?
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, but I think they do have what you're asking for.
Well, this goes back to we've had conversations on here about possibly doing some type of like drone LiDAR, right? Where we're I forget what it's called, where you use actual aerial photography from a bunch of different perspectives to be able to generate a three-dimensional model of three-dimensional pictures model. So, right, a combination between LiDAR and
photogrammetry.
Photogrammetry, right? So here's the thing. If you did that in something like a relatively small area, like 400 square miles, which isn't as big as you think it is. So like 400 square miles, if you did photogrammetry and aerial LiDAR on these areas, you would see noticeable curvature. But the problem is we don't have any of that. We don't have any of this definitive evidence like that.
But that would show curvature because all optical measurements that aren't in a drastic density gradient do show curvature.
No, they don't.
No, the optical ones, they do. You've seen my chart. Well, I guess I'll get back to you on that. Since
What
that's not the
optical
topic.
measurements are you talking about?
All kinds. But I would love to talk with you about that. But let's wrap up the GPS thing again. Can you see my screen? No tanks or was that? Yeah, napalm.
Yeah.
Okay, so you were explaining that there is a way that this would work. So these measurements, these are what we measure. So those are given distances. And
who's we?
Well, the satellite receiver code that receives and decodes the time-stamped ID'd signals from the satellites. It knows the distance between it and the satellite based on the time differential.
Okay.
So with the same 3 observers, and I spaced these out to scale, I measured the circumferential length between each of them, and I replicated that on the straight line here. And I drew these arcs the same distances from each observer.
What are those arcs in the sky?
So those represent the distance between the observer or the receiver and the 2 satellites. So for example, this blue receiver, he knows the distance to this satellite, and he knows that it's somewhere, even if he doesn't know where it is, he knows it's that distance. So it could be anywhere along this path. He knows it's that distance. He knows the distance. Even if the satellite's lying about its location, lying about its velocity, whatever, he knows the distance to it because he's actually measuring the time delay of the signal. And he also knows the distance to this other satellite because he's also measuring the time delay to its signal. So he knows it lies somewhere along this arc here.
Yeah, if you want to do I get what you're saying here. If you want to do a true one-to-one relationship as to what may be possibly taking place between a globe and a flat Earth, on the image on the right-hand side, instead of keeping those as arcing away that direction, you would have to flip them. How would I say this? To where they're circles in the sky, not circles like rainbows, but circles like halos, if that makes sense.
Well, I can do that, and that's what I'm hoping we can do, because I can draw in here. I can draw in all kinds of colors, and we can try what you have in mind. What I've shown here is, again, the blue receiver here.
And it would work the exact same.
Okay, this blue receiver here knows that he's got a satellite somewhere at this distance. Even if he doesn't know the location of it, he knows the distance. It's somewhere along that path.
No.
Well, I mean, but he's measuring the time delay, right?
Correct, but that would, in our scenario, would not be an arch in the way that you're depicting it there. It would actually be a halo above him.
Right, and I understand that. around
So
the
why are you
satellite, right?
depicting it differently and then claiming
Well,
that
I'm
it
not
wouldn't work?
I'm not depicting the satellites. I'm depicting his perception of the distance of the satellites.
Which isn't what you're depicting there on the right.
Okay, where should I put the satellites for this to work on a flat?
So in your picture on the right hand side, in order for this to be like the same thing as a flat Earth scenario, that arc that you were talking about, right? That first blue arc, that would basically be like a how would I describe this? Like just a dome around that individual, meaning that satellite would have to decrease elevation as it got further away to the point in which where that line meets that red dot, it would have to be physically on the ground. Which is why I'm saying in order for you to draw it out to accurately represent like a flat Earth scenario, you would have to take this and flip it on its side, like three-dimensionally flip it on its side and have those circles be halos above the observer. Does that make sense?
I'm trying my best to follow.
Does anybody else in the room understand what I'm saying?
Are we talking about a top-down view where the satellites are actually ground stations?
No, the satellites would be in the sky. So imagine this. You know the old school toys where you would take a motorized plane and it would be on a string and the plane would fly above you in a circle?
Oh yeah.
Right? So instead of your circle being an arc that goes from that red dot on the right, which would be effectively the satellite being on the ground, to being at its zenith above you and on the ground to the left-hand side of you, the path of that satellite would have to be a circle above you in order for it to be equidistant.
He's talking about a cone.
So the satellite is orbiting around above the.
Do you understand what I'm saying, Kosho? Like he'd have to.
All right, let me help Jesse out quickly. Draw a cone from your ground point. Draw a cone, right, in your mind. Then get rid of the walls of the cone, the wall, and just keep the rim, the edge. There you go.
Yeah, so that straight line at the top, that would be
circle
coming towards you and going away from you in this perspective, right? So it'd be, yeah.
It'd be an oval, basically.
Yeah, it would, like I said, like a halo above you. I don't know how.
And what does that represent? Where's the satellite?
Within that halo above you, within that circle that cone makes above you. It's not. That's why I'm saying your scenario is completely wrong when you're trying to say, this on the left is how, yeah, what you're depicting on the left is the claim of the globe, right? And the satellites. And then when you're trying to plot that onto a flat Earth, you're still trying to keep some sort of distance pattern to the satellites that is going basically into the fucking ground. Like, that wouldn't be the case.
Okay.
Hey, real quick. Hey, Jesse.
Yeah.
Nothing that you're doing is wrong at all. It's actually
Thanks for your input, Coach.
No,
incorrect.
Hold up.
Translated onto the flat Earth.
Because this explanation is involving that you identify the location of the satellite, but in this explanation, the satellite position is known. So actually, those cones you basically have drawn that arc up there represents basically the edge of the cone, and the cone is actually upside down in reference to what I'm sorry, what napalm and cracked is.
No, don't invert it, Kosho.
I don't know, but that's why.
Think of it this way:
yeah.
if you took the alleged path of satellites or the position of satellites around a globe model, even if you, I'm not saying that this is the case, but if you took all of those positions and you map them at the same elevation and have their zenith be exactly where it's allegedly supposed to be, and you use something like azimuthal equidistant map is what you would have to do, right? So if you took the pattern that you claim like the ISS takes around the globe, like if we just plotted that in a circular pattern above a north central map, and you get like these spirograph patterns, right? So there's a difference between a spirograph pattern above a flat plane and an arcing pattern above a flat plane.
But couldn't we make it much simpler just to look at an instant in time and just with
If you want to straw man how it would actually take place, sure. But all that's doing is, it's not, you're not trying to actually think about whether this could or could not play out on a flat and stationary plane. And if you had a scientific mind, you would really want to think of all the scenarios as to whether this could or could not play out on a flat stationary plane.
Well, what I want to do though is move it.
What you want to do is straw
a
man
qualitative to a quantitative state, because anybody can say, oh, you know what, I seen the sunshine and then I seen the wind blow, I think the one causes the other, or I seen, it's easy to make these vague correlative or these ideas, but I want to actually put numbers on it and find out, would it actually work? And that's why I'm trying to simplify it so we can actually
here's
measure
the
the
thing.
distances and then see
The difference
if it would
in
work.
the numbers, we've already brought up so many different factors that would change the alleged distances and assumptions and all this kind of stuff to where it wouldn't work on a globe scenario just doesn't work at all, period. We've already illustrated that. Now you're going back to your original drawing and you're trying to say, well, look at this. You're using literally the exact same patterns in the sky over the flat plane as you are on the globe Earth. Do you think a satellite that is circling the equator on the flat Earth, even if we use the azimuthal equidistant map, do you think a satellite that is maintaining the same altitude around the equator on the azimuthal equidistant map would be the exact same pattern as if we turn that into a globe?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
I know you don't. That's why your drawing doesn't work. And that's why it's not bolstering your claim that
Why
it
don't
wouldn't
you
work on a
clarify your
flat
question?
Go for it, Bacon. We couldn't hear what you said, but go for it.
No, I said, why don't you clarify your question? Because he asked you a question, you said you didn't understand the question. Instead of clarifying the question, he said he doesn't know you don't understand the question, and then he said, just restate his point instead of clarifying the question. So I'm asking him, why don't you clarify your question to Jesse?
Yeah, what do you mean change it from a flat to a globe? Lots of things would change, but yeah, I don't understand the question.
Look at your picture there.
Okay, the left or the right pane?
So why are the patterns in the sky the same on both pictures?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't explain to you what the patterns mean. They simply indicate the circle of equal distance for each satellite.
No, I get that. So what I'm saying is on your blue arc, the first blue arc that we were looking at, you are effectively saying, well, this wouldn't work on the flat Earth because in this blue arc, the satellite would basically crash at the red dot on the right-hand side.
No, those do not represent the orbits of the satellites. Those represent the distance that the receiver measures from the satellite.
So let me ask you a question then. All the dots on that blue line would be to the position of the satellite, right?
No, the satellite is only at one of them. But the receiver knows that it has to be. See, this is assuming that the receiver doesn't know the true location of the satellite, because the satellites claim to be 10,000 miles up and wherever they are in their orbit. But the flat Earth argument is that they're not really 10,000 miles up and that they're not where they claim to be. But because we have access to the software, we know that at the very minimum, the receiver does know the distance to the satellite. Even if the satellite's claiming to be in a different location than it really is, and a different height, we still know the distance, the differential distance.
You realize
By the way.
we have contention with that, right? Because that distance is solely based on the speed of light in a vacuum. We know that it's not traveling at the speed of light in a vacuum. So we've got all kinds of issues with that. We're dealing with EM waves, which can refract, so that can increase or decrease your distance. There's many different factors to that. So regardless of
objection
distance, overruled.
Touche.
Is this a 1v1?
Hey,
No,
Travis.
You may approach the bench,
Just
Travis.
Sustained.
You may approach the bench.
I'm gonna hold you in content.
You are roboting, Travis.
Yeah, I was just curious. Okay, never mind then.
Sustained. No, but your objection, though, Jesse, I think is an important one, and I think I know what it is. But go on.
Right. It's the margin of error fallacy. It's this idea that because there's slight margin of error, that the whole measurement is invalid, or in this case, it's a quantified and compensated error source, and so then it becomes not an error source because the software figures out what kind of propagation delays there are due to the atmospherics, and it compensates for them. That's why GPS has gotten so much more accurate
Hold on, he wasn't
since
done.
the 1980s, because in the beginning they were just doing real crude calculations and just the basic stuff, and you got within 50 feet or something. But as processing power got more powerful, the chip in a modern handheld hiker's GPS is 100 times more powerful than a mainframe computer when GPS was first introduced. So now we can do DSP and we can do massive amounts of calculations and really compensate for a lot of the errors that were prevalent in the early days. So that's why they've gotten more accurate. But anyway, pointing to slight atmospheric delays due to the slowdown of radio waves in the atmosphere is not an invalidation of the argument that this still wouldn't work on a flat plane.
Yeah, when it comes to like I guess the overall problems in recording and the discrepancies therein, yeah, I gotta agree with that. Even like myself, that when it comes to like radio and radar, that's something that we don't need to necessarily worry too much about because we do receive the signal. And it's a constant, right? The fluctuation and variation, like we can see that happen. We get a baseline because it's a genuinely constant thing where you can do it constantly. And like as you said, we do have enough processing power that we can record all of those points of data all the way along the profile of that propagation of that wave. And we can work out the variation. The problem is how do we, even if we have a true idea of what this thing is, right? We can't really imagine exactly what it is doing in the air once it's released. Like we really can't have all of that imagery in our head. Like we think about this shit almost sometimes as like a point coming out of, let's say, radar, right? And this is being emitted, and it's like a line that basically expands and goes throughout an area. Like I sometimes think about, what if it's the inverse of that? What if it's the instant fulfillment of all space around that point instead? Like it's like it works in the complete opposite way to what we really think. So like it's difficult to like, I get what you're saying, Jesse, but it's hard for you to try and ascribe this very thing to what you're talking about, in my opinion. Like you're not gonna get any traction, and people are gonna be like, "Oh yeah, that's convincing," unless they already see it the same way you do. No flat earther is gonna look at this and actually like take it seriously. You know that, right?
Well, the ones that are okay with geometry are going to see the problem. Which is
Right.
why, are you still here, Napalm? What's that,
No.
Snacks?
I was just bringing
That
up
was
the
crack.
opposite end of what Crack. Crack said something about people of one type of intelligence will target one thing. I'm saying that the materials are going to be a problem. You're talking about the math side of it. Go ahead.
So I guess my question to you, Napalm, is looking at my right-hand pane here, and I can erase these circles if you want, but at the end of the day, somehow the satellites have to follow along these lines as far as distance. But I can erase those if you want.
How sad are they?
What's that?
That's a joke. Sorry, that's improper. How sad are the satellites?
Oh,
Not funny at all. Sorry.
But where would you like me to place the satellite? Maybe you can show me. Let's just say we don't even have to do a 3D fix. We just need the satellite system to provide a position along a straight north-south line. We don't need any other fix. All our receivers are along a north-south line. It's super simple. And so where should I put our first satellite?
Costa Rica.
Wherever you
Brazil.
want, man.
Well, I mean, I would put
USSR.
I would put one right here because that's at the right distance from all three receivers. Now, where would you like me to put the other satellite?
Hold up. No, it's not.
Yep, it's because it's the same distance from here. Let me get my measuring tool. It's 732 pixels from the red one, and this one is 700 and.
Why are you going back over to that other side, homie?
Well, because
if you're putting a dot directly above the green dot in the middle, how is it going to be the same distance to the dots to the side of it?
Well, I don't have to put that satellite there.
You'd have to be in a divot. Make that surface concave, and then I'm on board with you, homie.
Well, I don't. Okay, if you don't like where I put the satellite, then you tell me where you would like the satellites that would work on a flat Earth.
Well, it would have to be equidistant to all three dots, and it's not where you put it right there, is it?
I'm not sure what you mean by. There's no equidistant requirement. Nothing's equidistant.
Didn't you say it would be the same distance to all the dots? That's what you just said. You said you'd put it right there because that spot is the same distance from all.
You know what? I think that wouldn't work either. So,
Jesse, you're fundamentally opposed to the concept that an object can fall around the Earth horizontally, aren't you?
I don't even understand that question.
I know. It's just like when we talk about like movement over a flat Earth, and it is geometrically incongruent to your mind to understand it as analogous to your model of satellites.
I don't understand that either.
There's like a mental block for your understanding. I think some of this.
Well, the only way that position that you chose for the satellite to be equidistant from the blue, the green, and the red dot would be if the green dot was not directly in between the red and the blue dot. Like those dots would have to be, if you flip that up and we are looking from the top down, those dots would have to form a perfect triangle, and that satellite would have to be directly in the middle of that perfect triangle as viewed from top down. then it could be equidistant. But the way you have it drawn out here, as if we're all on the same latitude, like all three of those dots are on the same straight line. Let's just call it a straight line latitude. If you put the satellite directly above the green dot, the distance from the satellite to the green dot is different than the distance to from the satellite to the red dot. Even though the red dot and the red dot and the blue dot might have the same distance to the satellite, the one in the middle, where the satellite is directly at its zenith, would have a shorter distance. Would you agree or disagree with that statement?
I got lost somewhere in that statement.
Never mind. Maybe that's why you think that the scenarios that you're laying out just don't work on the flat Earth, because you can't conceptualize these basic concepts. I don't know.
Well, hold on. Let me get rid of these dots that are such a problem here.
The dots with our mind. Right.
Hey, Snacks, bring up that falling horizontal point again. That was good. Go back to that.
Did you like that? I mean, it's all well and good. Moyak can imagine that you could start from almost like a standstill position and then geosync up with the ISS in a revolution or so you could drop off some Dixie cups, or, you know what I mean, to the ISS because of rate of fall around a ball. But when we mention that same ability being possible over flat Earth, it's an incongruent thing because you cannot imagine the magic forces necessary to do that. But that doesn't necessarily negate magic forces that make things happen.
Could you describe the magic forces? That way we could
Well, like
understand them.
quantum locking, magnetic acceleration over time, or something like that, due to energy up there, and use maybe absorptive materials as a benefit to this, as you would, try to find something that took advantage of the environment that you're in, just like a submarine does, just like a boat does, just like a plane does. You would make something that works on the principles there, if there were principles to be taken advantage of. I.e., if buoyancy didn't exist, making a boat doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense. Anyway, yeah. So if there's something, what's that?
Buoyancy does
magic forces.
So we can understand it. So you'd have to.
It's a wonderful and magic force, right? We can engineer for it, right? We can. So if there are conditions up in the upper atmosphere that can be taken advantage of to be engineered for, then I can believe that some devices may exist. However, it's in that temperature range that I think we start to see quantum locking type effects, and so then therefore I figure that it's possible with temperature in a given environment that I'm not aware of personally, that possibly something like just the orbital speeds and all that, maybe it just works up there.
It's actually not within the temperature range.
It's not in the temperature
So
range. For quantum
Kosho,
locking. Okay.
I'm
just
gonna
real
let
quick,
you guys continue. It's outside the temperature range now. Yeah.
What's the
Kosho,
temperature
have you
needed
seen
for it?
those?
Closer to
Have you-
absolute zero.
That's not true. What you're saying? Like a chunk of dry ice is absolute zero?
A chunk of dry ice.
Or are you trying to say that a chunk of dry ice is not?
Dry ice is not undergoing super.
You say it's colder than space. Got you. Fine.
Yes.
Fuck off.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Dry ice is colder than space?
No, dry ice is not undergoing superconductivity or superfluidity. It's just frozen. It's just frozen carbon.
It is all that's needed for a temperature to apply to a magnetic field in order to achieve this. But you have a magnetic field already up there with what's going on with the oxygen layer, hydrogen layer. There's electricity happening up. There's energy up there. We call the ionos flat, I think they call it. What were you going to say, Travis?
I was just going to ask Kosho, have you seen those videos with quantum locking demonstrations?
I've done it myself. Yeah, with sapphire wafer.
You had to get it down to absolute zero, did you?
Copper.
Okay.
Well.
All right. So my question to you is it beyond your understanding that could be created, that a vessel could be created to take advantage of that environment, like Snacks described?
He can't honestly answer you because he's never done quantum locking. You've never done quantum locking at that elevation. You've only done it at sea level. So you can't honestly say what's possible, Art, can you?
Yeah, it's not taking advantage of that temperature. It's being you put it in a magnetic field whenever you
Is water boil level?
While it stays that cool, it's has zero electric conductivity in that field, which allows it to stay quantum locked, as you say. But it has to first be be frozen in that magnetic field. So you need a magnetic field strong enough to do that. There's not a magnetic
Okay.
field.
Okay. I'm going to ask the question again because I don't think it was directly answered. Is it beyond your understanding that a vessel could be created to take advantage of that environment?
It's beyond the capabilities of known physics for that to be a thing. That's right. My understanding, your understanding, and everyone's understanding. So no one can take advantage of something that nobody has an understanding of. It's not
But
something possible.
this type of science is beyond known physics. It defies known physics. That's the whole point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you'd have to come up with a new physics that allows for that.
So your answer is no then.
Yeah, my answer is there's no physics that yet describes that. If you guys think there is,
The answer is it's beyond your
The
understanding.
answer would be yes. It's beyond your capability of understanding because
it's beyond all of our capabilities because it doesn't happen.
So it is beyond yours then if it's beyond all.
Beyond mine and yours and everyone's because it
So
doesn't
if he
happen.
asked me the same question, I would just say yes.
I might be
Yeah,
able
but
to have
that's a misleading. That's a misleading answer, a misleading
No,
response.
it's not. Not
that
really.
response implies that it's beyond my understanding, but it's still possible.
Your answer,
There's no
Kosho,
understanding
is
that allows it to be possible.
your ego is fucking with you. That's
Okay,
the problem.
Well, why ask that question that way then? Just
off
ask, is that
topic and
possible?
straight down.
What is?
Would it be okay if I asked Napalm a couple more questions?
Please.
Okay. Are you there, Napalm?
Somewhat. I'm in the middle. I just got done with work, so I'm in the middle of feeding my dog. But go ahead.
So I've got rid of those arcs on the flat Earth side of my panel here that might display. I just have the observers, and now I need you to tell me where I can put two satellites that will give the correct distances between each satellite and each observer.
Correct distances in relation to what?
The observers.
What do you mean correct distances?
Well, we measure that the receivers objectively measure a distance plus or minus a certain margin of error.
No, we've already determined that it objectively deals with so many different assumptions and translations of that data that it hasn't definitively determined a distance. But there is distance differences based on where people are located to the transmission itself.
So I guess, however you think it works and wherever you think they are, I want you to explain that to me because I want to draw it up and I really want to understand it. If you think it actually could work.
What could actually work? What are you talking about?
GPS receivers working, giving the distance from satellite measurements that they give, whether it's accurate or not. However, if you think that somehow that distance has been...
You're not giving me any specifics here, man. You're just saying, put these satellites where they work.
Right. So here's.
You're not giving me anything, man.
It's as if you're into like playing a fucking video game at this point. Are you playing SimCity or what?
Yeah, it's like, hey, man, we haven't measured out the distances in my drawing on the left, but we know that it works.
Okay,
so give me all the correct distances, even though I'm not going to tell you any of the distances here, nor am I going to provide you any actual confirmation that this takes place in reality.
Well, look, we have distances on the left.
What's the distance between the blue and the green?
The
dots.
The blue and the green observers is 453 pixels, a straight line.
Pixels? What the fuck, dude? I don't see pixels in reality.
Well, it's
what
just
are you talking about?
This is just
I'm saying, give me something in reality. Like, hey, here's my data that I received at this specific location. And here is the data that my homie received at this specific location. And then our third buddy received this data at this specific location. Here's the data. Here's the exact time in which we received it. Where is the satellite?
Well, I mean, I could go do all that, but it'd be a fair amount of work, and there's no reason we can't do it on paper. If it doesn't work on paper, it's not going to work in reality.
But
No,
you're
because
trying to lay out a
reality.
scenario where you've got some sort of answer to the problem, and you're just drawing it out like, hey, my little green guy here in the middle is going to be a shorter distance than the blue and the red for satellite on the left. Is that what you're saying? Okay, perfect. So take your little. So we'll play your little game here. So the satellite on the left hand side, the left hand side drawing, the left hand satellite.
Okay.
The one on the left that has that blue arc. Go ahead and put that satellite directly above the green dot. We're not going to count pixels. We're just going to eyeball shit.
On the left-hand picture?
On the left-hand picture, put a satellite directly above the green dot.
Okay, how far?
Just slightly off to the left of it, to where the pixel ratio matches the picture on the left.
Oh, you mean like right there. Oops.
No. So we're placing satellites on the left-hand image, right? The one that doesn't have satellites right now.
Right.
And you're saying, no. Bro, I don't know. Maybe I explained things poorly.
Okay, so I asked how high. You said over the green guy, right? Okay.
But we're on the no good side.
That's the right-hand side.
Yeah, on the right-hand side. But
oh,
we're
you
dealing
said
with
left earlier. Okay, so you want a satellite on the right-hand side. Okay.
Isn't that what you want me to do? You want me to replicate the left-hand image on the right-hand image, right?
Yes.
But we're dealing with the first satellite in the left-hand image, which is the satellite on the left.
Okay.
And where we're going to place that is very close to directly above the green dot on the left-hand side of your screen.
Okay.
I'm making it. Chill.
So you just said the left hand of the side of the screen again.
Yeah, close to where your cursor is. Put it somewhere there.
Okay, you want it right where the cursor is, or up or down, or right or left?
Just put it somewhere around there.
Okay, there. All right. Now, where do you want the other satellite?
So is that just slightly off to the left?
Let me check.
Of the zenith of the green. So then just take the second satellite and put it slightly off to the right of the zenith on the green.
Yeah, this one is 8 degrees to the left of the zenith of the green. So you want one 8 degrees to the right?
Honest to God, this is so painful.
Yeah, it's
what
it's
the
really
Mario Galaxy or
fuck
some
is
shit up on there. At least change the graphics.
Okay, is that
I mean,
right, Napalm?
You know,
goddamn pain.
Yep. And you know what? The distance
Oh, no.
between those
Man.
is not from left to right. It's from observer. So from the front of your screen to behind your screen is the exact distance as left to right in the left-hand image. So now everything adds up perfectly.
Yeah. And you know, I think we're really trying to like pay attention. It's a lot of attention. And I'll be honest with you, if I had this type of patience, I would have graduated like my algebra classes. Do you know what I'm saying?
So those two satellites are. So we've moved into multiple dimensions now.
Imagine this. Okay, well, let's move into meditational dimensions of.
Yeah, and the dimension between the satellites is a very thick fluid.
Okay. So it's not quite a perfect vacuum, is it? What are the conditions of all this, like in terms of its temperature range, in terms of its particle density, in terms of its, like all these things? Be nice to know
it's
all these things.
Yeah, and what it is in between the two satellites there that look like they're really close to one another.
Right.
What's actually in between those is the exact density needed in order to slow down light to make it be what is reading between the two satellites on the left.
Don't we know it?
So much thicker than water.
Yep.
How's that? What's thicker than water? Space is thicker than water?
Oh, this medium he's
blood.
So I've got a question for Napalm. So these two satellites
Why is it got to be thicker than water?
might work for
It's
the
super
green observer.
thin. So the
This guy's just going to
thickness-
just jump in. You're going to jump in with infinite story here. Okay. Well, go.
So the thickness
agreeable to
between
that.
of the fluid between the satellites is whatever thickness is needed in order for the signal transmission between those two satellites to match what it would be of the distance between the satellites on the left-hand image if they were in a vacuum. So scale that down. So the distance in the vacuum on the left-hand picture between those satellites, we're going to get the same exact measurement of the speed of light, meaning it's going to get there at the same exact time in both scenarios.
Yeah, sure.
So
So
I
are
got
those-
you, but this is just orbit conflated for something else that's actually happening, which is probably like a parabolic refraction angle due to like temperature gradients in the local environment. And that's going to create like basically what's equivalent to like a Doppler angle. But go ahead.
So those two satellites should have appeared on top of each other, right? Is that what you were saying, Napalm? One would be directly behind the other from our vantage point, looking on the computer here.
no, there's a distance between them.
Is it a right to left distance or a front to back distance?
Well, the distance is actually based on the amount of time that it takes light to travel between the two of them.
So can you see what I've done? I've drawn one as a bigger black one and the other is a smaller white one. Is that more accurate of what you had in mind? One's farther and one's closer to the view from that we see on my screen, but right to left they're both in the same position and the same height.
Well, their spatial position is actually irrelevant. It's really their speed of light position and the density of the medium in which they are contained.
But is one more north than the other?
They are both north of one another.
They're both north of the other?
Yep.
How could they both be north of each other? That makes no sense. Have I been drinking? That's funny. I don't even drink. I mean, if something's north of something else, then the something else will be north of or south of what's north of them, right?
North, south, east, and west are relative to the surface of the Earth. Would you agree or disagree?
Well, I've drawn a south and a north on the bottom of my chart here, my diagram. Do you see? So you're probably
no,
saying
I don't see. I'm actually not even looking at the screen.
You got a bunch of
like I said, I'm in the middle of feeding my dog. I'm not even fucking. I haven't been paying attention in the past 10 minutes.
Well, let's plow through this next 12 hours. We're going to be here with you, Jesse.
Man, Napalm, I'm so disappointed. I thought you were going to be showing up Ruhip like Ruhip has to leave when he feeds his dogs, but I thought you were pulling it off, man. I'm so disappointed.
I mean, I'm literally dealing with my dog, but I'm trying to just engage this idiotic conversation because I pointed out before you're even trying to do this, let me put it on the map kind of shit, that there's so many problems with the assumptions that you're making that what you're trying to do has no relation to reality. That's what I started the conversation off with. It has no relation to reality at all whatsoever.
But I think you claimed that GPS would work on a flat Earth and give the same differential time readings that we get, and I'm trying to understand how you think that could work, and so that's why I want to draw
You
it
said
up.
differential time readings that we get, but you're not giving me any, dude. That's what I've already told you. I have absolutely nothing to work with except your scribbles on a fucking computer screen. That has nothing to do with reality.
Well, no, but in a scale diagram,
There's no data, Jesse.
A
There's no
scale
data, man.
diagram of fucking what? The imaginary scenario you have in your
Good
fucking
and no
mind?
good is what you're showing.
but these are the time differences are real, regardless of what's up in the sky.
What time
how it
differences
works.
do you speak of? You've provided me nothing. The unicorn in my garage is real. So let's talk about the coarseness of its fucking hair.
Are you saying that GPS receivers don't work on the principle of time
Where's the
differences?
data, Jesse? Provide data. You said the times match. What times?
Are you saying that you don't believe that GPS receivers operate on the principle of
I'm going to stop you right now. Hold on, everybody. Hold on, please. Wait, please. Wait, please.
Put the times
Jesse?
in pink and make sure they're transparent.
Wait, Jesse. That question, okay, is a dishonest, misdirection, obfuscating question, okay? I asked you for data, and then you try to gaslight me and say, what, you don't think it's real? Like you're trying to impress me to question my own sanity that I should actually believe you that it's real without data. Where is the data that you would like us to evaluate to consider whether or not the times match like you claim? Go.
No, that's a fallacious approach, because the fact is, I think we all agree that wherever and whatever is transmitting the signals, I think we all agree that...
What signals? What signals?
Okay, if you're going to cut me off mid-sentence...
No, you're
then
just
there's
gish
no discussion,
galloping.
obviously.
You're just gish galloping. What signals? Produce
Oh, wait,
something.
you are a mod. And you're cutting people off.
Produce something. I'm not a mod.
Oh.
He's talking
Produce
about
something.
satellite signals, maybe? Or radio signals from satellites. Right.
Yeah, I guess there's saying that satellite receivers don't work on the basis of differential timing from radio signals.
Straw man. Fallacy.
No, I think they just wanted the data, from my understanding.
Jesse.
See, it's the whole go do it yourself fallacy. They already agree that it's based on time differences.
Yeah, go cry in somebody else's beer, Jesse, man. Go cry somewhere else, man.
I don't even drink beer.
Listen. You said the times. Hold on.
Is this
you
what
said
Funding Meeting is?
Okay, Jesse. Did you say the times match?
No.
No, I said differential.
Differential. That means non-matching.
Yeah.
No. Okay, listen. You said something about the timing, right? Is that a term that you were using recently? The timing of the satellites, or the time the satellites? I'm just trying to recall now. You said something about time with satellites. Is that correct?
In a general sense, but you might have the wrong idea in your mind if you weren't
Well,
there
then
for the
that's what I'm
conversation.
asking for. That's what I'm asking for clarification. When you use the word time in relationship to this discussion about satellites, can you please restate that idea again, please?
Oh, listen, I would be delighted to have this discussion with you, but you kind of came in late, and it's really not fair for you to come in hours into a conversation and then just demand that everyone stop and back up to the beginning just to catch you up because you weren't here. Do you see the problem with that?
Oh, okay. So you did say something about time. You did say something about satellites, and you've provided that data already? Oh, okay.
The whole thing has been about time and satellites for hours.
But where's the data?
You mean like real?
Yeah, real data, real actual data.
I would be
That's the
would
real
be
world.
more
That's,
so concerned with like.
Hold on, Napalm. Let him answer.
this go get your data yourself that's a fallacy unless you actually don't see. If you actually do believe that satellite receivers work based on
Gish
time
galloping.
differentials, but you make a point out of it because I'm not showing actual real world data, then that's just a fallacy, because
No,
it
it's
really
not.
wouldn't. I could
What?
literally go out and get the data, and then we'd be just back right where we started.
Gish
Yo,
galloping.
Jesse, I got
Right.
you. I think I got you,
Answer
Jesse.
what?
Where did you get your data from? How about that? That way, like the convo can progress. Where'd you get your, proposed satellite data from?
I'm just showing a diagram on my screen sharing.
That would be nowhere. He has an answer. It's called nowhere. Nowhere. Thanks,
Well,
Jesse.
no, actually,
Thanks
I
for
don't
stopping
know
by.
what he's showing on screen. I don't know what he's showing on screen, so it's, that's why I'm asking him. Like,
It's a
so the
drawing.
combo.
He's showing
Okay,
a pentagram.
did it have any like satellite data? Is it based on data,
Nope.
or is it just
No.
based on? Oh, okay.
Nope. He's
It's
making a
just
drawing.
he draw a pentagram.
Okay, I'm gonna take a
With a
quick
bunch of
His
look.
name
circles
is
around it.
Simon. His name
It
is
really,
Simon. He's got his
it
drawings.
really is that. Yep, for real it is. Just some lines.
It's a pentagram. You don't see the pentagram?
Yeah.
yeah, I do see it. Yeah.
I mean,
Jesse, you're just a
clearly,
time waster, man. You're a time waster.
Oh no, but I mean,
it's
he's saying
fairly
he
simple.
drew this diagram, but yet I mean, I could draw a diagram of a unicorn and talk all about the unicorn, but without actually showing you a unicorn, it's just a drawing.
I want to see that drawing
Honestly,
there. Albert. Go ahead.
I've had plenty of good combos with Jesse. Like, he's not a time waster, so maybe it's just like the way your guys are engaging each other or something. Because I spoke to the guy a lot, and he's pretty cool.
Where's
Yeah, I have two, and all I thought I was just asking a simple question because he made a claim. It doesn't matter if I came in late. I didn't ask you to recapitulate everything. You made a claim about time and satellites. I simply asked you for the information so that I could fact check your claim.
So our discussion was not about the real world data. That's a great topic for another time. Our discussion was very simple, and that was whether distance differential based measurements could work the same on a globe as it worked on a flat Earth. My contention was that it wouldn't. Napalm's is that it could. So I'm trying to get him or anybody who thinks that it could work to show me how it works and gives the same results on a flat Earth.
Wouldn't that have to be a
I
practical
already
demonstration?
explained it to you, Jesse. I already explained it to you. That there's going to be a difference in time between individuals on a flat surface, on a curved surface, no matter what surface. Remember, I gave you the idea of the flagpoles and the strings. The only time there wouldn't be a time difference is if they were all, 3 observers were equidistant from the base of the flagpole, meaning your string to the top would all be the same distance, right? Do you remember this? Am I cutting out? I'm walking the dog.
You were cutting out a little, but I do remember that. But that was all qualitative assertions, not quantitative assertions. So it was untestable because we didn't actually put numbers on it. And that's why I'm trying
which has
to put
been my
numbers on it.
contention the whole. That's
Yeah.
been my contention the whole
That's what I
time.
just said.
You haven't given us numbers.
Right, that's what I just said.
I have all the numbers here you want. I can measure the lengths in my drawing. And in fact, for example, the distance.
What's that got to do with what's
with,
really going
blue.
on? Your drawing is a representation of what you think is happening in real life, correct?
It's geometry on a plane.
So you should have the geometry using real life measurements and representative to scale of some sort.
That's why I said it has. That's why I said it has to be a practical demonstration. All of this drawing shenanigans is just silly.
But see, that's the thing, is I could literally take the time, go out, get actual readings, and then draw up an actual scaled model with real numbers, it'd be big, huge, long, odd numbers, you know, all hard to work with, but it'd be the same thing, and we'd be right back where we started because it still wouldn't work on a flat Earth, even with the real
Well, come
data.
back when you got them.
And see, that's
Come
just a
back when you
cop
got 'em.
out. That's just a cop out.
No,
If it-
you're
No,
being
go
the
do
cop
it.
out.
Go do
If
it. Well, you know what? We'll evaluate it fairly. Absolutely.
no, you won't. You
I
won't
just
even
Oh,
evaluate
okay.
something we
Well,
can
then
test
go
on
away.
paper.
Stop
right,
wasting our time.
but I think also, Jesse, I was trying to approach this topic earlier when I was saying that you're on the mathematic arithmetic side of this, you know, modeling, diagramming. These types of things are very, very, and like they're on the opposite side of the spectrum than the material understanding of really what's going on. And I think like it makes for a kind of an uneven discussion when all that we can do is wait for you to have time to do calculations. Well, we can't even talk about like what kind of refractive indexes things would have up there going through different various layers of like what type of mediums, and then like there's an electric field, so like is there birefringence, and then well, we don't really even want to get into that yet, but there's plenty of places to go. It's like why couch the whole conversation within you know, you're here every day, so you
I mean, I'd much more be interested in seeing you come back with more of the data that you produced with your observation of that shipping freighter. You know, we haven't talked about it, but I watched us go through your data, and I think I had a pretty fair additional point of information that wasn't in the data that you provided.
Okay, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about, but that's okay.
The freighter ship that you took images of and you plotted out its course, right? Remember that with the blue dots and the red dots?
Oh yeah. But I really would like to understand how you guys think that GPS satellites could work over a plane and give the same distance measurements that we get in reality.
I mean, why wouldn't it? Doesn't it work on differential time readings? Like, why wouldn't it work?
Well,
because
yeah, why not?
Jesse
Yeah.
thinks of this differential time reading as a physical line,
so good,
right?
Yeah.
That has an actual free. Like, this is what I tried to say in my statement earlier. I didn't mean to affirm what he was saying. What I was really trying to say is that, yeah, conceptually, if you put it into the way that you believe it works, and you model it all out that way, then what you're talking about would be correct, right? But the problem is he's thinking about these lines that a receiver receives as physical structures almost that move through space itself, right? Like,
yeah,
that's the way he sees that shit. He's not thinking about the refractive index and like what that actually means in an apparent position, or even something that could create a optical effect that looks similar, like the same thing when we have the celestial bodies, right? Like they conflate all of that. They conflate it from an orthographical view. They conflate all of that. They don't understand that part for some reason. I don't know why.
Well, and I'm
Yeah.
totally willing to hear what exactly you guys think is going on, and so that's why I'm
Well,
trying to draw exactly what
Okay,
Notek
right.
or what
So
Napalm wants.
I think it doesn't a lot of this have to do with Doppler. You're gonna talk about Doppler, the understanding of that, then making some kind of differential analysis with speed is going to allow you to get like a accurate distance from that moving thing to a ground position, and then therefore that's the only way we would be able to prove the ball. And
No.
then someone else will. Okay, you tell me Domino 2 then. How
No,
does that go?
you
No, because I just described your situation, but like you tell me how it goes from there. Then what?
So no, I'm saying that basically, even if we don't know where the satellite is or how fast it's going or anything, we still know the difference in distance between two observers, right?
Great.
And so
yeah, okay, fine.
And so what I'm trying to understand
Yeah.
is how can we get those same differences in distance in distances based on a flat plane.
Okay, so your disbelief is causing you to revert to the fact that you're actually completing a lot more of this than you already have, when in effect you just only have a very, very small bit of the picture anyway to start with. And you're like trying to get the full understanding of how this works. So I think maybe ease up on the horsies a little bit is what I would say, because I think you have unrealistic expectations of understanding. If you can't even if you can't work it in your model right now, then like trying to misunderstand it and what we might think that is happening, that's not going to be a good way of kind of moving forward with this, unless it's just to stymie the conversation and keep nothing from happening, when we could be talking about like refractant indexes of materials as they change in temperature, the way that like big masses of the same material will form like a equilibrium, a lattice structure, things like superfluids. We could talk about that, or meniscus, or the magnetic field of the Earth. You know what I mean? But we ain't gonna get anywhere near there while we're arguing about like what colored lines you have wrapping around anything right now, because it's all just pure math that you're not even fully in like on the harnesses of. But I applaud your effort, and continue on. But I just don't know how long that we need to discuss that.
It works great on my model. It does, but where would you want me to put the two satellites so that it works?
Have you made one working example yet? No. Okay. I think I've been waiting all morning for like you to achieve some sort of like you to get off on this in some way. That's all.
So where would you put the two satellites over the plane? And I'm going to even let you
I'll tell the man, no, don't get in the car, and I don't want your candy, sir.
Yeah, I'm not gonna place the satellites anywhere. That's what he's saying to you, Jesse.
Okay, so you don't even
stranger danger.
You don't even have a place you think that they could work, or you just don't know what that place is. So you're confident that there is a location they could be.
What's this working relationship that you're talking about based upon?
We've basically got as constraints the distance between the satellite and the observer, or if you want to get more technical, the differences in distances. And we need to find some place to locate two satellites above a plane that gives all the same differences in distances.
Right. So who are those individuals? What were those distances? What were they all observing? What satellites, and which ones converged, and which ones are the correct differential time difference based on what you're saying on your model?
He doesn't have that information.
I don't really understand what he doesn't have that information. Well, he must do. That's what we've been talking about, right? This whole time.
No, he just likes to draw pictures with red and blue and green.
He's trying to get us
that's
in a
the thing.
He's trying to get us to say that we make a claim, and then he's going to say, I got you claiming something you can't prove. That's what he's trying to do.
No, I honestly want to understand where you think they go.
So in your drawing on the left hand side of that, are those people just on a hill? What's the distance between them?
Well, that represents the Earth, so quite a bit.
Oh, so do you have any at all evidence that somebody antipodal to somebody else on the Earth can receive a signal from the same satellite?
I've received satellites pretty close to the horizon, but obviously once they dip down too far, then you can't receive them. So not exactly antipodal, but you can receive
and the horizon's not even close to being two people antipodal, right?
So this really doesn't work on your model at all either. Oh wow, Jesse.
It does work. What doesn't work
No,
about
it doesn't. You just said it yourself that like the satellites, you no longer get signal to them when they go below the horizon on your model.
There's like
We
24
know
of
it's
them.
no way near the degree of antipodal. We know it's not 90 degrees.
Well, just because you can't get a signal from one of them doesn't mean you can't get signals from others of them. There's like 24 of
Not
them,
a
isn't there?
quarter of the circumference of the Earth in
Huh?
distance. You haven't got quarter of the circumference of the Earth in distance, right? Where
You mean
half of quarter of the circumference of the Earth would be where your sagittal would need to be for you to have antipodal equidistance on a globe.
I'm not sure what that has to do
Sure,
with anything. There's
It does
24.
have something to do with
There's
something. You don't
24
have
of them,
you
right?
don't have a line of sight for signal with the satellites that you're talking about.
Well,
For
there's.
two people on the opposite sides of the Earth to receive the signal.
I think he can't hear us.
I can hear you. I was just speaking.
Okay,
Well,
how?
in your scenario, Jesse, like legit, there would only need to be like 4 GPS satellites total to cover the whole entire Earth.
And there's
How
like
many do we have?
Like 24 or something, right?
We only need
Why do you
two?
need 24? You only need. Yeah, well, I guess we could probably get away with 2. Yeah.
Or one if we just had low res, right?
Yeah.
Well, you need.
You would need like 4, yeah, at least 4.
Well,
Let's say 4.
Yeah,
you
that
need
makes sense. So we have to. So you admit 4 is a minimum, right, Jesse?
No, 4 is not enough.
Satellites, you need 4.
Not all around
As
the
a
Earth.
minimum to cut. Right.
because
So you need more to cover a whole Earth.
If they can do 90 degrees of a circle in one direction, they can do 90 degrees in all others.
Hey,
like
let me just tell you that I think
no,
5, if
please
you
don't.
space them out equally, 5 would be such a sweet number to calculate with.
I just have a quick question. Like this whole discussion is stemming on the fact that in the left box, the Earth is a globe, and
Yeah.
he's just assuming that satellites work because the Earth is a globe.
you're roboting.
But see,
pretty bad.
the thing is that you haven't actually proven that the Earth is a globe. So this whole discussion has been a. Was I robot?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're kind of cutting out, Travis.
You're roboting, but the main point is that if you have to start with a presupposition, you've already
As
failed.
I said before.
Just hold off a second, Travis. You're still
So,
roboting hard.
If you want to start off with the base premise,
try reconnecting, Travis.
Need to.
But we get it.
Have-
I'm pretty sure I can reiterate his sentiment while he's roboting. Is we're presupposing that the Earth is a globe for satellites to work, and because satellites work, Earth is a globe.
No, I make no such presupposition.
Yes, you do.
We'd like to, right?
It pretty much is because it doesn't work on a flat Earth.
You want it a little bit, right?
You just said that a few minutes ago.
But here's the point.
This is your whole
say
claim
it,
that it works on your globe and doesn't on a flat Earth. Like you can't try and now say that isn't your claim either, Jesse, because that's a bit dishonest. Like
I
stick
never
to your
claimed.
claim, bro.
I never pre-assumed a globe.
No, okay, not even pre-assumed.
That's
then,
not what your
okay?
picture
At the end of your
shows.
result that you're yet to get from this scenario, your result is that it works on a globe and not on a flat Earth. Correct? That's your contention, correct?
The measurements that the time differential measurements that we get
Makes sense on a globe but not on a flat Earth, correct?
Correct.
Yes or no?
But we
Right.
haven't gotten the measurements. But it works on a globe.
So
that's
But
what we
so
supposition.
time can be
Jesse.
sort of a measure of a deform, right? We're just talking about time angle measurements. You know, it is that wave propagation is such that it is bound by the laws of the medium, and so any like super cold layers that anything's going through is going to it's going to slow down that wave for a second as it moves, and that's going to cause a little bit of a refraction angle change. And this is kind of a cumulative thing, and so it'll require like unscrambling whatever's been done from your original signal.
Hell yeah, good point, Snacks, about the temperature. Good point.
it's going to give you multiple levels of refractive index, and they will be varying throughout the seasonal year in a probably not like entirely predictable manner either. You know, feel like
Jesse, I did tell you that this would be your overall problem, is that like this thing relies upon, like, remember, like, you're relying upon the convention that if everyone agrees that these things work in that way, that therefore you can assert that it probably does work that way, right? And I told you that would be your problem unless you actually bring a real, you know, a real example and some real data. Like, people are not going to accept this argument at all anyway. Like, they just won't.
Yeah, but it's not the fact that I have a scale model drawn and that the data was made for the sake of discussion. It's the fact that,
What data?
well, for example,
You have data? You have data?
I mean, we've been asking for fucking hours. Where's your data, kid?
Oh no.
no, I said data that was made for the sake of discussion. I have a scale drawing that is, and it's scaled in pixels, okay? I mean, I can set this to show in miles, I guess.
Yeah, because there's no such thing as pixels.
Wait, I have a question. Hold on. I got a question. Jesse, in the left image, in the left diagram, is the Earth curved?
Yes.
Where did you get that data? Can you provide that for us, please? Why don't we start there?
That's given by the time differential from the GPS signals.
But they relay to one another as well, so.
Well, and
that's
what I'm hoping you can explain to me. So far, we've got 2 satellites equidistant over the green dot.
Wait. I'm sorry.
Saturday.
My connection's not always that great. I'm sorry. You said time differentials. Is that based on data?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Yeah, do you have data for the time differentials that you just mentioned? Time differentials, where's the data that you're talking about?
Right. Yeah. That'd be good. Can you get that by this weekend?
Okay, but like specifically, what is the time differential that we're talking about? Let's put it that way.
Well, for example,
go
ahead. From the left-hand satellite to the blue observer is a time delay of 801 pixels, or 811 pixels. To the green observer is 697 pixels. And to the red observer is 1007 pixels. So you can take the differences of those, and that's the difference in time delay.
But what's this ratio to in objectively from reality is the point I think people are asking. Like where are you getting the ratio? Whether you could, like, let's say, make a ratio of how many pixels equals a mile, for instance, and then the data that you would take from the real life measurements to apply to create your model, what transference is there of that? What is that chain of custody over that data?
The chain of custody would be to get the open source GPS receiver code and learn how that works. It actually
I was trying to answer it all.
It actually calculates the position initially in an XYZ rectangular coordinate system. And that's what Kozlowski showed when he drove over the bridge recording the GPS position. He recorded it in the XYZ coordinate system. And it showed a curve.
All right, so like you're like Jesse Jr. out here. I get it.
Just following in the tradition of excellence and honesty.
So what did you have you learned that how that works in that code, and did you decipher it, and did you apply this to the model that you've shown us here today that is your contention as to why it wouldn't work on a flat Earth?
No, this is a simple
model it to
geometric thought experiment on paper.
Right. Yeah, that's thrown people, I think, a little bit, because like when you're asking us where would the correct position be on a flat Earth, and you know, like we're looking at that like in a 2D sort of sense, and it really doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Like it ignores completely even topography. It even ignores topography.
And that's
You know,
why
you know that you can end up with like what you're occurring is happening there technically. Like you could have some similar situation on a smaller scale occur just based on topography and differential in altitude with that. If you want to look at it as like a physical line that goes all the way up to the zenith of a satellite in orbit, right?
well, I'm not sure I followed all that, but if I understand correctly, in answer, I tried to make this simple by making it along a straight line and only worrying about one dimension basically
Okay.
of operator, of observer position. We could definitely do it up in Blender if we can find someone who can do it in Blender and do it in 3D, but it only makes the problem more complex. If we can't solve it flat like this, just in a single axis, there's no way we're solving it in 3D.
Listen, I think I understand your concept differently than maybe other people do. I'm more trying to help you help other people listen to what you're trying to say right now. I'm like, so keep that in mind, because I'm not really conflating
Help us
what it is
help
that you're
you,
talking
Jesse.
about.
Help us help you.
Help us help you.
I remember that's what I'm saying to you is that until you take the real world data and apply some form of a scale value to it, to a pixel count, for instance, to mile ratio, taken from actual data, taken from distances that you would look at on a ball and look at that ball and where they would be on the face of that ball based on the distances and based on how big you say your Earth is, then take the proposed location of the satellite and show this actual line that you're talking of and show the geometrical problem, but show that geometrically it works on your own model first, at least, before you sort of do what you're doing right now. Like you have took a couple of steps too far forward. I understand that if you were arguing with people that understood, or not understood, sorry, agreed with the very concept in which you're applying, that you could technically just assert what you're doing right now as like, but like you're yet to do the first part. You're yet to come to an agreement with all of these people in here. They're not all your peers, like peer reviewing or looking at a theory of yours and telling you whether it's working or not. You're not even on the baseline with these people yet.
That's the thing, though, is I don't think they do disagree as to how a GPS works, because I asked them, and if they says, you know what, we don't believe that GPSs work on the basis of time differential signals, that would have been the end of the discussion. I wouldn't have had anything to
You're
argue
trying
on.
to get us to admit that satellites work on a globe, that GPS rather works on a globe. You're trying to get us to say that, aren't you?
Say that again?
You're trying to get us to say that GPS also works on a globe, or just GPS works on the globe. You're trying to get us to say that, aren't you?
No, I'm trying to get somebody who thinks it could work on a flat plane to tell me where the satellites would be placed in order for it to give the objective measurements in time difference that we get.
So you're saying, okay, it's flat, but then you want us to beg the question that there's
But,
satellites in space?
Well,
but
I don't
what
care.
are those steps?
I don't care
What are those distances though? What is that data? Those distances that what you just referred to. What are they? Can we have some of those numbers?
I don't care where you put the satellites.
Well, what do you mean? You said that we actually get, and I want to know what it is that we get, because I'm yet to see that.
Can I ask a question? I've been listening for quite a while, and I have a question that still is kind of niggling in my mind. Can we possibly come to a lowest common denominator? So Jesse's out there 10 miles away from me, and I'm where I am, and we're both using GPS. What do we both need from our location in order to even get a signal at the lowest common denominator?
I'm sorry, I misrepresented Jesse just now. I think what's meaning to have happen here, what he means to have happen is say, well, actually, yeah, satellites could not work on the flat Earth. They only work on a globe, right? Is that what you want us to say?
Well, I'm just trying to understand how you think they work.
Okay,
on a
that's where
platter.
I come in. Right, that's where I come in now. Did you guys
But
not hear my
based
question?
on, yeah, I did, Travis. One sec. But you're saying that exactly what you just said, Jesse. But that's based on, right? And you said what we receive back from satellites. What is that thing that we receive back from satellites? What are we actually talking about?
Okay, wait.
Posted in the
Now,
chat.
okay, yeah. Hold on. Now, I think my question should come in. So Jesse, what do you and I both need at the lowest common denominator for us to receive a signal on our phones at all?
A satellite receiver antenna and chipset and a battery.
So my phone can receive satellite signals?
Beats me.
Yes.
Does it?
I don't
GPS
know.
receiver in your cell phone.
I didn't know it was a I didn't know it was a satellite phone. That's awesome.
It's not a satellite phone. It can receive signals sent out by the GPS.
Yeah, probably. If it works. What phone is it?
It's just an iPhone. Just okay. My point is, where are we getting our signal from?
There's a little tiny chip in there, a little module that's actually a satellite receiver decoder engine that's soldered down onto the circuit board. It's got a little antenna that hooks up to it that receives signals from the satellites.
Okay, so you're saying that my phone gets a direct signal from a satellite.
Yes.
Jesse, come on, bro.
It's true.
You don't need that though for GPS to work. You know that, right?
If you're out in the ocean, you do. But no,
my phone wouldn't even change my time zone when I was in a plane because I didn't have internet access. But you're saying that it should have updated it because of the...
No, if it can't get to the internet, who knows what it's going to do? Phones rely on the internet a lot. And if they can't get to the internet, then they won't do a lot of stuff. That doesn't mean that the actual GPS receiver chip isn't working, though.
I know. So they're getting satellite. It's getting satellite communication, and it will register to my core operations that my time zone has changed and change it for me. It has to then use regular JavaScript, Wi-Fi. It's relying on the most basic of tool. Okay, that doesn't make sense to me. I wouldn't design it that way.
Well, get yourself a little. There's like little free GPS tester apps that all they do is they connect to your GPS chip in your phone, and they display the coordinates and stuff. And they don't need internet. They don't need nothing. They just read you the GPS. And try that and see if that doesn't work anywhere in the world.
Yeah, you don't even have to.
How come?
I've seen a lot of amazing projects, but that's not the point.
What's more accurate, cell phone triangulation or GPS, Jesse?
GPS definitely, if you've got a good clear view of the sky.
You not think that GPS is just a further forward amalgam of cell phone tower technology, and listen, and aerial and tower based systems that help relay and boost the signal, and they create a form of trilateration, right, where instead of just having 2 points horizontally where we would have a distance and a time of signal received on 2 points, we could also have a signal from above or diagonally down from above in some way off to the right or left of certain altitude reading to coming down toward it, right? Or the more points of signal and times given, it really just confirms based upon especially any of the things that could variate that travel time of the very signal itself.
Okay, very briefly, you can put your phone on airplane mode, not receive any signal from the cell phone tower, and you can look at the raw data your cell phone is reading as far as accelerometers and any sensors in the cell phone. Every cell phone has a way to get into that raw measurement data. You can do both those two things at the same time, and you can read your GPS location at the same time. So you're not receiving a signal from your cell phone tower, and you're not getting an app to interpret your position.
You got your location on
the GPS.
You've got your location on, right? Yeah. The GPS system is just a system that's separate from the cell phone and internet system as defined on the phone. That doesn't actually mean that they're anything that's separate. It means that it's just that it has a direct identification that is able to be identified to something that you do agree to allow to work.
Right. Yeah.
What are you saying? Right. Your cell phone tower is sending you one message. It's not sending you two. Okay?
As far as you know. As far
No,
as
as
you
far
know.
as I know, right. And once again, this is not based on something that I know or don't know. This is based on something that nobody knows because it's not happening.
Well, then that means that you do know.
Yeah, I know that you're getting one message whenever you receive information from the cell phone tower. I know that when you turn your phone on airplane mode, you're not receiving any messages.
Why? Here's the question I have.
I know there's one sensor in your
It is
phone to
select
receive messages from the tower,
identified.
and there's one sensor on your phone to receive messages from the GPS.
I have a question real quick, Kosho. I have a question.
That's
Why?
an encoded ID, though. That's an encoded ID of a specific set of systems that you're allowing to have access versus ones that you are not. I don't see what
Right. So in your scenario, Kosho, is things being in the sky sending signals only possible on a curved surface?
No.
Okay. So then what's the
What kind of
relevance
question is that,
of
man?
you?
And what are you? What are you?
Well, you said
Settle down, Kosho. Settle down.
No, that was a ridiculous question.
You said if you're on a plane and you turn off all of your cellular data, you're still receiving a signal from what we call GPS. So what we call GPS and the signal that's being received, if it's being received from above you, can that only take place if the surface below you is a ball?
So that has nothing to do with what's being talked about, man. That's
Sure
my
it
point.
does.
Is you're either receiving signals from a cell phone tower or you're receiving it from somewhere else. It
Cell
turns
phone
out
towers
when you
help
put on airplane
with-
mode, you're not
with
receiving it from
accuracy
the cell
of
phone tower.
GPS. Cell phone towers help with the accuracy of GPS.
No, you can use cell phone towers, and you can, like for Google Maps, for example, can get your location using cell phone towers. But you can also just as easily get location data without your phone receiving any information from cell phone towers.
They rely on one another. They're just different
No, they
points.
don't.
Yeah, they are.
They don't rely on one another. They can use.
That's your opinion. Listen, that's your opinion.
No, it's not my opinion. I understand how it works.
Kosho, haven't you talked about base stations before?
The what?
I mean, you talked about base stations before when you're talking about GPS?
Yeah, what about base stations?
One assists the other.
You know what a base station is? Because it sounds like you bringing it up means that you don't.
No, you spoke about you talking about this in the past.
Yeah, I know. Right. But that's what I'm asking is does he even know what that means? What that's even talked about, or does he not? Because it sounds like the fact that he's bringing it up means that he maybe does not. Because base stations have nothing to do with what we're talking about. A base station is just a known position that also receives data from the GPS, just the satellites. It's not about a station that is communicating with cell phone towers.
In the UK, Babe Station's like a TV channel where you can ring up girls and talk to them. That was a joke.
Is it free?
Better be.
You can watch it for free, but you can't ring them up.
When I saw the airplane mode just to turn off the functions, certain functions of the phone, but I thought everything came through the cell phone towers. Because you would want even if someone got your phone or whatever and turned it on airplane mode, you'd want to be able to track it or whatever. But GPS on your phone definitely shows up as a dot.
But the
dot on your phone. It just doesn't have the Google Map overlay usually.
Rakia. So the problem that Kosha's laying out, is that, well, it's a different system altogether, right? Because you've blocked the cell phone towers. But the issue with that is that we can jam individual signals, right? And we can stop individual signals with identification codes from having access, right? Well, the problem is that you're presupposing that because you've blocked the access to a specific set of cell phone towers or a specific set of data given to you because of that system, or an aspect of a signal from it, that the system can't create a different signal that isn't blocked and then connect back to the network that you have there and bypass what you're telling it to do. You're already allowing it to have access to a GPS module, which could just be again a different form of signal that is received from the same very ground locations that we all know of. And these systems do work in tandem with one another in lots of different examples all the time, and make one another more accurate and just altogether more reliable.
Well, and I'm also wondering how powerful this signal must be from these satellites to send a signal down to everyone's cell phones. I would say that's billions by now, that have this tiny
Right,
little antenna soldered to the inside of the phone and not have interference ever. Like my GPS works when I don't even have signal, so it's not getting interference from satellite signal with this barely, like it must be a tiny antenna, right? With all the other signals being sent out to every other, that
I think
doesn't
it's
add
more
up.
that the whole phone becomes the antenna. I believe the way a lot of this stuff works now.
Now, there's an antenna in your phone. It's receiving a specific frequency, and that specific frequency is very different than the frequency your cell phone is.
I
Is in
understand
the
that.
tower. That's fine that you understand. And
I
the signal
understand
that's
that
being
from
sent out, the signal that's being sent out from the satellite itself, goes in all directions, including the one that where you're at. So it's not very difficult for that to happen.
But saying it comes from a satellite in space is a lot different than saying a different frequency is being sent out by each individual cell towers to run the GPS system. Now, isn't it, Kosha?
It goes in all directions, and it's not being stopped. So if it's not being stopped, it reaches your phone. It reaches your phone, you get the message. The message is very simple. It's not a very big message. It doesn't take that much energy to send to you. It's not a picture. It's not a map. It's literally less than 3,700 or 37,000 bits. It's a very
Have you
small
ever heard
that you're receiving.
Have you ever heard of the walling type effect in radar? Where when radar passes through the air, like you say, same with this same form, is that if it hits multiple objects in all directions, right, that these objects unfortunately stop the wave and collapses the sawtooth function in the pattern, but it does so in such a way that the first thing it hits could overlay with something else it hits further on in distance, right? And when that happens and these things do overlay with one another, it starts to build up like a wall, and you end up with pieces of things. And obviously, they usually what you would do is take a portion out of the actual magnitude of the frequency to ignore smaller objects. But if you don't ignore smaller objects, or if we presume, let's say, there were millions of planes in the sky, potentially in a linear path of movement toward them would overlap with one another. You take that, or you just let the radar work by almost hitting even the very small things in the air, like very small pieces of debris, all of that, right, flies. And then you end up with this overlayering it over distance with one another, right? Like that actually does affect the way the satellite, the radar signal works and what you get back on your imaging. Like it can actually fuck it up, and it can stop you from being able to track aeroplanes correctly because of that overlap function. This would without a doubt happen.
Okay, so what is in the message that you sent? Okay, it's complete with, and every single what's called a word, which is a part of the subframe, which is a part of the frame, which is sent out continuously. There's parity bits in there. Okay, and there's also flip bits, which will tell you if you need to flip the entire subframe. However, those parity bits, if those are for some reason incorrect or non-congruent with the rest of the information that you're getting, you can just throw the whole thing out, and you can rule it out as some message that's not what you were looking for as far as GPS. Because if your receiver is working correctly, it's going to look for these parity bits. It's not going to use them as confident positions if it's not congruent with it.
So that would be something that would be a piece of information that was self-encoded with a key that has it at both ends, and when you get it, the key is there. It's procured and it's effectively lined up. Yes, it's the correct information. It's a constant signal. It may differ at certain points in time, but there will come a time where it is able to have clarity and receive the correct information it was supposed to. I understand what you're saying.
Well, it doesn't need the key. It only needs this one message, and it needs to be consistent throughout the message. And so,
Yeah,
I said, so if there's those flaws, it would show up in this. Yeah.
Well, I'm just talking about in a way of confirming that information is correct as well, and that it's not been even replaced. Because if we're looking at it from a military aspect, right, we literally have got systems now that you can send back a data point sheet from a fire control system on a grid system of people that are firing artillery pieces and using, like I said, a grid-based system of their own location versus where they're firing to between one another relative to one another and point positions on a grid using a specific weapon system that has a shared grid pattern based reference system for the fire control. Like you can take all of that data, right, put it onto a fucking into a signal to send back to high command, and you can encode the signal even. But they're technically, if you didn't protect it correctly, there are machines now that the enemy or whatever own or other governments own that they can effectively scan that so fucking quickly and replace the system to make it redundant because they've already got the like pre-formulas and like anything that's declassified about these systems that I'm talking about, like the M1777 howitzer, for instance, and the Excalibur system. What that really is about, they're very expensive. They're GPS guided rounds. They're fucking very expensive, but the way that they're actually used is for high value targets, but at the same time they're used to create a grid reference system based on the ballistics of that exact cannon, its position in reference to a grid and the distances it fires, and knowing exactly where those rounds were with the amount of powder charge that was involved and the barrel velocity, the pressure in the air, all of that information, right? And all of that can be chewed up and effectively taken by someone that understands the way that system works. And they can change the data in an instant by interrupting that signal and send it to where it was originally meant to go with all of the right information to fuck it up completely, right? Like I find that amazing that that's able to be taken place. That like there is a system that can pluck from another system sending a signal, its data out, chew it up, send it back to it that looks congruent with correct data, but actually the data in it on a macro level would ruin the whole system. I find that fucking insane. We had the same thing when we had the Americans speed up the accelerometers of the nuclear power plant of Iran to ruin it because they weren't willing to wait for Iran to hand over, enriched uranium or anything like that. So they fucked up the process, and they fucked up the process using signals and coding. And I'm like, what? They managed to make centrifuges that were connected up to a system malfunction to where they would break, and not only break, but also all the data would be corrupted, and you would have no way of actually, doing the job of what you were doing with the material anyway, because you would have lost the whole scope. That shit's fucking insane to me. But that proves to me the level of the fuckery that can go on out there as well.
Yeah. I mean, we have to remember that there's not a community. It's not like a radar. You're sending something, gets in the back, whereas you're receiving a constant, nonstop message. In this instance, right?
Yep. Yeah, there's a big difference between, I guess, the type of signal. I don't really understand the type of signal that you're talking about. Really, then maybe I don't understand that at all. That type of signal that's like a constant, like,
Carnivory said,
because
fuck
to
the
me that
police.
sounds like a server, right? It's like a constant subset of code and information entered into the framework of the code, like a server here. Even on Discord, we've got pages and we put our own information into it. That's like a constant network that's up. I only know anything about signals as that, like it's relevant going back to like individual receivers and and signals that are basically made to to not do that. Like that's not what you want. You want that's like bad for security type deal. Maybe those systems are reductive in nature, but going back to like the most effective radar, that was all like not so much informational based. That's just a raw reading of a signal, and then a manipulation of the way the signal is put out. And then understanding what the collapse and change in that signal means, and an echo or a paint received back from that signal. I don't know, like maybe my understanding of what you're talking about, mine's more over there than it is over where you're talking about. I don't know. Like I don't know any of these like codes that people talk about, like C++. I don't know how to read that code at all. I have no fucking way of doing that. It seems like learning a language to me. I'm very bad at language.
Hello.
It just went quiet. Go for it.
Oh, I just joined.
Yeah,
So
I think I bored everyone to death then, that's why.
GPS arguments too?
Oh, I'm not sure. Hey, could I?
Oh, you still live stream?
Yeah, could I make my closing wrap up kind of here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well, so taking the location for the two satellites that Napalm gave me, it would work for the one observer, the green observer, because he's kind of equidistant.
Positions I gave you when I wasn't even looking, when I was feeding my dog.
Well, it's the best
just
I
to
could
mess with you because you couldn't give me any of the data for the image on the left. So now you're going to try to straw man me, is what you're saying.
Well,
when all I was doing was messing with you, talking about density in between the satellites, the rate of propagation through that density. Let's factor in temperature too. So is that what you're going to try to do and wrap up? Is you're going to try to straw man me and then tout victory?
Well, I'm just showing that.
Let's not do that. How does that sound? You're just showing what?
That the problem is with trying to make this work on a plane is that even though we got the satellites to be equidistant from the center observer,
doesn't work on your model, buddy.
It's now also equidistant
your model is
for
a computer
both the blue
screen.
observer and the red observer.
Doesn't work. Sorry.
But anyway, thank you all for trying. I see it's clear that nobody here has any idea how it could possibly work on a plane.
What could work? You provided us no information, no data, no real world example. You drew pictures on a computer screen and said, how does this work in reality? When you provided us...
That is fair, Jesse. And you're presupposing as well that the satellites would change in their distance to the surface of the Earth on a flat Earth, as opposed to on a globe, that it would always be equidistant in its orbital path, because you're thinking about lateral lines drawn across and a globe in terms of orbit. But above a flat Earth, you think of that as like a flight, like a flat line of travel from, one part of the sky to the other. You're not thinking in any way at all about how, that too is equidistant from the surface. Like, I don't know, I feel like it's some presuppositions in your whole thing. Like, I get that you're on about a concept, and that the concept, if you were to go to the data, it would show what you're saying. People here are saying, assertion. We don't believe that, so therefore you would have to demonstrate with what you're talking about. If we all agreed about the fundamentals here, we could maybe have your conversation. But until that point, you're going to come into problems the whole way. It's like me going to court and being like, well, we all agree gravity exists, right? We do? Okay. We all agree that the earth spins, right? We do? Okay. So I didn't kill this man. A bowling ball fell towards his face due to gravity, and the rotation of the earth failed to move him out of the fucking way, right? Like, that's what you're sort of saying. It's like, no, we haven't established that any of that shit goes on. You dropped the bowling ball on someone's head and killed them.
You slimy son of a bitch.
You fucking bastard.
So are we in agreement then that the GPS receiver would have to know whether it was being used on a globe or a sphere in order to work correctly? But you're just saying that you don't know that that's actually what the code does, the software.
We're not in agreement because none of the code nor any of the data has been presented to us. So we're not in agreement.
We don't know how it works.
Not required for the question.
So we can't talk about how
What's that,
it or
Bacon?
what it would work on. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Bacon.
I'm sorry, I was speaking on mute. Said it's not required to have that information to answer your question.
Could you repeat the question or the assertion? Bacon.
What?
Could you repeat the question or your assertion, whatever you just
Yeah,
said?
he was asking. Yeah, he was asking if they're on agreement that in order for the GPS to work correctly, you would have to know the position on the senders, or where the signal is coming from. And Napalm said no, because we don't have that. We don't know how the decoders work or something like that.
The software,
That's beside the point, because regardless.
Dude, you guys straw man everything, bro. He
It's
asked.
more than that, bro. Come on.
I have to unfortunately dip out of the conversation, but while I'm gone, please not to straw man me anymore.
I'm not trying to. So can you clarify?
Not you, Jesse. I think he thought that I was already gone because my wife had called me previously, and I had to dip out of the conversation. So I think he was trying to do a wrap up and didn't assume that I was listening and tried to straw man the shit on me. So
thought you were here, man.
But yeah, I have to dip out of the conversation. Enjoy, boys.
Well, no. So here's what Napalm really said.
In my experience, which I have as much experience as you guys do in this, Jesse's an honest guy.
I got no problem with Jesse. Yeah, I agree with that.
Oh, he's an asshole.
I think he just misunderstood I think he maybe just misunderstood the demand that there would be for the foundation of what he's asserting. Like, I feel like he came into here believing there would be an agreement that the thing he's postulating is the way that it is. And that's what I'm saying to you, Jesse. Like, I don't think you're being dishonest or trying to waste time. I feel like you thought there would be an agreed upon convention, and based upon that convention, we could look at the two things.
No, but
there isn't that agreement. Fundamentally, it doesn't exist between you and the people you're having this conversation with.
That's what's weird is, like, without Jesse even saying anything, I just looked at the picture the first time and I knew exactly what the hell he's expressing.
I did as well, but yeah.
That's what I'm saying, though. I understand his question, because it seems like something that it should be. In just the one example I see there, he's got a red and blue line, and on his picture on the left side, those red and blue lines are not equidistant, and on the on the right, they are equidistant. So the point is that there would be a discernible difference between the distance between the two positions on either model, and you can use that to determine which model it is. I mean, it seems.
but we're talking about like, so for instance, right? Like, I guess I don't know the way to put that. I don't know. I would say that his example doesn't work too well on a globe either, right? Like, if we have the idea of them being antipodal, the two people, for them to be equidistant to a satellite, right? Like, they wouldn't have any line of sight for signal. Like, when a satellite goes below a horizon, like, you no longer receive signal. So there needs to be a proof of his concept, at least to some degree, backed up by data when you're dealing with someone that has a baseline skepticality over the actual topic in which we're talking about, especially when it's to reify a model that's already in contention. You get that right, Kojo? Like,
Yeah, but that's not his point, though.
I know
his point is not that it would work or wouldn't work on either model. His point is that there would be a difference in so if you have two locations, one's France and one's New York, and they're both getting a signal from satellite, let's call it satellite 1. The distance that either of them is getting is going to be, they're going to be two different distances, of course. But the difference between those distances is going to be different, whether it's a globe model or a flat model. So you can discern which model it is by simply looking at the differences between those two.
Yeah, if we draw them as physical lines, we have a physical difference in the altitude of the people based on the location of the surface of what they're stood on, right? So digression from a flat line, the flat line, remember, we still have a different distance, right? Like these people are parallel to one another on the horizontal, right? But in relation back to a single point, those lines themselves are not equally or the same distance all the way across the face of a flat Earth, without even taking into consideration changes in elevation based on topography. We have none of that either. So, like, what I'm trying to get at is, like, I get it. That's not what Jesse's asserting. His modus operandi in what he was doing here was completely different, but people still have their convictions and their skepticality in which that they have in their own mind. So, like, again, you have to agree, like, it isn't necessarily someone's intellect and capability to understand the concept. It's like, is the concept even worthy or tenable of them starting to try and build up a working idea of it in their brain without proof of concept by actual data that shows what's being spoken of?
Yeah, I think proof of concept is not necessary, though, in showing what he's showing to be different. Like, it's kind of like a mathematical distinction. Like you can.
Yeah, but like, we're talking about a subjective thing.
Difference.
We're talking about how much needs to be provided before someone will listen or hear the point. That is subjective to every user. You can only talk about your own subjective level of pre-qualified information needed to understand the concept or to even look at or decide to really look at it. Do you understand my point? Like, this is subjective to each person. And I'm telling him if he wants to reach people with this shit, that's the burden in which he needs to be at to probably meet most people's subjective level of what they would consider to be an adequate amount of proof of concept before an analysis or going further into the topic.
Can I change the topic for a brief moment?
Definitely.
Is Brian here?
Hey, Brian.
Brian.
Oh, I don't think so.
Yeah, he'll jump on. He'll jump on if he can hear us, and it takes him a minute. And it always takes Geo a minute.
Sorry.
It always takes Geo a minute, so I can assume that if Brian can hear us, and it'll just take him a minute to get to the mic.
All right.
Don't worry, Geo. We're not calling you Geo. Don't worry.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna explain anyway. But, 1 second.
Bacon for you, dude. He always leaves you hanging, dude. He always leaves you at the edge of your seat. Ready.
You start eating the bacon and then the stringy bit of fat. He's a stringy bit of fat on a bit of bacon, right?
Because like me and Bacon would have a good buddy cop show. Because like I'm kosher and he's bacon. Together.
You're kosher. Oh, cool. You don't. So you're a Jew then?
Kosher bacon, yeah. Oh yeah, he's a Jew.
Well, kosher bacon. Yeah. Ask Yahweh, bless my bacon. Yeah, that won't work. That's like him turning up to a gay marriage, right? Like fundamentally, gay people can't get married. Just saying.
Well, you know, pirates had a marriage contract between them.
They had an equality of ownership over goods agreement.
Yeah,
Partnership agreement.
that's what the marriage contract. Like legally, the marriage contract is only but for that, right?
Where it was derived from, there are different things involved with what a marriage is, and being married could be akin to having a night on the threshing floor with a girl. Okay, so being married could be two people living together with one another and sharing things. But the point is that the definition of it and what it really is and where it's defined and derived from, the concept of it applied to this the partakers being the sex that I was on about and both being the same. The concept itself automatically excludes them because what the concept links back to a set of values, and those set of values is connected to the ideology, and those set of values disinclude them from the structures therein that are looked at in terms of being blessed by the figurehead that is Yahweh over those structures and concepts and precepts that were given to people that they took on. The point is that yeah, he ain't gonna show up to a gay marriage. Not a marriage in the sense of what it would be described and defined as from the literature and where it was taken from originally. What it's looked at as now is something completely different to what it is. It should have been. So are you like Jewish then, kosher? Like,
yeah,
I eat kosher too, bro. Don't worry, man. Like, I don't touch pork or any of that.
Well, I keep kosher if I'm supplying the food, but if I'm eating somewhere else, then I eat by whatever customs they are accustomed to.
Wait, so you'll eat pork if you're with the goy?
Yeah, I'm not gonna turn down food,
bro. It ain't even cat.
Oh, all right.
Levitical
So you're
law
like
isn't even food. What are you talking
you're
about?
like
I can't trust you at all.
you're like genetically a Jew, but not like a practicing one. Yeah.
No, I not only practice, I'm basically pro at this point. But
Bro.
but yeah, but no, yeah, I practice. I don't like, you know, like is like not Islam's Hindus, they don't eat cows and shit like that.
Right.
And so it's like for me, if you go to someone's house and you don't eat what they're cooking, they go, I don't eat that. Then it's like, to me, it's kind of rude. So it's like, yeah, I don't personally, you know.
Well, at my house,
I'm not gonna turn it down either.
Wait, that kosher. At my house, we eat bits of cow shit with razor blades in it. No, bro, that logic doesn't follow. You shouldn't have to put something in your body. It's like being like, oh, we partake in
snake on the table, and you don't eat snake. Like you're gonna be
Yeah, like-
I'm good. I don't eat
like
snake.
we
You know?
also partake in the drinking of wine. So would you say that to have a drink of the wine that's offered also is a respectful thing to do, kosher? Just quickly.
That's right.
So we also partake in insulfation of ketamine hydrochloride. You also going to go ahead with that?
No, not typically, no. I might though.
We, intravenously introduce opium into people's vascular systems on a daily as well. You see my point? Like, no, like
opium coming to this combo. I was like, what the fuck? Opium.
I might partake in that too, yeah.
Okay.
Wait, you said you would take the opium? Good man.
I'll consider you like 75% Jew then. I'll leave 25%
For your
to
nieces
the
of 49%.
What's
But
that?
Dude, you need to stick to Levitical law a little bit though, for real, man. Like,
I don't.
I wouldn't just eat pork at someone else's house. Like to me, if you tell me you're kosher and then I see you eating pork at my house, I'm gonna lose respect for you.
Yeah, but some rules are just superstitions, aren't they? And some rules
Not
are
really.
practical. Some rules are practical. I go with the practical bit of nature.
So how do you
I
distinguish
practically
between the
don't eat pig.
superstitious ones and practical ones? What's your
Well, I wouldn't eat cyanide because I know that I have a very high chance of dying if I eat that.
Oh no shit, man.
Right. So
yeah,
that's
I'm not talking about cyanide. Yeah.
right. But I would eat something like you said, something about opium, whatever. Even though I don't practice that at home normally, if I was at somebody's house and they had something like that,
Bro, I said
because it's not going to kill me that one time. So,
but did you not hear me say acetylated, like derived from opium? So I was on about diamorphine.
I will say bacon is back though. So this side subject, we should probably.
How did you know, Spec?
Oh, thank you for joining us back, Bacon. Just as I was about to say.
He's calling back bacon this morning.
Bacon, come on, we've had too much kosher.
Okay, Kosho, I have a question.
Yeah.
Or Bacon, whomever. I don't care.
What's up?
So
Hit me.
if I have an apple, go ahead if you can say something.
I wouldn't go.
Heaven is up. Heaven.
If I have an apple and it falls to the ground off the tree due to gravity, okay, work has been done, correct?
Yep.
Correct. Where did this work come from? Where the source of energy that got spent? Where did it come from?
Gravitational potential energy.
That's exactly it. So gravitational, the force pulled the apple down. So work has been done. So the force must be consuming energy. So where is the energy coming from? Are you with me? First law of thermodynamics.
Yeah. So by being at a certain distance to the ground, it has gravitational potential energy. Right.
Yeah. Oh, so you're gonna go like potential energy, kinetic energy. Okay.
Yeah. So the reason why we can.
Wait, relative to the center of mass. So you're on about if it were to travel to there, and it could, if not impeded, therefore the force that acted upon it is the. Well, I'm confused.
No. He's following along perfectly. Like exactly, he knows what I'm talking about.
Really sorry, but I gotta go now. So I can stay for longer. We can try to. Yeah, we can try to do it another time. Sorry.
All right, man. No worries. Kosho can probably carry on.
Yeah, well done for getting our hopes up and then just fucking on. Yeah, man.
I'm jumping in the shower, so.
You're right, that motherfucker.
Everybody's dipping. Come on, gravity. I'm talking about gravity. Come on. Come on.
What the fuck, bro?
Alright.
Kosher, you can't leave that, bro.
What he said about gravitational potential energy, though, that is where the energy is coming from. It's potential energy.
What the fuck does that mean? Like, I want mathematically, I want you to show me where it came from.
Okay. Well, the what it was called, the two masses that are distorting space-time, right? They creates that warping in space-time, at which it's usually actually gravitational attraction is usually warping in the time vector, and so as the time is different between the 2 points on the object, as it moves through time, it's going to change its direction in the space component.
My guy. My question is way easier than that, Kosho.
The energy that you're asking about is a fictitious force, in that the force only presents itself in a
work is done.
Independent observation.
Well, if it's fictitious, then how could it do real work? Because joules have been spent here, right? When
Fictitious
the apple
forces,
fell from the tree, joules got burned up.
fictitious forces are real forces.
How could it be fictitious and real at the same time?
Because a fictitious
here, but it's
force
not.
is a type of force.
Are you applying like superposition to forces now?
Wait,
No.
It's
what are
fictitious
the
and it's real.
attributes? What are the attributes of a fictitious force? Then what differentiates a fictitious force from a
fictitious
factual?
force is also called an inertial force, but it's basically a reference frame dependent force, meaning it's not a force in all reference frames. It's a force in and that's reference frame specific.
Force equals ma. So if you got no a or no m, you got no forces. Or F equals 0. It's pretty simple shit.
Yeah,
Like
but
it's
that's what
the
I'm saying.
most basic algebraic shit ever.
Fictitious forces are forces.
Oh, like, go ahead. Like
Centrifugal force, centrifugal force, like Coriolis force. These are forces that on their own don't exist in every reference frame. However, in the reference
when you
frame,
have acceleration, then you have that force. Yeah, I'm with you.
yeah, but those
you don't
are
have
examples of
centrifugal force.
forces.
Go ahead. What?
Those like the centrifugal force, or when you're driving a car and you take a left real fast and you fly.
Yeah, I know what a
car.
centrifugal force is.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. That these forces aren't forces in themselves. Like there's nothing about that act that is applying a force onto something.
You change your direction. I mean,
right.
That's what it appeared, so called. You want to.
Right. So the reference frame is shifting, and it's that reference frame that makes that force available in that reference frame.
Okay, I got you. Like the phase shift. Yeah, okay, I'm with you. But that again doesn't like tell me the source. Like I'm very basic here. Apple 1 kilogram, meter 1 meter off the ground. Apple falls. Well, we can simply calculate how much energy that's in the apple when it fell, and F equals ma. Cool. We can all follow that. It's accelerating. That's butter. You know what the force is, and work has been done here. Once the apple fell, work has been done, and you said it's potential. So where did it come from? The source of the joule. Like if I tell you I increase the temperature of 1 kilogram of water 1 degree, it took me 1,000 joules to do that. It's like, where'd you get your joules? I got it from gasoline, from a hydrocarbon. By oxidizing the hydrocarbon, one of the byproducts of this chemical reaction is heat. This is where I got my joules from. So you tell me? Thank you, fucking Jesse. Thank you, bro. Wow, that's exactly what comes from the sun. Thank you, bro. Correct. The sun. The sun is what made the apple fall.
Like, yeah, because if I could mathematically apply like an explanation to some other thing causing the apple to fall,
it's
like
mathematically sound.
If I could take the tensile strength even of the tensile strength even of the fibers of the strands of the actual.
Can't believe you got that right, Jesse. Fucking awesome, dude. Hats off, bro. For sure.
But you could calculate the weight and force on the very tensile strength of the strands over time. Then if I can predict how long it takes for an apple to fall from a tree, right? Based on the tensile strength and the amount of weight applied to the tensile strength of the fibrous strands of the core that attaches it to the tree. Would this is kind of what I feel like Globers do. Like they extrapolate something like that and then make an assertion with that little thing they extrapolate, which is like, because the apple falls at 9.8 meters per second squared, therefore, boom, mathematical explanation for that. Therefore, it's this thing, right? Like I'm like, what the fuck, bro? Like, come on, like that doesn't work that way. I can't just explain the tensile strength of the core from an apple. Explain how long it would take for it to break. If I do so correctly, therefore now that's the causality of it falling.
Well, I think an apple that's complicated. Apple falling from the tree. What makes it release? What's the decay of those fibers or whatnot as it ripens and blah blah blah. It gets
yeah, of course. It's very sophisticated. Very, very.
Not like tensile strength of like stainless steel, which we know what it is, and like we hang more. Once you're beyond that plastic region, it's gonna break, right? It's like Well, it's not that simple because shit is decaying. So, but you can
Like,
probably predict that based on whatever we know.
I'm just saying, like, we could take like, because it would get really, really difficult, wouldn't it? It'd be like, well, as the fruit even gets older and even the skin of the fruit, let's say it's a fucking tomato, becomes, has less collagen in it and its structure starts to break down. So therefore, the skin rips before the fucking tensile strength of the core and the thing that holds it to the tree, the very skin could rip off the fruit. Like all of that shit changes the vector of pull on the cord up until the point of the skin ripping as well. So that could change how it's being pulled upon. So that could change how it would break. Like it would be very hard to predict, but I'm just
Skin
saying.
ripping?
Like,
Actually, that's easy because that one you can
skin
use
ripping.
the hoop stress calculations we use. Just apply to the skin,
But
whatever the
skin
tensile
itself,
strength of the skin would
that
be.
would be if the
Average.
skin, that we would have to presuppose the skin had the same tensile strength the whole
You
way
have to
through.
assume here. Oh yeah, you have to assume. You're gonna have to start off with a written assumption on whatever you. It's like assumptions. Boom, boom. You're gonna have to state that I'm assuming or taking an average for the tensile strength of tomatoes for like this variety, and this and that. But you are allowed, averages as long as
Okay,
you
but then
write it out. Like be like, hey,
let's see how
I'm working
let,
something
let,
out that's basic,
let's see how
not
complicated it can
hyper
become though,
specific.
because so
Super
like
complicated.
now we have a surface area, right, of how much of that skin is attached to a single point, the surface area therein of it, right? Then we have the angle, the degree in which that skin is being pulled from the tip of the core, right? So then you have like what you would call like rim disconnection as well. So like the thing that's on the highest point of stress over a rimmed connection or a circular connection, like that can change because as it degrades as well, that angle could be changed. Do you see what I mean? Like the tensile strength of the skin even isn't necessarily going to be the same. This isn't leather. This isn't a live object. This is a real alive thing. Degradation of the skin also means the skin's tensile strength changes day to day. Also, it's like fuck. That
Right.
is very
Yeah.
complicated.
Yeah.
That's very, very
I
complicated.
guarantee you, if you look into that, some humans have already figured out like a degradation rate. I guarantee you, bro. We're not the first humans to think about this. I guarantee you.
Yeah, no, I
Nah.
imagine as well. Yeah.
Like my dad and I, we talk, we say that engineering, it's not a piece of paper you hang on the wall. Engineering is a state of mind. You either
Yeah.
are an engineer or you're not. Like if your mind works that way. You can call it physicist, whatever, but they don't build anything. So
Yeah, exactly. It is being a bit of an engineer, really. Like I remember the first time I was introduced to mechanics, right? And I had never been shown shit, but I managed to take an engine apart without anyone telling me a fucking thing, without knowing what any of the tools were called, and I managed to put it back together and it worked again, right? Like
yeah, but
creating.
that's like mechanic or like it's not engineering. Like
It's not
mechanical
engineering,
engineering, they
no.
don't teach you how
Right.
how to take an engine apart.
But think
But
about it like this, right? You have to, if you put, and I agree, you're not practically creating a change of a process. Like, so the engineering part comes in, you have a problem that comes up in a system, and then you engineer something to get around the problem. We could look, a gun would be a perfect thing to look at, right? We have, let's say we're looking at a gas piston operated gun, right? We have the bolt group, we have all the interlocking pieces of the lugs of the bolt face. We've got, let's say it's like an AK, right? So, or an MP5 even, we could look at that and it could be like a roller block delayed system. The point is to put that back together, there's an order in which it goes back together, right? You have like the recoil spring, like you can't just put that back in with the bolt if you forget to put the trigger group in. So the point is that you can look at these parts, right? And there's a difference, especially when it's a variance of an engine where there's so many different things that happen in a relay type situation, especially with older vehicles that are less modular, that are very chain reaction based. Like, you put it back together, you somewhat have to imagine how the thing works. And imagining how something works in your brain without seeing it actually work is somewhat engineering as you go along in conscious thought. which is a state of mind. And I feel like that's the type of thought pattern you need to be able to engineer something new into a system. Do you know what I mean? To get around the problem. And I'm just saying, a person that's able to engineer something for real is also going to be able to put an engine back together without any help, a lot easier and quicker than someone else who doesn't have that skill. You know, like they're inextricably linked. They're the bar for the understanding level. Anyway, I feel like anyway. Wait. There's something that's really weird for me because like I never was fully invested in the globe ever, like whatsoever, right? What I've had to do is I'm like everyone else, they always say we were all once Globers, and I'm like, shit, I need to become like a Glober almost, right? Like I need to look at all of their arguments and actually genuinely think about what that means to be on the surface of the face of a ball. I'm sort of trying to go through that phase at the moment, and it's been fun. It's been funny. I've had some good laughs and shit like that to myself. It's been fun.
I have to hot mic. So sorry for not replying, but I just gotta mute myself. I'm working. You know. Someone else talk to Crack that way. You know, not talk to himself.
No, I presume that you were listening. Like, I know exactly. Like, I can't
am,
always
yes.
fucking mic. Yeah. I know Bacon just to and fro's back and forth. Doesn't listen. Doesn't even let you know that he's going. Like, yeah, all right, cool, man. But yeah, it's kind of weird. Like trying to look at it from that point of view a bit more, because like I feel like I sometimes feel like the vitriol that everyone brings into this fucking argument completely poisons the well. Like it really does, and I hear it in people's voices. Like, and I get it. People get proud over their work, but pride, I really do feel like you should be more pleased with what you've done and not so proud with it. And if this cat don't shut up, I must fucking DDT it. But yeah, the vitriol that people bring into this argument is just ridiculous. That doofus guy, like, whenever I hear him arguing, he seems very proud of his own intellect and who he is and what he represents or whatever. Like, Kosho's like so neutral. I see it on our side too, don't get me wrong. Like Witzer at one point really got into doing that, and I was like, bro, like you need to chill that out. Like, because these people, like, and I feel like we don't see ourselves as opposition to the Globers, but like, yeah, like when me and Cyrus were talking to this guy earlier in chat, and he was just like, electric is not real. Like, what is electric? And the actual wire in the line is just vibrating. I'm thinking, bro, this is fucking agonizing to like listen to. So the Globers, they genuinely believe that we're just as stupid as that guy because what they think this stuff is self-evidentiary and just obvious, right? So to them, we're that annoying. I'm like, fuck, bro. I forget about that part sometimes.
He's right. The wire is vibrating, but
It
the cause
is
of the vibration is the alternator
right.
down the line. It's like, you know, and you can vary the vibration because it's the cyclic 60 hertz is just 3,600, I think, RPM. Just do the math. That's cycles per minute, cycles per second. So we know how fast it's vibrating. Like it's not
Right.
magic, you know, but that's not the cause. It's an effect, you know. So
Bro, that was really frustrating earlier when he was saying that shit because it's like you're
Whatever.
kind of right, but
I like
I
doing
don't.
them a little bit. In text, bro, I just troll. Otherwise, like,
I'm just
yeah, you
like,
have
I
a lot of
can't
these
deal with
guys.
this.
Like, get on voice, man. Let's discuss. Nah, you know,
Definitely.
I don't get on voice because I smash everybody. Right, correct.
Right.
So demonstrate it, yeah?
You're the bull in the china shop, and we are the china. Like, yeah, if that's your understanding of, yeah. The amount of people that are like that in chat are like, nah, yeah, I don't get into DC. Yeah, I guess it's just a different way of communicating. I can't imagine the type of person you've got to be to where you would prefer to type than to talk with your mouth. Like, that to me is like, I can't reconcile two positions. And I know people this way. I know people that would prefer to type into a chat room all day as opposed to speak with their actual voice or listen. I just can't fucking understand it.
That's actually going backwards in technology, right? Telegraphy, then
Definitely.
yeah, exactly.
Because
Telephony came along, and then video. So the best way to utilize these pipes we've put in place, you know, these wires, is video, because that's the most information like you can pack per unit time for now. Until
exactly.
you know, yeah.
Yep. Until we get 3D holograms, right? Like we're already there, aren't we? The information for a 3D hologram to a whole system of lights that would produce said hologram that exists. But yeah, man, like it's weird to think that, right? That like writing down words to someone and sending it instantly is more advanced than someone hearing words that you say with your mouth and instantly. That it's more advanced. The type written down is more advanced, I believe. And maybe I'm wrong, even maybe I am wrong, actually. But it's not in the format of visually seen characters. Like we obviously have Morse code. We have all of that stuff that goes back, and lots of other types of code too. I'm like, fuck, which one's more advanced than the other now? I'm really. I just confused my own self then, like for real.
Text is less like advanced because it's older. It's, you know, telegram. Like you're going backwards in time when you text. It takes longer to convey less amount of information per unit time.
Yeah, I completely forgot, I guess, about that.
Sound down the wires. Video down the wires. So video would be the most advanced. Then
Yeah.
yeah, like you said, holograms or something like that would be better than video, right? But it's like it's like 3-dimensional video mapping instead of 2-dimensional video mapping, and it would require more like information to send down to whatever fiber optics, you know. So yeah.
When you think about it, it's not that difficult though, because it's just what we already have on a
3-dimensional
sort of level. Exactly. So all you'd have to do is take that plane in a vertical sort of fashion, not horizontal plane, and just like move that, rotate it basically. Do you know what I mean? And just add the image layered the same way, just throughout that whole 3D space area.
Yeah.
It's really weird to think about. I was watching a video of like was it Springfield or was it no, it wasn't Springfield. Oh, that's really bad. It wasn't Winchester. Remington, right? So I was watching like a documentary of like their production line, and I'm like, bro, to think about, and that's what that added some context to a comment to me that someone made. They were like, "Oh, you know," and I was like, "I'm like, why are they so annoyed?" But I got it once I took this point in my own mind, and like they were like, "You're denying like all of verified information forever," and this person genuinely believed that I was denying all information all the way up to like, you know, um, like Nikola Tesla, all the way through all of the modern day things that we have that fucking definitely work, right? Computers and how much computering is just the potential for how much can be computed in terms of data is just completely crazy how far that's gone. And like he thought I was denying all of that shit because like I'm denying satellites and stuff, right? But obviously I'm not denying that, but from his point of view he thinks I am. So when I'm watching this Remington video documentary and I'm watching it and I'm like, shit, I'm looking at the processes that they use in order just to like graphically make out the workouts for the shape of the stock, the cut of the metal, the steel, all of it, just all of the dimensions that are created in there for the 3D modeling of the patterns for these weapons that they're creating, for all of it. And it is intense when you look at it on almost like at the point where it went from like analog computering to fully digitized. This is on the cusp of like it becoming more digitized, but it's still very analog. Like numbers on a screen aren't actual numbers. They're little bits of actuators that flick down two arms that flick a little rotational wheel with numbers on it, right? Like fuck, the amount that goes into computing without the raw digital computing power that we have now is insane. It takes whole rooms up, you know? And I'm like, yeah, got to really appreciate, like, because the factory as a whole, right, they have a progression of technology from one point to the other point because they're working with different types of media, and they're working with steel, wood, right, brass, all of that. And because they're doing that, like, there are different levels of entry levels of the technology that they've got the best of everything, but one thing is far better than the other, and you're like you get to see in a place like the Sonoran Desert Institute or any gunsmithing type place, right? Colt, Springfield, any of these places, you get to see like quite a vast difference in the technological, you know, advances of each department within the compartmentalized parts of that whole structure of a business, and it's like, fuck, gives you quite an appreciation for how far forward we've came. And like that even comes down to like mechanical actual products, like objects. If you look at the bulk carrier group of an STG-44, like an actual Stormgewehr or an MP40, something that, or a Luger even, right? Even a Luger. And you look at the way that works and the bulk group for it and everything, like because of the way we can 3D print and the way we can scan things into 3D Euclidean space, like the way we can now, like it's changed everything. It's changed how we understand the material width and tolerances with force and pressure. Like we end up with objects that look in no way as strong as the stuff that we had of yesteryear because it's nowhere near as thick. It's so much lighter, but it's actually just as strong. We just imagine it to be a lot weaker. We can't, but just through processing and hardening and differential hardening and heat treatment and annealing, all of that mixed in with the actual way the actual material is derived. You know, was it milled from a bigger block with a very, very good grain pattern in it? Yeah, it was. So this shit can be twice as strong per,
Things
cubic
like
centimeter.
they also do things like topology optimization to like limit the amount of mass that's necessary to complete the function of like an object or something like that. And then they might use those with all the things that you just said before too.
Yep. It's pretty insane, man. It's pretty insane.
It used to be like a free topology optimization project somebody was running on like one of their college servers. I used to use it sometimes to like, make a really, really in-depth code hook. You know, where you could like apply like a real amount of like weight to the hook and then see like how it would sag over time over how many uses, depending on like how you made, you know, how it was made, what it was made of.
So, like,
But shit. Yeah, it just like it makes like some kind of like crazy alien version of like a simple shape that you might present it with. And it says like, oh, we really only need to make this part of it. This is the most fun given the parameters of what it must do.
Right. Okay.
So like, yeah, the algorithm just kind of designs it, sort of.
How impactful do you reckon that really is? Like when it comes to like end result of something, and then the shape being like predicted to be even stronger because like we're seeing this now with suppressors, right? Suppressors now are capable of having the mono. So inside of a suppressor, you have all these like different shapes, right? And these different shapes are to expand the gases, take away decibels, slow it down, expand it in the direction. The same with like a muzzle brake. But now we're having these shapes created with 3D printing that we could never have fucking got before, right? Like ever. Like we could never have ever got this. Like the same amount of airflow through, but you look for it and there's no light passing through it, but there's airflow. Like we could never do that before, right? Like that was impossible. So like we're ending up with these suppressors now that are like they're just fucking insane. They're so good because of it. Like I'm just saying, how much do you think that what you're talking about has to do with that, and like how much do you reckon that can change in the future? Like because the only way I can look at it is like I look at something that's made out of plastic, right? You can stand on it, it won't break. It feels brittle and lightweight, but what it's designed for in one direction could be incredibly strong. Like it could have the right structure so that if you stand on it, it won't break, but it might have some structure issues left or right, you know, if it's got too much put on it, not evenly across the whole face of it. So you could put like a band of steel around it so that it can't move in those directions. And now you've got an object that's really light, that's as strong as a fucking steel cylindrical block. And I'm like, that's just pretty insane when you put it into perspective what's actually being occurring. That's real engineering.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's no such thing as plastic, right? It's a polymer.
Yeah.
It could be a reinforced polymer, like with fiberglass and whatnot. That's not a plastic. Because plastic and elastic, those are deformation. The material goes under.
Yeah.
So, you know, elasticity and plasticity. So it's elastic deformation like a rubber band. When you let it go, it'll return back to shape. Plastic deformation, it won't.
Yeah.
So after the elastic region, then the material yields and enters the plastic region. But it's still strong enough to hold on.
I mean, for stuff like a polyester resin pour, like anything that's like a acrylic pour, like those kinds of things, I'd consider them like what you're saying. But all the 3D printed stuff, like those plastics are used in the convention of a thermoplastic, so that like it's understandable like that there's a plasticity that's reached at a given temperature, and thus and thus and thus.
Yeah,
But
they're
like
not polymers. They're still classified as polymers, yeah?
They still are. They still are. But, you know,
long
not...
chain, short chain, blah, 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 you know. I don't know my chemistry too well. That's what I'm saying, like plastics, what we call plastics are polymers.
Talking about? Can I ask what
Material,
what are you guys discussing?
properties and materials.
Okay, cool.
Exactly what we're talking about. It's super specific subject.
Building bridges of understanding.
Do you guys reckon that air can be structured?
Yeah. So
What does that mean exactly?
Can we change the structure of air and the way that it fits? Like heat does that. The absence of heat also does that. What do you mean?
Aren't the molecules already structured?
Like that's what I mean. You're on about a pattern
My
of
opinion,
molecules, not a very molecule itself.
yeah, like my opinion, like I don't share the, you know, the interpretation of like molecules per se.
Sure,
Um,
whatever you call them.
so yeah, so well,
Bits.
to be honest, I don't know, I don't know what to call them. Like for the most part, I can see that air is just air. But on the other hand, like the more I look into you know, the so-called oxygen producers and the way, like the way air is uh, renewed in a sub, for example, right? Um, well, it has to do more with like physically manipulating the air, like running it through physical processes, like ramming it here and there, circulating it, rather than a chemical thing. So
Air is a.
I'm tending to the
Don't you?
conclusion that air can be somewhat structured, if you will. Like if you structure it in a certain way, it will support more combustion, and if you structure it in another way, it will become more like a lifting gas. You know, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, I'm so lost because I thought it was like air. Are we talking about 80% nitrogen, 20% oxygen? Air that air, or like gases in
Yeah,
general?
well, well, that's the story, right? But
No, no,
the more
no. I can make nitric acid out of thin air. No. It's not a
no,
story. There's nitrogen in the air. I can
no,
prove it.
Nitric acid in the
well,
air.
you're welcome. You're welcome to try, and I will follow your, you know, I will follow your demonstration with
Yep.
genuine curiosity. But as far
A
as I
proper
know,
demonstration.
High
you cannot.
voltage, nitric
Thank you.
acid. Nice high
Yep.
Yeah,
voltage, nitric
yeah,
Ozone.
acid,
Yeah,
high
he knows what
voltage,
I'm talking about. You can
high
make
I know,
voltage,
I
nitric
know.
acid
nitric
out of thin
acid.
air.
I
Yeah,
can make it
yeah.
out of thin air.
But
It just needs some
Thin
but
air.
voltage.
I'd say that
Not
as far
voltage.
as I've
Harsh.
seen,
Yeah.
you cannot produce this so-called nitrogenous. They used to call it back in the day, right? Nitrogenous air. You cannot
Okay.
you cannot produce it without at some stage of the production running air over hot iron. Like it seems like it's an unavoidable necessary step if you want to get the nitrogenous properties, right? So if you want to make it
Okay.
like mildly acidic and whatever, corrosive, you must, like, I don't know of any process that produces this kind of air without at some step of the process being the air passing through or near hot iron.
So what's the problem with that?
Oh yeah, that if you have a way of producing nitrogen without doing that, I'm very interested. But if you claim that you're producing nitrogen, then I would expect you to also produce an acid out of that one,
Not
right?
yeah, exactly, and not producing nitrogen. We're gonna take the nitrogen that's there, and now we're gonna make nitric acid. So
It's a conversion. It's a reaction-based thing. One thing's already there.
there's a percentage. It's not 100%. There's it's not that efficient, but given
There's a
enough
yield,
time.
So
Oh no, you're gonna yield a beautiful yellow cloud around your spark gap, and you tell me what that beautiful yellow cloud is. All you have to do is just put water in that jar, and then you can confirm that you have an acid, of course, by dropping that stuff on. If it dissolves metals, off you go. You can verify what
even
kind
lick
of acid
it.
it
If
is.
you've got an accurate tongue, you can even lick it.
Yeah, no. Nitric acid is one of the most awesome acids out there. Like, don't you mess with my nitrogen in the air? Like, no, air has nitrogen in it. I will sound like a Globian. I don't give a fuck. It's been demonstrated that you can do this.
I don't know.
I
don't know.
Power in the air. Yeah.
Bro, do that. Either look up the video and make it yourself, or look up 1,000 different videos and you'll see. Like, you can actually do this for very cheap at home. Very cheap. Get a neon sign transformer, Or you can even do it, you know, if you're electrically inclined from a microwave oven transformer. But careful, because, you know, 2,000 volts at almost 1 amp, that's a death machine. You touch it, you die. So whenever you're playing with those transformers, you got to know what
I've
you're
been
doing and don't touch them.
You got to do it like Captain Morgan, right?
So,
A one-handed
so can I
rule,
ask you something? Right?
No,
Can I ask you
you'll
something?
wait.
So
You'll wait
how-
there 1 second. 1 sec. I've been electrocuted more than once by over 1 amp. Like,
How many volts? Of what? How many volts? Sure, I've touched, I've grabbed the AC, you know, 120, 220, but you know, you're semi-insulated through the shoes. But
So I've done it.
what volts?
Did it
Did it go
without
across
shoes.
your heart?
Did it without
But
shoes.
don't do that. Yeah.
And I didn't mean to fucking do it. I had the mains of a cooker, and in England you legally aren't even allowed. Yeah, so I got hit by like 240, and it's a different type of electrocution to what I'm used to. Like, it's your heart exploded in your chest type deal, right? I once got hit by an arc from like a very high voltage and high amplitude transformer once before as well, but that was an arc that hit me.
Wow. Yeah, you're lucky you made it with that one.
I know, right? Like, legit, like, it's hard to
Yeah,
explain, but like the ends of my nails were black, like just the line, like you know the very tip of your nail. You look at them, like it was like I'd had a black pedicure on my toes and on my fingernails, and I actually think that one of them helped, like, sorted me out a bit. And another time, I pissed on a pig fence, so like an electric fence for pigs. Pissed
yeah,
on
those
that.
aren't. They don't have enough amps.
No, they don't at all. But like, there's a difference in the feeling, is what I'm saying, from like
Oh yeah,
an electric fence compared to like some fucking high amp shit. Like the
Oh,
high
dude,
amp stuff feels like
I
an
grabbed
explosion in your
I
chest.
grabbed a dynamo off of a one-cylinder engine when it was running before. The switch was a cut-off switch to the spark, and it was exposed at the bottom. So, like an idiot, I wasn't thinking. I just grabbed the whole thing and to turn off the switch, and so I can't. You feel the frequency of the motor, right? Obviously, because it's running off the magneto, and bro, it hurt so bad. Like I remember the pain in my elbow. My goodness.
The jolt.
Yeah, but see, that won't kill you. There's not enough amps, but it's whatever, you know, 25,000 or 50,000 volts, whatever it is. It's just gnarly.
Bro, I could tell that if I got hit with any, I could tell when I did that if I got hit with any more, that my heart would have exploded in my chest. Genuinely believe that.
Kids, don't be like crack villain.
So back to the nitric stuff.
Nitrogen.
Yeah. So if you are you somehow like extracting this with electricity? How are you doing it?
Through oxygen, because electricity you'll produce O3. What you call it? And from the plasma, from the spark.
Not the nitrogen, not the oxygen.
No. The O3 is very. You're correct. I'm with you. The O3 is very unstable, so the O3 sometimes combines with nitrogen. There's a percentage, whatever that percentage is, and it'll produce that beautiful yellow cloud for you over time. For the conversion, not every O3 does that, but yeah, there's some of them do that, and it's through that. It's a chemical reaction.
Can you describe to me the setup? Like, is there like an arc that is exposed to air?
Yep, arc. Okay, and cover it up with put a jar upside down, just so you have a spark gap, and off you go. And you just put a dome over that and let it run over time. You'll see a beautiful yellow cloud.
Next question. So, what is the material that the electrodes?
Whatever you want.
Yeah.
O3 is what we're after. So, and yeah, if you do run some mass, whatever. Not spectroscopy.
All right. Next question.
Whatever. you'll see that you do have dissolved metals in it from your electrodes. Like yes, 100% your
question.
electrodes are going to end up in there.
Yes.
Yeah, but you can get that. You can
Unless
deal
they're
with that.
gold. Unless
Yes.
they're gold electrodes. Yeah.
Yes. Next question. So, can you exclude the possibility that the cloud that you see, this colorful cloud of gas, is actually a product of the decomposition of the electrodes?
Okay, chemically run me through it. Like with the O3, like or look it up, or someone else can run me through it. Like whatever, just look up the conversion.
Wait there a
how it happens.
second. Wait there a second. You know the electrode. What's the electrode made of? What if we can do this with more than one type of material of an electrode? Are you going to then tell us that you're creating this byproduct based upon two different materials in the electrode? Because you can do it with a different material.
And then we'll talk about lightning, and then you'll tell us that the electrode is what? Air, and that air is what's being burnt up to form nitrogen. And I don't know about
So
that.
one question at a time. So one question at a time. So on the first question, I'm pretty certain that if you use a different type of electrode, like if you try to repeat the setup with different types of electrodes, like for example, use carbon, then use iron, then use steel, then use whatever. I'm pretty sure that you're gonna be getting a different type of cloud. So
No.
you're gonna be ending up with with a different type of gas. But as long as you're using something that is made out of metal, I'm not sure about carbon, to be honest. If you're using something that is made out of metal, I'm also convinced that you're gonna be getting nitrogenous air. So you're gonna be getting the nitrogen, what you call nitrogen, right? You're gonna be getting that. You're gonna be able, for example, to
From the metal, you're going to get the
some acid.
nitrogen from the metal. Where are you going to get the nitrogen from in the metal?
Well, that's the thing that at this point
Well, you're
I have to tell you. Yeah, that I can.
You can degas it. What if it's degassed? Degassed metal.
Yeah.
Degassed metal that's gas free and oxygen free if you want.
I don't think such a thing exists.
Oh, it does for vacuum
It
chambers.
does.
Oh, it does. Oh, and you can buy it and it's expensive. Oh, it does.
Yeah, I know.
Very, very
You can make it
expensive.
yourself too.
Yeah,
Just heat it up, vacuum chamber, off you go. You do it yourself.
So in my opinion, the every metal is a product made by man, right? So it's a man-made product.
No, it's nature-made, man-refined, I would say.
Sure, I'm telling you my opinion right now, right?
Okay.
So I've never seen enough evidence to be convinced that I can take a pickaxe and I can start digging and I will find a metallic form.
Oh, I've done it. I've done that.
Yeah.
I've
I'm gonna
created
find
sword.
ore.
Wait there. I'm not a glober
Yeah.
or anything, dude. Okay, I'm not a
No.
glober, but I've created a
Yeah.
sword from sea moss. Okay.
Yes, and you
Yeah,
used
the ocean
coal.
filters it out, and I eventually made
don't-
like my own iron ore. Yeah.
Yes. No, you
No, I
didn't make
didn't
your
use
iron
coal.
ore.
No, I
You
didn't use
made
coal. I can do that with
Yeah.
You don't just have to use coal to do that. There's more than one way of doing that.
If you grab what you call iron ore, right? If iron is an element, a metallic element that exists in ore, and it doesn't need any alchemy or transformation to be
No,
produced.
I'm on about making your own ore.
Yeah.
Like I'm on about receiving iron almost on a
Yeah, I really need to
level,
finish
on a
my
particular
sentence.
level.
Though. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. So if you just heat it up, you will never get any metal, right? You have to combine it with something else. It's a recipe. And
No, that's alloying.
No, it's just heat.
No, it's not.
What metal are you? I'm sorry. Okay, I'm
Get
back.
steel, iron,
What metal are you?
back.
Iron?
Yeah, to get iron. I'm saying that
Which
I've made
iron?
this.
Iron from
I mean,
space or the iron on Earth? We have two
he's
types of
saying
iron.
he's not convinced you can dig into the ground and extract back from it the thing that we make out of that, which is metals. And I'm telling him that I've made a sword by
Yes, you can.
collecting sea moss. I've made a sword by collecting sea moss from a coast, knowing that it's a very good
High in
particular
iron.
filter of iron, and I've literally done that myself.
Yeah, I found black sand beaches. If you grab a magnet and you go through that beach, you'll see that you're gonna pick up a lot of iron from the beach. But it doesn't matter because it's just talk nonsense. It's okay.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So
yeah, we refine the rocks, man. Like,
I just wanted to. We're gonna get into material still.
we are talking about chemistry, materials, and shit.
Yeah, let him
If
finish.
you don't like
let
it,
him
you can
finish.
change the stuff. It's a cool subject.
Yeah, so the only instance that I know of that you can find metal like in metal form in nature is if it happens and some lightning, some thunder hits on the ground, and there happens to be iron ore. So you get this you get lodestone, right?
Magnetite. You talk about magnetite, but that's iron from magnetite.
Slag.
So hold on. So this is the thing here. Are we talking about which metal? Because gold, you can find it as is in the rocks, and it shimmers and it's beautiful. So which metal?
Yeah, I'm not sure that you can find it, but
You're
iron,
not sure?
like lodestone. Do you know? Have you guys heard about the lodestone? What the lodestone is?
Lodestone, but you don't know how it's made.
It's spelled Lode, so lodestone, but it's pronounced lodestone. So it
Right. What about it?
It's a naturally occurring magnet. It's the only naturally occurring magnet, and it only
That is a what? That is classed as what kind of magnet? A ferromagnet. What other kind of things are there that are natural? Paramagnetic materials, which are all fucking random as well.
Yeah, this is the only one. This is the only natural magnet, and it only attracts. It does not repel.
Because we're only was a neodymium magnet is not. Wow.
It's not natural. It's man-made.
Yes, it is. Yes, neodymium is found in the earth. Neodymium, and we magnetize it. Yes, okay, it's not but it's a pretty powerful magnet that we make. But the material is found in nature. It's not found in nature, man.
Oh.
And oxidizing something, by the way, like you can take iron oxide and remove the oxide and get iron again. So yeah, no, you can do this at home. Like you can do a lot of this basic shit at home. No numbers, no chemical equations, but it helps. But nothing, just basic fire. You gotta know what it's producing. Yeah, but it's simple
you're spending
flame,
all this
man.
time thinking
It's
about
not
how
even like
matter doesn't
chemistry.
exist when just go buy a chemistry set and do some of these experiments.
This is just basic alchemy, even. It's below chemistry,
different-
even.
Oxidizing and a carburizing flame, I can prove to you. But what a carburizing and an oxidizing flame, the difference is. Like it's not difficult.
Alchemical processes are valid. What's wrong with alchemy? Nothing's wrong with alchemy. That works. Those things work. Those processes do things.
Yep.
Well, we're talking of dancing with fools.
I know.
He's talking about nitrogen not being in the air, I'm assuming, because I said there's nitrogen in the air. And
saying that the most prevalent thing in the whole atmosphere is not there. Okay, it's being created. How?
Yeah, I don't see much
coming from the metals because I went through the nitric acid from the air through.
I just wanted to say that, like, if you can extract other atmospheric gases, like using like a centrifugal force and a filter, and you can get it down to the particle size, so you can extract just by sifting out the smallest pieces of any air mass, so you can get all the noble gases. You know, provided you have the right filter, you can do this.
No.
Yeah. Use a
So how-
If you condense
filter,
that air mass, it's going to turn back into liquid. It's going to turn into liquid air.
How would you know that you're not just structuring the air on spot, right? Because you're talking about molecular sieves, right? Correct.
Okay.
So
no, not the beads you put to dry up stuff. Not those molecular sieves, I think.
Yeah, like a very, very fine sieve that would block some molecules that are large in physical size, and it would allow. Well, that's the thing. I mean, how do you know you're not actually structuring air at that point?
Well,
You're
what
not.
is it? Air. This is what we're doing. We're trying to see what the air is.
Say again?
The substance that we're playing around with, we're trying to determine its components, correct? It's air that we breathe. Yeah?
If it has any, yes, why not? I see no reason why
What do you
not.
mean if it has any? What is the stuff that you breathe through your nose? What is that stuff?
It's air.
What? Okay, cool. Air. Well, now, as we're told, air is a mix of gases. It's not a single gas. Are you with me?
Well, I
Do you
hear
agree
the
or
opinion.
disagree with that?
Not
You have to mute right now, but okay, I gotta mute.
I don't agree
Gotta cut some
100%.
stuff.
Yeah, it's just it's upsetting. Anyway,
Someone is making a lot of background noise. A lot of it.
Might be me, whether.
So yeah, I hear the I hear this interpretation that air is made of
here's the
different
thing:
types of air. Hmm?
you can classify shit by size and by its property. You know, like if it's something's magnetic, in the case of like iron, we can remove it with a magnet. Like there's ways to sift things apart.
Sure.
So they must have consistent property.
Yes, and
So that they're there before these processes that are done to remove them from their environment. They're still already there and in their core constituencies. It seems like you're making an argument that certain things that arise from like what are these like chemical proofs? You know, we say we take a little of this and we a little of that and we get a little of this.
Yeah.
You're saying essentially that those are like they're false and that there's some other kind of action happening. But I think there's like so many different examples we can prove the opposite of that.
like what example?
Batteries.
What about them?
Like a battery is a known like chemical charge.
They work.
Chemical chemistry, basically, that is going to be able to be done and undone over and over and over.
The
As
chemical
effectively
model which we take from the eel.
I'll say
Yep.
like a lead acid battery is just plating itself to charge and then deplating itself to discharge.
Can it do that? How many times can it do that? Can it do it forever?
No.
Where are we running off to? Where do you want to go? Where are we running off to?
That there is some sort of exhaustion there, right? I mean, some of
Other things are going to happen too. We didn't even get into that. That the hydrogen oxygens will be created as it splits apart from the electrolyte. But you know, let's go run off to where you like. Where would you want to go?
that what I see is that batteries have a limited recharge cycle. So they all have components that will eventually erode and become useless. They will become salt, the batteries. Most of the electronegative, most of the batteries that if I'm not mistaken, you're describing the ones that are based on the electronegativity principle, right? So these will eventually turn to salt. The electrodes inside them will like corrode, be destroyed, and it will not work.
Is salt an electrolyte?
Say again?
Is salt an electrolyte?
It is.
All right.
But then, if your battery turns to salt, it's not used as it is anymore. That one battery is totaled. If you can pick up the salt from it and do something else with it, well, good for you.
Is it still a battery?
Say again?
Nah, I'm done, man. I think you should give a chemistry set.
Yeah, because like I get what you're saying, dude, but the fact that these things degrade and no longer work, but then we have to do the same process to get them to do that again, that only proves our point more for us, not for you. It's proof of concept, it's repeatable, testable. We can do it over and over and over again. You get that, right?
But
Bro,
what is
easy,
the point that is being proved? How, or rather, how doesn't it not prove my point? I mean, why would such a behavior be exclusively described with the atomic theory and the periodic table
You're
of
like this
elements?
guy earlier. You're like
May
this
I?
guy earlier, right? With you know, where we were talking to him about electric, and he's like, "No, electric doesn't exist." Basically, but it's like, well, no, because he's like, it's the same thing as saying gravity does. No, gravity is ascribed to things that we can attach to it. Another concept, like the tensile strength of the fucking core, for instance, right? How long that would take to degrade. We can attach so much more to it. But with electric, well, electric is what we're defining the charge in which we use for various different things that we can hold, contain, transport, and utilize. And we do so frequently and measurably and understand, and we can understand it. We can understand its magnitude. We know how to split it, change it, and make
Get
other
in
things
here for
work
a
with
second.
it. Yeah, go ahead, dude.
Because I gotta be in and out. I'm cutting some
Yeah, no,
stuff.
go ahead. No, yeah, you should have just spoken. Yeah, you should have just.
Okay. Nah, man. I'm just trying to be polite. Okay. So real quick. So if you have water, if you have two electrodes, stick them in a water battery. Boom. Whatever. This is magic. Whatever is in the battery. Who cares? My question is, well, and you separate the anode and the cathode, the two electrodes. You separate them, even though they're connected by water. You just simply place them in jars that have tubes that run and exit the water up top. That way, we have a separation of the two gases from the electrode and the anode. We don't want them to combine, because what you'll see is on one of them, I forgot which one is which. One of them, it will accumulate. Lots of gas will accumulate, and on the other one, you'll see like 1/3 of that gas accumulating. So on both sides, you'll see gas accumulation. You can verify this, and it's not the same volume that's coming off. My question to you is, what are those gases, and where are they coming from? That's a
All right.
two-part. Okay.
All right. So
Good one.
so the gas that is at the anode, which is getting more vigorously decomposed than the cathode, that's the hydrogen. That's hydrogen gas.
Okay. Where's it coming from?
Well, I reckon it either comes from the electrolyte and the decomposing material of the anode.
Okay,
Because
so
the
how about if we pick anodes that do not decompose under this process? We do have anodes that don't undergo any plating when we put them both in the water.
Yep.
There's no transfer of materials. We have that.
I will challenge that. So I do not believe
stainless steel. Stainless steel. You don't have to challenge it. You can test it. They will not plate each other. You can't do electroplating with stainless steel. Like the stainless, you can't stainless steel. That just doesn't work.
There's a double negative.
You're saying, wait a second, just for clarity, right? So you are saying that you know of electrodes that do not decompose at all? I can use them forever?
Correct. Yes.
I want to buy 10 of them.
Stainless steel. I think the 300 series, not the 400. I'll have to look up the exact alloy for you, but it's the marine grade series, either 300. I'm sorry, series, if I'm not mistaken.
No, please do, because I've used stainless steel and it has decomposed. And actually, depending on the material,
there's a difference between material.
Yeah, of course there is.
That was the 400 series. No, the 300 series won't rust on here.
Yeah, I'm not saying all steel is the same, right?
But let's carry on. There's no. Okay. Sure.
Yeah,
there's hydrogen in stainless steel. Okay.
Yeah, but you had a follow-up question, right? So you had a follow-up question. Furthermore, I will encourage everyone and anyone that has the time and the means to try this yourself. You will see that if you use a different type of electrodes, you're gonna get different volumes of gases. So the claim that you get a 1-to-2 ratio, which is the hydrogen and the oxygen, this is bullshit. And you can debunk this at the ease of your home, no problem.
Okay.
Right?
Which materials have you tried? I'm assuming you actually did this. So yeah. Some
Yeah.
data
So
for
you
this.
can try copper. You can try
Decompose it.
steel. You can
No, no.
try carbon. I mean, try whatever you want, honestly.
Okay.
But there is this one, along with a few other like telltale signs.
We're using the same electrolyte for all of them.
Say again.
What was your electrolyte that you were using? I'm talking pure water, no electrolyte, by the way.
Like mostly, you cannot do this electrolysis without an electrolyte. You have to.
No, yes, you
have
can. I have, and I can demonstrate it when I go home. I have many cells that require 0 electrolyte. Well, it works on distilled.
Yeah, but water is an insulator. So how does the current?
No, it's not. There's no such thing when you understand it, like electrics. There's no such thing as an insulator. Everything has an insulating capacity. You can bypass that with a voltage breakdown. You can look up the dielectric breakdown of materials. Nice, beautiful sheet. Man has already worked it out. And everything is conductive if you have the right voltage, including air, water. Water is more conductive than air. I have split water many times without any electrolyte. I purchased the distilled. I made my own. All of that because I was reading 0 parts per million in my water, and I was still getting separation, so I did not understand what the hell is going on. But then I looked it up, and I looked at the voltage and the gap that I have. I guess I was well in that dielectric breakdown zone. Yes, 100%. I can rip it apart without any.
Okay.
So the electrolyte.
I haven't.
Again. Electrolyte.
Yeah, I haven't reached a very high voltage like the one I assume that you have.
12 volts, bro. I was using 12 volts.
But say again?
I was using 12 volts per cell.
How many? Sorry?
12 volts, and my gap was about 0.005 of an inch thick between the plates.
Okay.
So that at that voltage, that gap, split it all day. All day. Not very efficient, but it does.
I mean, at face value, I don't have a reason to doubt that there is a point where the dielectric of what is it? The insulating property of water maybe breaks down, right? But I have never seen any proof that water is made out of what we call the gas hydrogen and the gas oxygen, or
you just identified one.
You just
Didn't you just say the hydrogen came from? You said electrolyte and the anode. Okay, I agreed. Fine.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to comment about the electrolyte because there is some. If you use any electrolyte, so we got the sodium and something. Okay, that other gaseous component of the salt will be stripped away, and the salt will remain behind. So if you use sodium chloride, you're gonna get chlorine in the gas. Do not use table salt. You're gonna actually make chlorine gas. Do not do that. If you use sodium hydroxide, which now that's a proper electrolyte because hydroxide has an extra hydrogen and oxygen, you're going to now produce a third more hydrogen and oxygen by using sodium hydroxide because that you actually get from the electrolyte. And if you use sodium bicarbonate, sodium, right, is going to remain behind again. The bicarbonate, the 2 carbons, will be in your gas stream, and I can fucking verify that for you because I've verified all that. Yes, you will get the gas. The carbon will be in your stream of gas, and you can verify it.
Yep.
It's not hard. So, because I built a water torch. So, anyways, an HHO torch that consumes 3,300 watts out of the fucking wall. Like I built a monster of a machine. Like you don't understand. Stainless, nothing eroded, no rust, nothing. The proper stainless alloy. Thing sucks juice, man. Like it's just let's go. It rips.
Also,
but
I've never seen
1,000. That one does use an electrolyte, but anyways.
I've never seen bubbles form in the space between the electrolytes. The
on the anode cathode, yes.
Yes. Only on the yes.
Exactly, only on their surface.
How
So
about this?
yeah,
You
this is
want to see
also
something
hinting
cool?
me that the gas's origin is not from the material that is between the electrodes. Rather, it's perhaps the material that is the electrodes themselves. Yeah.
Okay. What? So if you change the, like I said, like okay, you swap out the electrodes and you're still getting hydrogen and oxygen. What's the problem here? Like, why are you saying water is not made out of this stuff? And when I can prove to you, whatever you dissolve in it, the gaseous component, I can rip that away to you. Carbon, hydroxide doesn't matter. Hydroxide, it don't matter. I can rip that. The gaseous component, the sodium or whatever other metallic component will remain behind in the water. Right? Because sodium is a metal, you know, table salt. It's a, yeah. It's a chloride, yeah. Chlorine and sodium together. You can separate it to verify this. Like, I have to mute now, so.
I haven't produced chlorine gas out of table salt. So
Oh, I
I don't know.
have, and it's dangerous. Why, dude? You're gonna kill. Like, if you're not properly ventilated, do not do that, man. Shit is dangerous as fuck.
What are you on about? Is he on about chlorine gas being produced, or are you on
From the
about
sodium chloride, yes.
Yeah.
No.
And just like if you use sodium hydroxide, the hydroxide, it's gonna get separated too. But that's fine because hydrogen and oxygen, we want that.
Yeah. But you don't want to accidentally end up creating chlorine gas like that. That is extremely. That's an effective weapon.
Yeah, one would think so, yes, but I've never seen it produced by table salt. Have any of you guys produced it?
I can't say whether I have or not, but you can assume based upon my.
Just look it up, man. Look it up. You'll see somebody doing it. Dude. So where does the chlorine go? The chloride. What happens there?
I might be a flat earther, bro, but like the one thing I could never deny would be chemistry, because like I've done so much of it and I've seen so much of it and I understand it. You can't deny the chemistry. Like chemistry is like
Pretty
one
hard.
of the only pure sciences, bro. It's one of the only ones. Like
I can deny the Bohr model of the atom, yes, but I can't deny any of the reactions and the quantities we get. No, cannot.
No,
Well,
really
thermite, fire up a flame and let's go. Like, you know, this is how you do this. Got a Bunsen burner, bro?
Yep.
You know, let's start there.
All right, cool guys. I gotta get back to work. Catch you later.
All right, peace.
See you later, dude. I remember we were at school, right? My friend, and he got in so much shit for it. So, like, obviously, you take magnesium, right? And you know, it's a very good. Well, you could use it as a diode, even for a laser, a chemical laser. But it burns very hot and bright, right? Like, my friend grabs like a handful, and it was like a jar of mixed grain size particulates of magnesium. So it wasn't like just like little grains, it was like little grains, pebbles, and then really fine sand. That was its consistency. And the Bunsen burner on the teacher's desk was on full flame, like it was like a blue, and it was making a whistle, right? It was, yeah, it was going, it was cooking. Not a red flame at all. And my friend turns around and he throws a whole fucking handful of magnesium through the Bunsen burner, like trajectory straight through this massive Bunsen burner bomb at the teacher and like about 5 other people. Like he got in so much fucking shit for that. Like he nearly was sent to juvenile detention for it because they were like it's like throwing a grenade at someone or something. Like the way it looked so bad. It looked like he just pulled out a flamethrower and tried to kill everyone. I'm like, whoa, dude, you can't do that. You can't throw magnesium at people through a fucking Bunsen burner.
I mean, that was a cool chat. I never like talked to someone before like that's a nitrogen denier. Never talked to any of those guys before. Pretty cool.
Bro, today has been a weird one, right? So there was a guy earlier who just is denying electricity. Like, I get what he's saying, but like, does it really matter if we can't pull out a piece of electricity, show what it is to someone? Like, it's not a physical thing we can pick up, but like, we can manipulate it in nearly every fucking manner that makes it need it, like that we need it. It's not. I don't know how anyone could quantify that the same as gravity. That would be like the same with gravity. If like somehow we were plugging gravity into our cars and they would be empowered by it, you know? Like, I don't know, bro.
You don't have any of those gravity batteries? You gotta.
Plug gravity up and just get to the elevation you want, and then go wherever.
Right.
It should be like some company that says, "Don't let life get you down."
But gravity does make claims like this. We just don't see it, do we? We see gravity making the claim that it allows things to orbit around our planet, right?
Right.
Whereas that the lack of gravity, right? Like, which one is it? Because it's like, well, it's at the 0 G point, so it's the lack of gravity which causes that, right? But we have to fundamentally remember that globers are saying that the fundamental state of living would be to be weightless, even though matter exists and all of that great stuff. But fundamentally, none of that matters because we would always be nothing. We would weigh nothing, according to them. And that, well, if we get a few of us together, we start to weigh something because we would start to push down on the fabric of space. I guess I don't know.
Well, everything warps the fabric of space time.
Of course.
How much warpature is there?
But I'm just like, I don't know. You sounded like Zanuck then.
I gotta troll a little bit, man. You gotta have fun, dude.
Yeah, I know. The last argument we were having. I'm like, I feel like we've been through the Glover thing today. That's what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah,
like,
I love that actually. I love that nitrogen chat. That's like, I think it's my favorite now. Like, I'll be on the lookout for nitrogen in the air deniers. Like,
yeah,
my
man,
radar.
for real.
I didn't know like this is because, like I said, I basic experiment, like nothing. Basic demo, nitric acid from air.
Yeah, but that could be made by, the container and the diode.
Oh, dude, no nitrogen in the glass now. Come on, come on now.
Oh, bro, it's like we can change every variable in this thing, and we keep producing the same thing. And like if we just do one thing and we take away the actual medium that we're working with, like then it won't work anymore. We know that it's coming from the medium. Like we just know that. That's the one thing that we add to that system to get the other thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. There's a certain level of like, I get it. We can be skeptical of like everything to the nth degree, and basically everything becomes like, well, it becomes mind like,
Signal's cracking up.
Hey, is that the same thing as because I'm a scurvy denier.
Yeah. Oh, is that you that denies scurvy?
Yeah, but
you
fucking
can
bastard. Say,
hey,
hey, dude, you could say, hey, I've cured 1,000 people, just simply by giving them a lime or whatever. And so yeah, you did a controlled experiment, right? You had somebody that was sick that had the symptoms, whatever the symptoms are.
The woo.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing what you're saying about the medium, right?
After I have the woo.
The what?
We can't say it out loud. Woo.
Wait, we can say it out loud. What do you mean?
The
Scurvy.
government will take away my right to type online.
But funnily enough, like, yeah, I think that may have been the first nitrogen denier that I've ever met too.
Yeah, well, I mean, everybody got their own, like, you know,
Denial.
beliefs and understandings and stuff, you know. Like me personally, like I'm an existence denier because who the fuck knows what that is? You gotta not exist to know what existence is, right? You know what I'm saying?
Damn, dude.
That's
Hey,
some
that
logic.
is deep, Eli.
Feel
Dude.
you, bro. Like you gotta. Sometimes we gotta get there when we're not. You know.
Yep. Sometimes we need to be present while we're away.
There
Right.
you go.
No, dude, what he just said, we've never not existed. Like, we know of other things that have existed, but for us, we have only existed. We have never known ourselves to be non-existent.
You talk
Dude,
about
that's
yourself, bro. I
heavy,
don't know.
bro.
With me, I feel like I've not existed. Yeah.
I've been trying to tell these cats since 1999. G.
Yo, T, I've been trying to tell these motherfuckers.
Yeah, dude,
So
I
what?
did this one edible one time. Dude, yeah, I felt like I was, you know, non-existent.
Mm-mm-mm-mm. A glitch in the fucking matrix, like.
Yeah.
Yep. Nah, yeah, dude. I've been like, I've smoked weed before that was like that badly grown that it was so, like, you've smoked weed before that's got too much THC in it, that like no CBD at all in it, too much THC. Like these motherfuckers got like a one-off grow to 35% THC somehow, right? And it's chemically as shit. No one flushed the fucking chemicals out. You light that as shit. The ash is hard. It's black. The ash is black and it's
Yeah.
fucking rock solid. But you smoke that shit, bro, and you feel like someone just shot you in the head, like with a shotgun, but not like from the outside, from the inside. And like,
Yeah, dude.
yeah, man.
You know what? I
You
think
feel like you're
this
dying.
weed. Yeah, I think this weed isn't even the high you're getting now. It's not even like a weed high anymore. You're getting toxified, dude.
There are multiple amounts of synthetic cannabinoids now. Most well known would be AM2201. If anyone wants to look into the molecular structure or profile of one of these synthetic cannabinoids. Well, there's an argument that, and I'll make this argument right now. I know full well in England, some people are spraying weed with AM2201, and it will get you fucking super high. It's horrible, like, you know, and it takes it takes having the right relationships to be able to get cannabis that isn't laced with shit like that, right?
Yeah, they're selling a lot of that in our stores. It looks like it's like you know, some of this weed is like
It's just
very
like her.
tiny buds. It's like all broken up, except not really. You can't. You're not really sure it actually came from like
A
an
plant.
actual bud. It's not even
Well, it
shapes.
didn't.
It's
It
something
didn't.
else.
So what it is it's an actual plant material, an actual herb that's had all of it's had basically not the carcinogenic profile removed, but nearly. It's almost like herbs that have been previously vaporized to remove all of like the taste profile, the flavonoids and all of that, like to remove all of the flavor from it. So you've got like a base level layer of vegetation that's combustible. Then you have the synthetic, you know, yield created in a lab, AM2201. You introduce that to it at the right level. You have an effect that could be similar to cannabis, but could be way worse because we don't have any of the, you know, the regulational parts of the actual cannabis plant. The cannabis plant has some really huge parts of it in terms of its chemicals that regulate THC, not just cannabinol. It's also THCA as well is important there. So there's all of that to go into, and without a doubt, you can get this shit and not just have it on that material that we're talking about, that plant material. You can just put it onto actual bud. And I know people do it, but like when I get weed that's from California, like actually shipped over, obviously only get like a small amount at a time, like a fucking 8 or a quarter or something, right? You can get as much as you want, but and you smoke that stuff that's been in an ISO lab tested, been flushed correctly, it is completely different. Don't get me wrong, these are the genetic profiles of these plants are still very up there, GMO type deal, but you can't make a plant grow a synthetic cannabinoid on it. Not right now. We can't do that. So yeah, it's going to have 24% THC. It's going to be super high yielding in that, low amounts of CBD because it's grown under lights, maybe even. That could be part of the genetic profile too. But yeah, dude, like there's a difference. Like there's a big fucking difference. Like that synthetic cannabinoid that the synthetic cannabinoids they made, that they're so bad for people. Like they can actually kill you, I believe, for real. I remember when I was younger and I was with my cousin and we got some cannabis, right? And it was like sticky, and we'd got sticky weed like loads of times. It's always usually the taste very tasty. Just not been cured correctly or flushed out fully, whatever, right? But we got some weed like that and it smelled lovely. It was AK-47, and we
Dude,
smoked it.
go ahead.
We smoked it. It was fucking laced with PCP, bro. And like I could not fucking move from my couch. I got like stuck into position for like hours, man. Like
Hey, do
people
you
said,
know how
"Mate,
old
you're
of
gonna
a
fight him."
strain? Hey, do you know how old of a strain that AK-47 is?
Yeah, that goes way back, bro. Way back.
It goes way back, dude. Yeah.
So like,
That's
Sure
funny
as
you
shit
actually
back to
mentioned
Jesus
that because
days. Yep.
I'm only
dude,
28.
I actually
Go ahead.
no, I actually had an AK-47 speed probably about 20 years ago, dude.
I've got about 5.
At
I've
least
got
back
about
to
50 of
Muhammad's
them.
days. At
Yeah.
least.
Yeah, I think I've got about 50 AK-47 seeds. Like about 50 of them.
Oh,
Which
I
is
don't
good.
grow anymore.
I don't
This is
either,
back
bro. Like, no.
I
This
should
is just
start growing. Why not?
my godfather. He died. He left me his cannabis seed collection. And legitimately, it's like fucking 10,000 seeds, which is pretty awesome to have. I wonder if it would be legal to send those seeds to America. But they're all like probably covered in fucking THC, like because I remember I got like a load of THC out the bottom of the jar that they were in from because it's just like a weed jar. It's been used just for weed, so that would get stopped. Don't know how do you get all the THC off of cannabis seeds to make it so that they aren't illegal via trace minerals? Like fucking blast them with like supersonic a speaker or something, like air, blow it, vibrate it. But yeah,
I'm
AK-47.
supposed to breathe with no air.
I'm
White
actually of the
Rhino.
opinion, dude. You guys aren't gonna believe me, but I even think weed is placebo, dude. Like the
Placebo effect.
actual. Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Because
technically, it kind of is in a way, though, for real. Because
well,
like,
I've had different friends, act differently on it over the years, and I thought, that's strange. How come this stuff, affects people differently? So if everybody's all,
they're
hanging out, lounging, and in a good mood, they're gonna have a good high. But you know, we always had this one friend, we called him Pork Chop. And he was just, yeah, he's like a Debbie Downer. He's always, you know, scared that his, you know, he had to go home and he was one of those kids, you know, he couldn't get wet. He always had to go home. And he would always have a bad high. And I you know, thinking, why is it doing, you know, what is it, you know, like.
But that's his
And
own
now I
frame of
realize,
mind mixed in with it. Yeah.
well, okay, but if it's this chemical creating some sort of if it's a chemical reaction happening in your brain, and we all have the same brain pretty much, why
Not
isn't it affecting us the same?
okay. So there could be two
We,
arguments
we
made
don't
for
we
that.
don't have the same brain, dude.
Yeah, there's
We
two
all have
arguments, right? We've got the fact that our brains are not the same. Those chemicals that you speak of that are being used, they're part of the neural mapping, and the way that our brains are formed are around the patterns and relationships in which we create that are including our endopleasure system. Dopamine, noradrenaline, oxytocin, all of those systems are very massively related to our structure and the physiological makeup and structure of our brain. And then
Hold on.
our behavior becomes
Hold on.
pattern behind that too.
Like, hey, you're a flat earther, right?
Yeah, I am, dude. Yeah.
Okay, so check this out. You've been told about norepinephrine and adrenaline and what was that other one you said? Oh, dopamine.
I've personally been in.
You
I've been
personally
told
what?
things that are congruent with what I've personally been through myself with these things, though. You know.
So you've been involved with dopamine like yourself? You've had a one-on-one sit down with dopamine, right?
With adrenaline, not dopamine.
Oh yeah, me too, dude. I've you know, many a times.
But I know full well that it's not a psychological effect when someone smokes DMT, and that gives someone a breakthrough amount of DMT. And every time I give a flood dose of DMT to someone, they instantly are no longer in the same room, in the same consciousness, right? And that is a predictable effect that can happen over and over again. No, they're there physically, but their mind is not if they're given a flood dose. You can wave your hand in front of their face, they will not hit it out of the way.
Haven't you ever seen those people that can be hypnotized? They kind of like play along, you know.
Of course,
and
bro, but
then
without
before they
any
know
free
it,
information, the same effect happens. When you give someone a bong, them thinking it's weed and it's DMT, they have the same effect as someone who knows it's DMT, right? And then we would have to argue there was some form of like subconscious direction that was added to the process of the consumption of the product that we're talking of with the interaction. Like, I don't know how far you could go with that logically, you know?
Well, let me build off this real quick because I
Okay.
use it all the time. It's kind of why I believe what I believe. Let's see if you find any logic in it. So I believe that
Oh,
you
my
know,
phone's
people that
about to
do
die.
cocaine.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, all right. I believe
No,
that
no.
people that do drugs. Oh, not me.
No, continue. Sorry, it's just my phone was about to die, but I can get to it. Don't worry.
Oh, okay.
Just carry on.
Okay. Yeah, dude. Okay, so like people that do drugs, right? I believe that the actual substance that they're doing isn't actually having any physiological effect on them. I think it's all their mind that's doing this, and here's why I think that. So like cocaine, right? It's like an upper. I've done cocaine. I'm not proud of it, but I have, and
Yep.
I've noticed some people acting very differently depending like on the setting. So like some people,
likely.
you know, were like partying, having a good time, and then some people wigging out. So, you know, I always wondered what the hell's going on. So Same thing with I've tried heroin too. It
Yep.
feels great, right?
Yep.
And you know what? It didn't like make me pass out, and I did a lot, you know. You
You
know,
objectively
and
don't
it
know the
didn't.
potency of it, though. You don't know how
It
strong it was. But continue.
no, dude. Like the chick I was doing it with, she was like, you know, gone, dude.
Women
And like
often
I
are.
was like, oh, okay. Now check this out. I've also been like shit-faced drunk, but could never pass out. Like I've never passed out once.
Hey, is there a topic that we could maybe get on that's related to live stream?
Yeah, I'm actually explaining something how I believe everything is
He's talking about
placebo.
placebo effects and how he
I'm
believes
trying to
that
get to
they.
it.
Yeah. Is it all right if we continue
If
with
you don't
the?
mind, Gio,
Is it all right or?
because like we're actually talking.
Yeah, no, I guess I just came back and sounded like.
Yeah, it sounds bad based on the last few words. I agree.
I mean, come on, dude. Kosho admitted that he did cocaine off of a gay bald dude's butt crack. So what? You guys never heard that story? It's hilarious.
It's
Anyway.
degenerate. Okay, let's continue.
All right, dude. So like I've noticed that, you know, certain drugs haven't had the same effect on me as it had other people. Now, here's the thing: when it comes to addicts, right? Like heroin, for instance, when you do heroin, it it debilitates it stops your ability for making certain hormones, and that's why you feel bad, right? So like your serotonin, all your feel-good hormones are out of whack. You're not making them anymore because you got something better that replaced it, right?
Not entirely,
heroin,
but
right?
kind of, but not entirely.
Okay,
That's
so
not.
what is it?
Yeah.
What is
Well,
it? Why do people get sick then?
it's called a disequilibrialized and
Lost
harmonious.
without
You
you.
like
Why?
Mike?
Why?
Because I'm
Why
talking
you?
what?
It's
I want to
karaoke night.
Eli sing. Go
Nah,
Eli.
sorry,
Go.
I'm hot. I'm hot, Mike, and I'm. Thank you, Crack, for telling me.
Alright. Right. So the difference is that when it comes to what we were just talking about, right? So we have a
Heroin.
disequilibrialized and
Specific.
disharmonious. Listen, we have a disequilibrialized and disharmonious endoplasmic system,
That's
right?
what I just said.
Well, that no, I said it. I agree with what you said. It's just some of it's slightly different. That's not fully how it is. It's not that you stop producing noradrenaline, oxytocin. It's that these things, and I'll give you a really good analogy. I've got a good way of breaking this down for people. So we not only have the pathway being carved out, and that very pathway to the thing, we have the path in which it takes as well, right? And the only way I can really explain this is that path becomes more accurate over time. And this is really what it is. Imagine you've got like a piece of wet clay, but it's like you've made like a little panel out of it, right? Like a window. And you punch through that panel of wet clay. The first time you punch through it, your hand hits the clay all the way around. The second time, the same thing happens. Over time, that hole gets made wider and wider, and your fist inevitably becomes more accurate, and you end up with more of a groove in which you fall into, which means you end up eventually never touching the outside edge of that clay again. It's very similar to what happens when you over pressurize the system in our brain to do with like dopamine, noradrenaline, all of that stuff, right? So it's not that you stop producing it, it's that what you do produce as a base level is in no way comparable to the artificial amount and introduction into the system. These introductions into the system, however, are very true as you state. These are like placebo things because really what they do is they make information appear to the brain, and that indicates to the brain what it should do with what's already in the system, right?
That's what's going on.
Right.
Yeah. I was trying to get at this one way, but that's actually what's going on. Like okay, so for instance, addicts, right? So you get addicted to heroin, and it's a chemical, right? It's a substance. So But what do you say for the gamblers, anonymous people that they aren't ingesting anything. There's no chemical involved. It's just an addiction.
Yeah, their
And
brain is structured for a trigger in their endoplexic system related to winning something. Like, yeah, of course.
well,
Like,
it's the dopamine reward, and also not just like the dopamine reward, but also the serotonin as well, because it makes them feel good for whatever reason. It's all the brain's doing. There's
if you're
no drug involved.
if your contention
And
though is that there is no physical reaction from heroin, like I'm sorry, but like I'm so against that as an opinion. My dad would still be alive if that were true.
well, dude, you'll
You know,
probably get mad at me, but it's
I'm not angry at you.
it
No,
has
no, no, no.
something to do with like no, well, I believe it has something to do with like mind control, not mind control, but like
Spiritual almost.
like
We could say that.
mind
Yeah,
strength.
definitely. Of course it
Well,
is.
no, like I think you can like almost will yourself to just let go, like just
Yeah,
let
you
yourself
can do that.
go
Your brain is that powerful,
and
but your brain is a physical thing as well. My point is like the just because some people are able to will themselves away from substance. My dad was murdered that way, right? His will had no matter in it. He was given a gram of Narcacnol and he was given a few grams of heroin, right? Um, and when something like that happens, like you don't even have a psychological way to prepare yourself for something that's about to paralyze and take over your central nervous system and stop you from being able to breathe. Like, I'm not offended
well,
by that. I'm just saying, like, the
I'm
idea
not
that it's just placebo, I'm like, I can't jive with
I'm
it
not
based on my
okay.
own experiences.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the toxicity effect, because there is a toxicity that happens to your body. That's just the byproduct, though. Like the effect that we're seeing with like some of these drugs, like to me, drugs, like I don't even drink. Like I drank last week, like for the first time. It's been like years. I don't do any drugs. I feel so much better not doing them, and I can still, party with my friends and family and not even have to drink. So I
Yeah,
just see it as a toxic, because look, alcohol is a toxic, right? Uh, You know, why does it take a toxicity to have an effect on your body that like is gonna say like give you an effect that yeah like makes you feel drunk, right? Let's just take that. You're saying, okay, I'm buzzed. You think you feel good, and then 6 hours later you feel like crap, and then for sure the next day you feel even worse. Now you just poisoned yourself. Like
yeah.
you see what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm saying. Like
Cool.
with heroin too. Okay, that sucks about what happened to your dad. Sorry about that, dude.
Well, no, it's just to bring up the point
But
that there is a very real physical
yeah,
thing there. So, yeah,
well, I think the physicality part of it is a toxicity, but I just don't think the
I could
drug
somewhat agree to that. Yeah.
itself is like that psychoactive. I think our minds are saying, okay, this is what I'm supposed to feel like and behave like when I do heroin. I have it. Oh, it feels so good, right? But I don't believe that's what's really even happening. Like,
Well, but then
dude,
with
I'm a
injection,
denier of it all, dude. I'm a denier of the receptors, this all those stupid brain terms that they came up with. I disagree with them all, dude.
oh, I feel that some of them are
Dopamine,
they're
all that too.
conventions, definitely. Some of it's a convention, and for real. And you could even look at dopamine and all of that as like vibration points on a um like a fucking
Boom. There you go. Now
vibrationary
we're
point
talking.
that you could talk about them as like vibrationary points on a what would you call it, like a spectrum even. Like they are conventions, and I agree with you. The conventions themselves could be called into question. However, the effects that are, I believe, traceable and trackable, like for instance, even your understanding and like your deniability of this and the way you are with it versus the way I am. Could I ask you a personal question? Do you know anyone that's really suffered from drug abuse or substance abuse in some way that's affected your life?
Yeah, dude, huge, man.
Right. And already knew that.
Yeah.
I already knew that because part of that's baked into your opinion, right? I feel you have an underlying little bit of anger, and you don't want to admit that this could be a real disease where someone's not at fault for it, because you are yet to forgive someone for what they did involved in it, and that's where I feel like you might think it's something that's overcomable, and because it's like you're holding on to a little bit of anger toward that person. This is something that I've commonly dealt with. I've been around this shit for so long, and I can pick it out like boom in an instant.
Wow, that's pretty interesting. That could be a possibility, but I almost you know what? I'll consider it, but I really don't think that's the whole thing. I really do think that drugs don't have the effect that they actually have on us. I think we're all collectively making them something out that they're really not. Like, how many people have said, "Oh, this CBD cures my fill in the blank," right?
And I agree with that. Like that could make
It's
it
just a
true if you
placebo,
believe it
dude.
enough. If you believe it enough, it
Yeah.
will make it true. I agree completely. But there is a line, I believe, where this shit overlaps, right? Genuinely, like when we're dealing with stuff like barbiturates and extremely fucking strong benzodiazepines, right? Like, and like these things can knock people out in a matter of seconds, right? And like
Dude,
when
I've
you
never been knocked out with anything, dude.
right, okay,
Nothing.
but
Not
if
hey,
I listen to
hey,
this,
real quick. Even when they pulled one of my one of my molars out, nothing
had the
worked.
same thing happen.
Yeah.
I've had the same thing happen to me. My best friend, he has something called XLH, right? Anesthesia doesn't work on him at all, right? But benzodiazepines do. Barbiturates don't. He has a problem with like producing phosphorus and stuff like that, and like converting things, calcium and all of that in his body. But like, no, I know that certain drugs that make some people pass out never done that to me either. But like, there's a certain dose of midazolam that you can give to someone, and unless for some reason they just don't have that part in their brain that works for that, it will fucking render you unconscious, right? I used to think that too, until like they throw the works at you because you're that way. Like, I know what you're saying, but like you're the exception to the rule, right? Like all that to me as well speaks of like a generational tolerance that's baked into your genetic profile too, which is something that I've
Dude,
got.
okay, give me your honest opinion about genetics. You think they're real?
I feel like the way that we explain they are, no, not at all, without a doubt. But I believe that I definitely am half the man that my father was and half the person that my mother is, right? Like I
You
see it
think
in my
so?
own mannerisms, I see it in my face, I see it in everything. There is an element
Well,
of me that's still like, do you know what I mean? There's an element of me that is a mixture of my mum and my dad. You know, whatever we call the pre-foundation and what of that is, like I don't know what that is exactly.
well,
I mean,
I think it's all water. I mean, it sounds crazy. There's no way for me to substantiate it because there haven't been enough experiments on water. But I really think pretty much water in any living thing is going to give it life. I think water is the life force.
well, that's
Um,
very interesting. That's actually very true as well. But what do we need more than water to exist?
well, I mean,
What do we need to
sure.
breathe, right? And then drink is next, then food.
Yeah,
Like
I would say yeah. Air is
so, like
pretty important too.
so, like when it comes down to like when the Bible says that Yahweh breathed out his ruach onto the the watery deep, like there's like this idea that like the words that I could speak in a positive nature to you, like prayer itself, that men speak ruach to one another, spirit to spirit in the Bible. In Hebrew, that means breath to breath, literally speaking
Yeah.
breath to breath. So like, what does that mean? Like, oh, I could say some words in positivity toward you, and you could breathe them in. At some point, the very breath that I breathed out to say, heal this man's, back. You breathe that in. You breathe the literal words in that I said. You know, like this idea of adding information to water, right? Like, bro,
Well,
there's stuff there, bro.
it's
Yeah.
amazing you said that. Watch, check this out. So, yeah, what you said about breathing words in, another man's words in. That's profound because how you said. Wait, say that one more time, dude. Because as you were saying that, I was thinking of something else that was
So
similar.
the idea of speaking spirit to someone, that you could change their state of mind versus the words that you say. Well, what if we take that from breath to breath in the Hebrew, right? To literally speak physical words, and that those physical words are then breathed in by someone else. And the very medium in which we're doing that with originally was something that was the Ruach HaKodesh, the holy breath of Yahweh, which is the Holy Spirit, the thing that connects us all, the omnipotence of Yahweh himself. And he said that ruach,
Right.
that breath, is what he breathed out onto the face of the watery deep, and he blessed the whole earth with this. He spoke us into existence with this same thing. There is life and death in the very tongue.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of awesome, dude. About like, cause yeah, I was thinking about in Snow White, right? How she said in the beginning of the opening scene, she's like, I'm wishing well. I'm at a wishing well, and I'm wishing you well, and she's at a wishing well, right?
Right.
And there's water in it, of course, and I just think water can listen, right? And I think thinking, like, that's the power of thought, right? Like wishing somebody well, I think that's totally like we really don't understand it, but I think it's an actual thing.
It is a real thing, without a doubt. There's a really cool like anecdotal, I know it's anecdotal, but I really don't care. It's such a, if you want to see something that's equatable to that, right? There's a Louis Theroux documentary. You know who he is? Do you know him?
No.
So he's a British documentary interviewer, right? And he did this documentary that was based upon people dying, people in vegetative states, right? And in these vegetative states that they're in, most of these people, it was said that there would be absolutely no way that they would survive, that they're definitely goners, they're dead. They're never coming back. Well, there was this one lad that was there, and his family, they were like completely in objection and disbelief entirely, without faltering ever, that he would be back alive, that he is in no way dead, that these doctors are complete fucking idiots. They have no clue what they're talking about. And these doctors are like, no, he's like the perfect case for never waking up ever again. Bro, this guy, these people were Christians, right? And these people would stand vigil in his room. They would pray over him. His sister would speak to him as if he was still alive and well and in the room. Not once did anyone ever act like he was in any way hurt or dying. Bro, this guy had a fundamental turnaround, bro. He literally came back to fucking life and walked back into that hospital.
Dude.
And the doctors in that hospital start crying when he walks in. And they're just
That's
like,
awesome,
how?
dude.
Because they're like, we were
Dude.
recommending to turn you off for a year and a half or whatever. And he's like, yeah, man. He's like, I don't remember it. And he's talking normal, bro. He's like, I don't remember any of it. Like, but, you know, and like, I remember the family just being like, don't even speak that death over my fucking brother. And like, this is like what me and my
Oh
wife
yeah.
have now. Me and my wife have this, bro.
Yeah.
Like, someone turns around and says something like, you don't even ask my wife, like, she looks like she's
Dude,
in
what?
discomfort. Don't turn around to her. Like, are you getting ill? Are you sure you're not ill? Are you unwell? Like, no, man. Stop selling this shit to us. Like, I
Yes.
agree with that
Check
whole
this out,
side of
dude.
thought. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, watch. My mom, she had open heart surgery, right? And she wasn't gonna make it, dude. Like she was, like they say, like the percentage of people that go in for open heart surgery, it's like a 98% success rate, right? Or
Yeah.
survival rate.
98%.
Well,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
yeah, like it's like a next day you're out of the hospital type deal. Sometimes, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's like a week stay, but nothing longer than that. Well, my mom, she was in the hospital for 2 months, and she was in a coma for 2 weeks, and yeah, me and my dad, dude, we stayed there, we prayed over her, and how you're saying somebody, you know, was coming with bad energy. My auntie came in to come see her sister, you know, because she loves her sister. And she was crying, and I pulled my auntie to the side right away, and I told her we can't do that here.
Yeah.
And I had to take her away, dude, because it's that bad energy, dude. But I gotta tell you, man, I think I mean, it wasn't my like doing. It was God's doing. But somehow He used me and my dad to just
let me
have this.
let me give you something right away then. I agree completely to what you said. And you and your dad's belief and faith had something completely entirely to do with it. So in the New Testament, right? In Matthew, I can't remember what part of Matthew it is, but there's a story where you take even the woman that was touching the hem of his garment, right? And she ran and jumped to the feet of Yahusha, Jesus, as you would call him, or some of the people would say. She jumps to his feet, she grabs the hem of his garment, and he heals her for the belief that just to touch the hem of his garment would create a effect of healing. So for that very belief, so let's take it even further. Well, do we have an instance where someone else's belief helped save someone? Yeah, we do. We actually do have that. We have men that have people unconscious even, and because they believe in what was being said, because they were able to believe it and take it in, it was simply so. That's literally what Jesus said. It's for your belief in that it will work, that you will do greater than I. And what did he do? Raised the dead, healed lepers, the sick, the blind, walked on water. He said that we would do greater than he.
Yeah, dude, it's these beliefs, man. And I mean, we get so careless with our beliefs and our thoughts, you know, we're just you know, nobody it's hard to be accountable, right? And you're like, dude, just live your life, you know. Shut up. Just, you know, nobody wants to hear anything, right? But this is the truth, man, is we should have well, I don't mean like a better doctrine of like our thoughts, but I mean,
no, we do need to
the
rebuild
way
our consciousness entirely. I agree. No,
well,
don't reduce that
wait.
comment. Mm.
Yeah, dude, I don't think it's our faults, dude. I think it's the system that we've built around our lives. It's just so toxic. It's like
You
you're
inherit
painting
life.
yourself into a corner, right? Like it's hard to get out of, you know,
to get momentum up.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, man. I mean, everywhere you look, there's some sort of negative, you know, negative thing out there, and yeah, man.
So like that's sort of been like the whole. So every Shabbat, every Sabbath, right? I've got like a study group that I go to, and well, actually, sorry, that's on the Shabbat. That's more language. We learn more about language, but on the Sunday, the day after, we effectively what we do is we go through different topics. But at the minute, we're one what we've just gone through, the module, as you want to, I haven't got a better name for it. The module we've just been through is about rebuilding our consciousness to align with that, with what the word says. Because if we're to truly believe the word, then we should act as if we believe it. And by acting as if we believe it, regardless of whether it's true or not, the fundamental understanding of the way that we work as humans is that it will become true. That it already
That's
is true. We
awesome, dude.
assume that. But like legit, it's called living in the land of make believe, but make believe in the sense of like, no, you can't just have it every way that you want. Make believe in the sense that I will make it because I'm going to believe in it. Like it's going to happen and it's going to materialize in front of me because my energy and my thought goes toward it. But that's all we've ever seen. That's the same thing
Yeah.
we've always seen. If someone thinks that they want to change something, something gets changed and it actually happens. Someone wants to create a child, they think about having sex with their wife and then they do it. Right? There's a fundamental thing there. It's like if the
it's
thought
all
needs
thought.
to
Like,
occur for the thing to happen, then we should be constantly having the correct thoughts about all the shit that's properly what we want to be doing. Until we do that, we won't start to do it.
yeah. Yeah, you kind of need to be like a drill sergeant, not like a drill sergeant, but highly organized with your thoughts, man. Like, and it's hard because who has time to arbiter their thoughts? There's your mind's just so free and capable of doing 10 things at once that it's like. So I think some people just get lost in their mind and like, and just let it go wherever it wants, like a rabid dog, like a uncontrolled, Jack Russell Terrier,
That's interesting.
I
Yeah.
just think we should be more
But that's a good question
train our
though.
brains.
That's a good
Yeah.
way of putting it. Like,
Hey, that's
how do we do that, right? Like, I've actually thought about this a lot, and the way I started to do this was I made an agreement in my mind to look through what I axiomatically hold to be true, and I looked at the axioms, what I regard to be positive truth. My garden, my vineyard, as it were, of my home, and the different seeds in which I'm about to plant in it. I'm going to select the seeds very carefully. Me and my wife are going to make sure that they run congruent to both of us, that this is what we want to view in our garden, that we want it to eventually grow. And then you build the axiomatic truths that are based on the reality you want to live in. One of them automatically would be that Yahweh is always good all the time. End of. So if something contradicts that, then we need to look at it really, really, really closely. But it probably means that it instantly cannot be true. But you can create quite a lot of axioms like that, and they don't have to be massive philosophical points like that. It could be something a lot smaller. It could be something you hold fundamentally true that's only positive. Even if it wasn't true, it would still be good if it was true and it's positive. I'm not saying live in obscurity entirely, but I'm talking about going toward the place you want to live in. Create these axioms of what's held to be true, and then if shit doesn't pass through those filtrational lines, right? Like you just don't deal with it. You annex it off and axe it out. You can only do that once you start a baseline there, and the baseline can just start on some tangent points that can intersect with one another. Certain things are axiomatically true that can exist fundamentally at the same time together. And before you know it, quite a lot of things
Yeah,
won't be able to
dude.
pass through that field, though.
That's the best way to tackle a giant problem, right? It's not like somebody builds, like, let's just say a building, right? Nobody builds the whole thing in one day. There's steps to things, right? So a little bit at a time, like you said, is probably the best way. But another thing that I found that's helped is meditation and prayer. Those two are huge. Even though I'm not consistent with it, I could be a lot more disciplined. But man, after I'm done praying or meditating, man, it's like, I feel like Superman. Like, I just feel so clear. Just it's a total. I could totally see the difference. It could. It is all in my head, but
Well, no,
at
but
the
the way
same
you
time,
interpret that is really important. No, it's not all. It is all in your head, but like that's part of it, bro. Like that's what I mean. Like fundamentally, like the idea of like with the what we were previously talking about, right? Substances and how they affect our system. I wonder if like your problem is like that if you admit those things can happen, that it somehow relinquishes some of the magnitude of the power that your mind is capable of. Because I fully believe that someone that gets shot up with heroin that
No,
knows that
dude.
their central nervous. No, I agree. If someone's central nervous system is going to
Not
close
even
down, they
that.
OD, like they've OD'd even.
No.
You can will it out of happening though. There are people that have resisted dying from overdoses, right? This has happened, right? Because your brain
Yeah,
is
but
that powerful.
it's not that I don't believe they're actual physical, tangible things. I just I'm a person that needs proof. So like,
and you question the system and how it's defined currently. All right.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is. And I
I'm
didn't just
totally the
stop at the
same though.
flat Earth. Like a lot of the people here. I mean, I go, because my gosh, like Jeremy the other day was talking about, some of the things that they've tried to tell us, right? Like, oh, if you eat a watermelon seed, watermelon's going to grow in your stomach. I don't think they said that one, but I remember that one. Or if you step on a crack, you'll break your back. Or what's the other one? If you break a mirror, it's bad luck. Stupid things like that. It's like I'm just super careful of what they quote unquote tell us, right?
Right. I get you.
And
I'm the same. I'm the same. I question often the structure of how they want to explain this shit to us, without a doubt, all the time. Yeah. Like I don't know that we've got receptors in the way that they think about it. I can only look at how the effects seem to occur and human behavior correlated to that, right? Like that's all I can do.
Damn,
Like
dude, you were saying
chemistry is one of
something
them.
earlier. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, go
No,
ahead.
no,
Go
no.
ahead,
What were
man.
you saying?
No,
I
you were
forgot.
saying something earlier, and I just totally lost my train of thought of what I wanted to say about that. But it's all right, man. No, keep going, man. You're doing good.
No, I thought it's probably because we we covered like the idea of like the breath thing, right? Like the shared information through the actual medium, and like with water, specifically, right? Well, now like you've heard of structured water, right? Where you pour water effectively through a vortex almost, right? And it apparently changes the
Dude,
structure. And
yeah, I've heard of it, and I'm even, dude, I'm like skeptical of everything. I don't know. Yeah, I've heard of that
that's why
too.
I'm bringing it up, because
Yeah.
what's interesting about it is that the field of study right now involved in that, it seems like that is coming out of the skeptical people's point of view, right? That like like the idea of like water holding intention and all of that sort of stuff, right? Like that's like the same school of thought behind structured water, like and I guess it's like how do we look at like the concept of the idea of like a molecule, like I feel like it is just a concept that they created at one time so that people could conceptualize something in their head. And like the molecule goes all the way back to like the Greeks, like Epicurean and Democritean times, right? Like far, far back. They come up with like the idea of like atoms originally, that like everything could be cut in half inevitably forever and ever and ever, like over and
Yeah.
over again. And
well, remember the
like
whole idea of the subatomic particles, creating that, everybody's seen the atomic, molecule and how it has things rotating. And then now you bring it with bring that up with the Globers, and they're like, yeah, that was so, 100 years ago. We don't believe that anymore, right?
but it's still in everyone's
like,
fucking
it's like,
textbook.
yeah, how many times do things need to be revised and before we like forget about it and like we can't call them on it anymore, right? It's like
right. It's like someone said, why do scientists say they don't prove anything? And it's like, because if they said they proved anything, they would never get funding ever again. Like, the more you prove, what do you need to study this more for? We fully understand it according to you, you know? Like,
Right.
right. So it's a
Yeah,
problem,
it's
I
like,
feel like.
okay, dude.
Is that a conflict
Okay.
of
Say for
interest, though?
instance,
Is that a
yeah.
conflict of interest?
Well, yeah, because there's somebody's livelihood on the line, dude. Like, Russia has 6,000 nukes. We have 5,000. Whatever the number is. Like, why didn't they just stop at like 500? Why do they keep making these? It's like there's jobs involved. There's, they're trying to make them better. It's like you guys had 75 years to do a pretty damn good job. It's like, come on.
Yep.
Like,
yep.
It's like they perpetually keep this thing going, and it's like, but they do that with all the sciences. Like all
Yep.
these labs and stuff, they're all required to keep going because they can't stop. They've worked themselves into such momentum that there's a budget they need to spend, and if they don't spend the same, they're not going to get that budget anymore. So
and that's a problem, right? That's a big problem.
Yeah.
Right. Like they do this in the military, right? Like military guys have to go full auto and not really get all of the accuracy training and riflemanship out of their rounds as they could because they don't have enough time to shoot the amount of rounds that they're given, for instance, right? Not allowed to save them. Either dump them all, right, or they get handed back in. But if you don't use loads of rounds, you'll never get a budget to receive loads more rounds again. So like
right.
you can't really save ammo up. You have to use it there and then. And, most of the time you're like, well, at least get the fun out of it and then keep the section commander happy because we've got our quota for next year's amount of bullets that we actually need, right? But, like, it would be nice to save half of the rounds that we've got for a certain day, for a certain type of training drill, for instance. But we can't do it. Like, the bureaucracy behind it, right? Like, there's something about systems that are inevitably will damage themselves at some point, right? Like it seems inevitable to me, but then I'm like, wait, how hard is it to conceive of a system where that isn't the case? Because I feel like that's the same fucking conundrum over and over again. Like in England, we have this problem with referral, and if you're de-referred from a specialist at the hospital, they count that as like a fixed case. It could just be that that specialist had no way of fixing you. It could be that you went and got referred for physiotherapy appointments and you missed your appointment, or they literally just did it on the wrong day. They themselves reported it wrong, so you didn't end up turning up. They will unrefer you and then put that to their tally for their statistical account of successful medical intervention. And that's like crazy to me. I'm like, bro,
yeah,
how,
dude. Okay.
how fucked up is
Let's
that?
apply. Yeah, let's apply that. Look how rigorous they are with that aspect of control. But when it comes to like grading somebody, like on, let's say, if this job is worth it, for whatever study they're trying to do, like in some of these labs in America, right? Like let's just say some of these bioweapons labs, or even some of the laser labs and stuff. It's like, are these jobs really even worth it? And how many times have they screwed up? Why aren't we putting like de-referrals on them as well, right? Like they have immunity to do anything, right? They just have an unlimited printing press of money, and they just get thrown money to them.
They
It's
cite
ridiculous.
their own statistics, bro. These systems cite their own efficacy and their own statistics. Meaning, my hospital shouldn't be rated how efficient or how needed a sector of my hospital in my country that's paid for by the taxpayer, because we have socialized healthcare, by the way, not a private sector of medicine. It should not be that the people that work in the unit derive whether they are needed to continue that they're still needed. Like,
It
yeah,
should be
there should
based off the
be.
people, right?
It should be based on
The
my people saying no, like we don't actually need 10,000 cancer doctors because at the minute we're not getting much cancer because we got rid of all these radio waves or some shit. That could happen, but no, the cancer people will still need to exist. And I don't know how fucked up people are that they'll start going out making ways for people to get cancer. I don't know that. Like legit, we came up with cures for cancer, and they're like, shit, we just put in a load of money towards radiotherapy, and that blocked the cures for a bit. We can't afford to have wasted all this research and development. That's unethical, bro. Like, how can you expect as well someone to sign off their own living and be like, I'm not needed in this workplace anymore. I'm redundant. There's no point in me being here. So let me write all this down. That ain't gonna happen. We need to give people guarantees that you will be cross-trained and paid in a state job to be put into a different state job if you will write off that you are redundant. Because at the end of the day, we
and
should be as reductive as possible with this shit. It's our money.
hey, dude, I think it's as what's the word? Um, gosh, I'm trying to maleficent. I think it's maleficent as
Malevolent.
they, the powers that be know this, and they broadcast this on the nightly news, and they tell everybody blah 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 negative things to keep people sick. I think
Yeah.
even as simple as something like that, just nonstop rhetoric of this and that is out there and blah blah blah, and you're in,
Oh, that could
keeping
make you
scared
ill.
of an environment. Yeah,
Without a
dude.
doubt. Without a doubt. Oh no, I like that's why I'm like why I was like, oh, I want to keep talking to you about this subject because I'm like I'm not indifferent from your opinion at all. Like from the start of the conversation, I'm not indifferent to your outlook. Like it's literally the same as my own outlook, and I sounded like you maybe a few years ago. I even sounded like you on a couple of the same topics, and I still do now. And it's only through like only a couple of things. It's like validating stuff yourself from your own experience. There'll be a couple of things that like you've had direct involvement in your whole life that to you are just fundamentally real now because you've been involved with it for so long, right? Like
Right.
even
Yeah, you
if
can't beat experience, dude. Experience, bar none, dude. Like anybody can tell you what it is, but until you've done it yourself, that's you got to experience it for yourself. So yeah, I get what you're saying there.
it's like saying, a projectile of this size will always go 2,500 feet per second if I put this amount of grains into this cartridge with this size projectile. And it's like, yeah, that shit, if you're experienced and you've done that over and over again, it does work every fucking time. But doesn't mean that that's as real to anyone else as it is to you, right? Like, it really doesn't, like, but
Yeah,
yeah, man, like
earlier
the
you made a
experience is
reference
quantitative.
to a certain gun, which was pretty cool. A STG-44. If
Yes,
you
the
don't mind, what?
Sturmgewehr.
Yeah, dude, was that a German gun?
Yeah, it was a German gun, yeah.
Oh
So
wow.
if it literally is assault rifle, right? So Sturmgewehr, right? So it's
So
interesting.
was
It's
it
like
kind of like?
it looks very similar to the AK, believe it or not. It looks very,
Yeah,
very
that's what I
similar.
was. That's insane because I mean it obviously came a lot before the AK, right?
Yep. Hugo Smizer did it. Yep. Way before the AK,
Wow.
bro. It was produced in 1943, but it was designed around late 30s. Late 30s it was designed.
Jeez.
Very yep. Yep. Yeah, man.
That's
And
amazing, dude. Yeah, because I mean the AK is, infamous for being one of the most durable guns, right? So and then, we got the
yeah.
the M16 or whatever that kind of competed with that, but that's amazing that STG-44 was just that good that early, right?
Well, it had some of its own problems, but the basic overall system, right? The basic over it being gas operated long stroke piston. Remember, like, at one point we had a gas repeater that was a lever action. That was to believe it or not, that was to do with John Moses Browning, right? John Moses Browning was the one that come up with that, but Hiram Maxim had already put a gas-operated piston system out there for the Maxim, right? He was the first person to put a patent out. Then we have John Browning coming up with the exact same fucking idea without knowing that this patent existed. Like, and you can tell he didn't have a clue because he wouldn't have done what he did the way that he did it. He would have just, it would have been much quicker to the chase. With John Browning, though, we had like guns just change and just be so much better, like overnight, it felt like it really did. Like, he was just phenomenal. Like Winchester, all of their, and Springfield, like, but with Winchester, most of their guns, even the lever action that he created, the system he created for them, that was like their best selling gun. And then they got the they got the, what was it called, the contracts to produce effectively the what was it called, it's the 1918, so the original M2 Browning Marduce machine gun, what that originally was based on. They got the like rights to do that.
I thought wasn't the first Browning the 1919?
Yeah.
Or there was actually a 1918.
There was a 1918, yeah. Yep.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah.
Was
but
that,
like, it's
was
still
that
the
a
same
30
fucking
cal
thing.
as well? Was it a 30 cal?
Yeah, I think it was, yeah, 30-06 back then. And then it got put up to 50 BMG later on. Like, quite a bit later on.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, dude, we still use them now. Like, guns relatively haven't changed at all. The STG, right? Like, look at how similar it is to an AK. We've got a 7.92 by 33 millimeter round, as opposed to 7.62 by 39, right? So we got
Ooh,
33,
so it's even
39.
bigger. Is it bigger?
7.92 over 7.62 by 39. Yeah, it's a little
Damn,
bit
that
bigger.
is huge. That is
It's an 8
huge.
millimeter round, yeah.
Oh my god, that's a monster gun, dude. And it was fully automatic, right?
Fully automatic. It had a rate of fire of 600 rounds a minute, muzzle velocity of 2,247 feet.
Dude,
which is like,
no wonder why. Hey, dude, no wonder why they wanted a Germany gun. I mean, I'm not I'm not saying it. I mean, it's obvious, right? I mean, just their technology was superior. I mean,
dude,
hands down.
I even contend, like, I don't know if you know anything about me, my background, what it is, but technically I'm
Aren't
like a
you like a
weaponologist.
chemist or something?
No, I'm technically a weaponologist. It would be the technical
really?
term for it. Yeah. So that's like
Nice,
literally my
dude.
area of expertise. So, the thing is that, like, people were like, oh, it's a big claim. And it's like, it's really not. It's very limited. Like, you could be like an expert on, like, it could be historical, it could be hands-on. Like, mine is like a mixture of a couple of different hands-on and historical. And like, it isn't like I was going one direction with that, and then I backed off because of like ethical reasons. Like, I'm not about to start designing weapons because I believe that like guns and firearms fundamentally are not even that far forward, that we sort of stopped at a certain point and just we stopped developing them, right? Like, we've got gas blowback, which are most submachine guns now. The most advanced we've got in a system for a submachine gun is a delayed roller block system, which is what the MP5 operates on, right? That's the most advanced that I know of, really. The AK again is the same. It's the same thing. We've got different variations of AK, whether it's a 9mm, like a short stroke piston. Some of them are even blowback on those platforms. Like a Tech 9's a direct blowback, right? Just a simple way of looking at it. Tech 9, direct
I've had a
blowback.
Tech 9. That gun was garbage. Oh my god.
To get one of them that works, like
it didn't work good. No.
They definitely don't work. I know they only work on
Guys, this
fully
really just
automatic.
isn't the right topic for this live stream.
All right,
dude.
Talking about guns.
Sorry,
is
man.
not what this live stream is.
Yeah, right, man.
Okay, I'll go on mute.
Yeah, man.
Go on mute. It's just talking about guns is not what this live stream is for.
Hey, good talking, Crack Villain. I'll see you later, man. Right on, man.
But just one last thing, remember as well, the STG-44, it had a 30-round mag as well.
That's amazing, dude. Hey, one more thing I wanted to say about now that I remembered, we were talking about drugs, which is another taboo topic.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can still hear me. I don't see my light. But there was a story
Yeah, I did.
about that. I don't know if you've heard of Ram Dass. He's popular on YouTube, but he has a story about one of his gurus finding his pill bottle of LSD that he brought with him to India, and I guess supposedly his guru took all of the LSD, and nothing happened to him. So,
Oh wow, that's interesting.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I don't know. Maybe you can find it somewhere. It's in one of his little stories that he tells. But pretty interesting.
That could happen technically. I'm not gonna go in how it could happen, but that could technically happen. There could be a
Yeah.
physiological explanation as well as a tolerance one. Actually, interestingly enough,
One of
right?
my friends, real quick, Craig. One of my friends can literally not, like LSD does nothing to him. He cannot trip. I've seen him eat legit hits and nothing. He just can't do it.
Yep. There are people that actually are inhibited when it comes to that type of experience completely. Yep. Without a doubt.
Oh, I don't know if that takes mind power or like a strong mind, or who knows what it is, but it is substantial, right? It is something interesting.
Well, in the LSD research that they were doing back before it was made illegal, they were finding that some people seem to have like resistance to having an experience with it. But for some of those people, like eventually they were able to have an experience. Like some people that have like OCD or like some kind of control mechanism in their psyche that they try to resist their unconscious. It seems like have a capacity to sort of resist it in a sense until those resistances are kind of broken down enough.
I agree
Would
with
it
that.
be like? Would it be any like to his credit that he's some sort of guru? He meditates a lot. He's one with himself. He knows himself better than anybody else. Could that have something to do with it, or just the power of the mind to?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of remember with that Ram Dass story, that he had given his guru guy, like, I don't know if the guy took a whole bunch of LSD, but he definitely took like high doses of it. And I kind of remember that that his guru guy said that it was basically just very similar to his meditative states. Like, that was just my memory of it. That he was like, oh yeah, this is just like his deep meditation states. So I don't know if he didn't have any effect by it, but it's like he just related it to when he was, his meditation.
Well, and his guru even played a little trick on him and like kind of scared him and let him think that he was tripping balls, and then laughed it off and went on his merry little way, just being normal, not affected by the drug. But no, I guess he did take. It wasn't even what they call like a heroic dose, or like 5 hits, or no, it was like I think I remember him saying even the bottle was empty. And so, but the way his guru said, I forgot his name, Neem Corley Baba, I think, actually said that these drugs will give you what you're looking for a few hours, but what I have will give you pleasure for eternity. So, yeah, dude, it's like, and I think he was just trying to say, yeah.
It doesn't need to be like a strength of mind or a weakness of mind or being like a control freak issue. It could be both. Like you could actively choose to have those controls and resist the experience, right? Or it could be that you want to have the experience and then you can't because you can't let go of control. That would be weak-minded. But it could be that you could have the effect, but you don't want it to affect you. That's strength of mind. There's two different ways of looking at it, but It's all to do with your intent. LSD is an overlay, right?
Well, it's pretty
An
wild to think
overlay.
about because, I mean, there's people, if you gave them 500 micrograms of LSD, they're going to be having an extremely strong, and in some cases, if they're not prepared for it, it could be very overwhelming. It could be stirring up deep traumas in their psyche. So, I mean, somebody who's having like a quote unquote challenging or a bad trip in that sense on it, they would pray for anything for it to be over because, you know, they're not surrendering to it or whatever it may be. So I'm just saying, to think that someone else can take that and not have an effect is pretty profound. I mean, I don't think it's just as simple as like, you know, just mind over matter. Perhaps. I don't know. I mean, that's pretty.
There is a physiological explanation for the way that, like, it's lysergic acid, right? So the way in which we actually take in these systems, especially with hallucinogenics, we know this, right? That we know, like, when it comes to ayahuasca, for instance, you need a monoidoxidate inhibitor for it to be active orally. Well, not everybody has the prerequisites that are needed to be able to absorb and to actually have an effect from acid. Some people are precluded and discluded from that. It's the same actually with even heroin. Some people are hypersensitive to it. There are other people that it's basically inert with them almost. And that can be true for everything, I believe.
Yeah, there could be differences in that way. I know Stan Groff, who did a lot of the work with LSD in the 60s, like the therapeutic work with it before it was illegal. I just know that he said that like certain people with, especially with extreme OCD, were able to be given very, very high doses of LSD and virtually had no effect from
How about for anxiety and depression?
That makes so much sense to me, though.
Does it work for depression and anxiety?
It does, actually. It was, I don't know, Gio, do you know if those were the same studies which were used in which the guy who created AA, that he used a lot of his fundamental process of thought as to why this would work, that LSD was like one of the first inclusive forms of packages of care for addiction that he wanted to prescribe? Do you know if those studies were to do with that?
Yeah, I know about that. Yeah, was it Bill Williams? Is that his name?
I've heard that the LSDs can be like dangerous too. Like if not, you don't take the right dose or whatever, and if it's contaminated and shit.
You can overdose on water, bro. Yep. Definitely.
Well, you can overdose on everything almost, but there's things that you can't. But like I've heard that like perhaps if you take too much LSD, you could like irreversible damage. I don't know.
There is a phenomena called being stuck, where that pathway is opened up and you never leave it. That happens to people that have extremely high doses, where I believe the brain gets stuck on that wave, and it simply forgets where it was previously and doesn't pick up back the previous pattern.
Yeah.
That happens to people. The one incident that I know of, that is actually it's depicted in a film where these guys are making sheets of acid, and the guy accidentally leans on a barrel, not knowing that there was no lid on the barrel, and his whole arm went into the vat of acid. And he obviously never stopped tripping again. And this story was based on a real person that is from England, and unfortunately eventually died doing some craziness while hallucinating. But he was stuck for years.
God damn. That would suck. Especially if you get stuck like in a bad place, you know?
He luckily wasn't in like that bad of a trip. Yeah. He was like pretty content. Yeah, man.
Well, I mean, it is a semi-synthetic substance, and also who knows like how pure really it's made. So like what people are actually taking, there's some of those questions. But I mean, I've done a lot of the research in terms of a lot of what's been done in terms of that. I mean, there's no indication that it has any damaging effects at all. It seems to be like an unspecific amplifier of mental processes. So like amplifies your mental process. So if you have like, let's say somebody has a very, very deep trauma from something that happened to them, and then they just take a high dose of LSD at a party and they don't really know kind of what they're doing in that sense, it might trigger the emotions and the energies of that deep trauma that's stored within them. And then they might quote unquote feel stuck in that. Like they might have like residual anxiety or something, but that doesn't really mean that the LSD did that to them. It's that the LSD activated their psyche and it activated that unconscious material. And one thing about LSD is it is kind of an unspecific amplifier. So like something like ayahuasca has like a very, very organic, natural way of of healing and bringing up trauma and doing all
Yeah.
that. Whereas LSD is like this, like it's just like
It's because it's synthetic.
it's like a
Probably.
rocket.
not-
It's just like a rocket ship. Yeah, it is semi-synthetic, and it's just like this blasting
not
rocket
natural.
ship for the psyche. And so, if you're not quite ready to like surrender to what's going on, you know, so there's that kind of version of, you know, of being having kind of residual effects. But ironically, what they found in the LSD research is that people that had that, actually, if they gave them more LSD in a healing type therapeutic setting, they could actually work through that. Yeah,
Yep.
work through
That-
exactly. They could reverse
That
it.
was
and work
my
through it.
idea with the guy that got stuck, Geo, right? My whole idea was that they needed to give him more LSD. And I remember arguing with my dad about it. This is actually one of my dad's friends, and the movie was based on. I was arguing with my dad. I'm like, this was me. Like, I got this explained to me in the most rudimentary way when I was like 12, right? And the best way I could. And I'm like, give him more of this stuff. Like, that was ultimately my response. I'm like, well, what? He's stuck there. Like, you won't go back. You got to push him further forward, right? Like, maybe he can remember on the front end of the tape, maybe not on the back end, right? Like, I don't know. Because, like, I feel like it may not have been the drug too, Gio. That's sort of my point, right? I feel like, yeah, the drug induced it, but it was something deeply seated in the psyche to begin with that, you know, maybe it's the duration or time that you're tripping for, like, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this can even happen. Like, there's a practice which is using just breath work, and there's people that have like psychotic breaks just from doing the breath work. So that shows that it's really not necessarily like always caused by some substance. Like, can be activated just spontaneously for people, and that doesn't mean that they're like insane or mentally psychosis. It means that they have something very, very deep in their psyche that. Because I mean, LSD was used in like during those times in the research, they were using it in certain mental wards. There were people that had like very deep psychosis that were able to come out of it using LSD and able to actually like heal and actually go back in the world and not be in a mental institution. So,
Which is fundamentally amazing. And I feel like I would love to have seen the picture of, is it Williams managed to get his work done when it comes to LSD being used in microdoses for addiction. I would have loved to have seen the results of that, like the pure results of like his idea happening, you know?
yeah, I said Bill Williams as Bill Wilson. Yeah, the Alcoholics Anonymous guy. Yeah, well, I think the idea they were going to kind of before LSD was made illegal. It's like he had many experiences with it himself and saw the benefits for healing addiction with it, and I think they wanted to sort of use it for that. And then obviously the government came down with the legality thing.
Yeah, like no, you know the whole like the underground like LSD lab that like Vice did that documentary of, and it was like it seemed like an out of world experience, and like the girl that was involved in it was like super nerdy and like weird. That was fucking weird.
Well, we already know that big pharma was spending a lot of money to lobby to keep marijuana illegal.
Yep.
And we've recently found out that it has benefits. So I can't imagine if they found out something like LSD or something else had any kind of medical benefits.
I mean, there's biotech companies now that work with things like weed and fucking what do you call the mushrooms? You heard of a company called MindMed? MindMed. They work with their biotech, and therapeutics, and they trade in the Nasdaq. I'm pretty sure.
Well, dude, it's like, let's say we take the receptor shit, like we take it correctly, right? Let's say this is kind of what I wanted to get across the good white light earlier, right, dude? Is that we have cannabinoid receptors apparently, and cannabis is in the world. Maybe we're not meant to smoke it. Maybe the pollination rate in the very air that we breathe in has some relationship back to our system. Then apparently we have opioid receptors. Also, what we also have is this element of a hallucinogenic receptor that has absolutely no way of having its own input. Meaning, there's a receptor in there with no like transmission to receiving type thing going on at all. It's just not there. but the receptor is there to interact with a different system introducing an hallucinogen, like peyote or psilocybin, right? One of those things. And then it works with that thing when introduced, but there's no standalone system there. And I'm like, what the fuck's that to do with, right? Like, that's crazy. Evolutionists will tell you, like, even Alexander Shulgin has been quoted to say that it's probably something that we unevolved because we, hallucinating while a lion was attacking us was probably dangerous. So we probably evolved to lose that part of our brain, but we kept the receiver, but we didn't. Yeah, exactly. Like, we kept the receiver, but we didn't, keep the transmitter. And I'm like, I don't know if I quite believe that. I just think that what we are, and they say that we're genetically very similar to like a banana to a very high degree, right? Well, fundamentally, the building blocks of where we live were from intelligent designer, creator. So that's why we see these interlinked relationships with these chemicals in our brain. I feel like that could truly be a narrative that's completely congruent with creation, or sorry, a proof even for. No, who knows? I could be wrong, but like, I wonder as well with these processes that, I don't know, Gio, how much you know about astral projection, but I read a story from a guy once that, and interesting enough to take it back to like the Earth or whatever, he was saying that he astral projected to above the Earth and he was like measured the Earth. Like, he literally fucking claimed to measure the Earth.
Cool. That's
Like,
pretty
he got
trippy
to
idea.
go, yeah, like he got to go to the center of it, and like I feel like he made this story up though, because he talked about the dimensions of like the pyramid in Egypt, and that's like the calculator he was using was the pyramid in Egypt, and he was like fucking rotating bits of it like it was some like 3-dimensional abacus, and like he was a glober, obviously. Like, I don't know, it was mad weird. I'll try and find it.
Well, it is called an astral plane, not an astral sphere.
Right? No, that's brilliant. Yeah, man. No, yeah, sorry about like the gun topics. I really didn't know that was like something we probably shouldn't talk about.
No, it's not. It was just like, yeah, when it just gets that far kind of off topic, it's just not really related to any of the topics that we usually discuss on the live stream. It doesn't have to be about the Earth necessarily, but just.
Well, interestingly enough, right, like, so for me, firearms have got like a really big relation back to the Earth.
I was just wiping like desks down and shit in the bathroom, and this sink needs to be done. Hello.
Nice,
Hold
Jeremy.
on.
Nice.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Jeremy, why do we get?
Fuck up.
Great
All right, guys.
input.
Everyone relax. I realize I'm not miking.
Jeremy, you're hot miking.
Thanks, Travis.
Can he hear me? Does he know that I just said that he's hot miking? Somebody tell him that he's hot miking.
Jeremy.
Why is he a mod?
Because he's a legend. It's Jeremy, the legend.
He is a legend.
He is a legend. Yeah,
he is a legend in his own mind, yes.
Like, I have such a vivid image of what Jeremy looks like in my head. Like, he really is like a main character in life, for real. Like, most of you guys are main characters, for real. Like, Gio's like one of the most interesting people I've ever spoke to. I actually really disliked Gio the first few times I met him. That's really changed, but completely changed. I thought he was someone completely different to what he is, and maybe us people chatting shit a little bit as well. Not that I can really remember, but and may even be the same for him toward me. But like, some of the most interesting people I've ever met have been on Discord, and I feel like interested in a certain regard though. Like, everyone's a fucking main character. Like, every one of us could monologue for hours. We have to really restrain ourselves not to. We've all got very strong ideals, but we're all good at communicating. We're good orators. Like, that's what we're good at. Like, fundamentally, this type of social media, for it to become popular, it would only become popular with those types of people that are willing to like dig into the minutia, right? And I think it's interesting, like the type of flat earther that you get on Discord compared to the type that's on Facebook. It's a different fucking caliber altogether, right? Like, and like the position of the Facebook flat earther, like I don't even regard myself as being associated with those people. Like, I'm like, bro, very big difference in it. But yeah, Jeremy's such an interesting guy. Really, Jeremy is such an interesting guy. Like, so I've got this whole image in my head of what he looks like and everything, bro. Like, same with Gio. Hank Hill. Hank Hill's objectively the funniest image I've got in my head of anyone that I've met. He legitimately is a cartoon version of Hank Hill, who is a fucking pizza delivery guy. Like, legit. Like, I see him with like his whole weapon arsenal and shit like that, like AR-15, drawn out,
I
bro,
picture him as a
2D.
bigger guy.
Yeah, like he's big, he's quite
He's
big
bigger,
and
yeah.
tough and wide shouldered and all that, bro. Yeah, Hank Hill, like from the character Hank Hill, like he literally looks like that, but like a Arnold Schwarzenegger mixed with Hank Hill. Like, I have like a real visceral image in my head of like him and Jeremy and yeah, and Gio even.
So, like, look, I'm just gonna say it. Since you don't mute your mic, what are you snorting?
He has a cold sniffles, bro. Or
Yeah,
allergies.
my nose is extremely badly broken, Travis. That's why.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll take. All right. That's
Yeah.
good enough for me. Okay. It
No,
just
if I
happens a
was
lot. I'm
doing
just
that,
like, man.
Sniffing some good coke.
wankers for not telling me. Like, at least you're a good guy. You tell me. Nah, yeah, those sniff sounds are me smoking crack.
Hey, what's that portion of the nose that, yeah, like, you know, cocaine addicts have? God, what is
septum.
that?
The septum gets
Septum. There
eroded.
you go. He's like, he knows it
Yeah, I know.
verbatim.
His name is Crack Villain after all.
Right.
Good shit, man.
Nah, I'm just laughing as a crackhead though. Don't worry. I'm like, how does my nickname, like me villainizing crack people, like I got that name because I beat up a crack dealer. Like, now it makes me the crack dealer. I'm like, for fuck's sake. But yeah, thanks Travis for actually saying that, because I actually forget to not do it on mic. Like, I tend to try and remember, but like it's so reactive
Well,
compared
I'm
to
not
like,
gonna say any. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything anymore. If it's a biological thing that's not a, you know, that you can't help, it's not that big of a deal. But I've just always wondered. I'm like, man, what the heck? He's just letting loose online. You know what I mean?
Well, are you sniffing something, or you just have a runny nose?
no, literally, it's like I got a really badly broken nose. Yeah. I ain't saying I've never done a line on Discord. I ain't saying that. Fundamentally, though, like in England at the moment, there is like a massive epidemic of people with that, and like it's mad annoying because like everything calmed down where I lived, like the violence, all that sort of stuff, and then now this has started happening. It's making it way worse again, probably worse than what it ever was, bro. and now it's like there's a lot of money involved in that shit. So yeah, man. So you see all the black lads in London that are all stabbing each other and that.
Damn.
Yeah, there's some
There's a lot of
yayo
robberies,
involved.
right? Like
Constant, all the time.
It's like
Yep.
picketing. Like what do you call it? Pocket picketing and other shit like that.
Well, nowadays it's more like people just come straight up to you, like spray acid in your face and then take your phone off you, or like just come up, punch you straight in the fucking jaw or something. Take your someone grabs your phone, the other person like whacks you in the jaw as you're like they come up to you, like ram into you on a moped, boom, knock you over on a moped.
Why do you think it's gotten so bad?
Some of it's culture, without doubt, because I don't believe that these lads in London that are stabbing each other are doing it because they can't eat. Because if it was because they couldn't eat, they would just walk into a shop and non-violently take food off the shelf, and they wouldn't even get in trouble for it, really.
Your mic is crackling right now. It's like
now?
if it was wind hitting. It's better now.
Yeah, I thought it was mine.
Do you think it's like new people have come from other countries?
There's an element of that. I feel like the new people coming is actually the fix of the problem in some way, because so we have like the previous generations. I'll bring up the Pakistani community, for instance, right? Like them people are like, they're great. Like they came here because they love England. Like they love, but their children have like this whole like other mindset where they're like lusting after like the riches of the Arab world, and they're like, like sometimes it can be that like they are disconnected to their own culture and they believe their culture represents being anti this culture, therefore it gets applied. Like I feel like there's a bit of that going on. Other parts of it, really and truthfully, like a lot of it I think is fear. And what I mean by fear is that when someone stabs you, the next day I guarantee you want to take a knife out with you too. And because everyone believes that everyone's carrying a knife now, like it's been so prevalent in like rap and all of that. And even if there's only one group of lads on your neighborhood out of 20,000 that are carrying knives, that like it doesn't take much to walk past a group of people every day in an area of 20,000 people. Seems impossible, but you will actually see these people every day. I live in a town, it's like 75,000 people, right? People often think that I probably live in a city by what I explain. I don't. I live in a town. I live in a very big town. And you see the same people all the time, which makes it can make it even more violent than living somewhere like London because of the frequency of it all. But I feel like it's fear a lot of the time. Like, yeah, I got to carry because someone else is carrying. And now that's just become like a snowball. Takes quite a lot psychologically to like resist that, to like go, nah, I'll be different. Like I won't do that, Fundamentally, that's why I think guns should be legal. Like that's another part of it. Seeing what I've seen. So I want to come up with I wonder if there are any programs that could already be used for it. Like I know there are a lot of military simulators, but to just get into like cannons that are like straight line of sight, right? That can be used straight line of sight. Like the best one that I can think of is literally the M1777 howitzer, which is like what most people would even know of in the name of a howitzer, right? So
isn't that artillery?
Yeah, it's an artillery piece, but it can shoot straight line of sight, right? In World War II, the Germans had a flat gun that was an 88mm gun, right? And they repurposed it like 26,000 units or something crazy, right? To be straight line of sight. And these things would sit with a barrel off the ground from anywhere of like 1.5 feet all the way up to 8 feet. So they had a really low profile to the ground, and they used to hit shit periodically, or should I say, around the clock, way out past 10 miles at night and daytime. They even created a bigger spotlight. They had to create a spotlight in the magnitude of 50% bigger than the one that they already had, so that at nighttime they could shoot further because its range was more than that of the previous spotlight that they had before they repurposed the German 88 flat gun to be a straight line of sight shooter. And this thing would knock out Sherman tanks on a daily basis on these tiny little roads in France and, you know, these backcountry roads. And these things would be lying 2 feet off the ground, very low profile to them, very, very low profile. Even if they were at 6 feet, the horizon, the sagittal leading edge of the sphere should be 3.48 miles away. All right. So what have we got there then when that's hitting stuff
They
out
would
to
aim
12
up
miles?
though. They would aim in a curve, like
Okay.
an arc. So they would arc. To go
I
forward.
somewhat can agree with that, but when we add scale, remember, this is something I've thought about a lot. Okay.
I mean, they're not shooting
And
straight. You know what I'm saying? They shoot up in a curve, and they account for distance and curvature.
yeah, we have the drop of the round itself. We do have to lob the round up in the air. I agree with that. Okay.
Right.
But to certain distances and change the velocity of the round, put it 1 foot, 2 feet off the ground, however, okay, there's a difference between indirect fire and lobbing artillery rounds in and direct fire that people in the field have written down. We see a tank at this position. We adjusted to this amount of elevation above and this much holdover. The wind was this, and you do all of it, and it comes out to. And I'm just saying, there are these specific examples where these things were used time and time again for straight line of sight. I understand that you aim slightly above the target and everything like that, but when we go to greater distances, right, there's a point to where direct fire becomes indirect fire, right? Where you're now just using it like an artillery piece. It
Right.
wasn't used in that way. It was used like a rifle, bro. Like, and the
At
fundamentals
shorter
are very
distances,
similar.
though.
At
Right?
shorter distances, when that's a big thing like a German 88, that shorter distance and to scale ratio works out about right for shooting a 5.56, which is a relatively flat round, shooting an 88 millimeter cannon, which has got a very long barrel to it, 2 feet off the ground out to 12 miles over and over again, right? There's a problem there. And then there are other examples of other types of howitzers as well that we have a problem with, because these things continually do the same thing. And you could even say that gravity kept it to adhere to the curvature of the Earth, but then there's a problem with that as well, right? Because the different size of shell, the different velocity, the numbers would be different, right? Like, there would be like a pattern in which we would need to apply to all of the direct fire systems in order to negate this drop rate and what we would apparently have if we were on a globe. We just don't see that at all. So like, I've been trying to do it for a long time to like build a picture of this, like the idea of a physical black swan, or like these guys are looking at a physical object. We see physical impact. We've got the field notes therein, all of the data. We have the elevation angle in which they were shooting at, which is in no way even a couple of degrees off of the 9 o'clock angle. Like, it's literally like horizontal, pretty much flat shooting. And there needs to be a sagittal, right? Like, this thing's 2 feet off the ground and it's shooting out 12 miles, right? Like, you could then claim and say, well, they're looking at a refracted object that's being refracted and, you know, moved up into their vision, and actually they are going over the curve. It just doesn't look that way. It looks like the thing's 12 miles away when you're laying on your belly and you're shooting it and hitting it and you're hearing it come back and the timing's all right. Okay. But the problem with that is like, it works at night too. They had to build a bigger lamp to do the same. Are we saying at nighttime we've got refraction out to 12 miles? No, we can see out to 12 miles easily, right? But I don't know how to put it. There are distances that are even further. The point is like, how far can we stretch that is what I'm trying to get at. We have the examples that look like they're a little bit too far of what we've been told the globe is capable of doing. And my point is it would be cool to be able to take that and push it further, so there would be, beyond the shadow of a doubt, this is what's occurring. You see what I'm saying?
Some of the targets could have been out of line of sight. It's just artillery. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're hitting without line of sight. They just got intel where they're at.
Listen,
And
the field notes of the German 88 as repurposed as a straight line of sight, right? There are no artillery angles used. I know what I'm talking about, right? We're talking about straight line of sight. The men that were sighting this in are looking through a crosshair directly at the thing that they shot. They're observing it the whole period of time from when they aimed at the thing to when they shoot it. I'm not talking about them taking an artillerist angle at all. This is not
It's
not
all
including
like,
that.
right.
It's all straight line of sight. This is why the German 88 is really cool for this, because it was a flak gun for taking down airplanes. It happened that when they realized that this gun, however, was the best thing to knock out tanks, an 88mm was way bigger than what was needed to take out any tank. These things were lightweight, quick to like aim because they used to be flak guns, right? And they repurposed 26,000 of them, and they were the bane of the Americans who were driving Sherman's existence in that theater, the bane of their existence, because these things were very good at taking out those tiny little Shermans, right? Their armor wasn't so good, and so like the field notes that we've got from those crews, they were a crew of 10 guys. So we've got 10 people's positions of what they were doing with these straight line of sight things, and it never seems like they're ever saying that, you know, we had issues where we had to try and lob up over a Sagittaire 2 feet off the ground. It just doesn't seem like that. I'm just saying, I wonder how far we could push the physical idea of it being physically impeded by the curvature of the Earth. Like when I look at these examples, like I said, it's nearly at the point where like it's at the point just over that point to where it's like this wouldn't work on a globe. I'd love to be able to push it to beyond the shadow of a doubt. I'd love to have the ability to do that. Like I was thinking about trying to do it on a military simulator, even maybe to like some extent. If the scale was right on it, you could, but
yeah, look, but I think they do account for curvature. I'm not too familiar though with like
they don't.
artillery and all that, but I think they do.
They don't. I assure you, they don't. They don't account for curvature. It's like when people try
sure?
and yeah, no, I know this for an absolute fact, without a doubt. There is a calculation that you could apply, right? But like, what would be the point?
How about on those? This is a little bit different, but like on ships, like those guns on ships, those battleships.
Well, anything at an angle, you're going to do a parabola, so it's
Right.
not going to be a direct line of sight.
Yep. Well, like yeah, the 18-inch guns and stuff like that, which that's artillery at that point as well. That's not a straight line of sight.
Right.
We sometimes have the examples of guns, 18-inch guns.
Your
and they shoot
your
15
mic's
yards.
really rough right now.
Yeah, it's like crackling again.
I'll go on mute. Is it fixed or not?
Yeah.
I don't know why it's even doing it.
How do you fix it?
I literally just move the pin in the phone a little bit. And it
Might
fixes
be might be rubbing against your beard or something. It sounds like that.
it. The microphone arm, it's like a boom. It's got like a headphone and then it's like an arm attached to it, and it's like way out in front of my face. Like, how do you know I got a beard, bro? Stop doxing me.
No, I've got this cartoon joke in my head from the beginning that you made me think of. Talking about this artillery, like, you know, they've got this four panel comic or whatever, where the field sergeant says, I need two of you out here to figure out how we're supposed to hit these guys. We can't figure out what angle to hit them at. Whoever can do the best, fastest, whatever. And the two guys come up, one's a flat earther and one's a not. And they both are crunching the numbers, and they're like, done, sir. And the guy comes over and he looks at him and he's like, they're both the same. And then the Glober goes, oh, I forgot to account for gravity, sir. Like, yeah, you don't need to, man. They're both the same.
Yep.
I gotta figure out how to make that comic work so you don't have to spell it out, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. But it's like I don't know. I guess like so when it comes to artillery, it's kind of like people think it's like a really exact science, but all the way back to like its beginning, it was an observational based system until we got data.
Yeah, think about launching a fucking catapult. You know what I mean? That's just a large scale mortar. Just like, oh yeah,
Yep.
change it, just crank, click, click. Few degrees higher, more acute.
Well, they had like so you've got like a catapult, right, versus a slingshot or whatever, right, and then a trebuchet. So those trebuchets, bro, like that stuff's insane. Like to think that like people genuinely stormed castles at one time with these like huge, massive like arms made of wood that had like cords attached to them and a huge bit of ballast on one end, and like sort of pull out a pin and this huge like 40-ton bit of rock would just fall from like 40 feet in the ground in the air down and swing underneath us. Like, whoa. I sometimes think about how polarized we are today, that like it often seems like the things of the past would be impossible, right? Like how would it be possible for us today to like conceive of like building like some of these big things like the Chinese Great Wall, for instance? Like how could that ever happen today? Like it would never be able to happen, even if you had the materials, the manpower. Like you don't have the societal structure, like you need like a warrior culture and like the whole country to be in the army for that to work, like for real. Like the Romans built a wall to keep the Scottish people out of England when they decided that they were too much trouble to fight with for no like for little gain. Like just build a
One
wall.
second, Crack.
Speaking of walls, you know what's crazy is the Great Wall of
Come on, bro.
China.
I interrupted Crack. Yo, if I'm looking east right now in New York, can I see Mars?
Ooh, yeah.
What's the app that tells you what shit you're seeing in the sky? What's the name of one of those apps? Skyview. All right.
Above.
I saw one channel was
You already
talking about Saturn and Jupiter and Venus tonight or something like that. So there might be some kind of alignment out there.
The last thing I heard about Venus was Pete Shea, right, in the live stream text. Venus rhymes with penis, and I'm like it was just out of nowhere. Like I don't know why he said it.
He said it before.
He's fucking out there, bro. Like I like him. It's funny.
Yeah, Jeremy, Mars should be in your east. That's right.
Yeah, it's almost dead east. And that one's Jupiter. We can see Mars and Jupiter right now.
Yeah, but Jupiter's more southeast, but yeah.
Yeah. How many more fucking planets can I see? That's it? Just 2?
Saturn, but it's not very easy to see, especially not from New York, I don't think. I think
No,
Venus
this guy
is
on
close
TikTok
to-
got a dope ass telescope, and you can see Saturn nice in it.
You can sometimes see it with the naked eye. It just depends on what kind of sky you got.
You got to check out Take Back Space TV on YouTube. He does a pretty good job of shooting the sky.
Oh, is he like a flat earther or?
He shies away from that topic. I heard back in the day he went on Pro 777 and was talking flat Earth, but then he for some reason dropped off the discussion map and just went back to his channel and just shoots the sky. But he's got a lot of fringe ideas about the nature of the moon and whatnot. So he's pretty interesting to think about. He's pretty well read. He sounds a lot like a lot of guys here that have looked into those topics and can talk about them.
Fair enough. So I got like this shirt, right, was given to me, and it says like imagination on it, and it's like a picture of Einstein wearing like a Hawaiian tiki shirt, and he's got like a little ukulele, and he just looks mad stoned.
Hey, Jeremy, are you still? If you're still there, I got to drive into the Bronx tonight.
Wait, you're in fucking New York too? No way.
No, I'm in Virginia right now, but I've got to take my delivery into the Bronx for
Bro,
tomorrow.
I'm not in a city. I'm wait. You know where I am.
Yeah, man.
I'm
No,
from the
I'm
Bronx.
not. I'm not telling you so that we can meet up. I'm just shooting the shit.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, that's where I was born.
Do you still live there?
In the Bronx? No, man.
Mm.
If you're smart, you can usually get out.
Why do they call it the Bronx?
Because of the Bronx River.
Yeah.
Why? Yeah, but why is it called the Bronx River?
Because that's the name of the river. Like the Rio
Well, who was
Grande
it
River.
named after?
After a horse?
No, the Bronx River. I forget what it was named after, but
A bucking bronco.
The city's named after the river, which is why it has a "the" in front of it.
Objection. Citation needed. Zanuck comes in. I am the citation. That was like the best thing I ever heard a Glober ever say. Like, I am the citation. Like, bro, that was like, yeah, Zanuck's like a main character too, bro.
Oh, the river was named after a Swede called Jonas Bronk. So it was called the Bronx.
Someone named a vegetable after a river after a vegetable. That's mad, bro. So, like, what part of the Bronx did you grow up in then, bro?
It's called Valentine Avenue.
Alright.
Looks like it's right there next to Shea Stadium
Shea Stadium?
or Yankee Stadium or whatever.
Yeah.
Where's Shea Stadium? Is that the Red Sox?
Shea Stadium was in New Jersey. I think it's the Mets.
Oh, okay. So it's just called Yankee Stadium then.
Wait, Travis, you're driving all the way to New York tonight.
No, I'm just gonna go halfway.
The Red Sox will be the Fenway in Boston.
Yeah, Fenway. Okay. Well, then what's Shea for? Why would it be in Jersey?
No, it was in Jersey. I think it's in Queens now.
I don't know. It looked like on my map. It showed me Yankee Stadium right there off of 27. What is that highway?
Yeah, Yankee Stadium's in the Bronx for sure.
Yeah.
Hold on. Oh no, Shea Stadium was shut down in 2008. That's right.
So kosher, is your name anything to do with you being kosher? Like kosher, or
Yeah, it was kosher chocolate.
like KKC?
KKC? No, it's just kosher chocolate. Hold on.
Wait, does that mean you're black? That's presumptuous, right? Chocolate in the name.
Sorry, give me a second. I'll be right back.
He is black, but only from the waist down.
Is there any reason he couldn't have said yeah before he set like left then?
Yeah. I knew you were talking about this. Just give me a second. Hold up.
Oh yeah, Travis. Kosher did the reenactment, right, of the Star Trails, right? So I didn't get to see it. Did you?
So tonight?
No, like recently. Apparently, he had to like block out part of the image because his naked girlfriend was in it or some shit. If you
Yeah,
remember.
it wasn't her. He was lying. It was him. He was in the thing on his underwear or whatever. Whatever. Yeah, yeah. I was there when he was talking about it. He still hasn't sent it to me.
Wait, so no one's seen this yet? Wait.
You know, I think he posted it, but I was driving, so I couldn't watch because it was on my phone.
Oh,
It was so, you know, the image would have been so small, I wouldn't have been able to see details. But I asked him to send it to me, and he still hasn't.
well, that needs to be sorted out. Because, like, I don't know how any of these Globers can think that if they do what we're actually talking about, that they would get the same effect. I don't know how anyone in their right mind could say that could ever happen. You know?
Yeah, well, I mean, I would think that you need to make the points of light quite a few so that you can get the starry sky effect, not just like 1, 2, or 3 lights, but whatever.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And it would be nice for it to be like like an actual time lapse as well, like not just like a long exposure shot, like an actual time lapse of it.
Yeah, because if you think about the rate of rotation, it's not going to be proportional to what the Earth does. Because
Right.
if you take your phone and you swing it really quick, that I don't know how else to say it, but that rate of motion is going to cause a distortion in your film. It just when I'm filming video with my camera and I move too quick, everything just like goes wonky.
Yeah.
But that's not how fast we're traveling. Like the Earth is going so fucking slow. You know what I mean? That's why you can't see star trails with your eyes. You know what I mean? So like
Yeah.
it's not even so like even though he did it in a way, it still wasn't a model because it's not moving to the rate that the Earth is actually moving to create the star trails.
What is that like? The surface is like moving at 400 meters a second, I believe.
Yeah, but when it's so fucking big,
How many
it's
feet are in a meter? Again,
3.3.
3. Okay, so wait there. 400. Fucking hell, bro.
It's like a
The
quarter,
surface of the
1,500.
surface, exactly, which is like, bro, that's as fast as like the Krag Jorgensen rifles were firing back in the 1890, bro. Like that's like bullet quick.
Yeah.
That's fucking fast, bro.
Right, and we're just sitting on it, chilling out. Hey, what's going on? How you doing?
To think the surface of the Earth is going like 400 meters a second, like that's fucking quick. Yeah, that makes me feel a little bit woozy.
What up, Flatties? Hey, you guys are quiet.
Yo, what up?
Who dat?
Who dat?
Ooh, crack villain.
Damon with an E.
That's me.
Like Damon-y. Like
Yep.
you're even more Damon than anyone Damon could be.
Well, how about Damone? Is it Damone?
I don't know, that's kind of like a
It could be whatever you want, yeah.
Damone. That sounded really insulting to you. I don't know why.
Well, no, it's whatever you want it to be. But if you really want to know what it is, it's my middle name with my last initial. I just thought it was kind of. I just thought it looked cool.
Did you hear Travis dox me earlier? He told everyone that I had a beard.
I got a beard.
Don't dox yourself, bro. Fuck.
What? Dox myself? What's up?
You don't get it? All right. Well, there's like a phenomena that occurs online where people dislike you. So if you have a layer of anonymity on a platform like this, for instance, like people would find out who you really are, then tell everyone else, right? That would be doxing. The releasing of personal information.
Yeah,
held
no,
here.
I was acting ignorant. I actually knew that, but I to be honest, on certain platforms, I dox my own self. I put my full name, everything. I'll tell you anything you want to know.
Yep.
Not here most of the time, but like it's out there if you really wanted to know.
Yeah, not really. That's weird, right? Like, well, no, I wouldn't mind to know, but like, I'm not gonna go out of my way, right? Like,
well, it doesn't really matter, right? Like if it mattered in some sense that you needed to know who or like where, well, you know what I mean, like something personal about me. But then you would know. But like, since most people don't really need to know any of that shit, especially on some stupid chat platform or gaming platform, what the fuck do you need to know that for?
But don't you think it's weird that actually we would need to know each other's names much more here than we would on any other form of social media that I know of, really? And like, this is the place that we don't share our names. Like, this is fundamentally the place that we would need to know one another's name more than Facebook, let's say, right?
Well, I don't know. Like, it's weird because like I have lots of like personal conversations, just not in general chat, you know what I mean? Like I just private message people. Like I've given I gave a computer away to somebody. They needed to know, you know what I mean? Like they got my return address and stuff, so like technically they could fuck me over if they wanted, I guess.
I don't know why they would do
that. But I know them now too. You know, they gave me their address and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. It's weird. Like if I get to know people, I don't mind necessarily giving out my information. You know what I mean? But not just not out in a general chat where there's like fucking 50 people. You know what I mean? Like I don't know who they are.
Saying that someone on Discord actually sent me a laptop as well. Like legit did. Fucking completely saved my life. Not my life, but you know what I mean. It really helped me out, bro. Like I had like 2 laptops break in really quick succession. I couldn't afford to get another one there and then.
Well,
so they just sent me one. I was like, okay.
I had a computer that I bought, and it was going on about 5 years. But what I did was I upgraded it with the max RAM and a decent solid state hard drive.
Nice.
And a brand new battery. I was going to keep it as a backup, but then I was like, oh, there's probably somebody out there that could use this thing. You know what I mean? That's like not well to do or like something like that. So it ended up going to South American child. So that's cool. Whatever. They didn't have it. It was for school. So I was like, cool. We'll do that.
Yeah, their dad probably set up a like drug distribution network on the internet straight away.
No.
I'm just fucking around. I was just being I was just going to completely be a complete downer.
It's
on the whole
possible
thing.
that it could happen, but I know the person that it went to, and they do work teaching and stuff like that. So it was through a school, legitimate. So it's fine.
Teaching people how to cook, man.
I have the contacts. I even have a picture of them using it. So yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, you could see all the different equations for how to cook meth on the screen. It was brilliant. No, I'm just fucking. I'll shut up.
Yeah, really, he's a fucking mule and he needs a laptop to book his flights and shit. No, I don't. I don't
Yeah. We sent it back and forth twice when it got broken too. We had to take it to this super shady shop that was like on the corner of this street, and we met another guy from South America there, and he took the computer, and it was done in literally 2 minutes. He just opened it up, did something, and then gave it back. You know, that's funny. How come I've never seen or heard you in here before? Then, like, you just
I come in just randomly here and there. Like most of the time, the conversation annoys the living freaking F out of me, so I can't last very long, or I'll get booted. But like, you know, like I'm well, I don't know if I'm friends, but like I'm acquainted with Kosho, Jeremy, I've known for a while, a couple others.
So I'm guessing you're
Percent's been around a little bit.
Not a flat earther, then, are you?
Oh hell no.
No, yeah.
No, not me.
I don't even think I'm a flat earther, you know, like I feel like that's a bit of a pigeonhole type term. Like I don't know. There's so much involved with that fucking moniker that like
Wow.
I don't know that I like it, accept it.
Yeah, I mean it puts you in a particular place where you're having to accept quite a lot of the conspiracy world. So like you know, whether any of it's true or not, I'm just saying that once you sort of take on the flat earth, you know, and make that your own, like there's a lot of baggage that comes with it. Or it's like a globe, you know, a person that just believes in regular reality, right? You don't have any of that baggage. You don't have to follow anything. You just go with reality.
I wouldn't say that globe comports to like what we would see in terms of reality, but like as projected out of the people that live in the reality, you can create a scope of a viewed reality that appears to be a representative viewed reality that we can all look at, you know?
No, there's an objective truth to statements. So like if I make a statement,
that's true. Yeah, I don't mean that.
The sky is blue, right? Like we can know what those words mean, and we can test that whether that sky is what those words mean, right? Like that we can test if that statement is true or not. And like that's the reality. Like to muddy it up and wishy-wash it with the speak that you were just talking about is just this is pseudoscience. This is
what I mean by that is like
of all conspiracy.
Well, what I mean by that is that like the sky appears to be blue, but like if we take
it
air,
is blue because that's the defined terms that we have. We know what the sky is, and you know what blue is, right? Sky.
I know,
blue.
yeah, of course. But if one person heard that, they could turn around and say, "Well, do you mean the constituent parts of the sky are blue, or just the thing we look at, the heavens?"
Well, sure. I mean, we can get more detailed if you mean that, but like then we would use those words, and those words would have definitions and meanings that we could.
And that's what I mean by building.
And then if we're honest,
reality. That's what I mean by building agreed upon reality, right? That like things can look one way, but they don't actually need to be that way when you zoom out in an orthographical type view, right?
Me and you talking about it doesn't create the reality, right? Like there is reality.
I agree to that, yeah.
And then we can interact with the reality. We might be, you know, wrong about certain things about what we think reality is, but
I'm not saying that we would talk about it and create a reality. I'm saying that people talk about it, agree on like an image of what they think reality is, and then the image is a representation of that, not an actual reality created. Like, obviously not. That's fucking
Oh
ridiculous.
yeah, well, I mean, if you mean that we each hold our own worldview in our minds, yeah, I'll agree with that.
But I'm more talking about like one has baggage, and it's like, well, yeah, one does. It's just that one view, and it's a view that no one has had. Like, no one is looking back at the Earth as a globe, right? But like,
Well, look, what
well,
I
no
mean
one's
by
really
baggage
educated
is
it as a
that
globe.
one view, right, gives you a certain cognitive dissonance where you have to hold either two dissonant views, like discordant views within your head at the same time, or you know what I mean? Like you're gonna have to give up one for the other. And like a flat Earth, like if you're believing things like the Earth is flat, then you're basically taking bits of reality that you know exist and turning it on its head and saying, no, that's not actually reality. I'm going to make it this reality to fit flat Earth, right? Like there's a certain point in time where you have to actually tell yourself, like, no, the reality that actually exists isn't reality. It's actually this instead. Like,
But
you know
like,
what I'm
we could
saying?
say
This is the thing I'm
both
talking
are
about.
the same thing, though, right? It just depends on the chronology and what end you meet up with it, right? We have flat
No.
Earth being the thing that has no baggage with it in the past, and then the globe would have been the thing with baggage at the beginning. Now
No,
is
this
not.
is
Now flat Earth is again.
no, this is just that's just crazy conspiracy. I mean, you don't live your life that way in any other normal thing except for things related to the flat earth, like in this server. Like if you go outside and you get in your car and you go to work, none of that stuff comes up. You exist in reality. You do the reality thing. You make your coffee. You know, make your food. You wash
Yeah,
your
and the globe
dishes. You
doesn't come up either.
freaking put the gas in your car because all these things are known in reality to like exist, and the statements that you make in your mind to do those things are known to you. You don't question them in the way that you would the shape of the earth. Like it's not. The reason why why I'm saying like flat earth is a baggage is because like it's out of the ordinary. It's you must make an active effort to like deny reality to make flat earth exist.
Yeah,
I'm
you know,
saying you're
I get up,
denying
I
the
go to work,
presented.
I'm
You're
in my
denying the
car.
presented
Yeah.
reality, not the reality you perceive with your own actual eyes and your own senses and your own, you know, vestibular fucking system. You're not, you know, like.
Yeah, Crack, you know, you just got to get in the reality, bro. You go to work, you think, okay, you know, I'm spinning, I'm upside down relative to where I was yesterday.
No, you don't think any of those things. This is my
Oh, but
point.
that's reality. That's your reality, right?
No, you don't think about
well, then
any
it's
of
not
those
reality.
things.
Well, then
That's not.
then your reality is a
This
stationary
is a
level Earth,
straw
right?
man of what I said. That is not what I said.
No, it's
And
just
you
a
know it.
reality. Our observed
This is
reality is a stationary
this
level
is what
Earth.
I mean.
We
It's
all
like
experience.
either
That's our reality. We agree.
either you agree, like any other normal person, right, that the world is what it is, right, a globe.
Yeah, you don't have to believe that. It's
That's solid.
stationary and level. That's what it is.
Or you
Obviously
become
stationary and level.
dishonest and believe something else.
Oh, start believing that you're spinning when you're not at all. Yeah, that's dishonest.
Well, you know
You're
that's
right.
not what anybody believes. We don't believe.
Yeah, you're
any
right,
of that
but
shit.
they really shouldn't believe it. But they
No,
do.
the
People
way
think
you're
they're on a
saying it.
spinning ball, and it's obviously not.
We don't believe the way you're saying it. You know this. This is a straw man.
Although you think it's happening, but you don't experience it whatsoever. That's called a belief.
No, we do experience it, just not in the way you're talking about.
Oh, how do you experience it with your interpretation of observations of the sky?
No, by
How do you
observations
experience it?
around us and reasoning rightly.
Okay, reasoning rightly. Explain that to us, please.
Just like I said with the statement, if I said the sky was blue, you know what I'm saying, right? And
Yeah,
to deny
simple.
that would be to live in discord, right, with your own thoughts.
Sky is blue. The Earth is stationary. It's level. I mean, these are all obvious observations. You're right.
Well, like if you want to make the world in such simple black and white terms, that's up to you.
Well, that's what
Like,
you were doing by saying the sky is blue.
No, it's not, because it's much more complicated than that, right? Like,
Oh, it's
there's
more
a reason
complicated. I
why
thought
the
you were
sky
saying
is.
it's simple.
We can talk about the sky is blue, right? But there's a reason why the sky is blue. Do you know why the sky is blue?
Oh, that's what we were trying to get at. Why the sky is blue is more interesting.
Right, but like you can keep going down, right? Keep going down and down and down. And how do we find out these things, right? Like by making a statement, right? And then showing the statement to be true. Show that the earth is flat.
Well, it's obviously flat. I mean, stationary and level. That's all
It
we
isn't.
can really. Well, that's all we observe. That's our reality that we all experience.
Look,
you have to agree
okay,
with that.
so if I look at the sky and just the sky only, right? I can deny the earth I'm standing on.
That's what people do when they think they're living on a spinning ball. They're denying the
You
earth
totally
they're
missed the
standing on
point.
because
This
it's
is what I
totally
mean.
the opposite
You're
of what they
arguing
think it is.
dishonest. You're arguing
No,
dishonest.
I'm just
You know
saying.
exactly what
I
I
thought
said.
your point was that we observe reality, and that's what it is. It's just simple, right?
Well, no. Well, that was the earlier point, but we had
No,
moved
I
on
thought
from
that's.
that, and I was talking about
Oh,
the
now it's more
sky. And then, if I look very specifically at the sky, if I basically put blinders on, right, and look only at the sky and nothing else, I can
Then
deny
you might think
everything
you're on a
around
spinning
me
ball.
except for the sky, right?
Then you
I
might
could
think
do
you're on a
that.
spinning ball because the sky is the only thing that matters. You're not even worried about your experience.
Well, I mean,
on Earth.
technically, the clouds are moving, so I could think that I might be
So there you
moving.
go. Yeah, you could think that, but it wouldn't be anything you experience in reality.
Right. But
Yeah,
if I
there you
could
go.
think that, right, like there would be a reason why I thought that, right? And that would be because the clouds are moving, and so therefore I would think maybe I'm moving.
Oh,
as
there you
well.
go. That seems pretty real to you, I guess.
Well, I'm just saying that would be something I could reason, right? If I just
You could
focus
reason that if you
specifically
like,
on the
yeah.
cloud and nothing
Yeah,
else.
but you'd have to have good reason for that, right?
You live, and this is what I mean by you don't live like this normally. Like when you go about your life, you don't
Normally, I
question. You don't question your own reality around you in this way. Like the only
Well-
reason why you would do that is because if you had a belief that you wanted to believe, but there was evidence against it.
Yeah,
So
like if you wanted to believe you're spinning when there's no evidence that you are in your experience.
there is evidence that you're spinning. We even just talked about
nothing
it.
you
You said that
experience.
it could be that we are moving.
Reality is reality. The sky is blue. We're not spinning. Those are simple observations.
No, those aren't simple observations.
Well, if you want to believe that there's something else going on, you could do that.
Okay, well, I mean, if you want to take each statement in a vacuum and just think about the statement itself with no other knowledge around it, right? We'd basically be living in a 51st state situation where it's like every day we woke up and we would have to learn everything over again. So if you want to live your life that way, you're more than welcome to do that. But I don't.
Well, if you were never told anything about the whole spinning ball idea, right? And you just like experienced the station.
I would have reasoned it out
stationary level.
already.
Well, let's just say that your experience was just the stationary level Earth, just like our reality is for anyone.
If the
right?
Earth actually was stationary and level, then I would believe the Earth was stationary and level. But it
you wouldn't
isn't,
have to.
and so I
It's what
don't.
you experienced. Do you think you have to believe that you're sitting in a chair when you're sitting in a chair? Is that a belief?
No, that's
No,
not,
it's just
that's
reality.
Not,
It's
that's
simple,
knowledge, right?
Yeah, it's knowledge.
Knowledge is a
Yeah,
subset of belief, so
there's
technically
no
it is a
reason to
belief.
believe it. You're just sitting in a chair. The Earth
No.
is stationary. It's obviously
No,
what
I
it is.
believe that I'm in
until
a
there's
chair
reason to believe
because I'm
otherwise.
sitting in a chair and I have evidence that I'm sitting in a chair,
Yeah.
meaning that
And the
I can
chair's
see
not
a
moving.
chair.
You're not moving.
I can
Nothing's
see and
moving.
feel that I'm sitting here.
Yeah, you can feel that you're not spinning, so you shouldn't believe that you're spinning unless you have good reason to.
If I wanted to live, if I wanted to take,
that you're not spinning.
if I wanted to take that fact in a vacuum and not look at anything else about the world around me, I could sit here in my little box world that's 1 foot around me and not see anything else around me and not reason about anything else around me, and I can see basically live a solipsist fucking life where I'm the only person. The chair is the only thing in my world, and I'm sitting in my chair, and I could believe that I'm not moving and there's nothing else about the fucking world, right?
You don't have to
But
believe it.
we
It's your
don't.
experience.
We don't
Why
have
would
to
you have to
live our
believe that?
lives that way because we know that there's more to this world than just the chair and me sitting in it, right?
Well, if you don't feel movement, it's just the same as you sitting in a chair. It's
Well,
obvious that you're not
I
moving.
don't feel my brain thinking, but is it thinking?
I don't know. You tell me. Doesn't sound like it.
Well, the definition of think would be what I'm doing right now.
I guess
I'm
so. If you want to
thinking,
call it that.
I'm thinking that you're being dishonest to your own self to
Must be
believe
me.
something that's not true for some
Yeah.
weird reason.
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
know.
sitting in a chair
I've
right
never
now,
been
in
able to
fact.
figure it out.
No reason to
I've never
believe
been
I'm
able to
sitting
figure
in
it
a
out
chair.
why people would want to remain in the ignorant. I don't know why you want
Yeah,
to
that
remain
makes no sense.
willfully
If
ignorant.
it's obviously not a spinning ball, why remain ignorant? Right? It's obviously not a spinning ball. So why just
Well, it
remain
is.
like believing in that? Oh, it is
Well,
obviously. Well, I don't feel like I'm spinning, and it doesn't seem
oh,
like
well,
it's spinning.
therefore it must
I
be
don't see any
true.
curvature. No, it's
Because,
just what I observed. There's no reason to believe otherwise unless there's really
well,
good
if I
reason to.
observe something, if I observe it, it must be true.
No, I'm not saying that. But I mean,
Whatever I
if you
reason
think
that
if you
observation to
think
be, it
your
must be true.
reality
This
is
is
the
what I mean.
opposite.
You've never
If you think
you've never
reality is the
planned on going
opposite,
any deeper than that, right?
no,
It
not at all.
doesn't
I'm just
feel
saying.
like it's flat. I mean, it feels like it's flat. It looks like it's flat. It doesn't feel
Well,
like
yeah,
it's
we can
moving.
agree
So
on that. At
therefore,
least,
it's flat and it's not moving.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you have to have really
That
good
is what
reason
you
to think
said.
that you're real. No, no, it's not. You strawman me. I just said if you were to think that your
Oh, okay.
reality is the opposite of what it seems in every way, you would have to have really good reason to think that it's the opposite of what it seems in every way. Because there's
You
no
live
reason
in
to
a
believe
vacuum.
that it seems anything other than it is, because that's the way it seems, right?
You
So,
live in a world of 51st states where you never know anything. You
I
have
didn't
to
say
learn
that.
it
That's another straw man.
every
No,
time
there's lots
somebody
to know.
tells you
There's lots
this.
to learn.
Every time you hear this from people like me that you've heard a million times over by now, you have to relearn it over and over again. And the
Relearn
reason why
what?
that is because you have to
Relearn
constantly
what?
convince
Relearn
yourself
what?
that the Earth is flat and not a globe, like
I
you
don't
know it
convince
is.
myself. Like I said, it's just your experience, man. There's no reason to think that there's
It's
convincing
not
going on there.
it's not just my experience, right? Like there's things about our lives that we know are true. And
Well, that's what you think.
And the reason why we know that they're true is because they're evident, right? Like
Well, that's not
it's
evident at all.
evident that they're true.
No, it's a belief because nothing about
Do the
your
wheels on the
experience
bus go round
tells
and
you.
round? Or is that just
That's
what
a
the song
different
says?
question. I don't know. You tell me.
Well, I've seen a bus and I've seen the wheels go around. So I'm
that means
assuming
that
that the
we're on a
wheels go
spinning
round
ball
and
because
round.
the wheels go around and around on a bus, so we must be on a spinning ball. Is that your conclusion?
Yes, that's exactly what I said.
That makes sense. See how a straw man feels?
I know how a straw man feels. That's what flat earthers do.
Oh yeah, we do it all day long because we have
You
no
cherry
argument.
pick statements and then you straw man the fuck out of it.
You'd like to believe that because otherwise,
This
why
is
would
what
you
I
be
mean
here?
by you live in a vacuum, right? It's that you take a statement in a vacuum and you know nothing
No.
else about the world except for that statement in any given moment. What you
No,
know,
I just don't assume anything
that
that I
knowledge
can't
is like
prove
a
for
spider
myself.
web, and that, you can take any connection of that spider web, right, and look at it up close and just see that connection. But what you're ignoring is the fact that you're looking at that small connection and ignoring everything about the spider web and the fact that it's connected to many other things.
Yeah,
including
that's
its
true.
own self and many different connections. So
Right,
this is not the way we think about things in the world. So when you say you see an observation that the Earth looks flat and that it's stationary, this is what you're doing. You're
we all
looking at
do.
a node within the spider web and ignoring every fucking other fact about the world.
No, I looked at all those things and they don't make any sense any longer. They used to, but they're
Exactly.
actually
They
not
don't make
true.
any sense any longer. This is something that you
Yeah,
need to get yourself together
because
with.
they're provably not
You
the
need to
case.
like back the fuck out of the weird conspiracy thing you got your brain into and come back to reality. You can do
You're
it.
hilarious, dude.
I have faith in you. You can do it.
Yeah, well, you have faith in the ball spinning too, but you can't prove it. So
Actually, I don't have faith in the ball spinning.
well, it seems like you do.
No.
Oh,
The
well,
ball
what's it
spinning.
based on?
I have evidence. I have evidence, so I don't really need
Evidence,
the faith.
but no experience of it whatsoever.
I do experience it, just not in
Oh,
the way
you mean your interpretations of the
expect.
sky?
Interpretations, that's a loose word I don't like to use. No, it's not an
It's
interpretation.
pretty
It's
loose.
my observations.
And then you don't interpret those observations whatsoever.
I don't know what you mean by interpret.
Well, it has to be interpreted to be a spinning ball, right?
No, it has to be denoted to some fact, right? Like, so I can make a statement about it, and then
Okay, go
that
ahead.
statement is either true or false. There's no
Okay, make a statement about it.
About what exactly?
About the sky, whatever it is that you said you're
Oh,
going to
the
make a
sky is
statement about.
blue.
Oh, okay. That makes it a spinning ball. I don't get it. Now
No,
you're
you didn't say that. You want me to
well.
say
You said
something about it
you
being a
don't have
spinning
faith
ball?
that you're on a spinning ball. That you just it's not interpretations. It's just observations. So what are these observations that make you think you're on a spinning ball?
If I can observe a certain point in the sky with my camera, and the stars move in a nice circle.
Yep, that's what
come
we
back on
see.
itself.
Yeah.
So I can reason that the way that could happen is if I'm standing on something that's rotating in a regular fashion.
Well, that sounds like an interpretation to me.
No, that's a hypothesis, and then I can
okay.
test
Not
the
even.
hypothesis, right? So
There you go. You can test it. Go
I
ahead.
can make I could make a statement from that, right, which would be my
Make a
hypothesis, and
statement.
it's either true or false.
There you go. So you don't interpret anything, huh?
I don't know what you mean by interpret. You refuse to
it's an important
define
word.
what interpret means.
Well, I wish
Well,
you
I mean,
knew,
interpret
that
has
would
many
help a lot.
definitions, like many of the words in our language. They have many definitions, so I'm not sure what you're using it as.
Well, I'm not sure exactly why you would be confused about that word.
Well, because flurfers are very shady people.
We're all shady. Yeah, we're very shady. We think that our reality is as it seems. It's so shady.
Yes, that's very shady.
Very shady, yeah. The sky's blue. Earth isn't spinning. Those are shady things to say.
Well, not the sky is blue. That's pretty evident.
Oh, but that seems pretty evident. You're right. Seems pretty evident we're not moving too.
No, it doesn't.
Well, you feel
Then
spinning?
how do you explain all the other things around you? Like, you observe the sky is blue.
Wait.
But you ignore everything else about the world.
I'm not ignoring it. I'm saying that your interpretations of it may not be true.
My interpretations. These aren't just my interpretations, right?
Well, the interpretations you believe are true.
Wait, what is interpretation again? I'm sorry, you still haven't defined it.
You know what? I'm not going to define it for you because you're halfway
Exactly,
smart
because
enough
you
to
would
figure it out.
prefer to be shady.
Yeah, like defining a word that we all know and should understand and not have to ask each other for the interpretation
Well,
of the
I
word
feel like I feel like the reason why you're including the word interpretation in the sentences that you were using was to be obfuscatory. What's the word I'm looking for? Obfuscate. It means to obfuscate, but like the act of obfuscating.
Well, you have to agree that we see the
your
stars.
true.
Enough of a fucking pissing match with you two.
He says that he observes the stars moving in circles, and that's true. We do. So it's either the stars moving or us moving, right? It depends on your interpretation.
It could be both. It could that both of them could be moving.
That could be, yeah, but there's no evidence that we're moving whatsoever. So I'm gonna cross that off my list.
If it could be all of those things, then why do you say it's not all of any of those?
Because I'm obviously not. Because the Earth is obviously not moving whatsoever, so I'm crossing that
Obviously
off. My
not
common
moving.
sense is going to make some deductions right off the bat, right there. Okay.
Was there an earthquake that just happened?
Oh, earthquakes mean the Earth is spinning?
No, but I'm saying, did you feel that earthquake?
Well, if the earthquake makes the Earth move, that's totally different than it spinning.
Why?
Well, if I have to explain that to you, I'm not sure.
In my area, there were several earthquakes in the past month that were over 1.5 magnitude, and technically, you could feel that if you wanted to, right? If you were staying.
You're saying that's the same as
meditating, but you didn't feel any of that stuff, so therefore, the Earth isn't moving. Correct?
Yeah, that's what you said. I didn't say that.
Well, see, now you're being dishonest. You know exactly what I was saying.
No, I thought you were saying that because there's earthquakes, the Earth must be spinning.
That is not what I said, and you know that's not what I said. I gave you a huge, long description of what the fuck I was talking about. So now you're being dishonest.
You go ahead and restate it.
You're a dishonest person. You know that you are.
You can try to call me dishonest. I'm just trying to figure out your interpretation.
No, I'm not calling you. I'm using evidence.
Oh, I guess you could replay this conversation and maybe have as much of a laugh as I will when I re-listen to it.
Listen, I'm saying that in my area there were a specific amount of earthquakes that were 1.5 magnitude or a little bit less.
Awesome.
Okay, and at about 1.5, if you're say meditating on the floor or whatever, you could feel the earthquake. However,
Wow,
I
then
didn't
you know
feel
what?
any of those earthquakes, so therefore those earthquakes didn't exist. Correct? The Earth
No, I'm
wasn't
just
moving.
saying if you could feel the earthquake, you should be able to feel the 1,000 miles an hour in rotation, right?
Well, okay, we can look at that, but just acknowledge what I said before, right? Before we move on.
Well,
Do you
what, you're
understand what I
straw
was
man?
saying?
You're straw man about that, or because you didn't feel
No,
the earthquake,
no,
it must
I'm
not
not
be
straw
happening.
manning anything. I'm
That's what
telling
you
you
said.
something. I'm trying to explain something to you. I was wondering if you're following me or whether I was explaining it properly or if I'm explaining it poorly, in which case you're not understanding me. So are you understanding what I'm saying or are you not understanding what I'm saying?
I think you said that because you didn't feel the earthquake, it must not exist, right?
No, I asked you
As a
the
straw
question.
man.
No, I
Right.
asked
As
you
if
the
I
question.
would say
That
that.
was a question about
Right.
where I'm at in the conversation. So I was
But it was
explaining
as if
something,
I was saying
and I
that.
asked you a question if you were following or not.
So you're trying to make it a parallel to the fact that you don't feel the earthquake means it must not be happening, as
No,
if I
that's
were
what you're
saying, well,
saying.
because I don't feel the earth spinning, it must not be happening, right? That
Right.
was your
I'm giving you an
attempt.
analogy, right,
Right.
to
I get it.
explain
With
why
you.
what you're saying is stupid.
Right. And you know what? When you replay this, you can decide who's stupid here, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I think other people might have already.
I have
Okay.
decided who was stupid.
Well, I would assume that you probably think you're the smart one in this conversation.
No, I'm not smart at all. Actually, I'm just an air compressor salesman.
No, no way.
Yeah.
You got me, man. You really fooled me there. You were just being dishonest about being smart, or you were trying to seem smart. And you fooled
Never
me
said I
there.
was smart. Doesn't take
You
much
had me
smarts
fooled.
to sort of explain reality.
Yeah, like the sky is blue. We're not moving. It's obviously a level plane.
Never said those
It doesn't take smarts to do that. It's just an observed
I
reality.
only
You're right.
said that the sky was blue,
Hmm.
and then I
Okay.
explained how you saying that since we don't seem like we feel the Earth moving, that the Earth isn't moving.
Oh, I thought you said that it'd be really complex, and that's when you get into the complexities of things, which would be, you know, but you have to be smart to
Well, I'm
understand how
trying
it's
to, but you
moving.
still can't. You can't seem to follow even on the surface level.
Well,
So
wouldn't you say it would be? You'd
you're
have to be somewhat
obfuscating, you're
smart.
ducking, you're dodging, you're like calling me
No, I'm
this or
just
that.
asking you a simple question now. Wouldn't you think that you'd have to be somewhat smart to understand how the Earth could be spinning in several different directions at
No, I
what
don't
adds up
think
to
that you would.
millions of miles per?
I think
You don't think
I
that,
think
that
that your
understanding how
IQ
that could
level. I
happen
think that
without
your
feeling it?
IQ level could be about as low as it could possibly be and still be able to speak, right? And reason and simple sort of logical statements. Like
And that
if
really
you're
clarifies
smart enough
PayPal?
to do that, you can figure out that the Earth is actually spinning in a globe.
Right. So don't you don't have to do any math to figure out how it could be that you're not
No, you
feeling it
wouldn't. You wouldn't.
whatsoever?
It's just simple observations and simple logical reasoning. That's it.
Yeah, because you know there's no reason to feel it, right? There's no logic to that.
You used the words before at surface level. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, this guy's really cool.
Surface level.
Yeah, that's what you
Hey,
said.
Numpty,
Oh,
you
that's
wanna
right.
have
I
fun? You
forget.
wanna
The
have fun with this
semantic
guy?
games now will start.
In a tag team.
Let's
Numpty's
start with the
tagging in.
semantic games.
I think I would love to hear
No. Let me
Numpty.
tell you,
Numpty
Damon.
go after you.
Damon, let me tell you something funny. I've known New Perspective for a long time, and never really heard him bother to do this with anyone. And he really is trying to slow himself down to actually engage in a conversation with you.
Oh well, I feel special.
Well, no, I mean I just want you to know it's hard for us to answer dumb questions all the time.
Yes, I agree. It is hard to answer dumb questions all the time.
Yeah, I guess
especially
so.
when somebody's obfuscating, cherry picking, playing semantic games, making like they don't understand when they actually understand.
Do you have like
Yeah,
a list of
that's
things that you just go down and blame people for before they even do any of the things that are on the list?
Oh, you mean all the things that you've done, and I have examples?
Well, go ahead. Name off the examples.
Well, the last one was a sort of condescending thing that you did to sort of make me feel like that I'm the stupid one, right? And
Fair enough. I might have done that.
Okay, so well, I mean, do I really have to play this stupid game? I mean, come on.
Well, you had cherry picking on your list. Where did I cherry pick?
I'm being a bit of condescending too, right? Like you can admit
Don't
your
think
faults
that's really
as well.
possible right now.
Okay.
What's with this fucking pissing match, bro? Fuck me.
This
like,
is this
holy
is
shit.
This guy thinks
Listening
that
to this shit is
reality.
fucking
He thinks
painful.
flat
This is
earthers are
painful to
stupid.
listen.
He was saying that flat earthers must be stupid because their observed reality is obviously a spinning ball.
No, I didn't say that they were stupid. I never said that you were stupid or that flat earthers were stupid.
And they're in denial or something like that.
Yeah, I said that they're
In denial of
obviously-
reality, kid. Yeah.
Yeah, they're purposely
Yeah, and shady. And what else did you say?
they're
Dishonest.
embracing their cognitive dissonance.
Dishonest,
So, yeah, I said you were
shady,
dishonest. Yeah, dishonest.
in denial of reality. The sky is blue, but we can't observe the stationary Earth and assume that, but we can assume the sky is blue. I don't get your whole logic, man. You really failed. Sorry.
Yeah, you're right. Wow. You really got me, buddy. Wow.
Good comeback.
You're just too fucking smart for me, man. You really pulled a
I
number
know.
on me.
You're right, I did.
Holy shit, wow.
Funny thing is you really don't even realize.
Spinning like a fucking top. I'm just spinning around so much.
You must be, right?
I'm fucking dizzy, man.
I totally,
Holy
yeah.
fuck.
I'm
You
a
just blew
spinning
right
ball.
by
I
my
must be
ass.
dizzy, right?
Oh,
It's hilarious
fuck.
that you actually believe that.
Yeah. Isn't it though?
There's
Isn't it
no
funny?
reason to believe that any
Pretty
longer.
fucking funny that I believe that.
Do you think you might be the last person to figure out that you're not a spinning ball? Are you that dedicated to it?
Am I that dedicated to like not being a crazy person and believing reality as it is? Yes.
Yeah, believing is a good word for it. At least you're admitting it to believe, because there's no
Yes,
evidence
well,
whatsoever for it.
yes, I know you think you got something there, but you don't.
You said it. I didn't.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll say it again because it's stupid. You don't have anything there. That's nothing.
Okay.
Right? That just shows
It's stupid.
your ignorance
What you
of
said
the
was
English
stupid.
language.
You're saying what you said was stupid about believing you're on a spinning ball.
Yep, me stupid. Yep, I'm stupid.
Well, there you go. You're right about one thing.
Yep, see? I told you I was right.
There you go. You got you.
See that? I got you now.
Yeah, you
Like
got
that?
you.
You like how I turned that on you? No.
That was pretty clever.
Not.
I don't know if I can handle this guy.
You two in love yet?
Come on. I can't. I'll give you all the wins. Which one do you want?
I don't need any wins. I don't need. It's not about winning. Flat earthers don't argue to win. They just argue to have some kind of sense of reality in this world that makes some common sense.
Yeah.
Good for you. I'm glad you're trying at least. I'm
I don't have
sorry
to
you're
try.
failing. That makes me sad.
You can't.
You can have your opinion, but I'd really, really, really appreciate it if it's just the opposite of mine, because then I will feel better.
What's the opposite of yours? I didn't hear it. Sorry.
Well, you think you're on a spinning ball flying through space, right? That's the opposite of my opinion.
Do you think it's?
I don't know
just-
how you could think that has nothing to do
I
with
mean, do you think it's just my thoughts, or do you think it's real?
Do I think I'm on a spinning ball? Why would I think that? That's crazy.
Because you
Makes
are
no
on a
sense.
spinning ball. Well, it's not a ball, really.
You
It's
can
an
try to convince me of that, but it's going
in
to
the
take
shape
a
of a ball.
really, really, really long time to actually convince me to unrealize something, right? When you
Well,
realize
look.
you're not on a spinning ball, you can't unrealize it. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, there's lots of things in life that we find ourselves believing very deeply, right? Very convinced. Our confidence level is so high, we feel like we could never be knocked off our pillar. But there are things in your life that you've believed that you do not believe now. And if you don't think that there are, then you're fooling yourself.
Why would I
always
fool
believed your
myself?
mum
Santa
was like-
Claus, spinning balls, I've left them all behind you.
It's like, wait, I've always believed that your mum's a slut. What are you on about?
My mom is a slut, actually. Fucking whore.
Slut shaming her. That's fucked up, bro.
I am.
Okay, Damon, I've talked to you before. Thanks for not getting upset. That was fun.
It's all right. I'm sorry, I did get a little loud there for a second. I apologize.
No worries.
You're a complete
Hey.
arsehole, Damon, with an E.
You want to trigger Damon? Let's talk about wires on the ISS.
That's a good one. It's his fucking finger in his pocket. You can see. I mean, it's right there. I can't believe you can't see it.
Wait, his finger's a wire?
No, 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 no. They're saying like there's a wire tugging on him, and like he grabs the wire or whatever with his hand or fingers or something. I forget how you actually say it, but
So he
there's
grabbed the wire. Right.
but he
Let's say there were
didn't.
wires.
It's his. He like he's trying to be like subtle about it as they're like on camera or whatever, and he just sort of like tries to like grab a hold of him in such a way that to hold him in place.
Subtle about
he,
it.
He didn't put his hand all the way in his pocket because he wasn't looking at it, right? He was looking in his peripheral vision to like grab him, and just his pinky grabs the edge of the pocket, right? And he's holding on to him just by that, right? Which means what? That there's a wire there somehow? I don't know. I mean, you guys can believe that if you want. I don't.
Whoa, that's intense. I mean, that's like saying there was no fire at the Hindenburg.
There wasn't.
There was a fire.
There wasn't a fire at the Hindenburg. What are you on about?
Well, I wouldn't use the word at. I mean, the Hindenburg was on fire. If that's
no, it wasn't. That's not true either.
Well, that's true. The hydrogen was on fire. It just
actually, it was the jet fuel that it was painted with.
Oh, the humanity!
The jet fuel. No.
Oh no,
it was literally filled
the
with
paint,
hydrogen.
Yeah, but the paint on the Hindenburg, the hydrogen would never have been able to ignite if it was not for the jet
I thought
fuel
it was
paint.
a spark. I thought it was a spark from something else, like
Oh no, it was, but that was
engines or something else.
It was, but that the paint was the main accelerant, which allowed for there to be a high enough heat point that the hydrogen was able to be ignited.
Oh,
in
okay.
the concentration.
Maybe,
that it was
that's
in.
true. To be honest, I never read that much about it. I had like one of those. They showed they had some like reels, like camera reels of it, and I saw those, and there was some like reporting with it that was happening at the time, and I only vaguely remember the reporting and the camera, so I never looked into it. So who knows?
It was basically an explosion. It was basically an explosion. Yeah.
Well, I mean, hydrogen goes up once it's lit. Yeah, I mean, it's going to
explosive. Yeah.
It's going to burn pretty quickly, turn to water
man.
pretty quickly.
Some of the furthest. Well, some of the furthest thrown things out of a barrel were with hydrogen, actually. Yep.
I like hydrogen. We made it in our 8th grade science class where we did hydrolysis.
Right.
And we took the hydrogen part and put it in a soap bath. You know what I mean? Put the tube up underneath the pan of water. And so the hydrogen bubbles were making the soap bubbles. We put it on our hand and light it with the Bunsen burner.
Yeah. I remember doing that. Yep.
That was always fun.
Yeah, man, that's always cool. I was saying about my friend earlier, he got in a lot of trouble because he grabbed a handful of 3 different types of magnesium.
Ooh.
One that was like pebbles almost, like quite big, quite little, quite big chunks of it, right? And then the next was like iron filings, and the next was like fine sand. And the teacher has a Bunsen burner on the desk, fully on, like blue flame, no red in it at all. And he throws through that exact line of the Bunsen burner a whole fucking handful of magnesium at like the teacher and the 5 people stood next to her. Like, he didn't even think like how bad it was what he was doing. It was just so reactive. I could tell he didn't do it in malice. It was just like a thing a kid would do, right? Like,
this is gonna be funny.
Bro, he Dragon Ball Z'd his teacher, bro. Like, fucking for real. Like,
yeah,
it looked like a Kamehameha.
Kamehameha.
Yeah, man. But yeah, he got in a lot of trouble for it. Nearly went to jail for it, actually. He nearly got sent to a youth offending unit because it was that bad.
So the Earth is round now. Great, awesome. I'm glad you believe that.
You dick. No,
well, I mean, Dragon Ball Z. I mean, come on, it's a ball, right? You see the ball.
Yeah, man.
They're
Reckon
flying
you gotta
around. There's
be-
planets and stuff like that. You don't.
That
Where
always
did it come
happens.
up? You think that's just fantasy? That's real, man.
Well, that always happens when smoking the dragon, and when one thinks of fantasy things like dragons, I think of spheres. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. Even those little, pewter, model figurines or whatever you want to call them, the dragons and stuff. There's always like some sort of like crystal ball looking thing there. Like
Yeah,
gem
my
balls.
my dead nan used to really be into like her wizard statues and all that, you know.
Yeah.
Again.
Those cheesy pewter wizard statues.
I got them all in my attic, bro, and she died. I'm like, no, don't throw out the wizard statues, bro. They'll be worth something one day. They won't be. Just to let you know, they will never be.
Wow.
Not because these
it
aren't
might be
pewter, bro.
sentimental to some.
Well, yeah, I have the sentimental value of like taking the piss out of my dead nan for her tasting this terrible ornamentary shit. There's just wizards and fucking dragons and crystal balls and shit. Like, bro, come on, man, what the fuck?
See,
yeah, it's pretty dark, right? It's kind of like your mum, you know. I'm like, fuck you, nan, with your shitty ornaments.
Man, it's 10:41. Fucking hell. The days just go by way too fast, man.
I feel like days have been going too slow recently. Actually, I've been complaining about that one to quite a lot.
Well, they're slow at work and fast everywhere else.
Right. Yep. Yep. But it's kind of work to be alive, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, since I have like severe depression and have my whole life, it's always a struggle every day. Yeah.
That comes with being a glober, for real. Yeah, man.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Become a flat earther, you'll never be depressed
Damn
ever
it.
again. Objective.
But I can't. I mean, you can't change your beliefs like just on a whim.
I know, that's why you're a manic
have to
depressive.
actually believe it before
Yeah, man.
What-
You'd have to believe you're not a manic depressant. You're right.
Yeah.
What do you experience when you have depression?
Oh, it's a general malaise, like mostly in my life. I have like, I'm not manic at all, so like, there's just some periods of time in my life where I'm like, I show a lot of the like classical depressive signs, like not wanting to get up and like tired all the time and like just generally down and like, it's something that I've dealt with my whole life. So like generally it doesn't show outwardly very much because I just learned to deal with it. I do the daily things all the time.
Oh, no, I can definitely tell you're depressed. It's very apparent, actually. You're wrong about that. I'm joking.
I'm not depressed now. Actually, I'm in a good place these days.
Oh wait, you are? Oh fuck. I'm sorry.
But I mean, I always have those sort of like thoughts all the time, like like when I first expressed it, the things that I was expressing to the counselor when I was first trying to explain my depression was like I never had a choice in this. Like I didn't ask for this. You know what I mean? Like this is fucked up. Like I don't want to do this. Like the world isn't right and like I don't like it. And this is stupid. Like why do I got to do this? Like I didn't ask to be born. You know what I mean? And it's just those general sort of like feelings that you can never get rid of. And like it just generally brings a certain lackluster sheen to life all the time. It's
Like everything's gray. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's just like like
That's why I go
sure.
around with,
Yeah,
like,
it's
a
like
blood-
sure, I'm gonna have a good time now, but like I'm still gotta go back into work and do all this other stupid shit, and like it generally feels like when you describe a lazy person, it kind of be like what depression is basically, but like not in a like I'm just lazy. It's that
I don't enjoy
it's just something. There's something. It's just like if some people are born with like a cleft lip or something, or like maybe missing half of an arm or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Like there's
And
other
you're just
mental
born
issues
with
where I was
a
just born with
dreary
something.
disposition.
something in my head's just not quite right, where it just doesn't ever let me enjoy it the way other people do.
Well, do you really believe other people are enjoying it the way they are? Because I have to often think this.
Yeah,
I'm like,
some
I'm
people do.
so fucking unorganized, bro. Like, I'm atrocious, man. Like, for real. There are times where I'm like, I could bail out right now, dude. You know, and I'm not about like sitting there thinking about killing myself. I'm just saying that, like, bro, could it all stop for a bit? I get that. I often feel like I'm not as efficient as I should be, not as good at making money as I should be. Loads of shit like that.
Yeah, but have you like actually acted on those sorts of things, or like felt in such a way where it felt like completely and utterly hopeless and useless?
Bro, I've had a very fucked up. You don't know me very well. Anyone that does know me will tell you I've had a very fucked up upbringing.
So did I.
Very fucked up, bro. So like, I do know what it is. I do know what genuine depression is. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry about that. I don't wish that on anybody. It really sucks, actually.
Yeah, it does suck. Yeah, no, I've seen it. In people who have experienced it myself. You don't really ever get over depression, I don't believe.
Yeah,
More like
it's a certain. I think there are certain depressions that you can get over.
Oh yeah,
I
they're event-based trauma, but I'm on about a
there's a certain
liberalized pleasure
there's
system.
yeah, there's
Yeah.
certain chronic depressions that like severe, like they're like medications don't really work for me. Like they do temporarily, but not only
Yeah,
to
that
like
was
sort of get me out of the situation.
yeah.
But like if I keep taking it, it just I'm gonna go back into whatever whenever it happens. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't help long term.
What about
It never
cannabis? Does
would.
cannabis pop you out of it?
No, like ketamine or like mushrooms generally do, but not no. Most things like
Cannabis.
certain medications do too, but yeah, not long term.
What
Yep.
meds? Do you know any of them? The
What's that?
names of any? What do you know the names of any of those medications that you're talking about?
Oh, if there is an antidepressant out there, I've already had it.
Yeah. What drug do you feel like's helped you the
Well,
most?
the last one. Well, the ones that I take when I'm really struggling is Lexapro at the moment because it helps with the anxiety as well.
What's the drug name for that? I don't go by brand names. Is that the
Oh,
same thing?
it's
Team?
starts with an S. What the fuck is the name of it? Fuck, I'd have to look at the bottle, man. I don't.
Serotonin reuptake inhibitor. Obviously, it's an SSRI, but
Yeah, but I don't know what the fuck what the
okay.
name is right now. I'm sorry. I have to look.
No, you're fine.
And if I get off of here, I'm going to bed because I got to go to bed.
Citrulline.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Have they ever given you quetiapine?
Yes, I had that in jail for a while.
Wait, what for?
and
Wait,
then,
what? Please tell me what they give you that for.
Just to sort of calm me down, I believe.
For sleep, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. That's like trying to kill flies with a shotgun. You know that?
Yeah, pretty much. I didn't care though, because then I pretty much just slept through most of the fucking month that I was there. But let's see, like Wellbutrin was one of the early ones. And then I went through a series of like just anti-anxiety stuff. Zoloft was in there, but you know, I also had things like Xanax and all those other things for
Oh,
anxiety.
for real? Oh
Yeah.
wow, that would make your anxiety way worse in the
And
long
then
run.
there for a while, actually, when I was really young, they first diagnosed me with what they called back then ADD, not ADHD, but the ADD.
Attention deficit disorder. Yeah.
Yeah, and they started giving me drugs for that, which just really fucked me up. Like it didn't help at all.
Methylphenidate.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck they were anymore.
Dexamphetamine.
Time to go and see L. Ron Hubbard.
But then the one day that I had mushrooms, I felt much better. I started doing a lot of mushrooms and acid. That got me through most of my 20s, pretty unscathed.
It's funny because like sometimes people go and overdo that whole trip, right? Like they're like, "Oh shit, these hallucinogenics are really helping me, like, sort my problems out, right? Like, I mean, my wife keeps saying that, like, we want to do mushrooms together one day, right? Like,
do some microdosing. That's fine.
oh no, yeah, no, I mean like a full on dose. I'm on about.
Oh
right?
yeah,
Like,
go ahead. Eat a whole fucking bag of them. Who cares?
my dad ended up in hospital once on magic mushrooms. He did 10,000 of the ones that we get in England. Like,
Well, that might be a little much.
yeah,
I just mean like an eighth or something like that. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like
3.5
small
grams
packet.
is actually quite a heavy dose for anyone who's
Yeah.
never done it before. Be careful. That's actually quite a hefty dose.
Well, it's weird because certain people react differently. I never
Yeah.
reacted adversely, like to even large doses of acid.
Me either.
I always maintained, like, yeah, sure, it would fuck me up, and I would see crazy things and feel crazy things and think crazy things, but like, I never, it never fucked me up to the point where like I lost myself. Like, I always knew that like I had taken drugs, and this is because I was taking
Because of the
drugs, and like I always maintained that reality, right? Like, it never bothered me.
Yeah, I was the same. Girls specifically really get fucked up over it. I've noticed that like girls don't have good trips as often as men do, for real.
Hmm.
And
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's physiology or if that's just sort of like
psychology, right?
yeah. That's the nature nurture thing. I don't know, why that is, but I think in my experience that seems to be true anyway.
Yeah, it is true, right? Like for real, even with like with anything, it feels like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, like
I've always noticed that.
my wife doesn't even like having a glass of beer or something, or wine or nothing. She doesn't like anything that alters her brain at all.
Yeah, maybe. Is she like not a depressant type like yourself? Is she the opposite or?
No, she's a little more high strung. Like, if anything, she has like some anxiety issues, but not like major, just like mildly. Like
My wife's like
it
really
just kind
high
of makes
strung.
her. Yeah, it just kind of makes her like do things sometimes. Like if she's nervous about something, she'll like clean the house or something.
That's ideal.
What's that?
Bro, I'd go around making her nervous, bro.
That's a
Seems like
little,
a really cool sentiment.
unethical.
Well, is it? If I tell her that's what I'm doing to her, and then the house is tidy, and she's like, "Well, fuck, all right, cool. I wasn't getting off my ass."
If I told her that's what I was doing, she'd tell me to go fuck myself.
Yeah, I know, but like, yeah, my wife wouldn't dare to tell me to go fuck myself, but yeah.
Well, if I did something like that, she'd of course
Oh well,
be justified
Still
in
would.
telling me to go fuck myself.
And then she would be
Highly
complaining
manipulative.
but then she indubitably. Wait, yeah, but then she would be complaining when she's
Yeah,
like
then we'd
sort of
fight a little
beat-
bit and go fuck, and then everything would be fine.
right. It's like
So that
I
was
don't know.
good.
Stop complaining about the shit I say because like you always complain for longer when you got a black eye, right? Like shut the fuck up. I'm
Right
joking, by
now,
the way, guys. I'm joking, guys.
I know, but damn. All right, well, I'm not leaving because of that, but I do have to go. I got to take my dogs out and shit.
Yeah,
I got to
yeah,
get up early. I want to get off of work a little bit early tomorrow.
Well, I hope you have a good day anyway, bro.
Oh, as good as they can be, I guess.
Yeah, man.
Making,
Just think,
making
the
a
Earth's
bunch
not
of
a globe.
fucking money, so that helps.
Oh, you are good. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Maybe you should give me some of that money because I'm depressed right now too, dude.
Well, it's funny. I the last job I was at, like my last taxes said I made 67.5.
That's
and
not bad.
that was really good for this area, and like that was the highest that I ever made in my whole entire life.
Where are you? Where are
Pretty
you?
good.
I'm in central Pennsylvania.
Central Pennsylvania.
Well, a little south central. It's like the Alabama of Pennsylvania.
Love
You get
Pennsylvania.
more
Me and
work?
my wife go to the Poke. Me and my wife go to
Go
the
to the
Poconos
pokey.
every year.
What's that? You like going to the pokey?
The Poconos.
Oh, the Poconos. I'm sorry. I thought you said you like going to jail. I thought that was some sort of kinky thing or something.
Nah, Poconos, bro. Shit's dope.
Yeah,
What is
yeah.
it there?
We have some like we had some like the last place I had we had some like company outings there. But like when we reach some certain level of like sales and shit like that, they would give us bonuses. But they can't give it to us in cash, so they would like get us things or like take us places. Like the last time I was there, it was up at one of the resorts there. It was like a casino, a hotel resort. It was pretty nice.
Sounds
And
like
then
you got
my wife and I went on a lovers retreat up
Yeah.
there too.
like on a lovers retreat, right? Like,
It's
do
real
you tell
corny.
people that's what you're doing? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where me and my wife go. We go to like Cove Haven or
Yeah, no shit.
what's the name
Yeah,
of those? We
I
get the
was there.
champagne glass. Yeah, did you get the
Yeah,
champagne
yeah,
glass room? That shit's dope,
yeah,
right? Every time we
yeah.
fucking go, my wife puts half a bottle of fucking bubbles in the
Oh,
hot tub, and
Jesus
we got a
Christ.
fucking explosion.
Holy shit, they're fucking everywhere, I'm sure. I like the ones that just are like the heart-shaped tub and it has the pool, the private pool
Yeah, oh yeah, the private pool rooms are dope.
and the
We started
sauna.
getting
Yeah.
those. Yeah, we started
Yeah.
getting those because the other pools were like people are fucking in them probably, and there's mad chlorine. You can't even go in there.
Yeah. Anyway.
so like, yeah, you probably like people are probably fucking in them, and it's like, well,
Well, of
no,
course they're fucking in
objectively
them.
they are because that's what you're doing there for one.
Yeah.
Like, fuck's sake.
I don't like fucking in the pool most of the time.
You know, you go to prison in England for having sex in swimming pools. It's a 5-year sentence.
What? Just public pools, or like this is a private
Anyone,
pool? Where
even
it's
your
just
private pool,
us,
even
you
the one
two.
that you own in your own home.
Nah, really?
Yeah, bro.
Why?
Why would that be true, bro? Come on.
Well, we got goofy laws like that in America too. Like, there's so many stupid laws on the books that really never get enforced.
Look, see, I'm dragged into this conversation. I gotta get the fuck out of here. I'll see you later.
Later, Damon. Later. Yeah, how they make out on that GPS argument Witsit was having earlier? Like, heads are sleeping on the refraction in GPS. They're drawing straight lines, but the lines that are actually being made are not
Yeah,
straight.
right.
They're not straight lines.
Well, I ended up like getting into it a little bit, but not too much because I don't know. Like, on the face of it, I'm not just going to turn around and just say this is how you refute it. I feel like intuitively you should be able to refute it with your own mind, right? Like, it's one of them arguments, bro. It's kind of like I've heard it before.
Like, it's easy to find. All you got to do is Google search GPS refraction, and they'll straight up tell you, yeah, there's refraction in it. Of course there is. They can't deny it. You
Yeah,
can
they can.
if they denied the refraction with the GPS, the heads could call them out on it because it's like that's what happens when you send an EMF frequency, EMF through the atmosphere.
It's like what's it called? You know, they say they bounce radio waves off the ionosphere, right?
Yeah.
And then, like, I don't know how they do that exactly. Like, you're bouncing it off of the inside of a sphere, which is like the perfect way of deflecting radar. Don't get me wrong, but it deflects it at a certain angle, and then that angle is like it sticks in congruency to the surface that it's deflected from, right? Like, and it's the same with this like idea of getting an echo back from a sphere, right? Like, we make things radar resistant by getting rid of right angles, right? Like, a sphere is perfect for deflecting radar waves. It's perfect for it to just carry on going. Like,
The thing with GPS that I always say, which is we really can't verify where those objects are that are sending the signal.
Yep.
At the end of the day, like we just can't. So they could be spoofing it 7 ways from Sunday, I mean, they could, whatever the actual network of the communication is what it is, but they could also program anything they want into that. They could have, which is what they do, because they're
It's run by the military, right?
Yeah.
Yep. And
I mean, if
the
you
way
can't
that
trust
it works.
If you can't trust the United States, if you can't trust the United States military, who can you trust, guys? Come on.
I mean, I would say the same thing. Like, if somebody went out and was like, right, the military-industrial complex, yeah, it's like it's very
Well,
shady.
I think it's like there's like even like a argument for national security when it comes to GPS, right? So the most advanced fire control systems that we've got are GPS based, right? And like this is even now going into the field of artillery with like the Excalibur shells and all of that, right? Like that shit's fucking insane. It's next level, right? I don't know how they created a GPS chipset that doesn't break on like from the inertia of that cannon going off, bro. But to me, it's got to be maybe like, you know, like the idea of like an organic cell or like an organic circuitry almost. Like you think about cymatics and it creates a pattern, right? Well, what if you could create something that vibrates, and via it vibrating, it makes moving things make a circuitry system that aligns, like cymatics can create these lines, and you could connect up portions of modules so that you can have a circuit. So the GPS, it's like boom, it gets thrown, and once it's like over that original inertia, it starts to vibrate and create its own circuitry, right? Like you could keep an actuator with a battery that won't break, but a GPS would always break under those G's. But now we have that system where it don't do that. And I'm like, if you think about how high tech that system is, and it's a whole battle grid reference system that this new round is used to make. So they use the data that they have from the shots that they do track to make the other ones that aren't traceable without the GPS units in them, the normal shells, to make them more accurate. It's their reference system. And I'm like, that technology would be pretty closely guarded on how it fucking works. Like, what was the original reason that GPS was created? Was it to do with a weapon system? It actually was. Which makes it completely fucking iron proof in terms of what it actually is. And us knowing. In fact, it's a whole system that would benefit from having a fudging of the numbers type thing that a lot of Geo's talking about. It'd actually benefit from being that way. Like anything that you can link back to a military's fire control system and tracking system for a very expensive piece of ordnance. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you think they're gonna like do this whole? Do you think they would do this whole globe deception and then let GPS show that the Earth's not a globe? Oops, we missed that one, guys. They're obviously gonna have that be part of the entire deception, which it is.
Like it's like a foundation. Just like I get, you must understand that like there's a foundational amount of work that they have to do, and then after that you can like leave it on autopilot, right? Like people act like the globe is like a continuum of lies that need to continually be told. Like it's proven that we don't need to do that, because like people now that had nothing to do with the beginning of the deception will create curriculum on how to teach their children about the very thing they were deceived about. Meaning that we have deceived people deceiving other people, which means that no one's lying anymore. Like the foundation that they drew, like they drew of the globe has been, I guess
That's why when M Stone came in yesterday and wanted to go through who has to be in on it, you know, how many people do you think are in on this? I've gone over that with people before, and they struggle to come up with even 1,000 people. You can't even come up with 10,000 people. You'd struggle to come up with on who has to be in on it.
Oh, it's way less than that. Yep.
That's what I mean. Like my man was struggling. Kool-Aid. I went over it with Kool-Aid one day. He couldn't come. I had to give him his first 600. I'm like, bro, how about the astronauts that will go into space? I'm like, I'll give you those guys. There's 600.
It's even less than that, because who has actually claimed to have done anything other than just be in a craft or a rocket? Who's claimed to be on the moon? Not that many people. No one's even ever claimed that they've been to space. Space has apparently been moved, as defined as the places of privation of gas, right? That exist away from our Earth. Well, great. Well, how many people have been there? No one, because apparently the moon is actually inside of our atmosphere now. So no one's actually been to space as defined. Like, the number that even went to the moon is a very low number.
I think there's a probably good. Well, yeah, you're right on that. Yeah, the astronaut number is not very big, but
it's like 24, right?
I mean, there's got to be tens of thousands in total.
No, I mean that have claimed to have stepped on the moon. I mean that claim.
No, I just mean total people that are probably involved in the actual bigger deception of that's going on. Like, I think they have a lot of people working for them, even though there's the actual ones that are lying are not tens of thousands, but they definitely have a lot that are helping them carry out all this shit. I mean, they have to have people in every country. They have to have politicians in every country, which they do. They have people in all the positions of the big banks and the big corporations, big oil, big pharma. It's a lot of people in total.
Right. And when looking at compartmentalization and departmentalization, right, and the two working in tandem behind a group that has a very acute and accurate planner, looking at very small minutia, like people like that, bro, they can keep a lot of people in the dark. Like, it was interesting. If I don't know if you know much about this, but they looked into they interviewed actually the people that helped the Russians after Operation Paperclip. That helped the Russians, right? They had way more scientists than we got. We got the better ones, apparently, the Americans especially. Americans took a different approach. They integrated these people into their society, which was probably a good idea. They probably got more out of them that way because, like, people that are working as part of the group and as part of the club, instead of people that are just prisoners and are not privy to anything, those people work in a more effective manner. They take pride in their work. Those people that take pride in their work are the most effective workers out there. It's just a fact. It's subjective. I think everyone can innately know that. But my point is that the Russians, the way that they did it, how departmentalized and compartmentalized that they did it, these people didn't even know what they were fucking working on, apparently. Like, they had no clue what they had built. Like, they all built individual little pieces, but none of them could have told you what the end result of those pieces were. Like, they made it that micromanaged for them. You know, like, that to me, like, when you think about that and you really go for an example of, like, someone could design, like, something and then from the top down, just, you know, you design that bolt, you design that part of a system. Like firearms in my head, I could break up into people creating individual pieces that no one would have a fucking clue they were making a gun. Like, legit. You could mix that in with, like, a workload even. Like, and then once you've got concept, like, after that you can get groups of people to work in factories for you, and then fucking, like, if you're that serious about it, you could just kill the factory after you were done with the project, not let them speak to anyone while it was going on. Wouldn't have been that hard to do in the past. I know it sounds pretty extreme, but I'm just saying, like, it wouldn't take much to have inventors that are clueless, have everyone believe the lie that you make up with the shit that they invent to help you make the lie. They didn't even know what they were inventing. So the people that were being hoodwinked at NASA probably believed that they did go to the moon. They probably made them design shit that looked like they were making shit that went to the moon. Well, they really did, because we had a huge arms race, a delivery system to build, right? An intercontinental ballistic missile race that we were at. You know, and then, like, the moon comes along and it's like, all right, cool. Like, you guys can either turn around and say, yeah, we're the biggest fucking heroes ever. We just made it to the moon. Greatest achievement ever known to man. Or, I don't know. You could all revolt and be like, we think you're chatting shit. We didn't see it. It was on the radio. We don't think we went to the moon. But then what's going to happen? You're going to revolt against America right now while you've got Russia with their threats of impending doom of nuclear. Oh, okay, so what do? You're like, well, I can either accept this shit as fact, as something that's maybe even cool, a cool achievement of mankind, or let's have nuclear war with Russia. I know what I predictively program in the way that goes. the mass majority of people are going to go with a more positive route, subconsciously suggested to them. That's like game theory 101. Force a decision between two choices. And like, yeah, it's not a simple choice. It's not like, oh, accept this fact or not. No, look at the events that would happen if you didn't accept that they went to the moon. The people in America would have felt very fucking lied to. That would have caused problems. Those problems would have extended to some civil unrest in some way. And a government in America not on the ball at that point, for the people in their perspective with the threat of Russia, and they'd be like, well, these things are just delivery systems for nukes then. That's what we've been doing this whole time. And the threat of nukes were there as well, remember that. Like, bro, like, you know exactly what people are going to do. They're just going to be like, yeah, all right, this happened. Fuck nuclear war. Yeah, I just realized I was speaking for a really long time. Please do excuse me. Did Kosho ever come back?
I saw, but yeah, he was in a little bit ago. I saw him in the VC. He was in and gone.
Yeah, I don't. It's because he went away at one point from his computer, right? And but he didn't say when he came back. So, but then he did leave. Yeah.
Do you think we'll ever all get to meet in person? Ever?
Yeah. So
like I'm talking everyone. Like not just. I mean, you and I. It's one thing in and of itself. It'd be amazing to meet you in person. But like, I'm just saying. Like, what if I was like 30 of us or 100 of us somewhere?
it would be pretty cool. Yeah, like because like we could all say we could go to flat Earth meetups, right? But like it would be more cool to me for me to like meet up with like you, Kosho, Jeremy, even someone like Kosho, bro. I'd be super up meeting up with Kosho. Like I really would be super up for it. He has an aptitude and understanding that is similar to my own. Like for real, like bro, like no matter what anyone says, that's what I was saying about the type of people that come here, Gio. There are certain types of people that are main characters. They're definitely not NPCs in any regard. Even if we were to give the Glovers the credit that they're paid shills, that would still mean they're pretty interesting individuals overall. They literally work under government programs trusted to dissuade people from things, paid to do so. That's pretty fucking out there, right?
Yeah, but I don't think they're doing that.
Me either, bro. That's what I mean.
These guys. These guys are. That's funny the way you said give them. Yeah, I don't know if it's credit or not credit, but I know what you mean. It's like
right.
There's probably a cleverness that you have to have. Like I'm trying to give it some positives, you know. There's got to be some kind of whether that's conniving or whatever it is that those guys have. It's almost like being like a skilled actor or something, you know.
Yeah, man.
I'm not saying those guys. I'm just talking about real agents, like real deal ones or whatever.
Exactly. I feel like there's probably a certain set of families that via their blood, this is their life's work, so they can maybe talk about it a bit more. And I feel like they've got to be the type of people that have really extreme religious beliefs and a very written history that everyone in their family would learn. They would objectively play them as the good guys with a different faith system, a different understanding. That's why they're fundamentally more prosperous and have control. They're ordained to do so. That's a genuine theme that we know of for monarchy. I believe that would be the same with the hidden secret society families and their explanation to their loved ones as to their lifestyles and why they're allowed to lie to everyone. Right? Like I could feel there could be an undercurrent that could work within a substrata of society, right? I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah, then we got people like even Ruhef and Jesse and all those guys. Like they're all very interesting people, I believe. But yeah, that would be super cool if we could all meet up someday. I feel like I will meet most of the flat earthers that I've ended up meeting through Discord that are in America. I'll probably meet most of them people at some point or another. I'll end up around their neck of the woods at some point. I'm sure of that. And I would make the effort as well just to meet up with some people. For real.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought of that. It's just like, yeah, it's just that would be, especially those of us that have, known each other for all
Through
these years.
Discord. Yeah, man. Because it's a different type of person that you're talking to on here, you know? Like, we've been pretty involved with one another, like in some way or another, or some connection to someone else that's been pretty involved with at least everyone in the group in some way. Every day for years. It's like quite a strange thing. Like, so if all of us were to meet, like, it would be really cool, man. I know full well some of the ballers would not be as cocky because I include them in it in some way, like a couple of them anyway. You know.
Yeah, we'd have to have like a retreat, like an event. like a big event and or a retreat, those both could work. But if it was more of a larger event, then anyone
I
could
think it would
come.
be a good idea to do that. I think we have to invite the Globers and we have to have a good time. And they would start to commit money to projects and shit like that with us to like try and find this shit out, you know? We ever created that fallacy? Like Witsit said it recently that like flat earthers aren't allowed to make any money and all this shit from the movement. Like, that's so dumb. It's like, all right, cool. So we'll never have any accumulated like whole nations drive research and development of sciences and understanding of all things, right? Like that's like a group effort everywhere. Anywhere that doesn't have that, even places that do have that, in Africa, for instance, they have taxes and they have governments, you know that, but they don't have any of what we've got, you know. So it's a group effort. Just to act like that's innately wrong in some way, to like suggest that a group effort should be taken, is like it's stupid. That's like the wrong type of thinking, I believe. Wow, it's raining. It's raining so hard. It's gonna end up flooding. Like it's been raining that hard for that long now.
Damn. Yeah. No, I heard the last thing you said too. I'm actually just I'm running around because I gotta run out the door in a second. So I'll be kind of listening, but I gotta jump in the car to run an errand.
You'll find that.
Head to the store before they close.
Wait, when did Kosho get back? Like, what the fuck?
Oh, he's back.
Mate, I don't remember him coming in at all. What? I feel like he has to have been sat there the whole time. Like, wait, what?
I think Kosho would come party with us.
Definitely would, yeah.
Kosho's gonna definitely.
He really would.
Stay up till the sun gets till the
sun appears to disappear away.
I know. I was gonna decide should I use the globe or something that comes over the curve, or should I just till the sun appears once again all through the night,
where the sun appears to go below the apparent horizon. The apparent position of the apparent sun goes behind the apparent edge, apparently.
Well, since Kosho's here and we can talk about him, why do you think he still really believes the Earth's a globe?
I feel like fundamentally, Kosho doesn't believe it's flat or a globe. I don't think he. Fundamentally,
Shout out to Kosho.
I don't think he thinks it's flat or a globe, bro. I think Kosho believes the Earth is its like own thing that he only knows how it works. Really.
But he asserts the globe, like he's not like just chilling in the background. He is like on the front lines asserting it.
But that's like the really simplistic way that he believes is that he can communicate it to people, like part of his model. No, I'm just making out he's got like some grandiose like personality issue where he just has to have his own way. in one direction. That's what I don't know. Is it that from the very beginning, some of these globers, anti-flat earthers, aptly named, like, are actually more like, I'm never going to give the flat Earth a chance ever. Unequivocally, it is a globe. Riding on Eggshells, perfect example. I knew who his dad was, and I knew who he was. I was a subscriber to his YouTube before he came into this like arena. I was like, when he came in, I was like, what the fuck? Like, bro, it's Riding on Eggshells. Like, I knew him before that. I knew his YouTube. And, like, I knew his dad was, and I knew what his dad had achieved. And, bro, I knew he would have a complete block, because to do so would be to degrade the very, like, I guess, like, image and history and achievements of his father, who he reveres greatly, and for great reason, too. But, like, because of that, for some reason, I feel like his dad had a connection with, and he admitted it in the end. I put it to him, and he said, "Yeah, you're right." Like that, it would feel like he would be calling his dad out to be a liar if he was to say that the Earth was flat. So that's like a block there to decide to never to take this information in objectively. That there would always be a slant to it where it would be wrong, and it would come up globe, because the meaning behind it being a globe is very intense for you. Like, I feel like some of these people are that way. Yeah, that's got to be it. And they're also crackheads. I always go back to that. Addicted to the dopaminergic system, and it's repetitive hits that it gives people for argumentation.
Well, there's got to be something driving that, though. I mean, to really stand by the globe,
Well, I feel like that's why we haven't got new anti-flat earthers. I'm against the whole "they're all paid shills" idea. Because, like, I feel like the reason we've got the same ones and we only get a few every now and again is because people heard about the flat Earth argument at the very beginning, and then the people that heard about it that were likely to go and be like, "I want to argue this for now," are the types of people that would debate lots of topics. And I feel like these people skated over the topic and they got stuck on it. That's all that happened. It happened to fall into their niche of their own understanding. And people like Zanuck, Kosher, and these people, there were a certain amount of them, and they ended up mingling somehow. And the ones that like talking with their mouth instead of typing, they ended up on Discord, so they filter into the same pockets. They either end up with the flat earthers, or once you're in those groups, you end up meeting the people that are against them. It's that simple, and that's how we pull up the way that we do, and that's why there's a certain number, and that's why they've been around for so long. They got locked on this argument. It was the thing that gave them the most effective dopaminergic kicks that they could get. Right? It's not because we're a threat to the ball, is it? That they're constantly here fighting on the front lines. Is it, Glovers? Or is it? Because, like, if it was that, then why wouldn't they say that? They wouldn't say it, would they? That's the point. Like, they would, but that would be their reaction too, to be guarding this thing the whole time. So, but they're never going to admit to that. They're going to say we're inconsequential, we're not a threat, and yeah, we'll know whether we're
do you think for some of them, like, do you think for some of them they could almost just have like an ego thing, like that they're just going to defend the globe because it's the mainstream thing, assuming that like their ego will win out and they'll be right? And even though it's not even based on truth, it's more just based on that, and then that drives it for some people, maybe.
Definitely, yeah. For some people, it's about locking into a way of being seen. Like, you got to realize, like, the people that are very like think they're the people that are like outwardly believe they're scientific types, right? Like the pseudo intellectual, I believe that's what they really are. And those individuals, it's like they have like a certain lapel of like badges or medals on their fucking shoulder, right? And these badges represent like almost like being a social justice warrior, right? Like, at one point I must fight misinfo and conspiracy theories and untruth and all that shit. And these people get locked into that way of thought from the beginning. And the goal here is to come out the other end of it and to have said that you went up against the current misinformational and conspiratorial mindset and group of people, and you refuted their shit, and you got back to main society with this new pin on your fucking lapel. Maybe it's that. This is a social accreditation score of opinion. It's a real thing. You know, like maybe that's it. That could be the determining thing that drove it.
So they're getting extra social credit points in the metaverse by defending the globe.
Right, yeah, because it's relative to the people they surround themselves with, right? If you've got people that are like all love NASA and they're like, you know, like they basically are like pro censorship, but they don't realize that they're like they pretend that they're not, but they're pro censorship, you know, pro abortion, but like, you know, maybe they're not pro abortion. I might be overstepping, but and yeah, man, like these people are like look fondly of those types, like certain types of people. Like it favors creation and creationism, the flat earth and the intelligent designer. Like atheists are instantly against it for lots of reasons, more than one. It's not just geometry. There are ideological beliefs stacked upon stacked against the very geometric or non-geometric, planar or round nature of our earth. Without a doubt.
You know, Geo was probably the closest to being correct. What he said about the ego, because whatever side is correct, right? A lot of times the other side, like a lot of people will, even if they're faced with the truth, they will double down on their argument if their ego is at stake, which is almost always the case because of the nature of some of these arguments sometimes. And it's sort of counterproductive, which is why it's a better.
The well's been poisoned, technically, yeah, beforehand.
Well, yeah, but I think it's more than that though, because it's like if me and you, like me, that's why I'm trying to be buddies with most of the people I talk to, whatever, on the other side or whatever. But there's people who are I don't want to name names, but as well, Paid NASA Shill is a good example of somebody who just will argue and insult the other side, and there's no way anyone's going to listen to somebody who's attacking their ego. So
very true. The vitriol causes problems. Yep. Go ahead, yeah. Sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah. No, yeah. I mean, yeah, my connection's a little spotty, maybe, but I think it's all right. If
you're
I'm
right.
coming through. Well, I was just gonna say, yeah, with Kosha, in a way, it could be said that everything's on the line for that person, meaning like one's ability to discern truth is in a sense where they're at, who they are, their journey, all of those components. Now, it doesn't have to be that way because we can have compassion for ourselves, we can grow, we can just accept we were wrong and move on if and when that's the case. But until the ego is ready to face that, it feels like everything's on the line in terms of their whole journey to get to where they are, to assert a truth or say what they think is true. So from that perspective, in a sense, like for the state of the ego, it is all on the line. It's all on the line for that person's individual, kind of, if you want to call it a persona or just their knowledge that they're offering, whatever it may be.
Exactly.
So from that lens, I'm not saying that's the only lens there is. I'm just kind of like elucidating that one layer that I'm sure we've all experienced at some point.
It's multifaceted. It can be honor based in chronologically going backward and then forward because it's an extension of one's ability to discern truth, and that can be directly related as well to your generational ability to understand truth, which is what I think there's a deep level of in these like families that are like banker families and stuff like that. They've got like a deep culture or history and marrying close into families that are close to where like they have like this traceability to like their upward mobility through society and like this reaffirming like generational transition of wealth and all of that stuff. Like those people have got a rich history because of it. Same as like clans and houses of royal families, right? And like that type of pride is extended from your past and extended forward. And it's something similar with like knowledge now as well. Because like we inherit knowledge too, like the same way we inherit a family name. So we inherit beliefs from our family, and that adds a layer of reverence that we hold to those beliefs. That, in fact, is what builds innately the ego in which you would feel to protect these things, because the ego is a defense mechanism.
I see what you're saying. There's something called ego death too, which is pretty powerful.
Definitely.
Pain.
Oh yeah, that's
Big
been a
part of
core practice of mine for many years. Yeah.
big part of psychedelic use. Yeah.
Challenging to do though, because you often have to face a lot of your own fear and your own deep parts of your mind to really have those ego deaths. Understanding of like, the sense the ego is the defense built upon some pain or trauma from the past, which
Yeah, you're robot.
probably all.
Oh, you're back.
Yeah, it might be.
It's in and out, but
I was
it's
just saying,
it's manageable. I can hear you.
You just didn't hear the first go. I didn't anyway.
Yeah. All right. Well, I was just saying that in a sense, my understanding is where in what from one lens, like the ego is the personality defense mechanisms built up against trauma and pain within the human psyche. So when there's trauma or pain, at some point, the ego is formed and then becomes kind of the functioning layer by which the psyche presents itself. So then in ego death, by facing those actual traumas and pains and fears, and then ultimately going through various layers of the death process, spiritual, and it can even feel physical at times, then there can be a transcendence and a previous part of the ego that was structured by that pain or trauma, and then the pain and
Robot TikTok
is acquired after that.
We got all of that up except for the end, but I got what you're saying, man.
Yeah, definitely got what you're saying. Definitely,
because the ego death can be extremely painful, and people like sometimes you can encounter it from a breakup or something, like a horrible breakup, you know, or like a horrible divorce or something like that.
Yeah,
like
a tragedy. Yeah,
but you're saying that it's something that, you know, so you attempt you can attempt to, you know, force yourself into for healing, though, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about, I wouldn't use quite those words, but like in my understanding, the ego is the part of us that's actually separate from the whole, and being separate from the whole, the ego usually wants to like control the environment, might want to be like popular, might have, you know, be greedy, you know, fame, fortune, sort of some of those, a lot of those themes that, so the ego is like that structure, but it is based upon the core trauma of all of our lives, which is the trauma of birth. It doesn't really actually have to be a trauma. Birth actually can be an incredibly pleasant and blissful experience, but the mother has to be really tuned in and has to really know how to give birth to a baby that way. And 99% of all mothers in today's world are the opposite of that. And there's like generational trauma going on. So all of our births are essentially have extra trauma added to them, like the cutting of the umbilical cord, the drugs and chemicals that are used, the whole hospital situation is actually traumatizing for the baby and the mother. let alone all the stuff they do to the baby when we come out of there, circumcision on men, all this stuff, vitamin K shot, all the crazy shit they do in there is not good either. But birth tends to be like the core trauma that we're all living under in that sense. And it comes through as like a disconnection, and then there can be all the different layers of anxiety and depression and different of that material that can come from there as well. But so generally when like the ego tends to be that structure that's kind of protecting us from the fear and is resisting from the fear or pain that we may have in our psyches. And then that ego structure comes through as kind of like a caricature of some level of insecurity. So then the ego then wants to either control things or dominate or whatever it may be to kind of try to satisfy itself. But really it's based upon a disconnection from oneself. And then the ego death process can be a process of like facing a lot of that pain and trauma, and then essentially going through an actual process of healing that part of your psyche in which that ego layer is then dissolved and a more deeper, more authentic part of oneself is established.
Yeah, okay. Actually, that makes a lot of sense, to be honest. Like, it's something that is a painful process, but ultimately it's only painful because like it's a part of yourself that is attached to your physical self. Sort of is your physical identity, you know, and all the emotions and everything attached to your physical body, but it's not necessarily like the you know, the other side. I always look at that, like everybody has those two things inside them. They have their physical self, or biological, like their physical entity, and then there's some other you know, whatever you want to call it. People call it all different things, but some people call it God, for example. It's like this universal spirit that's inside of them, and it's these two things that make up who you are. But yeah, but one of them is intrinsically worldly and physical. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of crazy. We talk about this a lot in here, like religion and stuff, and I think we're on the same page with sort of like these spiritual leaders like Jesus and Buddha. Like, to me, these sort of people seems to me to have a very similar self-awakening. You know, they may have interpreted differently or whatever, but you know, they had a separation from their physical body and are basically you know, relaying a message that's coming from their spiritual awakening, basically.
Exactly, dude. Yeah, that's my understanding of it as well. I mean, people have different ideas of who like Buddha or Jesus were and all that, all of like who they were. But from one perspective, they were just older souls that did have a lot of wisdom and had a lot of previous incarnations and a lot of experience in those ways. And like, there's one perspective that, you know, all of religion essentially, and even different spiritual type systems, all stem from the original experiences that certain individuals had that they came back and reported, essentially, if you want to call it that, you know, wisdom, knowledge, all kinds of information in that sense. And so it's like, were they able to just inspire all of that through their own experience? And do we all have that same potential? And I would say we absolutely do. That everybody has that ability, and we are all in that process of becoming our own heroes. So yeah, it's just that I love that, just that idea that, yeah, that it's all inspired through the original insights, like mystical insights that these figures had that had so much resonance that they were able to resonate with that many people. And then, of course, in modern day religion, you like sit in at least in the Christian one, a lot of those where you just sit there and you're like being preached to, someone reading you words or whatever. I mean, that's not, I mean, the original inspiration of like Christian mystics at the beginning was the actual experiences they were having, like the actual mystical experiences, not just sitting there and having someone read stuff to you. because then you're not even experiencing anything. Like you're not even healing yourself or going through ego death. You're just sitting there, on a Sunday kind of thing, and you're not ever actually doing spirituality or anything. You're just like, well, you could still be learning wisdom and knowledge. I take that back. There is wisdom and knowledge in the Bible, so you could still be getting that, but you're not actually having like a union with the divine or an inspired experience. At least a lot of people are not in those kind of settings.
Yeah. That I feel like the people, well, no offense to anybody, but I do feel like people, they've taken the message. Like if you look at probably what like Jesus is or Buddha's or other people's goal or intended goal, it probably was a little bit different than the way people take it, because it's
they misrepresent what was written. Definitely, Yahusha, Jesus does. Who he really is in the Bible is not who we think of when we think about him. Most people, anyway. Sorry.
Yeah, it does get misrepresented. That's true. But yeah, there's something interesting about both of their stories, and even Muhammad's. But there's a bunch of different stories that are like this, where they fast or they separate themselves from worldly urges, or like the story about Buddha meditating under the tree for 40 days and stuff like that. It's basically like a story of how he kind of separated himself from his physical body, basically, like from listening to his physical body. And so if you separate that yourself from that, then all that's left is the universal spirit. And I think that's kind of what with all those stories are. That's what they all have in common with them is, they reach nirvana, or whatever you want to call it, enlightenment, whatever you want to call it, by shutting down the urges from their physical body and only listening to the other influence.
That's what Yahusha did as well, right? Jesus, he went into the wilderness for 40 days also, as did the Israelites spend 40 years in the wilderness. Jesus did the same as well.
Yeah, David Blaine did that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you're a Christian, well, a proper Christian, you should do at least eight days a year in the wilderness. In my opinion, for Sukkot. Obviously, you can't actually go to the bloody temple or anything like that. You could, but
I'm trying to find this quote from a movie you guys probably don't like, but that was a pretty good quote. So let me find it.
I would like it.
Oh. I can't find a quote. I'm not gonna try.
You gave it a shot.
Well, it's a quote from the movie Behind the Curve. That's why I thought that you probably wouldn't like it.
Oh, okay. I don't even know that. I don't remember if I watched that one.
Well, it's not on Netflix anymore, so.
I heard about it. Maybe I did watch it. Was Nathan Thompson in it?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, I saw it.
Gio was supposedly in it.
Yeah, Gio was in it, wasn't he? Oh, it's that one.
Go
Oh,
ahead. You go on, whatever you're saying.
huh?
You go on. I don't know if you're going to say something.
No, I just said, oh yeah, shit, he was meant to be in that one, wasn't he?
I was going to
Yeah.
say, if Fundy's in here, because we were in the middle of a conversation the other day, and I had to go to the grocery store, and so I've been waiting for you to waiting for you to come back, because I don't want you to think that I just left in the middle of the convo. If you're in here, Fundy.
Which is what you did do, right? I didn't want you to think that I did the thing I did, right? Like,
At least, I mean, not that I was running away is what I mean.
we know you wouldn't do that, Coach.
That was a cool conversation. We were just talking about Big Bang Theory.
That sounds terrible.
Well, it's interesting because sometimes it gets expressed as describing like the universe being at an infinitely dense point, like a single point, and it sort of is implied, and sometimes people express it that way, but that's not actually that's not actually in the theory. Like the theory admits that they can't explain things, in those conditions. So they have a time that it starts explaining things after, and it has a size for the universe that it can explain, at that size, but not anything smaller or anything before that.
Right. Okay. I get it.
But he even pulled up a quote from NASA, because even NASA was saying when it was describing I guess whatever he was reading, it was describing the Big Bang, and it described it as the universe starting at an infinitely dense point, that kind of thing. But that's kind of lazy describing.
A lazy description.
Yeah, because it doesn't actually state that.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff could be rephrased. That's probably another thing that's going to end up happening to people like Kosher and that scene. Because you're the guys talking the most often about the globe, right? They're going to just start, like, making fucking fake studies that, like, say exactly what you motherfuckers are saying out of your mouth. For real, they will do this. I genuinely believe that they'll start producing studies to directly back up your talking points.
I hope not, man. I think what would be
I think it's
better.
going to be really interesting that's going to happen. They're going to start citing you guys and, all of that. And, like, they're going to start looking at you like you're the top boys. Like, you're testing all this shit,
Yeah, then things are going to be in a bad way. But no, I think it's a better idea to not script anything, and even using like the flat Earth as a means to teach a lot of, or get people engaged in a lot of these types of this area of discussion.
Definitely, because there's little things we talk about. They are useful things when applied to real life, regardless of what way you see this. It gives us all a thing we're more interested in to talk about these types of topics, right?
Yeah, it gets people who aren't interested in the subject, interested in it. Like people who are ordinarily not, excited about science or anything like that, or math, for that matter. You know, it's kind of like what are those other things like the Fibonacci sequence and golden ratio. Like even people who aren't, math people, learning things like that, or like what's it called, the Mandelbrot set, learning things like that can motivate people to get involved in math. People who ordinarily may not have already been interested in it. So it's kind of like I think the flat Earth is another way to get people involved in this and the entirety of everything we talk about.
Yeah. I don't think I'll ever be excited to be talking about mathematics. Like I never will be. But yeah, definitely. I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a huge nerd, dude. I've been into math my whole life, so. But yeah, it's hard to find. That's why I like this community, because there's other people in this community. Not really in this server so much, but in Gem server, where you can bring up an interesting math problem, and a lot of people will get excited about it and try to solve it and stuff. But there's not, there's not a lot of people in my real life experience that
I've been that way.
share that with. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Mm-hmm. Well, like I'm even interested in things like that for real. Like it's just that I was more attuned to mental arithmetic. Written arithmetic was just annoying to me. That's just me though. I kind of had that thing where like the lines on the paper and words and letters move around and shit for me. So, like, you know, I've trained myself against it in a way. It took me a while.
I can tell you an interesting puzzle, but it's very annoying. It's only going to, let's just say it took some of the smarter people in Gems at least half a day in software to figure it out. But I'm sure you could figure it out with pen and paper. But anyway, it's a very simple puzzle though. It just goes, so there's two people, Sam and Paul, okay, and they're in the jail cell. And there's two number pads. Oh, there's a number pad, and there's two numbers that they have to type in to get out. Okay, so we'll call those numbers X and Y. And they're both greater than 1. And the sum of those numbers, X and Y, are both less than 100. So just so you're clear on the range. And these people, Sam and Paul, they're both perfect mathematicians and perfect logicians. Like they're experts in this stuff. Okay, so here's how it goes. Sam, he only knows the sum of X and Y. So he only knows the sum of X and Y. And Paul only knows the product of X and Y. But they don't know the information the other has.
So you mean sum as in both of them
added together.
Added together.
Yeah.
And then the other guy knows what?
What the product, the numbers multiplied together.
Multiplied together.
And they can't share that information. So they each know only that information. They don't know what the numbers are. One only knows the sum, the other knows the product. This is how the conversation goes. Sam says, Paul does not know X and Y. And Paul says, now I do know X and Y. And Sam says, now I know X and Y too. And so what is X and Y?
So they told one another that they know what it is.
Yeah, but they only told each other that conversation. That conversation is the only thing they spoke to each other.
But they shared the information that both of them knew, the product and.
Well, Sam, the sum guy told the product guy that the product guy did not know what this X and Y were. And then the product guy told Sam that he does now know what the X and Y are. And Sam said that he also knows what X and Y are. So those three pieces of information is all they shared. I'm trying to remember the answer. Yeah, but this takes like a lot of loops in your brain to figure out the answer. But anyways, my point is those kind of questions it's hard to bring those up with normal people. Like my girlfriend hates math.
Why? What is her proclivity then?
What is what?
What is her proclivity in terms of like her
I
hobby?
guess
She's
business,
interested in business.
sales.
Sales.
It's all about making money. She likes listening some of the stuff we talk about in here sometimes.
Kosho, have you ever had an experience that you would say was an ego death experience?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. But it goes back to what I was saying about breakups, like that kind of thing. Actually, right before I came into this community, I was kind of going through an ego death. Crazy, I've been in this community for 5 years now.
You're just Rick-rolling yourself.
Yeah, I guess so.
Never gonna give you up.
No,
Never
it's
gonna
funny.
let you down. Yeah, you're in it to win it. Although you'll probably win it in a different way than you might have thought you were going to win it.
Hey, winning is winning.
It's still winning. Yeah. If you've grown through the experience, then it's always winning, and we're always growing, so we're always winning.
You know what sucks is there was a time where there was a lot of people, like people I met when I first went in this community, and then they see me like later on, they're like, "You've changed, dude." So I guess I was nicer back in the day or something.
Oh. Well, I could think of a particular place you hang out that might contribute to that.
Yeah, it definitely does. It puts a little fire in your heart. That's true. They took away my mods now. I think it was Queen.
Really?
Oh, really?
Really?
Well, they made Queen a mod, and she likes to pick on me and stuff. So, and I ignore her.
What
And
a
I think
bitch.
one night I went in there, and she was trying to get my attention or whatever. And I literally, because I had her blocked, but when she became a mod, I couldn't block her anymore. But anyway, so I just ignored her, and I think before, like, I just stayed in the server the whole night, went to bed, and I woke up. I think she took my mods, so I was ignoring her.
Well, she had the ability to do that, though?
I guess so.
Oh, that's a tragedy.
Well, me and Chemo did that to each other. I hope because we got in a fight one day, and we kept muting each other, and then taking away each other's roles.
Oh, they just give any mod the ability to do that on that one?
Well, no, not any mod. There's certain mods, like there's like 4 different types of mods, but yeah, I think the lowest level you can't do that, and then you can't do it to somebody above you. Like you can't do it to somebody who has a higher mod thing than you.
Wow. So you're just not a mod there anymore. She just took it and that's it, or someone took it.
No, I'm sure it was her. So I was using it. I was using my mods that night. Like I was in there and I had to mute Jen a whole bunch, calm conversation down. So it clearly was just her. It's no big deal though. It's hard to be a mod over there, dude. And you get so much hate.
Yeah, totally.
There's almost nothing you can do as a mod that's not wrong.
Like, isn't engendering hate ever a good thing to be doing? You know, kind of seems like it's just sort of a it's like an energy that's always negative, like never grounds out back to positive. You know.
Well, I don't know. Over
That's
there,
a bit-
there's a certain I don't know. I guess you could say like it's kind of like being in the military a little bit, where it's like a lot of the jokes are dark and seemingly cruel, I guess, from the outside, but on the inside, it just I don't know. There's a lot of love in there. You just can't see it at first sight. Like, you know who has a big heart that you probably never would guess it, but yeah, Curved Water.
I knew you were gonna fucking say that.
I think everyone does. Yeah, I think every human has a kind heart, like you're saying, a warm. You know, everybody has that within them, and it has a lot of love, even through the many like masks or layers that we might express ourselves through.
Definitely.
We all have that.
I agree. Do you know what his nickname for me is? Gio. Kosher might know, but
Curved Water.
Yeah, his nickname for me is Croaky Throat Villain, or am I on about just curved?
That's funny.
Is that curved water and curved the same?
Oh,
person?
Curved Water. Yeah, Curved is the same. It's the same person. My bad.
Yeah, he's got like the most raspy, croaky throat ever, and that's his nickname for me. I'm just like, what the fuck, bro? Like, how did that happen?
Dude, it's crazy. When I used to do Jeopardy, I used to host Jeopardy in there, and it's so crazy the memory he has, dude. He literally got like every question. He got way more points than anybody else ever. It's crazy how much he knows.
Yeah, he refuses to share it if you're a flat earther.
Refuses to what?
He refuses to share his knowledge if you're a flat earther.
Oh. I don't know if that's true. He comes across abrasive, but that's just his style.
Yeah, I've only interacted with him a couple times. I really only went in that VC. I don't know how many times in total over the years, but I remember doing a couple good long several hour stretches in there at times here and there. But it's like I've probably only joined that VC a total of maybe 20 times, you know, my whole life, possibly something like that. Like, and then, but the times I did go in there, I spent several hours. But I've had some good times in there, actually, some great times, actually. And yeah, about 99%, everybody was super nice and civil and awesome. So I had great times in there. I had some great conversations, some late night combos. Like if people are not on the defensive, then it's just a chill vibe, you know.
Yeah. Like I said, there's just one type of attitude that is stressful or it's kind of it just ruins the conversation. Like I said, I hate to bring him up again, but this is the kind of attitude that Hayden Shill usually brings to the table, like his sort of just vitriolic for the sake of it.
Yeah, well, someone that like all they want to do is put someone else down and just berate them constantly. It's definitely like an issue that person has, and when they're allowed to do it, it just makes the whole room that thing. Now you just have this one guy like taking a baseball bat and beating someone else with it, like at least emotionally. Just continue telling them you're stupid, you're an idiot, you're a dumbass, all this stuff over and over. It's yeah, you're just like watching someone just like berate someone else, and that's all the conversation is. I guess I just find that very uninteresting and just kind of not my preference of what I want to listen to. It's just kind of boring. I'd rather actually hear the information than someone just berate someone else.
Yeah, sure. On that topic, we talked for a long time about GPS earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of missed a lot of that. Yeah, I was in and out, but it sounded very technical, and I was doing so many other things. Like I just knew I couldn't actually take it all in because, there was a lot there.
Yeah, well, there was. That's the thing. It wasn't even that technical. It was like a repetitive because it was. It was sort of just repetitive. But I think Jesse he means well. His attempt was it was well. There's there's good motivation behind it, good intentions. But yeah, I was trying to help him because I was posting this. I made this earlier. This is like basically a description of the message that they send out, the continuous message. I think sort of because there's a lot that a lot of us don't know about a lot of things, and I think the more we, the more we wrap our heads around some of these topics that we talk on, I think it'll make the conversations go smoother because a lot of the times it's at least one person or several people are in the conversation from a place of not exactly knowing. And I've been there before too, like where I've talked about things that I was learning on the spot basically.
So, Kosher, I mean, would it surprise you if I said that even if GPS showed that the Earth was a planar surface, that I would also not see that as valid data to conclude that?
Sure. I mean, that's the other thing is I think Jesse might have been making the argument, but at least anytime I bring it up, I'm not necessarily making that argument that it in itself, it is a evidence of one model or the other. Although I do believe that, I don't really think it's not an interesting argument to come from. But why do you say that anyway? If it did show that it was flat, why wouldn't it? Why would you not use it as an argument?
I think my connection's about to drop, so I'll be back in like 30 seconds if it's not already dropped.
Fair enough.
All right.
You cracked villain. You were there earlier, and I heard you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Ask again. Sorry, I really tuned out for a moment.
I heard you engaging earlier about it.
Yeah, I don't know what you're asking me right now.
Oh no, I'm just saying like
I didn't know what you said. I
didn't really ask anything just yet. I was just curious about your from what you understand about GPS. Where does that leave you as far as evidence one way or the other, or do you? Yeah.
For me, I feel like the two systems deeply rely on one another, like cell towers and GPS. And because of the fact that I know how cell towers work, I don't really see why this couldn't be like trilateration, but just triangulation. Added to the previous thing with a different identification code for that new, that new thing that they're able to achieve with it. I think GPS is innately attached to very expensive weapon programs that are very important. That I believe understanding the fundamentals of GPS and knowing too much about it would be even dangerous. And I don't think we know the real truth about GPS altogether at all, quite frankly. Any of us. I don't know, bro.
Like
Yeah, I
a
really
cell
don't
phone.
believe that.
Yeah, and like I mean, like a cell phone will use a couple different things to get position of GPS and it'll be cell powered and it'll use Wi-Fi, and you can actually usually select
Yeah, not audible for me.
why.
You're cutting out.
Robot ain't. Yeah. I did say something earlier to the effect of talking about a specific weapon system, and I gave an example. I can't bother to go through it again, but the thought process and I guess the big piece of technology that it is important for the military. I think we don't see many other countries other than the Western ones, like England and America, France, Germany, with the capability with fire control systems that the Americans and the English have. And it's related to GPS.
Well, the thing is, I know that Cordis, for example, he used to be in this community. He had already achieved what I'm about to tell you. I was going to see if I could build a GPS receiver from scratch and decode the messages myself, because I can already.
That would be cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that would be. I think it'd be an achievement. But even if I can't decode them myself, I mean, even if I can't build the receiver myself, I can basically already decode the signals, at least the L1 signal. The encryption in the messages is it's a simple encryption, and the encryption only is there just so you can tell which craft it's coming from. But other than that, the message itself, the information, like the format that it comes in, is fairly simple to decipher. That's why I posted that. That's basically the entirety of the message for the L1 signal, and the only other information is the like I said, there's a sort of coding that goes into it that depends on what craft it is, but you can easily decipher that from this information. So I'm not sure why I don't know why I think that's just a means to tell you which craft it is. It's not really to hide the information. But that's also why I don't think that it can be spoofed or something like that, because the information is like the information about what is in the message is all public information, and the actual message has to be factually giving you the actual information. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to use that information to pinpoint your location.
Yeah, I kind of understand the logic that you're going with there, but I don't know if that's entirely true. The system does work. Doesn't mean the means of how it works is the right one. No one's disagreeing with whether it works or not, whether or not you can hook into that signal even. We have the receiver that's limited to the understanding that it gets the information and it utilizes it for a certain causality, or sorry, certain function at that time. And that ain't the nitty gritty though. That ain't everything. The secrets behind it.
Are you guys still on GPS?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I just got back to my computer. Well, what I was trying to say before, like on an actual cell phone, it uses the GPS chip to pinpoint your location the most accurately. But it also you can use the cell towers and Wi-Fi to get additional information and to try to get you even more accurate, or at least that's what they claim.
Yeah.
So yeah, so it there is some trilateration with the towers even admitted in terms of that feature.
Yeah.
But I think originally, Coach, I would also answer what you had said. That meaning that I would say that it's not valid information because, and this would be why. Essentially, what it is, you're walking outside, and you have a receiver, and you're receiving a signal, and that signal is coming from a certain direction. And that's it. The signal you receive is giving you information that you're then extrapolating off of a model that's given to you, which obviously the same people made. And then that does correlate with movement on the earth. But at the end of the day, you're literally just out there with I'm not saying you, but whoever is just literally out there with a receiver receiving a signal. Unless you could verify what the signal it precisely is, where it's coming from, the equipment, the way that it's built. And even with that, you could get into like what Jeremy talks about in terms of refraction and other effects that might even impact that as well. So even if you knew the exact equipment, you still could have other effects in the environment that could throw it off as well. But however, you don't even have that. We don't even have access to that equipment. We have literally zero way to verify. I mean, the mainstream story is that it's coming from satellites in outer space. So I mean,
you don't got shit, Coach.
that's what
You
they're
don't
going to
got
say.
shit.
Yeah.
You don't got shit, bro.
But even if it's not satellites in outer space, if it's just shit up there projecting a signal, you still don't know anything about what it is and exactly what it's sending, how it works, how the timing that they're sending is even working. Even though you're getting a signal from the same position in the sky and it might be telling you that's a satellite there, that doesn't mean that's the case either. They can have a web of different transceivers that are creating a network of whatever spoofed system they want.
Fucking Gio's going in right now, Coach. Get wrecked.
Well, I mean, it's all well and good, but the thing is, you weren't here a second ago, but I was sort of describing why that can't be the case. What you just said, because here's why. It's because that picture I posted is basically the picture I posted is basically the message. It's at least the L1 signal, at least what you're receiving directly from the whatever you're receiving it from, and in that message is the time the message was sent, and the way that you know how far it traveled was by discerning. So you only get the message.
I'm sorry, I got to interrupt because I'm gonna be playful. I gotta say something kind of funny. You know what you sound like right now? And this is not even a judgment, or I'm not even like saying it like a dig way. Bruh. But you sound like where you're like, well, she sent me her picture. She looks like she's 19, and you're like, it's like you're getting catfished, and you're kind of telling me about like, well, she sent me the picture from this email address.
You look quite hot. I didn't know she had a dick. Yeah, man.
Maybe I am getting catfished.
You're getting catfish, dude. You're kind of explaining the catfish.
Well, check this out. I'm about to have dinner real quick. Just very quickly though, because part of this message. Let me post. So in here where it says word 1 to word 10. That whole every single last one of those has the information of when the message was sent. So basically, or not when the message was sent. Right, when the message was sent. And
so first thing you have to do is just trust that that's true.
Well, no. You don't have to trust it as true. You just know. You write that down that piece of information.
No, it's true.
And then what you do is No. That's right. That's hold on. Let me start over because let me make this clear. So that message is 37,000 bits long, and you're gonna get it starting at some point in that message, right? You don't know exactly. It's not gonna start from the beginning. You're gonna get it at some point in that message, okay? And depending on where you get it, so if you get it, let's say halfway, okay, but you also know what time it is because you have a clock on your receiver, and it's got a clock on its computer, and it's got clock corrections in there. And so based on what part of the message you get, you can basically time how long it took to get to you, right? So if that information is not correct, and it didn't take that length of time to get to you, the distance that you come up with based on that is going to be incorrect. And if that distance is incorrect, then your entire, the entire reading is going to be incorrect. Your position is going to be incorrect, right? So, yeah, there's a bunch of intricacies in the message itself too that it's relaying to you that if it weren't the truth, you wouldn't be able to use it to, tell your location. And there's no extra information in the message. Like there's no secret information that's like, oh, actually, all that was just a joke. Here's where you really are. You know what I mean? Like it's only using the information that those 37,000 bits.
I'm sold. Did you post it in text?
What?
Kosho,
What's going on?
did you post the GPS data in text? Is that what you said?
Well, I posted a picture. I made this picture earlier. This is a picture that describes the message that's that the GPS sends out.
But it's not like an actual GPS message. It's just you just made a picture.
Yeah, the actual message is going to be in a language you're not going to understand. So it wouldn't be meaningless for me to post that. But this is what the information. This is the information that's encoded in that message. It's basically zeros and ones. So you're not going to understand the zeros and ones.
Well, you can't assume what someone else may or may not understand. Are you divining what you think he can understand?
Well, if he already knew how the GPS worked, then he wouldn't be asking. But the GPS, it's encoded.
Well, to know the code,
that code is flipped as well.
Well, all he did was ask. He just asked for the data.
Wait, yeah, he asked for the code. That's all he did, though.
There's no data now.
He asked for it.
This is a picture. I made this picture that describes what's in the message.
But you can't proclaim that he wouldn't know how to understand it based on him asking to read it. Like that no.
I think it's a safe assumption. I'll go ahead and ask. Maybe it's the case that you do know how to read the.
It wouldn't matter. The assumption would still be wrong.
It's a safe assumption.
It doesn't matter if you're correct.
If that's not a fallacy, it should be one.
It is a fallacy. It's a real fallacy.
Which
one? I'm posting a picture for the purpose of explaining what's in the message. So that's all I'm posting. Yeah, that's a fallacy.
It's the I'm assuming you won't understand, so I won't even give you the information fallacy.
If you do understand, then there's no point of me posting anything. I'm only posting this so that you do understand what's in the message.
Because you're assuming that understanding the code would be tantamount to understanding like the whole process as described in your narrative, versus someone actually understanding the whole process but just wanting to actually look at it again because like they're like addicted to it, like you fucking are, right? So like maybe they just want to look at some data, bro.
What's next, Kosho? Should you are you going to suggest that I take a master class on it as well?
Well, you should always do that.
I think that was yesterday's suggestion to somebody. You're not going to understand this. Maybe you should take a master class.
Yeah, well, whoever was discussing it yesterday.
I was just looking for actual information or data. Unfortunately, like, Jesse spent a very long time drawing pictures, and he's a decent artist, and I enjoyed him drawing pictures on his computer. And I appreciate your is that a JPEG or PNG? I'm not sure, but I appreciate your JPEG as well. But throughout the course of the whole entire day, nobody's actually like posted GPS data. Or if somebody wanted to share their screen and discuss how GPS works because they understand it so well, you would take that data, right? You'd be like, hey, let me show my screen. Here's some raw data from a GPS. This is what I put it through.
Right.
Why I do it. This is where it's coming from. This is how I know exactly where the location of this is because I'm doing X, Y, and Z.
Right.
That would be informative. But instead, we just kind of like, we experienced a bunch of straw men and cartoons today. And it wasn't very fulfilling for me, unfortunately.
You
I didn't feel
wouldn't,
like
but you wouldn't understand. Oh wait, does that mean that you guys can't explain it to us then? If you understand something, you should be able to explain it.
Was it cartoon? Was it cartoons and straw men, or was it straw men of cartoons?
it was a mixture of both today. I think.
Cartoon straw men.
Yeah, literally. And
Yeah.
at one point, I shouldn't have done it, but I was just kind of messing with Jesse while I was feeding my dog. I wasn't even paying attention to his thing.
Yeah, you were. That's funny.
And then he tried to straw man me, like I got a FaceTime from my wife, and then I came back in the conversation, and I don't know if he realized I was back in the hearing, and he's like, all right, let's recap today. So when Napalm said that he was going to put these two dots here on my image, I was like, oh shit, bro, you're straw manning the shit out of me. So yeah, it was fun.
I like Jesse there.
Yeah, he seemed. I mean, he meant well, but let's be honest. If I tried to prove the flat Earth and I just started drawing pictures or something on my computer, I don't think that would be sufficient for anybody on either side of the debate. You need to come with some sort of data, something that has some sort of application, at least a small baseline that draws us to reality. But instead of, I mean, there was absolutely nothing.
Well, I think at the end of the day, though, we like to test GPS, we have to basically measure the Earth and then test it. So we'll be measuring the Earth anyways at that point. And until then, it's just signals bouncing around that people are picking up on and getting some partial locations fixes with.
To put it crudely, yeah.
Yeah, that's just putting it as just kind of frank as it is.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, and there seems to be this like idea, right? GPS is open source. You can see all the data, blah blah blah. But in order to like decode it, basically you have to go to NOAA and download like their software, and then their software you can manually input the stuff into the software, and then it spits it out where your location is on the globe or something, right? So there's just way too many steps in between it that it
can't trust the chain of custody, right?
Yeah,
that's not true though.
It's mapping shit on Cartesian coordinate systems. Yes, it is.
No, it's not true. That page I posted there, that's a description of what's in the message. So if you know, let's see, if you know how to read binary, for example, and you know how the there's another thing in there called the flip data, and that'll give you an idea of which craft it's coming from. But all that information in there is you don't have to go anywhere to
how many times
to get that information.
How many times have you manually done this?
I mean, I'm in the process of getting the all the what's it called, the station, the space, no, the what's it called, the space vehicle information. I get that all understood. I already know how to flip the data though, depending on which craft it is, because each craft has a special code that you have to basically. It's a weird step you have to do, but all that stuff's public information.
And then what do you suppose you're going to do?
Right.
With that?
Just collect raw
What do you
data
do with that
myself.
information? Plug it into what? Where are you?
Plug it into what?
How are you figuring out your fix? Right. At least we know with the sextant we're drawing on maps and we're manually taking elevation aids. So with the GPS data, and you're going to manually do it, how are you plotting this?
Well, I'll see what position it gives me, and I'll see which position I really am at in real life. I'll see if it's the same. I mean, just so it's clear, the GPS uses an Earth center, Earth fixed, geoid or ellipsoid model with the equator on the x-axis and the prime meridian on the z-axis.
What do you mean it uses a model?
Well, after it gets the XYZ data, when your receiver is trying to interpret where you are, it converts the XYZ data into spherical coordinates, and it does that by, like I said, placing the ellipsoid model in the grid system, and then translating those to like I said, from XYZ Cartesian coordinates to spherical coordinates, two angles in a radial distance.
So to do like a transform equation?
Yeah, that's what your longitude and latitude is based on.
Cool. So it really doesn't prove shape then.
Well, no, the question that you asked me was how would I verify that it was correct? And that's how I would verify it was correct. I would just translate the positions onto spherical coordinates and see if they match my latitude and longitude.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you-
I'd like to see it live one day. Be cool.
And you agree it doesn't prove shit then, Kocho?
In itself, I mean, I wouldn't say in itself it proves anything. I just, I mean, it does show me that the signal is legitimate. It has to be legitimate because it's telling me where I am, and it's the only way it tells me where I am is based on the information it's giving me, like its position, the time it took to get from wherever it is.
Yeah, only for that particular moment and in relation to the other moments that it wants to, or the other areas that you're linking. But like every time you move, you're getting a new positioning. So there's so many ways to fudge that. It's really endless, the potentials of what they could be doing.
Anytime you're given data or information, better assume that can be changed by the thing that's given it to you.
Exactly. At any point. And this is an ongoing targeting system that is design that moves as you're getting new fixes for every position. I mean, I'm not doubting that it is somewhat accurate. Like, I mean, we've all used it in various ways for.
Do you know how easy it is to shoot one down if you've got a system that can shoot one down? All you need to do is talk about what Coach is doing. You can work out where it is in the sky, guys. And just shoot
No,
it down.
he can't. That's the thing. That no, they can't work out where it is. They're being told that's where it is in the sky, and they're being
No, I
given
know they
a
can.
model.
Don't you think nations have tried to shoot down each other's already? They would have, right?
12,000 miles in the sky. I'm not sure if many people are capable of that.
No. They don't go to war over that. Crack. Space is just off limits.
You know what Kocho's argument was?
They all when it comes
It's
to
too
each
high up,
other's
they can't
space
get there.
agencies, they just calmly are at peace with them, letting them also. I'm just kidding.
Gio, Kocho's rebuttal was, it's too high up. They can't get there. That was
I'm
just
saying
his
nobody's
rebuttal,
worried
right?
about that. It's 12,000 miles in the sky. You would be able to tell someone's doing that and probably stop them before they get a chance to shoot it down if they have the capability to do that or the desire.
Well, it could happen.
Maybe.
I don't know if I was the government and I secretly put up my own GPS satellites because apparently you only need 24 of them. I would think it would be a pretty good tactic to establish my own GPS system and then tactically take out the one that the rest of the world is using. Wouldn't you think that would be kind of an advantage in a war situation?
Space supremacy, yep.
Well, if you have those capabilities, you already have supremacy. So
Not true. If someone does an offensive to try and tilt that balance in a war, what are you on about?
yeah, if somebody had the ability to do that, they would already be steps ahead of whoever they're battling against. But this is the reason why the Space Force was created in the first place, was to ensure the satellite safety in the
You must fucking love Trump, man.
in the event that something like that happens.
Bro,
You must
Space Force
really
is
like
where
Trump, right?
anti-flat earthers get hired.
Why do you say that?
What did they say in
coming
Wayne's
in
World?
there
And monkeys might fly out of my butt. Remember when they said that?
Sure, and monkeys might fall out of my butt. you want to know? That's actually one of the phrases I know how to say in German. You want to know how to say "and monkeys might fly out of my butt" in German?
Go ahead.
Ja, ja, und Dolphin fliegen out meinem Arsch.
Ja, dann fliegt auf einem Arsch.
Ja, und Aufen is monkey.
Ja, und Aufen? Ja, und Aufen?
Ja, und Aufen fliegen out meinem Arsch.
Fliegen out
Almost
meinen
understood
Arsch.
that, like almost.
Yep. Ich habe eine Schlange in meinem Zimmer.
Wo kann ich ein Bier kaufen? Anyways.
Ich liebe Stan.
Ich liebe dich. What?
Was ist das?
Was ist das? What is this? Yeah. I know bad stuff that I can't really say. So
yeah.
I mean, Kosho, like, can you not, like, would you agree that you're really just taking data and trusting the data as that it fits into the model that you're also just trusting?
I'm having a hard time not. I don't understand how come you guys are not understanding that in this example, the information that you're getting, if it were not true, it would not be useful.
I feel like
it must be true because it works. Like the information you're given is not separate from the means of finding your position by trilateration. And
Kosher,
that information has to be correct for it to trilaterate your position.
That's just a bad mirror image of QE's argument that sextants work, therefore the Earth is flat. I mean, it's exactly the same argument.
Exactly. And that's kind of like saying, I mean, you're trying to say, I wish you guys would understand, or however you're trying to phrase it and put it back on us, as if like our argument is that the data doesn't actually get from point A to point B, right? Like that our phones don't actually receive data in some way, shape, or form that gives us our position. It's not like we're saying, nope, the information from GPS doesn't take place. Nobody makes that claim. Nobody makes the claim like your phone doesn't receive information that allows it to pinpoint where your location is.
Oh, I'm claiming that.
Your phone doesn't.
Really. I'm joking.
Doesn't gain even. Well, here's the thing, Crack. Like, even if it was just triangulation, which a lot of what you deal with is just cell tower pinging triangulation, most of it with your cell phone, but there is GPS that doesn't solely rely on that.
I think the moment that you add like a higher position and another signal, you've got 3 points of you got trilateration at that point, and that adds the extra like window in there for like it being able to be supported over a larger, more extensive ground with a much higher level of angles that it's able to cover, right? And I imagine there would be like traceable with these signals, like a corona where there's like a gap in their field some fucking where, which I've heard there's a lot of that in the southern hemisphere where you don't get support because it's like there's no coverage, there's no overlap in there because not many people go there, you know? It's like people that are really out in the sticks and out in the wild, like they have to climb mountains to get like the sat phones working. Anyone tell me that doesn't happen? Fuck off, I've done it. Go away.
And this isn't a sat phone though.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Why do you sound like you feel like Gio threw his wine in your face, bro? Calm down.
No, I'm saying that this is not a sat phone. Like a sat phone is a two-way communication. This is a receiver that's only receiving signals. This is why it works in any open location.
Yeah, but you don't know. For example, here's an example of how that's a problem. If you're standing in one location on Earth and then you move 10 feet to another position, you actually don't know if you're even getting the same signal set from one area to another.
Yep.
And when they can customize what they're giving you via your area, you now have very, very limited information that you're actually getting from that signal. And unless you tested it every step of the way along the Earth at every section to actually verify the curvatures there, all the land is laid out, then all you're really doing is getting a couple local readings that, because we all know we've you can go a mile down to the store and your GPS will show you a mile. I mean, obviously there's some level of accuracy there, but that can be a patchwork level of accuracy, and you would have to actually test it over the entire surface to make sure that it actually is consistent and actually is what you're claiming it is. Whereas what I would say you're doing is looking at the signals, looking at the model. You've maybe tested it a little bit around your neighborhood or something, as we all have, and then there's the Pontchartrain Bridge. I mean, that claim that they went along that, but you're basically just receiving that information, and you haven't actually verified it. You haven't done it in the Pontchartrain either. Actually verified it to the tangible Earth to even verify that it actually is doing that. You're just kind of doing a leap of faith with it.
I told you, Kosho, that I was going to South Texas, right? And I was going on a fishing trip, and you never gave me like the software until after I came back already. So I mean, if you wanted, me to prove it for myself at the ocean, just like flat earthers want, people to go look and make measurements, at the ocean. I mean, why didn't you give me that information before I left? Because I told you plenty in advance.
Yeah, I gave you the two apps.
After I came back.
I'm not sure when. I thought I gave it to you in the conversation, but yeah, there's just two apps you got to download.
About it, and I asked you about it, and you were like, "Yeah, I'll get back with you on that."
Yeah, I was probably going to give you instructions and stuff, but yeah, you just need those two apps now. One of them's to check which signals you're getting, the other one's to log them.
Moment's been and gone by, Yeah,
I mean, sure. I mean, you can do them anywhere you'd like, though. You can do them any day. It's never too late to
conversion.
Not too late to do them. But
you failed. You're a bad glober, bro. Don't let anyone at Gems know this. You missed a conversion attempt. Minus 6 points to the cult, right?
Yeah, because I have the proper phone and everything.
Yeah. Well, if you'd like to still do them, there's still two apps that still exist, and you can do them any time of the day, anywhere.
Yeah. You'd measure topography.
That's what she said.
No, I think she said you hit bottom.
Whoa.
Stop digging so deep down them rabbit holes, Dirth. Gosh.
That's fucking funny.
So yeah, Kosho, I mean, to go from like, hey, I have a GPS receiver and I move 10 feet to the left and it shows me 10 feet. And then I go 10 feet forward and it shows me 10 feet. To go from that to the leap that the entire GPS system is accurate enough to give you the globe Earth, I think is a highly problematic approach.
Well, if you were receiving the raw data and interpreting the raw data, you would get a lot more than it telling you were 10 feet to the left or to the right. For one, you'd be able to tell the time difference in the messages and the distance it traveled, even in the positioning of those craft too. So,
but that's all right. Okay, but those three things you just mentioned,
weird?
Those three things. Hold on, I don't want to interrupt or talk too much. But I'm just saying, dude, like to go jump. I mean, those three things you just mentioned, you're just literally accepting and assuming all of them is true, right?
It's in the message,
right? But you're accepting that message. Like if I sent you a message and it said, "Hey, man, I sent this at 8:30." How do you know that it actually was 8:30? Because you're just getting the message saying it was sent at 8:30. Now I understand in
Did it
our
at
world you kind of just
8:30.
trust that shit, but when it comes to GPS, is that what you're doing? Just kind of accepting that timing is legit and the position of that satellite, as you said?
It turns out if that is not true, like let's say they're lying about it. If it's not true that they're not really in that position and didn't really take that length of time for the message to get to me, then I'm not going to know where I am, because I'm only knowing where I am because of that information. So if that information is not true, it wouldn't tell me where I was. It would tell me some other location.
If you're receiving signal, that means that you could be being like triangulated via cell towers. Even what are you on about?
Yeah, but the information
So
that
it
you're
could tell you
the
exactly where
information that
you
your
are.
phone, that your receiver is using to tell where it is all in that message. And so if that information is incorrect,
As you
then
believe.
it's not going to tell you where you are, because there's no other information except for
There could be a code, a cipher. There could be a code or a cipher attached to that information that has the other information on it. I don't know what you're saying. Like, you're acting like that can't be done, bro. Like, you ever learn about like the Nazi fucking Enigma? Any of that?
Yeah, the Nazi Enigma wasn't them sending a message that made perfect sense, but actually having secret code behind it. It was an encrypted message, which did not make any sense. So it doesn't make sense that they send a message that actually
Bro,
has
they
meaning
send
to
this
it,
shit.
and then actually has valid information in it. And at the
Don't
same
tell
time, there's
me
a
that
secret
it
message in
can't
there.
be
Yeah.
interpreted as what it is in C++. There could be another formula, encryption code attached to it in a coherent manner. Well, two letters next to one another mean a certain number, and that number's attached to a keyboard. Don't tell me you can't fucking create an algorithm to do that, right?
That has accurate information in both cases. The
Yeah,
leaps,
dude,
leaps,
they
leaps
could
and
send
bounds,
you.
leaps and bounds that you guys have to go through to, just not believe this is crazy.
Well, I would say it's
I think it's a military technology, and that's what militaries have previously done. Sorry,
it's a
go
pretty
ahead.
straightforward spoofing system. I don't even think. I mean, there's nothing that's that wild.
Outrageous.
Yeah, it's not really that outrageous.
It's
but
admitted even, actually, by the military. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah. Well, what was I going to say? What was I going to say?
I was just going to say I like how you always. I like the way you put your arguments, Kosho, because the casual observer might not pick up on your nuances when you say things like, well, it works. It has to have accurate information to work, right? As if your argumentation as far as GPS, your
information.
Right, has your side of the argument, meaning this only works on a globe, which is what most people say, somehow has the only rights to the information that allows us to accurately pinpoint where we're at with something like our phone, right? Like
They've had all the real estate
we
for
could
a while.
certainly say all of this information proves a flat and stationary Earth. Our phones work, and what do you think that it's not sending accurate information?
Yeah, I mean that's the thing about it. There's so much. There's like a barrier between what we can verify with it, and Coach, what I was going to say is with the actual like GPS spoofing. I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about the larger idea that the whole thing is spoofed. I'm actually talking about GPS spoofing, which is like an actual thing that already, that's like kind of admitted to exist and all that, where, they use it in the military and whatnot, where they can send GPS signals that can throw off a, enemy vessel, but not only throw off, but they can actually direct them into other areas of the Earth, for example, that they don't think that they're even headed towards. Now, if they really know what they're doing,
missiles,
if they know what they're doing with celestial navigation, they would never actually get lost. But the point with that is that it just by the signals they send, the people in the boat, they still think they're getting accurate information, which is why they're following their GPS. However, their GPS is actually not leading them where they think it was. So the reason is that at every moment you move, all you're doing is receiving. So you don't have any verification that the last coordinate set of where you were 10 feet ago actually is the same coordinate set in the new 10 feet. Now, it obviously has to be to some degree, because like you can get a GPS to measure 10 feet pretty accurately, or 1,000 feet, or a mile. So obviously there is some accuracy within our local areas. But the larger question when it comes to the actual curvature of the Earth, or when it comes to like the larger layout of the land, that's where there could be patchwork and fudgery going on in the way that it's laid out. And you, Kosho, may not have actually verified that yet, all of the inconsistencies. You might just be going off a local region and then making the assumption that the rest of the system must be accurate.
Can I add something real fast? I'll be quick. So I didn't have some of the first smartphones, but I came in maybe a few years before the 4G upgrade. So when I
Okay.
first started delivering with these smartphones, I worked for a company that delivered way outside of town. So when I would go on these county roads that had like a private drive, I wouldn't know where the fuck it was, right? Why would you name your driveway, right? But I digress. So my point is that you couldn't always get it to work like when you went so far south of town, because the one tower is like on that highway, but the other towers are like still in town. So I would lose my position at the
Yep.
same time that I lost my cell phone service. So the GPS satellite that I was paying an extra $12.50 a month for, or something like that, like it didn't work when I went so far south of town. And this was like, semi-rural Texas, So I just want to point
The
out
same
that,
where I live.
yeah, if your argument, yeah, you live in a rural place too, that's right. If you make the argument that it works, therefore the Earth is a globe, so when it didn't work, did that mean the Earth wasn't a globe at that time?
Yeah, you've only got to drive 10 minutes and it's like that where I live.
That's a good point. Like if you're in no man's land of GPS, then if you
Yeah,
trust
it
your
doesn't happen
GPS, then
anymore.
if you trust your GPS, then you're in a no man's land world.
Literally.
happen
That's
so
what
much
mapping the
anymore.
globe out is. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I spoke over you twice. You go ahead, bro.
I'm just saying that I think GPS is just the advancement of the Cartesian coordinate system of a globe, right? Like the idea that a globe is like the best way to lock off land, right? It's a free and all-encompassing circle. You map out the land and then provide the only map for everyone to read. Like they're never going to go anywhere further. That you would assume that you've gone into everything that's encapsulated within a globe Earth, right?
Yeah, and if this world is 4.54 billion years old, like they say, then wouldn't there be like hundreds of Hawaiis in the Ring of Fire?
You would think you would have been spitting that shit out for a while, right?
And also in
If I caught your
cosmology,
drift.
there isn't enough Big Bangs that happen roughly, supernovas. They only happen like roughly once every 30 years, and there's not enough, former supernovas that you can see in the sky. So there hasn't been that much time elapsed, as they say.
Okay. A couple of hits there for the globe. No one going to step up to rebut. To be settled at another
We're
time.
like the underdog, but we have the stronger punches. I saw this YouTube short video the other day of this guy that was like, he was boxing someone else that was much bigger than him. So the guy was way smaller, but like he just packed these punches and he ended up knocking the guy out just because he had like such he was smaller, but he was like more accurate.
Yeah, I'm weary of those smaller guys, right? Guys that are about 5'8", 5'10", because their maximum punching power zone is right where my jaw is. Like if they throw the hardest fucking punch they can throw, that's why taller fighters should always move backwards and randomly feint and randomly plant your big toe and throw like a straight cross right down, without telegraphing it, right down the center, about where their throat collarbone area is, because they usually can't dodge those.
I could tell if I was taller, it would make me worse at fighting.
Yeah, once you're much taller, like look at Mark Hunt knock out Stephen Struve. right?
Mhm.
You can see that sort of thing, and it's like Mark Hunt. Like I would not want to fight that little bastard if I was
Definitely
that
not.
was true.
But like my cousin is like, he's like objectively 6'5", 6'6", but he is still tough. Um, but when it comes to like getting in close quarters, like I can overwhelm him in a matter of seconds with punching, with with that, and grappling too.
Yeah, but those tall guys can bring up their knees to your chin without even jumping.
True.
There's no superior race or fighting technique or build, right? Each has its strengths and weaknesses.
It's in the mind. Dude, I've beat people that are like 3 times my size when I was young in arm wrestles, fights that are like 3 times my size, bro. Big Russian guys that fought in the Chechen War. Fucking bullet wounds and stuff like that. Mashing them in arm wrestles. I weighed less because my psychology was like more than theirs. That's all.
Coach, are you still here?
I still don't think they have a very good explanation for like the rings of Saturn and Uranus. Like, why would there be stuff up there that doesn't fall down?
Mhm.
Right, and it just all happens to be falling like in a perfect path, almost perfectly circular, and it just doesn't fall into the planet like ever. Like,
It
because
looks
you guys showed
insane too.
a bowling ball on the trampoline, and that wasn't what you guys are describing. So it was not a very good analogy.
That ring looks like it serves a function. You know? I don't know, man.
When I saw Saturn through a very high-powered telescope, it looked like an orb. It really looked like a little orb of light. It was kind of whitish. It was pretty bright, actually. It had like a very interesting kind of white color to it. And it did look like it had little like kind of wings on it. Like I wouldn't really say it look like rings. It kind of looked more like wings. And so it does have that shape to it. And because the telescope I was looking through was like all lenses, like it wasn't digital or anything like that. So I mean, it was. And I realized it was like a large Dobsonian. It was at least like 10 foot tall, so it was a big one. But I mean, it wasn't like it was not like a.
Didn't have a computer program hooked up to it, you know?
Yeah, and it probably wasn't like as powerful as some of the other ones that like the more advanced ones as well. But so I'm not saying that that's the most zoomed in that it can be seen, but it definitely looked like an orb of light. And it didn't look physical at all to me, and it didn't look like those rings were around a sphere either.
Yeah,
it looked like it was like an orb that had 2 side little extensions on it.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, I've seen like more detailed stuff done with it, and I guess sort of a weird one, bro, because I've seen stuff that looks legitimate come from people that I think are legitimate, right? But
like, there's a couple there that kind of show a couple different ones. Those are all quite different, though.
let me just rinse my hands. Why did that hurt? I just ate something. It feels like I got something stuck in my throat. And like,
but I mean, they say this is real.
Wait, no, look.
That's supposed to be from Cassini.
Cassini. Not bad, true. I got that 3%. This is Saturn. This is CGI.
Look, those first ones look like a little orb of light, which is what I saw as well. All these other things look like cartoons.
The top frame that say this is Saturn, I've seen it look like nearly all of them that are there. And then the bottom one, you can tell by the orientation of the axis that's coming from supposed satellite views of that. That angle isn't relatively similar to anyone on the globe. Like it's like too far facing forward with the lip of the ring, where you can see the back of the ring when it's facing us as well. You can see both sides of the rim, and it's leaning toward you. It looks like a literal eye. That's why they would call it the eye of like of Saturn. Like they all like, you know what I mean, like Sauron. So they were traveling toward, believing that they could go and stab Yah in the fucking eye. We will get to the heaven. It really does look like an eye, though. But all them orientations, legit, like, oh. None of them are from the actual, the images that they show of it. Which is just ridiculous that they wouldn't even show. There you go. No, it was in good focus.
Yeah, these are where they stack them, and I don't know which one these are, but these look. I can already tell these look funky. This one that this guy just posted.
You guys were talking about GPS earlier. Sorry. Like the Chinese have their own GPS. That's correct, yeah.
GIPS. They call it GIPS.
What's up, y'all?
If there's more than one GPS system, then obviously there's a conflict.
Yo, what's up? What's up, Don? What's up, Don?
Sorry, tell me more about it.
Well, if there's not one GPS system, there's obviously a conflict somewhere.
Right. Well, Rip,
What are you in an RN for?
I'm just saying, can I give you an analogy? Tell me what I'm missing. So, like, if we're at a ball game, you know, and I got my team of cameramen, and you got your team of cameramen, does there have to be a conflict?
It's actually a great analogy.
Well, we'd have to ask Ron what he was talking about. What do you mean? I mean, I would say there's multiple different networks because all different countries and militaries, I mean, they're all running their own jurisdictions, even though I think they're all run through the same central hub, but they obviously still have some variations in different components of it. Different networks, yeah.
Light and dark system. Deep state, not so deep state. Really.
I mean, I think they just localize like certain planar coordinates within regions where people are, and then out like in the larger areas is where there's a lot of missing data.
Yeah. It's like when they did the India survey back in 1800s, they were using a baseline of like 12 meters or 12 kilometers. Just increments of 12 where you should be using 11.11. The point being, it seems to sound like their baseline was indicating that those lines of latitude spacings in the where India was were actually wider. So if China's using their own GPS because actually there's more land, or I don't know. Yeah.
It would actually make sense that everyone would be cool with lying about like other land as well, because like whoever discovers that shit, it's just like, look, just don't tell anyone. The least amount of people that know about this shit, the better. Like, because then whoever knows about it can profit from it. That's all you gotta worry about, pal.
Exactly, and I reckon the Russians have got they're hiding fucking half a 10-degree circle or something like that up in the north. And they both know, but they won't admit it. You know, it's kind of that stalemate type of thing that's been around since whenever. And if they hide something,
I bet you military brass have had orgies that prove exactly what you're saying up there and on that land. Sorry, go ahead. Digress.
I watched a top 10 conspiracy video on YouTube earlier, and although it was like U.S. government and it wasn't a worldwide thing, they definitely did worse shit than lie about hidden land. I mean, they were poisoning alcohol during Prohibition. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's definitely been worse stuff
But wait
done
there,
on
no one
purpose.
should have been. But no one should have been drinking during Prohibition, so that would be their own fault.
I mean, sure, but I mean, it still is. It's
Well, they're
you know,
criminals, Dom,
darker.
and they deserve to fucking. I'm joking. That's so messed up.
It's like I'm just that was kind of like I mean they done did some shit. They done hurt people, you know, on purpose. Like
No, they did it to save their lives, mate. Just looking at it wrong.
it was for everybody's good, you know. And so it's like if they're gonna come up with some people would freak out and always be going to the edge. It's bad for. Of course they would do it. Not that I have any evidence, but I want to see it. I'm thirsty for it.
Yep. I reckon when you get to the edge, like God just like drinks the bowl, you know. That's what actually happened. That's why we can't do that.
Well, there is an idea. I know this is gonna sound pretty. It could sound pretty wild, but with the
Well, I
edge
said we're
thing,
fucking wild. Go ahead.
where you have like a planar Earth and the land and the whole deal. As you would get out to that region, if there's like a magnetic field, almost like a vortex field, that you would transition into or through, you could say, and then you'd be kind of at the edge, as it were, in this idea. But you may just transition. It depends on like what your destiny is at that point, because now you're like more or less exiting this world. And so like, do you go back in the spirit world? Do you go, is there more land? Like, do you open up more? Is there more land that extends out?
New dimension.
Like if you were like on water and you went through like a misty area with a lot of clouds and whatnot, you wouldn't quite know where you are, you know? And then you just come out to more land, because that leaves infinite possibilities. That means that there is kind of like a barrier, but like it's a transition zone into, it could be more land, it could be another dimension, it could be depending on kind of where your vibration is and what you know where you're going.
Deadly space.
It could be
turn into
your mother's
molecules.
womb. It could be your mother's womb.
Just pop right back into the spirit world.
Right into your mum's womb.
Just an instant transition.
With all the knowledge that you have from baby up to adult. You can't ever tell anyone because they think you're nuts.
When you say that, you make me think of the God reference frame or whatever. You kind of walk out of this realm into that realm. Maybe the laws of physics are different.
It's like real life Narnia.
Yeah.
Because that's what they do, right? They go through the wardrobe.
Is Pyro in here, man?
They just transition into another realm, and then they're in another realm. I love that idea. It's so cool.
Yeah, man. That'd be sick.
And then you just come back. You could spend like an entire lifetime in that one, and then once you come back here, it's like you never left. That's amazing.
Oh, dude. That'd be dope.
The actual relativity, non make believe needed relativity, non paradox necessary relativity. Actual relative, like normal relativity. Yeah.
Real time space warping, but actually on Earth here at magnetic nodal points on Earth, not somewhere out in the vastness of Never Land outer space.
Gay. I call it GACE. GAYCE. GACE. What space is now?
Gay space.
It's even a question like, are they trying to hide what black holes really are, which are like interdimensional portals at the North Pole and in the Antarctica region, that they're trying to hide from us by selling us this whole story that they actually exist in outer space?
Wow, how gay. There are balls out there floating around these, you know.
Because that's kind of what they say black holes do, right? They're like time space warps and all this stuff. They take you to like other dimensions. Like that's what they even admit they are. But they tell us they're obviously far, far out in a place that only they can probe.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ouch.
I saw gnarly flat Earth TikTok. Maybe it was Hollow Earth TikTok earlier.
Wait,
talk about
you're
Admiral
on TikTok? You're on
No,
TikTok?
I'm on YouTube. I'm on YouTube, but they have like the TikToks on there.
Hey, get out.
So, oh, dude, it's amazing. It's so much pleasure. So much pleasure. Give it a try. But anyway, they had the Emerald Bird shit on there. You know, talking about he found a hole in the south, found a hole in the north. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Say he found green forests and then a hole. And I'm like, okay, I've heard a lot of this before, but was this whole part true? I was like, are they adding that on in the little TikTok or whatever?
I saw that too. Yeah, actually, yeah. Fuck. Guess I've been on TikTok too, right? Wait, I only got 2% back. I'm gonna get through this. We're gonna get through this.
I mean, that would explain like the fact that so many ancient legends have different stories and legends about the North Pole, about the different like sacred lands, and they also used to have like these spiritual practices that they would do, and then they would kind of hone their mind through like meditation and various different things like that, to where they would then make these pilgrimages to the North Pole region, to specific areas, to try to transition into these other lands like Shambhala.
Right. Going for them lights.
Would you do it, Don? If you could, if you knew that you would go to the North Pole and you might transition into another realm or dimension, if you knew you could come back, would you do it?
Wow. I mean, maybe with a team I would do a little bit because, you know, like a lot of our generation, what did they say? Traded your history for a VCR, whatever. So we have to make some new history, you know. But no, man, I like my VCR, bro. I'm comfy over here. Ain't. I think we all should do it together, though.
Yeah, it'd be pretty cool to see what's actually up there.
So yes, I would do it with a group.
Isn't it cool to think like if there is a massive magnetic mountain there, and then also if there's those 4 land masses with the 4 rivers going in, which like Mercator, all those early maps showed that. It's so amazing how many different maps from different parts of the world, all at different times, seem to show those 4 islands and the 4 rivers at the North Pole, which would make sense because there's like 4 continents coming out. Like you have like the North America, South America, you have the like Europe and Africa, then you have kind of the Asia and Australia. And then the 4th one, which is kind of missing, like there might be land in the south that they're hiding from us in the South Pacific, because the 4th one is kind of like on the AE map type layout. There's that kind of 4th leg, which is kind of just open water. Like there is like Hawaii that's there, but it's interesting to think that there actually may be more land. But with those 4 kind of continents, you know, all those 4 land masses seemingly coming out, and the fact that we have north, south, east, west, like that whole the whole like XYZ axis and forward, back, left, right, like that's such a part of this realm. And the 4 islands and 4 rivers at the center certainly would make sense in terms of all of that layout. And if that's there, then that's pretty amazing to think that that actually is a place that exists and that they're hiding from us, that they're just not letting. I think it'd be easy for them just to, I mean, most people are not even going to go up there anyways, and they just keep an eye on it. And if anyone comes up, they'll stop them. So yeah, I think they're definitely just keeping us from being able to freely go there.
It seems most likely to me. Certain areas, the most outer limits of areas is going to be, you know, protected for as long as possible. The edges of Earth, space, inside bunkers, underneath Earth, information caves.
Yeah. So what would it take to get there? Like, if they're, I mean, obviously, like it's hard to know for sure what kind of militaries. I mean, if you wanted to just do a trip now and just, you know,
10
go
liters
for
of
it, I guess
vodka.
you could risk it, but
Teamwork and enthusiasm.
Some Russians and some vodka.
But I mean, do you think the whole system has to be like their whole control matrix would have to be dissolved for us to get there, or do you think it could be done without, like, before that happens?
No, we could do it on the side. We could do our own, surpass them. We could just work better. We could branch off and even we don't even have to have their stuff. We could figure it out on our own.
Are you on about going to Antarctica?
I'm just saying physics, anything.
Yeah,
like,
I do think that's how we have to do it
Antarctica.
ultimately. Yeah, exactly. Just like instead of trying to like overtake theirs, just build something that's better.
Exactly. Trying to overtake theirs is completely pointless. Because like you haven't proven to anyone that people should be like chasing after your ass either. You're not Moses. Unless your name's Moses, I didn't know.
Yeah. No, that's true though. Yeah. I mean, it's the way you said that, like, yeah, who are they really? Although, I mean, there are certain control mechanisms they have over like police and military, which is kind of what they do have. But
well, yeah, but like that's a fundamental thing. That's why you can't just take over that. You have to yeah, you have to just build something that far surpasses it in its utility, whatever you want to call it, use.
well, this
Fuck
is kind of
both.
something I've been thinking about, but it's like the whole idea of like some new world order type thing that they might want to, try to get us into. I've been thinking about how what they really want or would want would be to get everybody, on board with it.
Right.
But I think they're finding that that they really can't do that, especially at this point. I think like before the scamdemic thing, they maybe thought it was possible. And then they, I think they totally shot themselves in the foot with that. And that basically killed it for them. Cause I think they had, or really they shouldn't have done 9/11. That was their huge mistake too. Like they really have just, they've revealed way too much of what they're doing. Like they're actually not that slick when you really think about it, like where they had people in the 80s and 90s, like they couldn't have maintained that, like that's just coming from the idea of like their evil plan thing. It's just really not been very effective.
It depends on how you look at it. What was their objective? Maybe their objective was to reveal a more sinister thing, that how much of the population can they rely on to kill the other part, right? I feel like they proved
I think that's a good point. They tried to go that route, but that didn't work.
Well, I feel like they proved, though, if the government was to have pushed a real hardline point, we'll arm you, you can round up the anti-vaxxers, I think people may have done it. Where I live.
Yeah, it seemed like they had like pockets that might have done that. Yeah. Like it was kind of going that way. Like it seemed like they almost could have pulled that.
Bro, if the government made it like legal, but I would have fucked their asses up, but
well, basically the scamdemic thing, I think in a way was a way for them to test how much they could get the masses to be soldiers. And I think they kind of tested that. I think they found like, whoa, people are actually responding. They're like going after each other about the masks and all this shit. So they kind of had it going there, but I think it seemed like it kind of exhausted itself. Like it didn't really maintain, and they didn't really get like whoever people were on that side just kind of didn't have enough hold, and so they were like, ah, shit, like that doesn't seem like there's enough there.
We threw a couple George Floyd type deals in with it too, and it didn't even like get it burning better,
Right. They burning better. Oh, dude, you're funny. I know they were trying to get it going, and they just like, yeah, they couldn't do it.
Yeah. That George fucking Floyd guy didn't even end up being good firewood, right? Like, fuck.
Yeah, they tried the racial stuff. They pulled in George Soros to try to put an afterburner log on, and that just
they tried to napalm that.
It did get a couple months of hits on social media, I guess, but
yeah, man. Like, what do you think about this, like Trump and Kanye and Elon Musk, like unholy trinity, true fucking technology boss swag deal?
Yeah, it's a good question. I I don't know if anyone else has some comments on it because I actually I haven't been following. I mean, I have some thoughts on some of those guys, but
he just went to the headquarters like 3 hours ago, fired the CEO, CFO, and a bunch of other tech people.
He can't do that.
He just took over the company.
I don't give a fuck, bro.
He fired them.
All right.
It's funny.
That's mad.
There's a video of him walking to the headquarters with a sink in his hands, and he's like, "Let this sink in."
No way.
That sounds like some serious propagandized drama for the
that's
mainstream appetite of the media, just to suck up some fucking media.
The funny
Elon
thing
Musk
is, some people will
bullshit.
actually masturbate over that.
Oh yeah, they probably watched like every news clip from today on it.
Yep, wanking, dick in hand, watching that Elon.
No, I think that my sense of it is that they tried to do something with the pandemic thing to try to see if they could sway the entire human race in a way that could create a divide between people that would be soldiers for them and people that could be controlled by those soldiers. And when I say soldiers, I don't mean like literally like with guns, perhaps. I'm just talking about like
yeah,
like,
overpowering. It doesn't take guns to overpower people,
right? Like if it's sort of like, could you get like, let's say there's a family that has like, let's say you have 20 people in your family, you know, extended sisters, brothers, aunts, uncles, whatever. Could they get, you know, more than 50% of those family members to be on board with some kind of a new level of
family structure?
Yeah, and of like, and all the distancing and the jab, all that stuff was like a part of that kind of test, I think.
Without that, and that's changed our relationship with some people that we know too. Even
yeah, it did. They kind of scorched the land, and it definitely left some burn marks.
Bro, my wife like acts like the members of her family that were back, like she's like they're dead, like they're hybrid.
Yeah, and we definitely all I can say, I don't know what we even since we're live streaming, but yeah, I mean, I'll just say this. I think there were definitely some additional toxins in the environment. I'll just put it that way. Which, I mean, you're laughing. It's actually not really funny, but I mean, it is like, it's part of what they've been doing. Yeah. Like it's serious. I'm also kind of laughing with you. I don't know why, but it also is like serious. I'm trying to like say something that's kind of serious, but then also like you're laughing and it makes me want to laugh too. But no, it's sad, really. It's intense. I mean, it's funny that I guess people fell for it in a way, but you know, that was I guess to be expected on that side.
Oh, you know, like the other day when I went to the shop, like I saw a couple people with masks, and I'm like, bro, what the? This stuff went away. What's going on?
I still see about, I would say 5 or 10% of people are still wearing them.
5 to 10% of people are that cucked. Oh
you
wow!
see them in people in cars. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
but the other day, a lady wearing a mask. She's alone in her car. Like, what are you doing?
Like with the windows rolled up.
Yeah. What the fuck?
I actually stopped people.
I mean,
I've stopped people.
I'm in a car of valet or something. Like,
I'm in Northern California though, so yeah, I think there's probably always going to be people with masks here, I imagine.
Where's Hollywood? Whereabouts is Hollywood in LA? It's LA, right?
That's kind of Southern California. I'm in Northern.
That's Southern, yeah. All right, cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say you are a bit like I was gonna be like, are you Hollywood guy? I don't know. California.
Well, the main big city in Northern California is Sacramento, which is the capital, but then there's San Francisco, which is like the tech center of the world, you know, Silicon Valley, and all the tech companies are there. So
like, I'm like Silicon Valley. Is that to do with the material silicone or?
That's computer chips.
So no, yeah, I'm like.
I mean, I think silicon is used because, well, they call it Silicon Valley, I think partly because they use silicon. But yeah, I mean, that's where like Apple and Microsoft and Twitter and all the tech companies, it's just like this, it's like south of San Francisco. There's just this huge stretch of land. It's like a whole peninsula, and there's the bay and everything. But going down to San Jose, like that, there's that whole stretch there. And there's just like, it's basically like the tech center of the world, like the kind of headquarters of, which arguably is even more of a power center than Hollywood now.
Also, the best place to grow grapes, wine, but you know.
What, in
Definitely,
California?
yeah, up in
Yeah.
Sonoma, yeah, northern, like up north of San Francisco, yeah, exactly. Yeah, something there must be. It's like the climate, yeah, it really allows for it. That, and also in like the middle of California and even Southern California, people grow a lot of wine too, a lot of grapes.
Hey, Gio, how's it going?
I'm all right.
Good. Hey, oh, pretty good. Hey, are you at a spot you could see a screen share, or is that not convenient?
Jesse, I can see your screen share loud and clear, 5 frames per second.
Yeah, I just opened it. I can look at it. I'll be kind of in and out from my mic, but I'll be watching and listening, and I'll jump in when I can.
Okay.
Feeding dogs.
Are you babies? Are you dog sitting with his dogs? No. Anyway, yeah, you can see in this picture, which was part of some other video I took, but I have a double Kubrick backdrop shear line in this picture. Can you see where the finger is pointing?
A double Kubrick what?
Backdrop shear line. Gio was showing. Yeah, Gio was showing us the other day on some video or pictures from allegedly from the moon landing that showed kind of a harsh lining, cut line between the foreground and the background. And I was just demonstrating that here on Earth as well.
Yeah, but you're like in a hillless area, very, very much made that way. Like we know full well the moon, that was the actual horizon that they were showing us in more than one direction. It didn't look like they were in a dip or a divot or a valley, by the way, in them images either.
Well, if I
yeah, I'll just respond real quick. Okay, so what you're showing, what you're showing looks like, from what I could tell, an authentic image from. I mean, I haven't looked in detail, of course. So you're seeing some rolling hills and whatnot, grass, and what you're pointing at is a cutoff line. It looks like between the land and the trees and the whatever that building, whatever that is up there. It's a little bit of a cutoff line. If you're relating that to what I was talking about yesterday with the moon landing thing, case in point, I'm going to post the same images in the text chat for anyone else that wants to look as well. So that is not the same thing as what I'm referring to. What I'm referring to in the moon footage is a very particular way in which the moon setting has a local dirt and rocky area, which then has a very, very defined crease, and then a very obvious looking sort of dimmer, duller, kind of cardboard looking backdrop to it. And it's specifically in all of the photos in right at the prime place in the middle of it. So that is not the same as just looking over that's not the same as looking over a grass line. These are totally different things. Not even.
Oh, okay, I thought you were talking about the line further on.
No, like look at the last one. No, the second to last one. Okay, or the last one. But you see the second to last one right at the guy's shoulders. You see the crease. In the very last image, you see it around his waist. There's the cutoff crease. And then also in the first two images, you can see where there's that clear defining line. And it's specifically Stanley Kubrick's backdrop technology. It's the same. It's the same thing that's shown in 2001: A Space Odyssey. What you're showing is just a hill line, like just the line of the grass line. That's not a cutoff point and then a fake background put behind it.
Well, it's kind of what these moon pictures look like to me. If I'd converted this to black and white, and it could have looked pretty similar.
They only look like that because there's a cardboard cutoff that like makes this really high ass bit of ground. Like you can tell how much sky you can see in the moon pictures as well when you look at like the full aperture, or sorry, the full aspect ratio size images, not the cut ones like this. Obviously, not too much. But yeah, like there's just so much black everywhere. It's just kind of weird, for real.
Okay. Anyway, that was the one thing I wanted to show you.
The rover?
What's that?
Sorry, is that the rover?
No, that would be probably the lunar lander.
Wait, on your
Oh,
screen right
yeah,
now.
that's kind of what I meant. My bad.
Right, what are you showing us, Jesse?
Yeah, I believe
It's
that's
the lander legs, right?
Yeah. So, you mentioned, Gio, that there were there was strong evidence of fakery in the moon landing photos. Did I understand that correctly?
Oh
The
yeah.
videos that we saw, the guy with the hammer, the weird movements.
There's a profuse amount. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
many errors.
It's more like the videos we were talking
Or-
about.
So
Geo could be
pictures are,
overstated.
So can you see my screen share now, Gio?
I can.
Okay. So,
You there, Gio? Or?
is there any reason this can't be taken as a legitimate photograph from the moon?
Someone's finger. Oh no, sure.
Well, you're asking what the problems are with this one?
If you have problems, yes.
All right. Well, we could start with one of the big ones, which is that there's no blast crater. There's absolutely no upset beneath the lunar lander of the rocks and dirt.
Ow.
It literally looks like it was just placed there. There's no indication that it had thrusters and that it actually physically landed. There's no upset of the dust. There's no blast crater. There's no disturbing at all of the material under, as if it's just placed in a studio.
Why don't we see any of that? Hey, Jesse. Huh?
Well, it really doesn't look like the feet sank that far in either. So
sank into it. What do you mean? The dirt, the sand.
Right. I mean, if it was like 10 feet deep of like super fluffy down type dust, then I'd expect a huge blast crater. But if it's pretty firm, do you have some evidence that there would be a blast crater?
Yeah, you see it from like every rocket and helicopter and firework known to man on nearly every single floor in existence. Yep.
Yeah, and you see the way that they're kicking when they're on the moon or whatever, jumping around. You know, the moon rover or whatever they call it. Yeah, that thing where it's kicking up all the rocks and dust and dirt. I mean, seems like a pretty dusty, dirty place. So this thing just looks like it was delicately placed there. There's no indication that the legs actually hit the ground, and they would make a poof little of the sand and rocks and dust when it landed. There would be upset. Now, whether the blast crater would be huge or what size it would be, but there definitely would be an effect. I mean, this thing is coming down with a thruster. It's not just falling at free fall speed, because even though it's 1/6 gravity, it still has to land itself. Unless you just want to crash landing. But I mean, you gotta. Oh yeah, here's another shot of it. By the way, that last one also looked like it had an extension cord in it. If you go back, now I don't know exactly which footage that is, or which one you've got here. But if you go back one photo, there is an extension cord there, and there's been several other ones that have been discovered with extension cords. So that's another thing that looks like it was in the last one.
Okay, it actually looks like there was some material blown away underneath here.
No, they don't.
Not a lot, but
there's not. There's a lot of other footages of it. Like, yeah, this is a.
That looks less disturbed than the ground immediately in front of him.
Right. This one's a little hard to see. There's others that showed even more, but yeah, the lack of any.
Walked all over that. As well.
Okay, well, I would definitely appreciate seeing evidence that there should have been. So I guess some similar landing on a similar surface of a rocket of a similar weight would be good evidence for that. I haven't seen that, so I really couldn't objectively say whether this should have created a blast crater. But anyway, I'll back up. So you said there was an extension cord.
I'll try and think
I
of
mean,
a
does it
surface
strike you that
awareness.
it's made of tinfoil and paper mache and curtain rods?
It looks kind of like Kapton Mylar reflective tape to me. But so where's the is this where the extension cord is?
Yeah, is that an extension cord? Looks like it. Yep.
Where?
A black cord right where your finger is.
Oh no, that's a shadow.
No, not that. No, not that. The actual gray brown thing. Go from your finger to the right. Yeah, that whole thing right there. Yeah, see that little.
Oh, this thing right here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what's creating this shadow. That's the
That looks like a cable to me. We have other ones. I don't. I'd have to zoom in on that. I can't really see it because it's like this looks like somebody pointing. This is somebody pointing to a computer screen that is showing an image. I don't know. It's kind of.
That's
I'd
me.
have to see the original image. There's other ones that do show an extension cord. That looks like an extension cord to me. But if you're telling me the resolution's not high and it's something different, then fair enough.
Jesse, you didn't need to point to it in a photo like this. You could have just got the photo up and showed with your mouse, right?
No, this is from a video. This is from a video.
You could have took a screenshot, then showed. Oh, it doesn't matter.
It looks similar to the extent. There are ones where there's cords. Yeah, there's extension cords, but.
Okay, well in this case, it's just you can see this indentation in the ground here.
Yeah.
So these rods, and each foot had one, were feelers that stuck down, according to their story. And when the feeler hit the ground, that shut off the engines.
Where's the disturbance from that?
So that it would just drop straight down. What was your question?
Where's the disturbance from when that happened with the feeders? You know.
Well, it actually looks like it actually does look like the dirt was pushed up a little bit around the foot, but this rod was pushed down into the dirt and then bent up further, and this is its shadow. And you can tell because there's a little metal clip right here, a little something sticking out, and that's its shadow right there.
Yeah. So you fully believe they went to the moon here, right?
I don't know if they did or not, but if someone says they didn't and that all the pictures are fake, then I'm saying, well, I want to see this because I want to know what I want to know.
I want to know.
Someone gave me this picture because they didn't like the way the shadows were at right angles to each other.
Yeah, there's no problem with that, really.
Well, there was for the guy that gave it to me.
Yeah, there's a photo being taken, and there's an object right in front of him, and yeah, there's light from a different direction as well, which can easily make that pattern of shadow.
I mean, Jesse, if you really want to know, this is what I would recommend. This is what I did, and I would recommend it because it worked well for me. What I did is basically I wanted to know whether the moon landing was real or not. So what I did is I researched everything I possibly could on both sides. I researched everything about that it was legit, all of websites, documentaries, everything I could find of it being legitimate. And then I watched and looked at a lot of things showing a lot of how it was faked and why it was a hoax. And I was just neutral, beforehand. And I just went into it completely looking at both sides. And I really did try to take in information on all sides because there's so many parts to it. There's so many categories that you could go into of different components of it. And for me, I had to do a wide enough spectrum of analysis of everything to then come to my conclusion for myself, which was without any question of a doubt that that's inauthentic footage and that they were not actually on the moon.
Here.
Yeah. I reckon they were more likely banging strippers somewhere than on the moon.
Yeah, like this is it's a studio setup with Kubrick's front projection technology, the backdrop technology, which I'm just saving a photo. I was gonna post this.
Post it.
This just shows the general. This is one of the environments that for 2001. To see how it has that separate backdrop. So it has like a foreground that's real rocks and whatever that shit is in the studio thing.
You
then
mold it back into the backdrop. Yep.
Yeah, and then there's the cutoff line, which this one would be the cutoff line would just be where obviously the rocks are. But so that's the exact same that's happening in the moon landing footage, where they have like a foreground of rocky, dusty shit
In
that
the
the guys are
background,
actually
you
walking
place
around
it
on.
at an angle. You
Yeah,
place
and
the
then there's
background
just
at an
this
angle as well.
Then
Yep.
there's this clear crease. They kind of tried to make it look like rolling hills on the moon. That's kind of how they pulled it off, was just to make it look like this kind of big gray landscape, and they're just kind of like, oh, I guess they won't notice.
In every direction.
Yeah, they just cut in this backdrop. I mean, it's just a clear cut backdrop on every one.
I think it looks that way too, yeah. Like legit, it really does.
So
I'm going to post this one again because I think it's pretty clear. Let's check out the one on the left where it shows that lander thing. Just the difference in the textures between that backdrop, that clearly fake looking kind of dull. And I think not any one picture. I think it's also what I like to do is look at hundreds of photos because it really pops out when you see it repeatedly on every single one. Because I understand in a general sense, it's someone could be like skeptical and be like, well, no, maybe that's just the landscape. When you look at them over and over, to me, it's very clear.
The problem is another person can feel like they are just as neutral and just as unbiased and look at all the same evidence and come to the exact opposite conclusion. So that's why I'm really interested in specific examples of evidence of fakery.
Yeah, if you just take in every single piece of evidence that you get, like you see on TV and in magazines, cartoons and stuff, right? Like Star Wars, yeah, one could be led to believe that we live on a spinning ball Earth. That's a Texas quote, by the way. But if you, slightly be a little more strict on what you consider evidence, right? Not everything is good evidence, right? Sometimes there's assumptions that are made, and after you get these assumptions, then people start basing like their orthodoxy on these assumptions, and then they don't want to move from their orthodoxy, and that's just not a good way to do it. And I think that's what's going on.
Can I ask you a question, Larry?
Cosmology.
I just posted another that shows the these different ways that they do the backdrop and they cut it at a certain spot. But yeah, I'll go. Who's that? Yeah, Nate. Go ahead, Nate.
Two questions. You, in your own words, tell us what.
Speak up.
Huh? Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, Larry. In your own words, could you tell us what you think evidence is, and then give us an example of where evidence has been built on assumptions?
Well, there's different types of evidence, right? Like earlier, I gave an anecdotal story about not getting GPS in the sticks, right? That's not a very good evidence, right? And I really wasn't making that argument based on the GPS. Anyway, it was something else. But yeah, so where's the orthodoxy and what are people like basing it on? So with the assumptions of people like Aristophanes, right? We actually have it, said from Carl Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson, I think, where they said that it will work on a flat model if you assume this, and if you assume that, then it works on a heliocentric model, right? And then you guys are like gonna say that's good evidence, right? And if you search, how to prove the Earth is a globe, that's one of the things that pops up. But how could it be evidence for a globe if it works both ways? You guys should never use something like that in an actual argument, or let it be on. You guys don't like fake news, right? So that would be like the definition of fake news that Aristophanes uses evidence for the globe.
Yeah, you're a real piece of shit for using that argument.
Larry, couldn't one piece of evidence support two different arguments depending on how that evidence is interpreted?
Or how it's presented.
We could both see the same natural phenomena and believe
but it wasn't presented that way.
Different things, right?
But it was
but I mean, if you're I would agree, but I mean, if you're discerning truth, then it comes down to your capacity and accuracy and ability to discern what's true. It starts to come to that.
But I mean, we gotta accept that we can never know the absolute truth, right? We can just infer what seems to be true, but like you could never have absolute truth, right, Gio? Or do you think you could absolutely know the truth 100% because you know everything, type of thing?
Well, we can never really say for sure what's true, but at least you could do is stop saying the
I
opposite of
agree.
what you know to be true, and basing like this stuff like cosmology as if it's like a science. If it doesn't prove anything, then can we take science like a notch down a little bit and stop saying, well, I mean, it's been proven in the lab, but you know, that doesn't prove anything. So you guys,
Yeah, because
hold
that word
the wrong thing with
deify
too
is a
esteem.
topic.
Sorry, just real fast. You guys hold the wrong thing with too much esteem, right? I think that you guys make a lot of assumptions, and like you can't really like hold anything to it because it's just, you know, someone's opinion.
Yeah, I mean, if you feel because science doesn't prove anything, it shouldn't be put on this pedestal a lot of people put it on. I agree with you, you know. But it just seems to be the tool that gives us the most accurate results with regards to the development of technology, right?
But
And I
let's
think
not be hypocrites.
that's all. Yeah, I'm not done. That's all we really use science for. We don't use science to understand the nature of mind of God or to philosophize or to determine, you know, what's logic and reasonable or, you know, for any of these other things. It's, you know, science has a very specific use, right? It doesn't encompass all of our lives.
Well, I hear you on that. But I guess what I was going to say, like, if you were linking this to moon landing stuff, for example, like, I would say this: there is a truth to what this moon footage that they're showing us. Meaning, in my mind, they're actually on the moon. They're actually up there, you know, on that thing, and taking photos and bouncing around on it. Or another obviously very viable one is that it's in a studio and it's a Hollywood production. So if somebody is looking into these photos or trying to analyze things or trying to do as much analysis as they can, what is their capacity to decipher which one of those things is the case? Or is it a third option?
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Yeah, Gio, I agree with you, you know, but then I would then say that discussion has nothing to do with science. That isn't a discussion that can really be determined by science. All science can say is it scientifically possible for us to go to the moon? Yes. But did we actually go to the moon? That's a whole different discussion. You could definitely say they faked it. You know, it's true they faked it. But that wouldn't now say just because they faked it, it's scientifically impossible, right?
Well, how are you even coming to the conclusion?
I can agree with that one.
How are you even coming to the conclusion that it's quote unquote scientifically possible? Because for you to have verified that and for you to make that assertion, that means that you would have had to already have scienced it and therefore have physically verified, tested these, you know, that medium yourself to even know that that's even the case. So how is it just a scientism, like a belief that some other science people told you that? Because if you're saying it's science, if your science is saying it's science, that means you can perform it and verify it as is. And I'm sure you cannot do that with the moon.
Maybe we shot things at the moon and the things came back and the results we got told us that it is possible. There's no barrier between us and the moon. You know, it is possible to go there. Whether we actually went or not is a totally different story. But maybe there was, because before we went to the moon, the idea was you could go there. That's why we tried to go there, right? It wasn't a can we not? Is there a dome? Is there something stopping us? We're not sure.
Yeah, see, I got something cool for you about the moon landing. Where's the blast crater under the lander?
They just asked that.
Oh, who did?
No, actually,
You
Jesse shared his screen and he showed a picture of one of the like lunar lander legs, And then I brought up the lack of blast crater and the lack of any like upset. Like it just looks like it was placed there, like in a studio, like it's just placed there. Like there's no actual indication that it actually like landed and what it would take. So yeah, we were just talking about it. And Jesse, what was
Jesse wants proof that rockets would do that on a similar surface, that they would make any mark or disturbance, which they objectively would.
Objectively, yeah. See, and that's it.
Objective.
To some of you, it is incredulous to think that the moon could have been that firm and that it could have landed without creating a blast crater and sinking.
It would do it on concrete. It would do it on concrete.
Well, if it was, then he wouldn't leave his footprint behind. That's so we have evidences of what kind of medium they landed on, like the type of soil, or is it like rocky, sandy, and it appears to be some sort of sandy, powdery, something that would fly away from the footprint.
Gravity, they weighed a lot less as well, and the amount they sunk in, they're on a pretty soft sort of sand. Yeah.
Well, the dust would still settle because the moon has gravity. Like that's why they were stuck on the moon, right? Those guys. So where is the lack of like dust on the feet? And where is the crater beneath the rocket nozzle? And I wasn't smart enough to figure this out. This was the guy, an engineer from Rocketdyne, that pointed this out.
Yeah,
that's why I paid attention.
Yeah, exactly. Like the dust that should be on the top of the feet. Like it should hit down. The dust would all go up around. There would be dust on the top of the feet. But it's just clean as a whistle.
Definitely be on top of the feet with this because of the lack of gravity, right? As well would have made it actually a lot worse.
From the mass that's being ejected out of the rocket, so the globies don't argue with it, because that's how it propels, right? Newton's second law or whatever it was. So due to the ejection of mass and the sandy/dusty surface, even if it's sand, it's still going to fly. And we can actually look up the rocket, and we can look up the specs and the velocity of the exhaust, and we cannot play games anymore. Like, where is the blast crater? Like, if there's no blast crater, there's no rocket that's been fired. No rocket's been fired. Okay, then how did it get onto the moon? It's like, how did it land backwards? Because that's how they landed. They slowed it down with the rocket. So thrust versus the moon, that's how you slow it down. So where's the evidence of that thrust?
They could have just glided gracefully down, right? Like, you're just putting too much. You're making it too complicated. These things just
like
work.
It seems like they could have, though. Like they could have taken a crane and lowered it down with some kind of rocket thing on the bottom. Like they could have tried to at least fake that, but maybe it was just like too much work. It's like they're sort of cutting corners,
right?
Because
they missed it. Honestly, Gio. Like I just think they just oh yeah, I forgot to sprinkle the dust on top of the foot, man. You know what I mean? It's like
it's the blast crater, though, bro.
Budget crunch, time crunch.
Right.
Don't know.
Because they would have had to have like kind of like a B-level Hollywood, like kind of more of a clandestine, secretive type deal. But it would be kind of like B-level Hollywood, which is really what it looks like.
I've never heard anyone say clandestine,
yeah,
or clandestine, and clandestine. I like you said it different.
So what were you gonna? Do you have any thoughts, Jesse, or what do you? Think on that?
Oh yeah, just wait my turn.
Speak, boy.
As far as the lack of the lack of depth with which the feet plunged into the lunar surface, or the lack of depth with which the rocket blasted a crater, to me that's all just argument from incredulity. We have no evidence that it wasn't just a shallow dust on a firm ground. And
right, says you.
Yeah, but the problem is that you can't validate none of these images, can you?
No, of course not.
Okay, so what's the stop?
And it's important to remember that lack of evidence against is not evidence for, right? Just because I don't think a particular image contains evidence of fakery doesn't mean that it did happen. It just means that particular picture.
The image is fake.
You're more
or the story linked with the image. Like, if this is sold as this is lander on the moon, and I see there's no blast crater, well, what the story is false. Now, the image obviously somewhere that's not on the moon. It could be, but it's not the actual thing they used. You know what I mean? Because that's what they're telling me, and the evidence is against that. They actually use this thing. So if it's unused, well, it's not the thing that you used to get there if you did go. So we still have that option. Maybe they went with a UFO. Sure. I used to believe that when I was younger.
But does anyone have evidence that
kid.
a rocket of that size lifting that weight would have had to form a distinct blast crater?
It wouldn't just be a blast crater. It would be a scorched mark at fucking least, Jesse, and some pattern you would see. You get that right?
It almost looks like there is a faint pattern.
There really is not a pattern, Jesse.
The best one is the first one. 69 mission. Shows you.
Oh, yeah.
Got the best angle of that crater. The lack of crater.
The love crater,
Yeah,
right?
and this was one of the designers at Rocketdyne, right? Who had actually done the math on it, and he even pointed this out.
Yep, he's an engineer actually. I forgot his name, but he's an engineer at Rocketdyne. That's why.
Do you have a link to his statement on that?
Yes. It's in one of the documentaries. It might be in Something Strange or Something Funny or whatever that happened on the Winter Moon. It might be in that one, but I could definitely get it, like, for sure, absolutely. Like, it's an easy find.
I would really enjoy reading that if you can find it.
No, you're not allowed.
It's like I said, I'm not smart enough to figure this out. Like, but this is the only point I really stand on. Like, everything else, there's a good rebuttal to, and it's cool. But that one is like, they ignore it. Yep. Because you can see when they drove the buggy that there's plenty of dust there. So, like, it just goes all over like they're driving in sand. So it's like, you can see, it's very evident that, you know, that the stuff is fluffy, that whatever they're on, the sand or, you know. So that surface flies around. So.
All right, was that Bill Casing at Rocketdyne? Is that?
I would have to Google. I'll have to Google him to actually verify.
William Casing.
It will be that name. Gio's quite good with names.
Okay, I suck with names. I'm good with faces.
So
take another dab and let's see.
I'm good with faces.
Well, he definitely was. You may be talking about somebody different. It's possible as well, but he did work for Rocketdyne, and so yeah, he has that connection and had a lot of like information about the actual engineering feats and how they really just didn't even have the engineering to do it. Okay, you might be thinking of someone different. Okay, this says this is for Bill Casing. From 1956 to 1963, Casing served as head of technical publications for Rocketdyne. So if you were thinking of an engineer from Rocketdyne, it might be someone different. But he's in a lot of those documentaries as well. He basically like was a guy that like virtually right after the moon landings happened, he already was coming out with information about the moon landings.
I feel like anyone that went to the moon first would have put a weapon on it.
I mean, come on, man. If they're gonna sit there and be honest with themselves and say it's possible and this footage could be some bullshit footage, then scientifically you got to recognize a low standard of or a low confidence threshold or whatever. I mean, because the repeatability of this experiment of going to the moon, it's only happened a handful of times. You shouldn't be scientifically a bunch of eggs in that basket.
You're lucky.
You know what I mean? So it becomes like, you know what I'm saying, a trust issue of the agencies, or, you know, now you can use science and apply it to the, you know, you can use science, whatever evidence there is. You can try to be like, you know, like you're all saying, the dust and the not. I mean, if these are. I hope that that point y'all brought up, I hope it wasn't a funny thing on the way to the moon, because then it's likely Jump Panda put a counter back to it, because he did that whole thing where he went back.
The biggest issue with this, where are they saying they went?
Moon.
Where is that supposed to be at when they're model?
At the moon. At moon. At the moon.
And it's what, somewhere with a lot less pressure system than.
Well, now we say it's in the atmosphere because we had to negate the fact that it would be an entropy aiding machine, effectively aiding all the entropy of the Earth. Everyone, if so facto, die. That one.
Right. So they want to re-engineer their model a bit. So too bad.
Yeah,
I mean,
we want to remove the claim that we ever went to space ever, because now the moon is within the atmosphere of Earth, which means the furthest anyone has ever claimed to go away from the Earth is the moon, which means no one's ever been to space anymore. Yeah, we want to change the claim. Thank you.
Yeah, even if they made it that far, still wouldn't be nowhere, would it?
Nope. Space is defined as a place of privation of gas, bud. Guess what? There's gas on the fucking moon, bud. Guess what? No one went to space, bud. Not even you 24 or 26 dickheads that claim that you did anyway. Like, none of you might have been to space.
say 23 now, because I think what's his name recanted his story and said we never went there.
Oh yeah, true that. True say. Yep. But so I did all the cracker and that guy. Yeah. He's definitely on crack.
I think he was just so old he didn't give a fuck.
Probably, yeah. He just was like, you motherfuckers control me, worried that I'm gonna say this shit all this time. I've gotta say it. Like, I wasn't gonna say nothing either, bro. Like, but you keep pressuring me with all these agents around my ass. Like, it's making me want to say that shit now.
I'm pretty sure he's like, shit, I'm freaking old as fuck. I'm already gonna die. What are you gonna do? Kill me? I'm almost dead, motherfucker.
Yeah, man. I ain't being told what to do. You know, old people become like kids, innit? When they get older too, like they start rebelling and shit. Like, motherfucker, you ain't telling me what to do. No, no way. I'm 78, motherfucker. I'm a fucking big boy. I'm all grown up. That attitude.
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question.
And I guess to me, like when looking at the moon landing footage, like taking any one of those things, I understand that there can be rebuttals. There's like, you know, there are like when I was really researching it years ago, like there really is a rebuttal for almost everything. At least there is something that they've come up with to rebut. Although some things, just like with the globe, there kind of aren't any. But a lot of the things they do have something to rebut it with. But I think there is something significant about like a preponderance of evidence. Meaning, if you're trying to decipher whether this stuff was filmed in a studio or whether it was filmed in a real environment, there's a lot of things. Like the lighting is a dead giveaway too, where there's intersecting shadows showing multiple light sources.
Hey, did you and Cyrus see what Earth's Life just posted at 11 or at even 0 past the hour?
No, I didn't. I'll check it out.
Yeah,
to find that video.
It looks to be a close-up shot of underneath the engine that shows how there was erosion from the blast.
Erosion.
Where at? Who posted it? I'm sorry.
Earth's Life at 0 past the hour.
Hey, remember that limb lifting off the moon? We all got the gift somewhere, I'm sure. But, you know, the camera's just sitting there filming it. Wouldn't the camera get fucked up by the shockwave?
Yep. This is which landing exactly? This is Apollo what? That's why I said go to the 1969 one. It's really. Is this it? I doubt it.
Bro, that looks
Because the
nothing
original
like
photos
anything.
don't. Okay, so let me go get some. Let's go.
Bro, that doesn't look like shit, bro. Come on. Moon dust on spacesuit. You mean any dirt applied to any uniform ever? Right, come on, bro. Don't try and make out you know that that's moon dust, right?